Best. Available at the Home Depot.
Adding the original Louisiana hot sauce to your food makes every day more like game day. Turn any Tuesday into a tailgate, dashing their simple 3 ingredients on your plate. After an almost 100-year legacy turning winning dishes into championship ones, it's kind of like your food's lucky jersey. So no matter what day it is, don your team's colors and grab the original Louisiana hot sauce and add a little game day to every day. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Jack here, with the sound of a freshly cracked egg. Sausage grilling. You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
In San Francisco, fog and sunshine with a high of 58 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it really is. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for an extended weekend if you're going to have the week off. We're so happy you stopped by. Sam Lubman, ladies and gentlemen, filling in for Joe Shasky today. Greatly appreciated. The man, the myth, the legend himself across from me. I am Joe Spadoni. Shout out Carter Chickering in the back holding it down. And the one and only Zach Green as well. We would love your participation today. And if you don't know the number, I'm going to give it to you. It's 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This is a action-packed show. Not only, Sam, do we have Brian Baldinger joining us at 7 a.m. Early Baldy on Thanksgiving Eve. We'll get his thoughts on Turkey Day. There's actually a lot of good games happening tomorrow as well we might want to dive into. We'll get his thoughts on the Niners, on the Panthers game, on what he saw from Brock Purdy, what to see coming up in this Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. So we got Baldy at 7 a.m., Baldy's Breakdowns. We got Bonte Hill. Yeah, Bonte, even on the day before Thanksgiving, gracing us with his presence.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
That's right. 8 to 10. We appreciate him coming down. That's going to be a great time. 9:20, Nick Friedel. And by the way, every single hour today, we are doing a giveaway here at 95.7 The Game. That's right. It's our Thanksgiving blowout contest. Today is your chance to win great prizes every single hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Warriors tickets, AC/DC tickets, Warriors bobbleheads, and much, much more. I'm going to tell you how to do that right now, because when you hear the air horn sounder, not yet, but next time you hear it, you got to be caller number 5 on the contest line. It's our Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. But wait, there's more, because tomorrow we're also bringing you extended coverage of Chiefs Cowboys, which starts at 1 o'clock. We're broadcasting that live right here on 95.7 The Game. Mahomes v. Prescott, all of that, 1 o'clock, 95.7 The Game. All right. There we go. Hi, Sam. How are you?
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. That was a very good open there. Very informative.
There's a lot to talk about in like just the script, because you did a great rundown as you always do. You did double duty today. Not only are you hosting, you printed out a great rundown.
I'm producing. I'm hosting. I'm going to do producing after the show.
You're not.
I am.
You need to get out of here. What is Mahigian doing? Get this guy. Come on. It's the hardest working guy here.
I am the ultimate Swiss Army knife at this station. You could put me anywhere in the morning, and I am going to produce for you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Sam.
That's what I do. Appreciate being here.
You appreciate this 49ers season? Let me ask you that right now. Are you appreciating what they're doing at 8-4? Oh my!
I mean,
that's what it feels like from some of these fans.
Some of them, yes. It's. Listen, I get the trepidation that some 49er fans do have. Listening to one Joe Shasky yesterday complain and incessantly about this team, and I do get it to a degree, because you're 8-4. You got a pretty solid lock on that 7th spot in the NFC playoffs here, and you're doing it basically with a broken down husk of a defense, and that you don't have Nick Bosa, you don't have Fred Warner, and you're seeing how those absences are impacting this team on a weekly basis. The defensive line is not getting the push that you wanted to get. A big part of that is because Bosa isn't there. The defense is going to have some holes in it at times, in part because, Curtis Robinson, he couldn't tackle a building at times. That's how bad he is. And Fred Warner didn't have those issues when he was on the field. You're 8-4, and because of forces beyond your control, Spadoni, it feels like it should be better. And it's almost like there's some, you could have more. You could be better. I'm not saying you should have gone out and got someone at the deadline, but it feels like you could have it so much better if you didn't have these bad luck injuries.
Well, there you go.
And that's it. It is bad luck. It sucks. Like, no one's going to, give the Niners an extra win or anything like that as, oh, I'm so sorry. You got a bad injury here. Let me give you a kiss and give you an extra win. No, that's not how life works, unfortunately. Damon Bruce, when he was on this station in the afternoons, he had one of the best lines I think you can ever say when it came to moments like this in sports. Dems the breaks. It sucks. It's not fair. Sometimes you just get screwed over in sports. Trust me, I'm as a Miami Hurricane fan and alum, I am watching my Canes get screwed out of the college football playoff
They're in it right now. Didn't they just do the rankings yesterday?
Yeah, they are, but they aren't.
You guys are playing Oregon in round 1.
Yeah, they are, but they aren't. We can get into that in a moment and just kind of how stupid that nonsense is. But yeah, there is a sense of like, yes, they're 8-4. Yes, they're probably going to make the playoffs. And you would usually want that. But when you're a team and you're a fan base that's been doing just a couple years ago, this team was not 1, not 2, but 5, 6, 7 different plays away from winning a Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs down at Allegiant Stadium.
Boy, do I know it.
It's going to be hard, I think, for 49er fans to truly, really be happy with how a season ends for a while, I think, because the sting is not going to go away anytime soon. And when you see how good this team is with the pieces that are missing and thinking about what could have been, I think that's going to be the cloud that hangs over 49er fans this year, is the cloud of what could have been. What if Brock never had any turf toe issues this year? What if Nick Bosa's ACL stayed intact? What if Fred Warner never got injured? If you don't have those 3 things happening, I mean, I'm not saying they're undefeated or anything like that, but you're probably maybe a 9-win team with 9-3. That's not that much better than 8-4, or even maybe a 10-win team if you're a fully healthy, locked in and ready to go team. And you're feeling really, really good about your chances in the NFC in that situation. That's not the case. And where it gets frustrating and where I think Niner fans start banging their heads against the walls, there's no one person you can point a finger at. Because it's not anyone's fault that Brock's foot turned into mush this year. It's not anyone's fault that Nick Bosa's ACL snapped. It just happened.
I guess my question is, in 888-957-9570, that's Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky today. And shout out Shasky somewhere out in the Russian River, sitting on his couch with baby LJ. What's up, guys? What's up, LJ? If you're watching us, by the way, we are streaming on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Sam, get this. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Both you and I have been there. We've done shows there. It is awesome. And I'm sure I don't want to speak for them. It is Black Friday this week. Usually for the whole week now, they have Black Friday deals. I'm not saying. I'm also not saying. I want to check them out, see if they got any deals down there at Freedman's Appliance. And you guys know the number, 888-957-9570. And, I posed the question to you, to Nahigi, and to Carter, kind of after the show yesterday, just previewing today. And from all the conversations we had from fans yesterday, there wasn't a lot of people happy with this season, it felt like. And I think our happiness with football is directly tied to the quarterback now. If the quarterback is doing well, we'll be happy. If he's not doing well, we're not going to be happy. Is that too simplistic? Because the more I think about it, I think that's the case in the NFL. Matt Stafford, the Rams fans are probably great. All 10 of them. Yay, Matt Stafford. He's going to be the MVP. We're happy with where our team's at.
It's going to be a quiet Ramley dinner.
Thank you. That's a 2. Philadelphia Eagles are 8-3, defending Super Bowl champions. They're not very happy with their quarterback right now, Jalen Hurts. Super Bowl MVP. No, they're not. Sam,
I think they are.
They're not. I'm just telling you right now.
I think they're more unhappy with the offensive coordinator and A.J. Brown than they are Jalen Hurts.
There is rumblings of him not being a great leader in the locker room. There's tension between him and the head coach and the wide receivers. It's not a good time, even though they're 8-3. Well, even though they're 8-3, because it hasn't looked like they want it to look. No, even though I'd say last year for the Eagles, I'll let you jump in here in a second. Yeah. The Chicago Bears are feeling good about where they're at right now. Why? Because Caleb looks really good.
For the first time in 10 years or whatever, you have a quarterback that isn't absolute ass.
Sam, it's the first time in our lifetime that they have a quarterback. Legit. Jay Cutler for a season, great. Yeah. But come on. Let's keep it a buck.
I mean, Rex Grossman did play quarterback for the Bears, but I'm not going to sit here.
He did play quarterback.
Listen to the wording here. All right? He played quarterback for the Bears. That doesn't mean they had a quarterback. He was the guy who took snaps in a year that they just happened to go to a Super Bowl.
The New England Patriots, if we go to the AFC, they're feeling really good. Why?
They might have their best quarterback ever.
They're 10-2, and yeah, Drake May, the second coming of Tommy Brady. You got the Indianapolis Colts, 8-3, the Danny Dimes resurgence, although I'd pump the brakes a little bit. Let's wait to see what Danny Dimes and the Colts do later on. But it's
really,
a fun season.
One loss to the Chiefs, and now we're starting to doubt Danny Dimes and the Colts.
Daniel Jones is in Sam Darnold category for me as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Accident waiting to happen when push comes to shove. But it's been an incredible year.
Mm-hmm.
Why do the Baltimore Ravens at 6-5 feel like they got action to win a Super Bowl this year? Because of the quarterback. 6-5. They've had so many injuries.
And you're in a division that's not very good.
They're not. No, absolutely. But even then, if they were to win out and go on a run here, they'd still probably make the playoffs because they got the Chargers, Jags, and Bills right behind them. They got all their injury problems too. I say all that to say we are in a society now when it comes to our NFL coverage where it's always, and I mean always, tied to the quarterback. So even if the team wins, it doesn't matter if the quarterback looks bad.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
That is literally all the calls we got yesterday at the station. I listened to all the different shows, Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibbs. And Mark Willard, probably the biggest Purdy fan at the station. He was like, yeah, that didn't make me feel very good.
Nope.
You have to give us a reason to cheer at the stadium, and they didn't give us a reason to cheer at the stadium.
Usually wins are a good reason to cheer, but
I agree. But I don't think winning is enough for this team right now, and I would ask why at 888-957-9570, only because heading into the year, the expectations were what? Just make the playoffs. And right now, that's what the team is going to do.
I feel like the ceiling was making the playoffs. I mean, Shanahan was really kind of talking about at the beginning of the year how this might be a development year. But Spadoni, to your point,
but who was healthy at the start of the season?
Everybody was. There was
and that
a lot
was
of
the expectation.
Exactly, and there was a lot of promising youth on this team too to look forward to seeing, and you've seen it in flashes there. But to your point about this quarterback situation, it's one of the biggest cliched lines in sports. What's the most important job in sports? It's the starting quarterback.
Team sports, yes.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm talking about real sports.
Unless you have Shohei Ohtani, then he's the most important.
Nah, I doubt that. Unless he's, on your...
I just wanted to trigger you this morning. I'm sorry.
Unless he's working with your bookie, I don't think he's really all that important.
Chauncey.
Yeah, him and Shohei's a face card now. But no, the quarterback is the most important position in sports because it's basically what determines whether or not your team is going to go anywhere or not. Like, you can win games during the regular season not because of a quarterback, because sometimes weird bounces happen. You get a block here, a guy fumbles the ball there. Weird things tend to happen. But at the end of the day, Spinoni, in the entire 21st century, going back to the year 2000, you look at the quarterbacks that have hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. They're all the quarterbacks that just on their own can make their teams go. Yes, granted, there's some outliers here and there. Brad Johnson, Joe Flacco was
really good that year.
Yeah, no, I mean
that was more offense, I think. But Trent Dilfer, to your point,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I think Flacco's a little bit like a tier above Foles and Dilfer and Brad Johnson. But everyone else, I mean, the Bradys, the Manningses, the Breezes, the Rodgerses, the Patrick Mahomeses.
Your boy Eli Manning.
Exactly, Eli. We dog on Eli, but he could put a team on his back when he needed to.
He needed to do it twice. His only two times he ever made the playoffs.
He was really good. The Eli Manning, if you gave him the ball with 2 minutes left in the game, you were probably going to lose that game. But I like Eli probably more than most people out here. But no, the quarterback is basically the engine that makes your team go. And Spadoni, you own a car, I own a car. When the engine isn't quite working as well, the car doesn't really go very far. When the check engine light comes on, you can go a little bit, but you're not going on a 500-mile road trip when that check engine light is on. And so you're probably not going to be happy, even though your car in that moment is working. You still got to get it serviced, and you know it's going to take a lot of money, and you're not going to be happy to make that to have to go and do that. It's a very similar situation there. If your quarterback isn't quite working like it's supposed to, yeah, you can go a few miles, you can go a week or two, but if you're going on the big road trip to Santa Clara to try and play the Super Bowl in Levi's, you're probably not going to make it.
You saying the check engine light's on with the San Francisco 49ers, their quarterback?
Yeah, you like that analogy?
I actually kind of do.
I literally just made that up right here on the spot.
Check engine light on.
But yeah, it's what I saw in. You call Mark Willard the biggest Brock Purdy fan of the station. I'm not going to challenge that, but I like Brock Purdy a lot too.
I'm not going to challenge that.
I'm a Brock fan. I'm a Brock believer. I'll drink the Brock Kool-Aid. What we saw on Monday night was a little bit confidence shaking. Now, do something this weekend against Cleveland. Yeah, maybe the check engine light goes off. Maybe it was just a glitch in the computer, like what's going on in my car right now. But right now, yeah, it was an unsettling bump in the road that we saw for this 49ers team on Monday night. And when suddenly a more clear playoff path is presenting itself, and you don't feel like you have the ability to take advantage of that clear playoff path, yeah, it's gonna put a little bit of a damper on your day.
Brock Purdy this season has 8 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in 4 starts. He has thrown for 979 yards, has a 68.7 completion percentage. Not exactly world-beating MVP caliber by any stretch. And no, I'm not going to talk about passer rating or QBR because really I don't really give a damn about either of those.
Fake metrics.
Yeah, well, it's a metric, and if you want to use those, that's fine. It doesn't do much for me. It's against the Seahawks, Jaguars, Cardinals, Panthers. You're 3-4 in those games. One of those losses is to a 3-1.
3 of 4.
3 of 4. Excuse me. 3-1.
You're checking engine lights on.
Yes. I got to be honest, man. Like, I'm not that worried yet about Brock Purdy. I understand where people are at, and I keep going back to this. If I flipped the opponents and I flipped what Brock Purdy just did these last 2 games, we'd be viewing it a lot differently. Last week, it was like, oh, great. No, we had Baldy on, who's going to join us in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, top of the hour. He's like, yeah, it didn't look like he had any rust at all. None. So, yeah, that performance in his first game back after a long layoff, after not playing since week 4 of the regular season, he's 19-26, 200 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. You can say, Spadoni, he threw a couple bad balls that should have been picked. Okay, I think quarterbacks do that every game. There's a couple balls that they could have been almost picks. And then he threw 3 picks in the first half this past week, a couple days ago on Monday Night Football in front of all of America and the world to see. And it wasn't
definitely
good.
Watching.
It was very night and day.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, listen, if he does it again, then we can start to talk about whether or not this is a trend. And Niner fans, do you believe we're seeing a trend this season with Brock Purdy? Or is, like you said it, Sam, is this just a bump in the road and we just need to, keep driving through it? 888-957-9570. I don't think it's a trend yet.
We're holding Brock to the standard that he set in that Super Bowl season of 2023 when he was an MVP candidate and had this offense humming 30 points a game. That is the standard we're going to hold him to. And rightfully so. That's the standard that he set for himself. That's the standard that he's probably setting for himself. That's what we're going to come to expect here. And so when he's not living up to that standard, the standard is the standard, there's going to be some frustration there. But you bring up a good point. If things were reversed, if Brock had a bad game against the Cardinals and a great game on Monday night, yeah, we're all probably feeling very differently because I think part of it is, the Panthers are probably viewed as a better team than the Cardinals, though the Cardinals did just push the Jaguars to overtime this last week. So, the Cardinals are no chump team in that sense, if you base it just off of what happened this last Sunday. But yeah, it's what's fresh is on our mind is what's going to be sticking with us. But how it happens, I do think matters. And Monday night was almost like a greatest hits of all the ways that Brock frustrates us. The floating of the passes, not seeing J.C. Horn, trying to force balls in. Shasky's bringing up that robber concept where the defender is hiding on another guy before dropping back into coverage. You saw that against Arizona. You've seen that a lot of times that Brock struggled to do with. It's almost like the issues he's having, I don't know if they're toe related. They're probably toe related. But also it's just like it's issues we've seen him have before the turf toe injury became a thing.
888-957-9570. That's the voice of Sam Lubin filling in for Joe Shasky today. We have a massive, massive show here today. I usually say Tuesdays are the greatest show in Bay Area radio, But today it's going to be Wednesday. And this week it's going to be Wednesday because we got Baldy coming up in 35 minutes, Brian Baldinger, courtesy River Islands. Then at 8 o'clock for the rest of the show, Bonta Hill joins us in studio, Nick Friedel in the 9 o'clock hour. And every single hour, we're going to be giving away a prize here at 95.7 The Game for our Thanksgiving blowout. All that coming up next, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry, these year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals, and don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Oh, yeah! Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Chewy? Love 102 Jams. Used to do some promo events when I worked in promotions here at Odyssey. And Chewy took care of me after the events. Bought some barbecue for me. And who was it?
Shut up.
I'm pulling a Bonte. I forget the other guy's name, but he was cool. He was cool.
Jesse?
No. It was someone that was working promotion at the time. I think it was like an intern. Back when we used to have interns.
Yeah.
Remember those days?
I remember we could afford those.
Yeah, those were cool.
I couldn't afford that free labor.
Yeah, awesome. No, we paid. We always paid our interns. We had paid interns.
Shout out California.
That's right. Baldy, 7 o'clock, 28 minutes. Baldy's breakdowns. Bonte Hill, 8 to 10 in studio. Nick Friedel in the 9 o'clock hour, 9:20. Cousin Nick. It's our Thanksgiving blowout here at 95.7 The Game today. Every single hour, a prize to give away. You're going to hear the air horn sounder, and then you got to be caller number 5 on the contest line next time you hear that. Again, every single hour, a different prize to give away. All right, we're talking about it right now. Brock Purdy struggles this season. He has 4 starts. They are 3-1 in said starts, but it just hasn't looked quite right from the quarterback position for Brock. Is this a trend? Is this a bump in the road? Is it a little bit of both? 888-957-9570. I still can't call this a trend quite yet because just a week ago, I saw a really good version of Brock Purdy. I saw a confident Brock Purdy. I saw a guy that looked like he didn't even have half a season off, let alone, a year of bad production off. This is a guy that at his best was an MVP candidate. But you know what, Sam, to your point, maybe we have to start looking at the team around him is a lot to do with that. And this is where I get frustrated too, talking about the sport, because why is it only Brock Purdy we're talking about like that? Why can't we say, oh, is Brock ever going to return to the form he had in a couple years ago? I was like, well, is the team around him going to do that? Because that was a big part of it. Is Christian McCaffrey the same player he was 2 years ago?
I mean, he was on Monday night.
But
to your point,
he's not. Even though he's an offensive player of the year candidate, not going to win it. Like, he is even in a minuscule, diminished version of himself. He's not the same guy. George Kittle this season is not the same George Kittle from last season. You don't have Fred Warner. You don't have Nick Bosa. So it's starting to feel like we're going to make Brock Purdy the scapegoat this year. And I have a hard time dealing with that. I don't know, man.
Well, it's kind of interesting how when things are going well for Brock and the team's humming and they're scoring 30 points a game and they're on their way to a Super Bowl, he's just a system quarterback. He's not the reason why they're winning. It's Kyle Shanahan is the reason why they're so good, or Christian McCaffrey is the real most important player on that offense. But then when the Niners start struggling, it's all because of Brock. I don't know if that really lines up for me. Like
Monday, you could point to that for me because he had 3 interceptions. I understand.
But the overall body of work, though, like if the system is why he plays well, then the system is why he doesn't play well. If the team is why he's playing well, then the team is why he is not playing well. Yes, I am going to look at it that black and white in that sense. But yeah, it's ever since that Super Bowl, Spadoni, and I use that as a kind of a inflection point because I do feel like things kind of peeled off in a different direction after that game. there's been a lot to desire from Brock Purdy. If you're a quarterback rating person, if you're one of those people, in his 24 starts before the Super Bowl, he had 110 rating in the regular season. In his 20-ish starts since then, a 95 rating.
Is that passer rating?
Yes, passer rating.
Got it.
He's got before the Super Bowl, a 42-15 touchdown interception distribution. Since then, it's a 30-19 touchdown interception distribution there. There's been a clear regression there from Brock's performance. How much of that is on him versus around him, though, that is very messy and nuanced and hard to get into. Not having McCaffrey last year, you could say, and we had this argument a few weeks ago, statistically, the running game was good last year. You were getting the yards per game, but they sucked in the red zone last year. Part of the reason why they sucked in the red zone last year is that Jordan Mason was just simply not the red zone weapon that Christian McCaffrey was. So you couldn't finish drives. You couldn't put points on the board. And when you can't score, it puts pressure on the defense. When the defense struggles, puts pressure on the offense. And then you end up having the domino effect where everything starts to go wrong like it did last year. Then you didn't have Brandon Ayuk for a large part of the year. And I do want to relitigate this Brandon Ayuk thing. I know people are probably tired of it, but at some point, maybe when Bonte gets in, I'm sure he might.
We'll get his thoughts for sure.
I think Bonte might have an opinion on Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, Mac Mall, this is my opinion.
Exactly. So there was just so many things going wrong last year around Brock Purdy. And you look at Brock's numbers last year, they weren't awful. Like his numbers last year were comparable to, I hate using this example, Jimmy G in 2021, which was probably his best season with the 49ers. So, but this year though, no one wants to do it, but I'm going to do it today. How do we know the toe isn't still an issue?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I don't care. Brock's, the toe's fine.
He told us a couple of weeks ago, Sam, that he's not going to be 100. Well, Shanahan told everyone he's not going to be 100% the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not going to be. The foot's not going to be 100%. So it's something they're going to have to deal with.
And I know no one wants to just use injuries as an excuse, but can we stop trying to outsmart reality? The reality is the toe is an issue. Lo Neal came on and said the toe, when you have turf toe, and he's dealt with it, it lingers. Baldy has said it. Drew Bledsoe came on and has said it. Jake Delhomme came on here and said, how many more former players need to come on this station? That's just this show. There's been people who come on the other shows at this station, and they've all said the same thing. Turf toe sucks. It lingers. It inhibits your ability to play this sport to the best of your ability. And we can all try and ignore the reality and the injury excuse, blah, blah, blah. And the NFL, yes, the NFL doesn't care. And the turf toe does not excuse the 3 interceptions that Brock threw on Monday night, but it plays a role in the evaluation at the same time. You could shame the interceptions, but understand that there's a greater, thing going on here in terms of the health of your quarterback being a reason why you're getting this poor performance. It all does tie together. You can't just pick and choose what things matter and what things don't.
And that's why I don't have a problem if Niner fans point their frustrations not at the quarterback, but to Kyle Shanahan, because Shasky and I talked about this a lot. Obviously, you were a part of this, Sam. What's going to be the level of Brock Purdy in comparison of his quarterback play when he returns to that of Mac Jones earlier this season? Is it going to be exponentially better? See, because that was, Shasky and I were in lockstep saying, I don't think this version of Brock that's going to be diminished with his foot, because it's not going to be 100% the rest of the way. I don't know how much better he's going to be than what we've seen from Mac Jones. And right now, it's we have 2-game sample size since he's been out since week 4, and it's been a mixed bag. And Mac, I don't want it to get it twisted. Mac was really solid. He was good. He wasn't great.
You said really solid. The fact that that's the terminology you're using.
He was 13. He had a 13-6 touchdown to interception ratio. He had a nearly 70% completion percentage, 2,100 passing yards. He was doing exactly what you need a backup quarterback to do and then some. I think Mac Jones made himself, if they do trade him and he gets a new contract or whatever, I think he helped his stock greatly during his time as backup this year. But we knew Brock Purdy was paid to be the guy, the franchise. And when you get paid to be the franchise, you have to look a lot better than your backup. And in 2 games, it's been a mixed bag. And I think that's where Niner fans are getting frustrated right now. And I understand your frustration from Monday night, because it's hey, at least Mac was just doing what was supposed to be done within the offense. Check down. I'm not going to always look for the big play.
The bar and the expectation was lower for Mac Jones. I want to bring up D-Lou in the YouTube chat, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. He threw on there, it's never Brock Purdy's fault. That's not what we're saying. Like these issues are on Brock Purdy. They are Brock Purdy's mistakes to own. But there's reasons why these things happen. I just think it's not unreasonable to factor in the reality that your quarterback is not 100% and the performance is going to reflect that. And even still, there's going to be moments where Brock's going to show the flashes of what we know he can do. He did have the one good deep ball to Kittle that was a very well-thrown ball towards the end of the first half on Monday night. And then the second half, they went conservative in the second half. And Brock operated the offense probably in a very similar way to Mac Jones would usually do it. Short passes, keeping it simple, not going to mix things up, because that's what quarterbacks who are successful in Kyle Shanahan's offenses do. Just do what you're told. Here's the play, run it, throw it to that guy. Don't try and get fancy. When Brock tries to force things and gets fancy, that's where the issues happen. But when he succeeds at that, which he in that past has done quite a lot, contrary to what people want to believe, the offense hums better. It just does. We've all seen it. Brock got this team to a 44-point game in his first game back. Mac only had one 30-point game in his time at quarterback, and there were times when Mac was under center, when the offense was, kind of herky-jerky at times. But the reality is there's a reason why Brock's struggling. It doesn't change the reality of where the season's going. You still be frustrated with it, but let's just acknowledge that, it's just not going to be what we want it to be as long as the toe is what it is.
Well, I guess what is the expectation for Niner fans at this point? So if you're getting frustrated with the quarterback, even in a win, your expectations mean what? That if we get better quarterback play than Monday, you're all of a sudden going to be a legit contender in the NFC playoff race? See, they're a playoff team. That doesn't make you a contender in my mind. Just because you're a playoff team doesn't mean you're contending for a world championship or a Super Bowl title. 888-957-9570 is the number. What should be the expectations of the San Francisco 49ers team? Something I want to get into on the other side. Plus, Brian Baldinger as well on the other side. Baldy's breakdowns at a special time and day. Greg and Benicia will get to you as well. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the right lane.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
You're going to come up on heavy traffic.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Don't miss Happy Honda Days for the best deals of the year on the versatile HR-V. See your NorCal Honda dealers today.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
In a world of endless scrolling and skipping, podcasts are where real attention lives. With Odyssey Digital Services, your brand doesn't just advertise, it becomes part of the conversation. From true crime to health, business to sports, we connect your message with listeners who trust the voices in their ears and take action. It's not just ads, it's storytelling that converts. Ready to grow your brand? Partner with the Odyssey Podcast Network and be heard where it matters most. Contact us today at sfdigital@odyssey.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Upside down, you're turning it. You're giving love instinctively. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oscar and Stockton, you're so right. A lot of people wait to hate. There's so much haterade being drunk around this time of year when we should be giving thanks. We should be grateful that the San Francisco 49ers are 8-4. And instead of riding the wave and being excited that this team out of nowhere, despite it all, can make the playoffs, we're worried about the future. We're worried about how much our quarterback's making. Oh my God, He threw 3 picks in the first half. We're paying him $50 million. He can't do that. I mean, shut up. Just shut up. You're 8-4. You're going to be 9-4 after Sunday. And then what are you going to say? Oh my God, we're 9-4, but our quarterback's team's just making so much money.
Are they going to be 9-4? Are we sure about that?
I am. I'm locking it in. I've been so hot.
You got
on
the
these.
Kyle Shanahan kryptonite and Jim Schwartz. You got the
winning.
Brock Purdy kryptonite
They're
and bad
winning.
weather.
Shedeur Sanders, please. Come on.
Oh, I'm not saying the Shedeur is going to be the reason why the Niners lose.
Come on.
I mean, if this game's like a 10-7 just slop fest, would that really be so
Purdy's
surprising?
going to silence all the haters on Sunday. He's going to have a good game. Not saying great. I'm not saying they cover, by the way, because that's a lot of points on the road.
It's 5.5 right now,
it's a
right?
lot. Inclement weather, they're going to win the game. Somehow, some way. The big key for that game
if it comes down to a kick again, I feel a lot better with Matt Gay than with Jake Moody.
Well, is Eddie Pinheiro going to be back in time? Is it going to be Matt Gay? Do we know?
I think Eddie was supposed to be a 2-week absence.
2 week? Do we know minimum?
Zach Green, you're down there basically every day. What's been the chatter about Eddie Pinheiro?
Yeah, I think it's probably, realistically, he's probably out this week. I think it's probably more like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay.
And that's why we sent him down there,
Gay,
folks.
He was crushing his kicks.
No, Matt Gay looked really
during
good.
the pregame, he was hitting from 60 plus.
There you go. That is what we get from our producers in the back, because they're at all the games. How many people we had from 95.7 on Monday night? There's like 10 people there.
I think you and I were the only ones who weren't there.
No, legit. Like Bonte called me before. He's like, you at the game tonight? I was like, I think I'm the only one that's not there.
Only 2 hosts didn't go.
Me and Steiny. You know what?
That sounds honestly.
We live near
that
each
sounds
other
on
too.
brand.
We're the ones that are in the East Bay. Oh, Dibbs is actually further than us, but we're the ones in the East Bay. He had a show from Laughing Monk, so Dibbs has kind of an excuse. He was right near the stadium.
Dibbs was right there. He basically was already
there,
at the
all
game.
right. So if I was doing my show from Laughing Monk, I too would have been there.
I would have been surprised if Steiny was there, because that would mean he's like going out into the world.
Well, I just hope my credential would they spell my last name right, because I have my NBA one for this season, and they spell my last name wrong.
It was so Jabroni or something like that.
No, they added a letter. It's not Spandoni with an N. It's Spadoni.
Like the eastern span of the Bay Bridge.
It's really not that difficult, and yet
like Denard Spandoni.
Thank you. Exactly. Or what did Pilo call me? Spadoshi.
Yeah, Joe Spadoshi.
Japanese somehow. Turning Japanese, I think. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. By the way, this hour we are giving away a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. You got to be locked in for the Sounder. And each and every hour, we're giving away a different prize here at 95.7 The Game. It's our Thanksgiving blowout. Every hour, a different prize to give away. That means all the shows are doing it. And again, up till 6 o'clock, because obviously starting at 6, we have Warriors Live, because the Warriors are taking on who? The Rockets tonight. The Rockets coming out to play.
You beat me by 1 second on that.
7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for all Golden State Warriors basketball games. No Kevin Durant, right? Out due to personal reasons, I think still. That kind of sucks.
He personally doesn't want to be on the court with Draymond Green.
Well, Draymond
Green questionable with a mid-foot sprain.
Really? I thought he was going to play.
He's questionable game time decision. I don't know.
That's not good.
I don't know if he's been officially cleared. Maybe that update came out and I just haven't seen it yet. Maybe that's something we can ask Nick Friedel at 9:20.
9:20, and we'll talk to Bonte at 8 o'clock as well in studio from 8 to 10. In the meantime, we're talking about Brock Purdy and whether or not this season has been a trend in the wrong direction for him in 4 games, or it's just a bump in the road. 888-957-9570. Greg Benicia. What's up, Greg? Greggy.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Happy Thanksgiving to all. And I got a few things for all the Niner haters or Purdy haters. You know, we've already won more games than we did last year. But I just want to compare Brock Purdy's play to a different sport, and that's golf. Like, if you haven't golfed for a month, your first time out, you play good. And then the second time, you act like you haven't played in a while. So, and that's just how he played the last 2 weeks. So I'm not worried about it at all. He hasn't, before that, he is out for 8 or 9 weeks. So I think this is kind of his training camp. And luckily we have some weak opponents. And I think he'll be on track in a few weeks here.
That's Greg and Benicia. Very measured take right there, comparing Brock's struggles to that of a golfer. I'm not going to go that quite far.
I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know. You golf more than I do.
Yeah, I suck at it, but I try to golf. I do the best I can. But I'll say this, and I'll keep saying it. You switch those two games around, we're feeling a lot different.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is, he had one really good game, one bad game. And you know what? I think that's kind of been his season thus far.
I think it's the
kind of in the middle.
I think it's the fact that the good game came against a not so good team, and the bad game came against a not so bad team, and so Shasky had said it yesterday. That's not good enough against the big dogs. Like, the Niners defense bailed Brock Purdy out on Monday night. Now,
it's about time the defense bailed the offense out. Am I right?
I mean, the defense.
Before you finish your thought, caller number 5 to the contest line right now. That's 415-523-4652. That's caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. And you will win a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. Again, I see a lot of people calling the normal line right now. It's the contest line, 415-523-4652, because they're not listening like they should. All right. Finish your thought before that air horn sounded, Sam.
Yeah, what was the thought? I don't know. Something about Brock Purdy.
Something about the 49ers.
Oh, the defense. That's right. Defense has been playing. I would say the defense finally stepped up. I mean, defense, all things considered.
What's been better this year, the defense or the offense?
Oh, boy, that's a good question. Am I crazy if I say I kind of like the defense more this year? Only because, like, you're doing a lot of this without Bosa and without Warner, and Robert Saleh is putting on an absolute coaching clinic on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, think of what we've had to deal with on the defensive side of the ball since Saleh left. DeMeco Ryans, he was good for a couple of years, and that's why he's a head coach now. But Steve Wilkes, who was not built for this, despite what he might have said. Nick Sorensen, who gave us all aneurysms last year. Saleh has been doing an incredible job with the defense this year, and the defense has kept the Niners in games. And when you score 30 points in the NFL, you're probably going to win, but the Niners have not been doing that this year, and yet they've still been winning despite the fact that they struggle to break that 30-point mark. And a big part of that is the defense is keeping the score low enough so that the offense can do enough to win these games. So I think the defense, I'm going to pick the defense as being better, simply because I think they far and away outdone any of what we could have expected from them, all things considered.
Let's go their last 4 games. All right, let's go 4 games. Going back to the Giants, you dropped 34 on them in New York, 34-24 the final at MetLife Stadium. You lost Micah Williams for the season. Another tough loss for the defense. Come back home. Mac Jones' final start, it looks like, for the rest of the season. We'll see, barring something unforeseen in the future. Rams dropped 42 on your ass. You put up 26, but it felt like the offense had to be perfect in that game to keep up with just a Rams team. Let's be honest, they're the best in the NFL. That like no one's stopping that team right now. You saw what they did to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday night at SoFi Stadium. And then last week in Arizona, 41-22. So prior to Monday night, where you only scored 20, you scored 41, 26, 34. It's been up and down. I'll agree with you there. If you want to take the defense, it's been more impressive than the offense, I'll hear you. But this is where I have a hard time talking about this team.
Neither side has really been all that spectacular,
This is where I have a hard time talking about this team, though, because we want to act like if Brock plays well, they're all of a sudden going to be a top contender. It's just like, we're paying him $50 million and he's not doing what we want. Yeah, but you have to have the other pieces around you. Your first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, hasn't done diddly-poo the last 2 weeks. Juwan Jennings, who we all know, if he was out there on the open market, is not a number 1 wide receiver. Now, he might be a number 1 on this team right now, but he's not a number 1 wide receiver. George Kittle's probably your number 1 guy, and he looked good last week, and that's great. He's also older. He's also dealt with a fully torn hamstring, is what he said. That's his words this season. I can't expect that week in and week out. I mean, my God, Christian McCaffrey, his usage rate is through the roof. Guy's a ticking time bomb, but we're just going to keep running him into the ground and running him into the ground. And you know what? So be it at this point. And, it's so interesting we talk about Christian McCaffrey, and that was the talk of the entire summit and prior to the year. How are we going to do Christian McCaffrey? Is it going to be limiting his touches? I mean, this. Well, everyone else has gotten hurt except for Christian McCaffrey, so I guess we're just going to keep doing that. I'll just say this. Brock needs to play better. We can all agree on that. If he plays better, I'm not sure that their ceiling is all of a sudden going to go from, a playoff team to going all the way to the Super Bowl. And I think that's where a lot of Niner fans need to have a reality check on what this season is. It's make the playoffs and see what happens after that.
Well, why do you say that? Like, let's say Brock starts playing like 2023 Brock again. You don't think that's enough to, at minimum...
Is the defense going to play like 2023 defense again? No.
Well, I mean, the defense, your defense has held opponents to 25 or less points 8 times. You want to guess what the Niners' record is in those 8 games?
Can you give me the teams that they held to 25 or less points in those games?
Giants, Rams, Cardinals, Saints, Cardinals, Seahawks, what's that team called? The Falcons, and then the Panthers, season low 9 points. Against the other teams, Houston, Jacksonville, Tampa, and the Rams. Those 4 have something in common. But no, I think if Brock is playing at that level, I'm feeling better about the Niners' chances in a playoff game. Absolutely, because, again, the quarterback is what makes the team. If you have an offense that could put up 30-plus points a game in a playoff game, I would expect that to be enough to win. I mean, if you're talking 30 points a game, twice has this 49ers defense allowed 30 or more points. Once to the Bucs and then again to the Rams at home in that absolute debacle a few weeks ago. No, I think if Brock's playing at 2023 levels the rest of the year, I absolutely believe the Niners can be a much more frightening team in the playoffs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Brian Baldinger going to be joining us here shortly for some Baldy's breakdowns. We got Bonte Hill joining us at the top of next hour, 8 o'clock in studio for the rest of the show. And again, be listening this hour because we're going to be giving away, as we just gave away last hour, a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. This hour, it's going to be a Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield, Best Buddies bobblehead. Got to be listening for the entire hour for this sounder, Carter.
Oh, are we going to play it?
Well, yeah, we can play it.
Okay.
Not yet. But when we play that again, at some point this hour, you are going to be caller number 5 to the contest line. And if you are, you win the Best Buddies bobblehead. We got our guy. Let's hit the open. If you got the open, we can hit it. Yeah, give it to me when you can. It's Shark Week, baby. It's always Shark Week.
It's time to eat.
Even though Jaws is a 4th of July movie, we'll allow it on Thanksgiving. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showrooms, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Baldy, good morning. Happy early Thanksgiving to you. Sam Lubman alongside me. Dude, that's a sick jacket you got on. I'm very jealous. Maybe I'll be looking on my Black Friday shopping list for something like that. Let's just dive right into it, Baldy. Niner fans are freaking out, even in a win, with what they saw from their quarterback in the first half of Monday night. What did you make of Brock Purdy's performance at Levi's on Monday against the Panthers? Oh, we can't hear Baldy. We got him? Try again? Don't got him? No? We'll try to figure out the audio here. He heard us. We couldn't hear him. That's all right. He looks good, though. We'll get him back in a second. I am curious to hear what he has to say about this performance because on one hand, it's, you got the win, but you were going up against maybe the only other quarterback that could look equally as awful, and you still feel good about your chances in Bryce Young. Because I got to tell you, Sam, we didn't even talk about the opposition.
Oh, he was terrible. And Bryce Young's a guy.
Panthers are so bad.
He's a guy where,
most fraudulent 6-5 team I've ever seen heading into that game.
I was stunned at how bad they looked and how bad Bryce Young looks. He's a guy who I thought, at some point he's got to start turning the corner here, but it was obvious he could not see anything over the line of scrimmage at all. Even the touchdown pass he had to Tedero McMillan, it looked like he just chucked that up and was just like, hopefully this goes to where it's supposed to go. Hopefully he's at where he's supposed to be.
And even in on a 3rd down situation, McMillan can't even catch a gimme.
That one that bounced off his chest.
Clanked.
Oh, that one was
ugly.
And
he had to change his gloves. Did you hear the broadcast?
Oh, I didn't.
He feels better. He went from the black gloves to the white gloves, so it's going to help him. I was like, what kind of mental gymnastics is this guy talking about?
I don't know, one's stickier than the other, but yeah, that touchdown, it was like, You know, in practices, you know, when you're doing these practices against air, it's basically all just form and mechanics. That's what that touchdown looked like. He just kind of floated it in there. And it also helped that Renardo Green got absolutely raked over the coals on that one there. But yeah, that was probably the only somewhat decent play Bryce Young made all night. I mean, if we're panicking about how Brock looked, if you're in Carolina, if you're Steph Curry right now, you're feeling even way worse about your quarterback situation.
I wanted to hear, did anyone ask Steph after the Jazz game? He was like, Steph, did you watch any of the game Monday Night Football? Because they were playing the Utah Jazz, obviously, and Warriors back in action tonight right here at 95.7 The Game, 6 o'clock, Warriors Live, our coverage starts. But yeah, Steph is probably the only fan, and I know Shasko says Dustin Johnson too. I was like, no one knows who Dustin Johnson is if you don't play golf. You just don't.
And then Dustin, yeah.
Say he don't even. We got our guy?
I think he's back.
He's back?
For real this time.
Baldy, we got you?
I hope so.
I can hear it. All right. All right. Brock Purdy, what'd you see?
I mean, I haven't seen any quarterback in this league throw interceptions on 3 straight possessions. You can argue that, I mean, the first J.C. Horn interception on Jawan, I mean, there's no separation there or anything like that. And it's really, I mean, it's just a 2-receiver route. There's really no place to go. But the ball's got to be perfectly thrown. Otherwise, he's a great player, and he's got 5 interceptions. He's tied for the league lead. He's a quality corner. Thank God he got hurt and went out of the game. Otherwise, who knows? He might have had more than 2. But, you know, I mean, it was just, in fact, during the game, I mean, I wasn't 100% serious on this, but after the 3rd interception on the 3rd straight possession, I said, is it time to go to the bullpen? Meaning, is it time to go to Mac Jones? Like, you had it cross your mind if you're a 49er fan after how he had played. And I just thought Brock was late. The 2nd interception, he knows he was bad. You know, he knew it was a bad throw in the middle of the field. But, you know, Kyle stuck with them, and, you know, McCaffrey kind of bailed him out with, you know, how he played, and the defense bailed him out with, you know, with the interceptions by Tig. And so, you know, they're probably pretty lucky. I don't know how many teams they would have beaten, you know, with 3 interceptions like that.
Baldy, what you watching in the background there? I can hear it. What film you breaking down right now?
No, that's coming out of your thing.
What's coming out of, what is it?
Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Hang on. Holy cow. I've got...
Still breaking down all those Brock Purdy interceptions.
No, you know what? Hold on a second.
You're good.
Hang on.
You're good. This is live radio, baby. We're going.
I love this. This is fun. No. How many tabs do you have open on your computer right now?
Yeah,
Careful.
There we go.
That's what I thought it is.
Right, sorry about that.
No, I know when someone's got a lot of tabs. I use a lot of tabs too. That's how I know.
No. I was watching the Patriots defense, and Marcus Jones had a pick 6 last week. And so I was playing the television audio of it, and it just kind of went from one play to another. I thought it was coming out of your machine. So
no,
anyway,
you're good. No, well, I want to talk about those 3 picks before we move off of it, because Shanahan said that he didn't mind the decisions there. He was just a hair late on them. Now,
that's what I thought.
Is that because he can't plant correctly with the foot? Is that just limited arm strength? Like what do you make of that? The decision making he didn't have a problem with. It was just the execution.
Well, I mean, they really feature these throws in the middle of the field, and you know, Brock has been really good at layering throws. But like I said, I thought Juwan Jennings, look, he's not the fastest guy. He's not going to separate a great deal, but that's all right. He's got a big body. But, you know, he kind of I just thought he could have led JC a little bit more. I mean, I led Juwan a little bit more on that throw. That's what Kyle's talking about. And I thought same thing, like where he went with the ball wasn't terrible, but he was late and he didn't really lead him enough. And so Jackson and, you know, gets the other interception. JC comes back. So, I don't know. Like it's just odd. It's just odd that, you know, and then, you know, the good thing is Carolina did nothing with it. They got a field goal out of 3 interceptions because Bryce Young was equally as bad. I didn't even understand the first and goal play and the interception by Tig. I didn't understand the play. It made no sense whatsoever. But regardless, we get into that. But yeah, I just thought, I don't know if it's the foot, Joe. I don't know if it's the foot, if he can't plant. It's not like him to be inaccurate like that. He doesn't have the strongest arm. And I thought, you know, in some of these throws, if you're going to make that throw against tight coverage, you better be really accurate with it. You better be able to really stick it, like put a fastball on there. And he doesn't, that's not really his game.
Baldy, going back and rewatching Brock in that game, I'm kind of curious what you think of just his footwork in the pocket that you saw on Monday night. Going back and rewatching it, he was 1 of 8 on the deep balls that went beyond 15 yards. And on all those passes, his feet was very jittery, and he was kind of jumping around on those plays there, especially on the interception plays. On the short passes, though, not really an issue. Is that something that you kind of noticed yourself when you go back and watch Brock there? And I guess, yeah, at some point, I mean, it is his second game back after the turf toe, and we know how much this thing lingers. My thing with the turf toe is it doesn't excuse the interceptions, but at some it does have to play a role to some degree in the evaluation.
Well, I mean, he didn't play like that at all the week before. Yeah. I mean, he was pretty flawless performance the week before. So, did playing the week before, did it aggravate anything? I don't know. I mean, that would just be pure speculation. It's not fair on my part. I don't know how it's going to affect. I've had turf toe. It never really goes away, while you're working it and playing on it. Joe Burrow had to get surgery. We'll see what he looks like tomorrow and see how it affects him, because, like, if you just want to see a guy that knows how to throw a football absolutely perfectly, it's Joe Burrow. So you be able to make some evaluation. And look, it's not apples to apples for sure. I mean, one guy had surgery, but still he's missed almost as much time as Brock has. Like, just they got hurt almost the same time. So we might be able to see and glean a little bit tomorrow, but I can't tell. Honestly, the footwork didn't look terrible to me. He looked the same guy. It just, the throws were just a tad late and not where the ball needed to be in some tight coverage.
We got Brian Baldy here. I almost threw out the phone number right there. I want people to get involved and talk to Baldy. Baldy Breakdowns, different day, but same Baldy. And, we're watching this game, and yeah, you bring up Bryce. I mean, Baldy, I want to root for the kid so bad, but some of the decisions, and some of the drop passes, it was just any other team that might be like a scare. And I even thought, after the game, I was like, if Andy Dalton starts that game, maybe the Panthers even win. And I know that's so unfair to say, but I had that thought process. Bryce just looked so bad, and maybe another quarterback, that game ends up going different. And we'll get into the Cleveland game this Sunday because they got this guy on the other side, Myles Garrett. Oh my God. We might be watching one of the greatest individual seasons we've ever seen. That guy is a freak, and it looks like it's going to be inclement weather in Cleveland. But kind of putting a bow on this game, did you see what went down with Juwan Jennings and Trayvon Merrick? As I woke up this morning to Trayvon Merrick, for those of you who don't know, getting suspended for a game this upcoming week, and we'll wait and see if there's a fine, but no suspension for Juwan Jennings, as Juwan gets hit in the nuts by Trayvon Merrick, for lack of a better term there, Baldy, and Juwan had to get held back after the game. Do you see that?
Yeah, I did. And we've seen just some really repulsive behaviors by players this year, starting with Jalen Carter, first game of the season, seeing, Jamar, what he did in his altercation with Jalen Ramsey, and then to see Trayvon last week. I mean, I don't think there's anything more repulsive than being spit at. I don't care if it's a football game, if it's in real life, whatever. I mean, I don't think there's anything worse. I'd rather have somebody throw a knife at me than somebody spit at me. But honestly, like what Trayvon did, he should be suspended, because it's just, the intent is evil. All right. He had a good game. Trayvon played a good game. He's a good football player. He's really helped out that defense a great deal. But that play, whatever instigated, I don't know. But whatever Juwan might have done to instigate that, the punch, into the family jewels there, like, there's just no place for it. I don't blame Juwan for going after him. I hope he didn't get fined at all for what he did, because I would have done the same thing. And if they had to, light my check, I would have gladly have done it. But there's just no. We're seeing behavior, and that's why, honestly, this whole crackdown on, some of this stuff where it's just taunting, because the taunting leads to what happened, and so you have to not let it get started. There's just no place for it. I enjoyed competing against the very best players every Sunday for 13 years. I loved it, but at the end of it, I mean, I always wanted to go shake that guy's hand. Like, that was, for the most part, not every week, but that's when I would talk to another opponent. Like that was a lot of fun out there today. Whatever. But I would never ever let it get to the point where we're seeing some of this, and they should suspend these players.
Baldy, talk about Ricky Pearsall here. This is his second game back. In his 2 games, he's got 3 receptions for 6 total yards. Granted, on Monday night, 2 of those interceptions that Brock threw, I believe he was targeting Ricky. One of them was in the end zone. So if he completes those passes, Ricky's line looks a little bit different. But at the same time, it's been pretty quiet since Ricky came back. And early in the season, the numbers weren't super flashy all the time, but his performance on the field was noticeable. In these last 2 games, though, there's been times where I had to remind myself that Ricky was even on the field there. What did you see from Ricky, if anything, on Monday night? And is he in a situation where either this week against Cleveland or maybe 2 weeks from now against Tennessee, does Ricky need just kind of a big game here to kind of just get things back on track for him right now?
Well, he needs to get a part of the offense. He's not. Look, they play a ton of man coverage in Cleveland. He's going to see Denzel Ward. He's going to see some good corners. But that's what they do. They load the box and try to stop you running. Schwartzy's really good. Really, he's an excellent coordinator. He really understands the other team's offenses and what they like to do. But the way that they heat you up, this could be a game where McCaffrey had 7 catches last week. He might get 10 this week. It might be just check downs to McCaffrey and try to get him in space and make some of these guys miss. You're not going to be able to hold the ball long. Even on play action passes, you're not going to be able to hold it long. And it's not that Trent can't block Miles. Miles goes all over the place. He'll go over, the right. He'll go over McKivitz. He can line up anywhere. But it's not just him. Mason Graham, like all these guys can rush. They're good. And so I don't believe that Brock's going to be able to hold the ball very long for some of these routes that develop. And my point about Ricky is, I hope the route tree is pretty short and quick, whether it's just man beaters real quick, where you're just coming off the crossing thing right here to try to get a little bit of a rub. Like this stuff has to happen pretty fast against this defense.
And then speaking of guys who, I want to see more of, every time Brian Robinson Jr. has been running the ball the last few weeks, I love it. It seems like he never goes down at first contact. He's great at turning a 3-yard gain into a 5-yard gain. He's looking really, really good, but he's still getting 4 or 5 carries a game here. I get it. He's the number 2 running back behind Christian McCaffrey, and CMC, he's going to eat as much as he can. But what more do we really need to see from Brian Robinson Jr. to get him more touches in these games? Because it's just every time he touches the ball, I feel like something positive happens.
I agree. I mean, he's played better than he did in Washington, I think. And so part of it is I think he really fits in well with basically the 5 running plays that they run. And if they're in a 2-back set with Juice or if they're in 2 tight end sets with what they have, I think he's been really good. And I'm wondering about the same thing. Like, how long can Christian, do the 30 touches? I mean, he looks fresh. Like, and don't get me wrong. Like, he's got a 17-yard run at the end of the game, his best run of the day. He's got the touchdown run. He looked really good doing it. But I just think Kyle has a hard time taking McCaffrey off the field just because, like, that guy, obviously, he's got, 81 catches. He's going to get 100 plus. He could be a starting slot receiver. He could be a starting receiver the way that he runs. I just think they've got him out there in space. Just got to try to get him in space away from the running back position just to get the ball in his hands. And so I think it's not that Brian doesn't deserve more touches. It's just that the trust factor in McCaffrey is just so high.
It's ridiculous, Baldy. And Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joining us here on the River Highlands guest line. He is still top 10 in rushing yards and receiving yards as a running back. It is like he is having an all-time season, if not for, a guy named Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's also having an all-time season, and Jonathan Taylor. Like, it's just a stacked offensive player of the year kind of category this year. I think he's a shoo-in for comeback player of the year. As far as I'm concerned, I think he's the favorite right now.
I think that's a given.
It's like him and Dak, and Dak is having a good year. But CMC, I mean, what this guy has meant for this team, Baldy.
He's going to go for 2,000 yards. He's probably going to lead the league in total yards. Although Jackson Smith and Jigba's on pace for over 2,000 yards as a receiver. Like what he just did to Tennessee was ridiculous. That's the best route runner in football, and they can't feed that guy enough. I mean, he's just running by people, but his route running is, it's Brandon Ayuk which is another story, I guess. But, it's Ayuk plus 10 with his ability to separate.
Well, you brought him up, Baldy. The Brandon Ayuk saga is just it's
bizarre.
It kind of got dumped. It was a Friday news dump, first of all. So it happens like 4:00 on a Friday. We have like a Warriors game coming up. It's just like very strange timing, very calculated timing, I'll say. And Kyle Shanahan basically says, back in July we voided his guaranteed money going forward. And we were all like, wait, what? Like here, Niner fans are saying, like, we're just wondering when the practice window is going to be open for this guy, if he can contribute at any point this season. Hasn't played over a year, just coming off the 1-year anniversary of his surgery date, just hoping he can get on the field. And now it looks like he may have played his last snap as a 49er. Are you shocked by all this?
Yeah, because it isn't the way that they have operated, especially with players that have contributed. They have treated players exceedingly well. And it goes all the way back, honestly, to Bill Walsh days. And, when Jed York's father was running the team. They've always treated players as good as any organization. They've taken care of players, and they've treated players well. So to see this kind of fallout, and then to see the thing about the shorts and, you have the right – all that kind of stuff, it looks chippy. It looks really chippy between the two parties. And it's just not the way the 49ers – have operated. And I don't know how much Brandon has to do with it. You're rehabbing. Like, everybody's knee is differently when you come back. Adrian Peterson could come back and win the MVP of the league. Like, everybody's different. Everybody's knee is different. Everybody's body is different. Surgeries are different for different people. So you come back and you play when you want to play. Now, if that has anything to do with it, like they want him on the field, I don't know. But it's just not the way the Niners have operated in the past with players. They just haven't had that kind of fallout.
Baldy, let's look at the game coming up this weekend in Cleveland. And of all the quarterbacks that the 49ers have faced this year, this might be one of the more anticipated matchups in one Shedeur Sanders. If you had a chance to take a look at him, what are the Niners going to be dealing with in terms of trying to stop Shedeur on Sunday?
Well, this I know. I remember being out at his pro day at Colorado this year, and he wasn't very impressive, to be honest with you. Like, on all the short routes and the speed outs and things like that, the ball fluttered. It's not a tight spiral. But the deeper the route went, especially to Travis Hunter that day, the deeper the route went, the more accurate he became. And so the throw that he makes down the field to Isaiah Bond for, 58 yards. The ball is an absolute dime. And he's falling off his foot. He's being chased, and the ball went down the field. It was one of the best throws I've seen all year from any quarterback. Even the week before, when he played the second half, he could have taken a couple of check down throws. Instead, he took it to the end zone. And LaVar Dane has the ball in his hands, and then he gets pulled out. Like, the guy has great deep ball accuracy, and he is supremely confident in himself. And he's used, just in his time at Colorado, he's used to getting away from quick pressure. So Saleh can heat him up. He'll take his hits. He's a tough kid, but he's going to take his shots down the field, whether they're complete, intercepted. Like, he's not going to stop firing and attacking your defense. So look, we're all watching. We all want to see what he can do. It was the Raiders last week. They're abysmal. But we don't want to take anything away from him. He played well in the game. But this is a much more disciplined team. You got the interceptions last week. But it's not the best pass rushing front. Like, if he gets time, I'm anxious to see what he does.
And then, on the other side of the ball, so to speak, is Kyle Shanahan's great kryptonite is Jim Schwartz. I think it's like his record's 1-9 or something.
1-8 all time against Jim Schwartz defenses, Baldy. His offenses, Kyle Shanahan's, averaged 15.7 points per game in those games. So not very good.
To that point there, Baldy, again, they're also be going against inclement weather, which is Brock Purdy's kryptonite here. How do you view this weakness that Kyle Shanahan has towards Jim Schwartz here, and how does Kyle, I guess, try and get that second win against Jim this weekend?
Well, you got to take care of the football, obviously, number one. Like that, I don't know how many times you're going to win a game. Even with McCaffrey, got the ball punched out last week. That could have easily been a fourth. It was a great play, but the hustle by McKivitz to get down there and recover it was amazing. Come from your right tackle spot and get a ball loose on the ground like that. They're lucky because that ball was we call that a city ball. A lot of people around that ball. That wasn't a country ball. That was a city ball right there. And to have him find that ball and get it, that kind of saved the day there. But anyways, Schwartzy is I don't know, like he's supreme. Like I think sometimes Kyle comes off as being pretty cocky. Like this is where he knows what he's doing. But Schwartzy's the same way, exactly the same way. You talk to Jim Schwartz, he has no bad days. It's like he's got an answer for anything you want to do. He knows he's got Myles Garrett over here, but Schlesinger will make every tackle. He's got playmakers on that side of the ball. He knows how to heat you up. He knows how to overload. He knows he'll play a ton of man coverage behind it. That's part of it. Is you might not get easy releases off the line of scrimmage, and it will disrupt the timing with your routes. And so the man beaters have to be up, the crossers, all that kind of stuff that you can do. This is a challenge. This is a good defense. They've beaten Green Bay. They've beaten good teams this year and played well in the other games defensively where they had they had Baltimore on the ropes. First week of the season they had them on the ropes. So I just feel like this is that's the second one you got to execute. I think McCaffrey has to have a huge game. And then, the X factor is going to be Kittle. He's playing really well, and they probably got to feed him a bunch.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, our Odyssey NFL insider, previewing Browns-Niners this Sunday. And it looks like it's going to be a little snowy in Cleveland, Ohio. Early start here on the West Coast. And the guy that's just taken this NFL in offensive, just destroying every single one he faces is Myles Garrett. I mean, every time I watch this guy, it's unbelievable. The Browns as a defense had 10 sacks last week, Baldy. 10. And I watched every single play of that game, and I'm a sick person. Yeah. But 18 sacks. He's 5 off the all-time single-season record, which is obviously Michael Strahan tied with TJ Watt, 22.5. I think he's going to break it. How the hell do you slow down this guy this Sunday if you're Kyle Shanahan in this offense?
Well, I don't know that you can completely slow him down. You got to get rid of the ball before he gets to you. I've seen everything. I've seen Lamar Jackson rolling to his right away from him, and all he did was chase him down and hit him. He had 5 the week before, or 2 weeks before that. So I don't think he's thinking about Michael Strahan's record or whatever, 22.5 sacks. I think he's thinking about Bruce Smith's 200 record. I mean, he's friends with Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith has guided him. I talked to him this summer about it. Like, would he stick around long enough to break the record? He goes, I'm not playing this game when I'm 38. I don't know what Myles is right now, if he's 32, 33, but he's going to have a chance.
He's 29. Baldy, he's 29.
Is he only 29?
Yeah.
No, he's getting it.
Yeah. I mean, I think, physically, there's nobody else like him physically in this league. And he really hasn't had any major injuries. So knock on wood. But Bruce didn't have any major injuries. Reggie White didn't have any major injuries. Like, guys that get 200 sacks, you got to be healthy. But, he's already, I think, had 4 straight seasons of 14 plus, which nobody's ever done before. Like, he's in rare air. And even like LT said, I think maybe even this week, like, there's nobody else like him. He's as good as anybody that played the game when I played. There's, he'd been the golden child in any era. But, he's got this, he's got his graveyard, and he loves to put new quarterbacks into his graveyard. I told him he should put kickers in there too. He keeps blocking kicks as well, and he should have a separate little mini graveyard just for the kickers.
He really is special to watch. There used to be a conversation for like the last 5 or 6 years. You had TJ, you had Miles, Bosa. I think Max was a part of that. I think Garrett's just separated himself from those other guys. He's one of one right now, and it really is special to watch.
The other thing, though, is nobody can turn the corner at that angle like he can, at that size. I mean, he's a locomotive to begin with. But when he turns the corner, like I don't care if you're Trent, I don't care who you are, nobody can stop him once he gets that corner turned. Like, his power, he's too low, so, low man wins, but his power at that, at being that low off the ground is nearly impossible to stop.
Hey, Baldy, we appreciate your time this morning. Have a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll do it again next week, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baldy.
Let's do it, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. You got it, Sam. See you, Joe.
There he goes. That's Brian Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands, and this segment was sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from 0 to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. And right now, it's the perfect time to kick back during Lazy Boy's biggest Black Friday sale. Save 30% on everything, plus free delivery. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Don't miss Target's swag bag giveaway. Be one of the first 100 shoppers in line at any Target store on Black Friday and snag a free shimmer tote bag with holiday goodies inside. Plus, 10 lucky shoppers who snag a bag will score a free bonus gift, like a Ninja slushie, Beats Solo 4 headphones, a Life and hairdryer, or a $100 Target gift card. Don't miss Target's Black Friday swag bag giveaway. Only on Black Friday. Only at Target. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Must be 13 or older. For full details, including odds, see official rules at target.com/events.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Oh, what a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
Thanks, Jazzy. Let's go.
Thanks, Jazz fan.
What, is that what he does? What is that? What is that supposed to be?
The Joe Spadoni.
This team is DTF, Jim.
We really are, Tony. We really are. Carter hates that drop, and I always bring it back. DTF. Warriors are DTF
I
tonight.
thought Shasky hated that drop. I mean,
who cares? Makes it even better if you guys both hate it.
Shasky hates a drop? What?
It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That is the voice of Sam Lubin filling in for the aforementioned Joe Shasky. Gave Shasky the day off so he can have an extended holiday break with the little guy, a.k.a. LJ, and happy belated birthday, LJ, if you guys are listening out there. And we are also brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good. We're talking 49ers football, and we just had Brian Baldinger on. And if you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube, where we are streaming, or download the free Odyssey app. If you haven't downloaded it, what are you doing? Like, seriously, we tell you every single day. Like, what? Come on. You got to be thankful for the free Odyssey app. I'm thankful for that. Bonte Hill joining us in 23 minutes for the rest of the show.
I'm thankful for Bonte Hill.
I'm thankful for Brock Purdy and Bonte Hill. I'm very excited to talk about that Ayuk stuff we just talked about with Baldy, with Bonte, because Baldy, not that he was angry, but he felt a little disappointed.
Very un-49er-like.
Yeah, very, very disappointed in how the 49ers were conducting business when it came to Brandon Ayuk, and maybe Ayuk is a part of that. I'll just say this. I know it's not Sports Talk Radio 101 to say, I'll wait and see, because you have to have a take one way or the other. I'm curious, and I am going to wait and see on what comes out of this Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Parag, kerfuffle is what I'm calling it. You like that word, Carter?
Kerfuffle. I do like that word.
I don't know what's happening between them, but something took place over the summer, and we don't know what that thing is. Well, I'll talk to Bonte in 22 minutes. I'm sure he'll have some thoughts on the Brandon Ayuk saga and Brock Purdy's first half against the Panthers, which was doo-doo sauce. You also have some
can we
thoughts.
do a quick 3-minute deviation sensation here for a second?
Is it going to be 3 minutes?
Nah.
Nah.
I know it's Thanksgiving, but I got to do some hatesgiving here today. College football playoff, what the hell are we doing? Like, I know I said this last week, but now that Miami and Notre Dame are in the same grouping here, and we're still just ignoring the head-to-head, the body of work over the last few weeks, then why even play the games in the beginning of the season?
Why do you care about Miami football?
Well, as a proud class of 2015 Miami Hurricane, yes, I want to see my Canes get into the college football playoff. Preferably, I'd like to see them win the ACC, but, beat Pitt and then let the other things happen. We'll see what happens there. But, no, my overall beef with the playoff is that it was supposed to make it simpler in terms of getting the best teams in position to win a championship. That was the whole issue with the BCS. The third team is always going to be left out, and they should have been in there. And so they go to 4 teams. And you know what? It kind of worked for a while, but then, the Pac-12 kind of died because they couldn't get a team in there. And then it became, the 5th and 6th team. They're always getting left out. We need to expand it more and more. And even when they were expanding it to 12 teams, they're still finding ways to screw it up. The whole point of you scheduling these big, marquee matchups, Oklahoma versus, Texas versus Ohio State, Miami versus Notre Dame, Alabama, Florida State. The reason you schedule these marquee games is when selection time comes along, it's like, oh, they got that big win, so we should put them in because it's a resume-building win. Except unless it's Miami, apparently, in which case the fact that Notre Dame's loss to Miami is carrying more weight than Miami's win over Notre Dame.
I'm with you.
What are we doing here?
With you.
I just want consistency. In the college football playoff, there's never been a drop of consistency. The first year they do the playoff, Cardale Jones, third-string quarterback, leads a conference champion, Ohio State, to the championship. That was a great moment, a great way to kick off your playoff. Third-string quarterback, the fourth seed, a Cinderella story, essentially, in your first ever edition of it. That's great. You set a standard that just because you lose a quarterback doesn't keep you out of the playoff. Unless, of course, it's Florida State a couple years ago. And again, Florida State, they suck. But no, they should have been in the playoff a few years ago. I don't care that Jordan Travis was knocked out. You set a precedent that a third-string quarterback does not disqualify you. We all know why. Oh, you can't let the SEC not be in the playoff because then the world will end or some stupid nonsense like that.
It just means more down there. Everyone knows that.
No, I don't care. Alabama did not deserve to be in that playoff. Florida State, I don't care who the quarterback for Florida State is. They're 13-0, conference champion. They should have been in. You went back on your own precedent. You said that the marquee matchups, the head-to-head matchups matter. And now, once again, you're going back on your precedent. Oh, because it's the body of work since then. Oh, so because Notre Dame put 70 on Syracuse and Miami only put 38, that's why they're going to get in? Again, this sounds like sour grapes. It is. But no, I want consistency. This was supposed to be the simpler way to figuring out who our national champion is, and they're just pissing all over it because we got to make sure the SEC gets all the teams in. We need a 12-team SEC field because that's what people care about. Stupid.
Feel better?
No. Okay. No, I don't feel better.
Hey, actually, I thought of something. That little rant sparked something in my brain. It takes a lot to do that.
Things are percolating?
There's not much up there, so it takes a lot.
A lot of Elmo up there.
There's a lot of just, once you you'll learn, and Carter, you will too. Once you become a father, there's a lot of, empty sports knowledge that's, meaningless that just gets pushed out to, okay, how do I take care of a baby? I have, 2 of them. So, it's basically half my brain.
Stuff to know how to take care of a baby.
There you go. If the NFL, let's have this game. Let's say the NFL adopts,
I know where you're going with this.
the college football playoff mindset. Top 12 teams only, and it goes to a committee for the NFL playoffs. Who's getting in?
Well,
are the Niners on the outside looking in because they don't have a defense because they lost Bosa and Warner? You know what? I think I'd rather see the Detroit Lions, and I think they might get voted in front of them.
Well, what signature win do the Lions have? I mean, honestly, I'll say this. Even though the Niners beat the Seahawks in week 1, I mean, the Seahawks still have to be ranked ahead of the Niners because, the body of work since then. The head-to-head doesn't really matter.
Let me go through it right now. The Lions, who are their signature wins against? That's a great call. Right now, it'd probably be the Ravens, 38-30. They beat the Ravens early on when they had Lamar Jackson.
But if they played that game now, the Ravens would probably win.
Boat raced an 8-3 Bears team, Sam, 52-21. That matters. That was a really good game.
Does it just matter more in the NFC North?
I think I put up 200 points in fantasy that week. Yeah, they beat a Buccaneers team that's still in first place technically, 24-9. All right, you with me so far? And that's about it. They lost to the Chiefs, bad L, because that's another contender. They lost to the Eagles, all right, 16-9. They lost to the Packers in the first week, 27-13. But all those teams are also playoffs. So if we're doing this, would the 49ers make it in a college football playoff type of situation? I don't know. I'm not sure. By the way, today is your chance to win great prizes every single hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We got Warriors tickets, we got AC/DC tickets, we got bobbleheads, and this hour is your chance to win a Best Buddies bobblehead. You got to wait for the sounder, though. When the sounder hits, when the sounder hits, you got to be caller number 5 to the contest line. And it's our Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. Plus, tomorrow, tune in at 1 o'clock for Chiefs Cowboys. We'll have that broadcast for you here on 95.7 The Game. 1 o'clock right here. Can't wait for that game. It's actually a really good slate tomorrow. I actually can't. That's a huge game. It is. We got Burrow returning tomorrow against the Ravens. The Ravens, all of a sudden, who everyone left for dead 5 weeks ago, well, they're first in the AFC North because no one else wants that division because, as we've seen with the Browns, as we've seen with the Bengals.
It's basically the Pac-12 of college in the NFL.
It's not a bad call. It's not a bad call.
And that, they should be left on if it was a 4-team bracket, and I guess there's 4 divisions, so that doesn't work. But if there's a way to exclude a division from the playoff in the committee, the AFC North would probably be the Pac-12 in this situation.
You, if this was a playoff committee for the NFL, a la the CFP, you think the Niners make it in the top 12?
Well, yeah, so we are just going to keep it simple at top 12.
Yeah.
Let's see. So let's assume that your division winners get automatic berths.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
I think I like that.
Wait,
okay.
Sammy, can I stop you? You think that the AFC North would get a bid over the NFC South?
Ooh, that's probably the more likely one to get shafted. Yeah, the NFC South is probably. I guess let's do the parameters. So if we do
are they the American Conference?
Are we just doing if we
Conference USA?
There we go. That's the NFC South. That's the Group of 5 winner that needs to get in. So that's the Tulane of the NFL. Shout out Matt Steinmetz. So let's see. If assuming that your division winners get automatic bids, and including the NFC South getting the Group of 5 bid. Let's see. The LA Chargers are a wild card team right now. Do they look impressive enough to get in? They're 3-0 in their own division. They do have a big win, that win over the Broncos. Not many teams are beating the Broncos right now. Would they get in? Let's see. Bad loss against the Giants. They did lose to the Colts, and they did just lose to the Jaguars.
I love this game.
You know what? I'm going to say it. Chargers, I'm going to say they're out.
Okay.
In this one. Jaguars... let's see who their good wins are.
Niners.
They do have a good win over the Niners. They do have a good win over the Chiefs. Let's see. They have good losses to the Seahawks and Rams. We know, though, good losses mean more than good wins. And then, let's see, a loss to the Texans. That's a tough one. No real ugly losses, though. A loss to the Bengals. That actually has gotten worse as time's gotten on. Jaguars, I'd say they're maybe on the bubble here in this little thought experiment. Buffalo Bills currently hold the 7th spot. Win over the Ravens. That's aged pretty well. But a loss to the Falcons. Ooh, that's like losing to NC State. That's pretty bad right there. A loss to the Dolphins. I mean, that's like losing to Oregon State. That's even worse. You might be eliminated just on that loss alone right there. So Chargers out, Jaguars maybe in, Bills out. Any objections there?
Let's start with the absolute locks. I don't have objections, I think. And what we're doing right now, as it's college football playoff season, the bracket was revealed yesterday. What if we adopted it in the NFL? And would the Niners make it in an NFL playoff committee type of format?
Okay, so if we're giving the division winners automatic bids, that gives us 4 wildcard spots to work with.
Okay, and let's get Rams are a lock. Let's just go
division
with
winners.
Rams are a lock. I'm saying Eagles are a lock too.
Mm-hmm.
They're leading right now.
There we go.
Chicago Bears right now are a lock to me. They're 8-3. They're a lock. They are.
Yeah, they're kind of like the Ole Miss of this one.
I'm not saying the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a lock. I don't think they're an automatic bid.
No, again, they're the Group of 5 conference right now.
Go.
It's whoever the highest ranked team in the NFC South is, they get in. Seattle Seahawks.
Seahawks?
Are you guys really giving the Bears a lock?
I am giving the Bears a lock right now.
Detroit is 7-4 and Green Bay 7-3?
They're hot. It matters how you're playing now.
If the Bears don't win the division, are they still in?
It's a good one.
They're not a lock if they don't win the division, right? I think, right?
I don't
there you
know.
Go.
Well, they have opportunities, as we like to do this. They have opportunities to stack later in their schedule because the Bears have the Eagles on Friday, Black Friday game. That's going to be a sexy one in Philadelphia, 12 o'clock noon right here. Bears Packers. Ooh. Bears Browns, Packers again, Niners, and then Lions. So they will, if they stay above 4 games over 500, I think they're going to be in the playoff. I think they are. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Seattle Seahawks.
Well, if you compare their resume against the Niners, I look at the Seahawks, I mean, they don't really have a jump out at you win. The Steelers win, that's not that impressive anymore. Anyone could beat the Steelers right now. The Texans, that's probably their best win that they have on the schedule. Niners, they got, a nice win over the Rams. You know who hasn't beaten the Rams yet? The Seahawks. And they got,
They beat the Jags. You mentioned that.
Seahawks did beat the Jaguars, yes. But
beat
again,
the Steelers, decent team.
But the Niners do have that head-to-head against the Seahawks. So based on the college football standings they were going with, the Seahawks, by that metric, are in over the Niners.
Green Bay Packers, 7-3-1. That's not bad. They have a tie in there. A tie. Now, how does that factor into this conversation as we're doing NFL playoff committee, college football style here right now?
Well, it was a tie against the Cowboys, a tie that looks, a little bit better now than it did when it happened.
Tie always helps, by the way. Has it ever hurt someone having a tie in the history of ever? It always helps.
Losses to the Browns and Panthers, though, those are pretty ugly losses.
The committee would frown upon that.
They would, absolutely. But the Packers do bring TV ratings, and they have nice, shiny, yellowish gold helmets, and they're from the North, and they're from the Midwest. So,
like the SEC.
I think you're kind of in there. NFC North, it just means more.
It just means more in Cheesetown, the Cheeseheads.
Yep.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno here momentarily.
That was a fun little exercise.
888-957-9570. Just, we're having fun. We got Thanksgiving tomorrow. It just sparked my interest as you're so passionate about the college football playoff and everything wrong with it. And I'm in agreement with you. It's not perfect. I do like that we have all these teams and programs like Tulane that could somehow go on a run. That's cool. I know Carter's shaking his head, but you know what? Steiny's all about it. His daughter goes there. And quite frankly, Tulane football is the only thing to be happy about in the state of Louisiana right now. That's all they got, which speaks to what everything else is.
Get Lane Kiffin soon.
Please. By the way.
No, Lane to LSU, if that does happen.
Who gives a damn about where Lane Kiffin is going? What has he ever done?
Are you kidding me?
Seriously, no, seriously.
Since he left USC.
What has he done?
He went to Alabama.
What's the biggest game he's won ever? Please.
No, he went to Alabama. He learned how to be a football coach. He turned FAU into a real program. And no, he's built something pretty impressive.
His biggest win is,
Ole Miss.
You just said it, is as an offensive coordinator on Nick Saban's staff.
I think Lane going to LSU, if that happened, I think he could cook. He recruits really, really well.
You know what I say
And that
about
is 90% of the battle in college football.
Hey, Kiffin, stay in your lane. Dave, Fresno.
You think he brings an overhead projector?
Probably. What's up, Dave?
Spadoni, bro. You're a Raiders fan, right?
I'm an NFL fan right now. I'm a free agent.
Okay.
Dave, I used to be a Raider fan too. Fun fact.
All right.
Just shattered his world.
Yeah. Hey, so yesterday, Spadoni, you said some pretty offensive things.
What?
Bro. I ain't gonna lie.
What was offensive?
You were like, oh, Niners fans are 8-4. Be happy.
Yeah.
I'm like,
should.
And to me, that's offensive. As a longtime 49er fan, this is a franchise that used to have standards. I don't know what changed. I don't know if it was because they moved to Santa Clara and they got a little taste of Chip Kelly and Tom Sula, and they get Shanahan, and whatever happens now, I feel like is a part of the fan base is just happy to be there, just happy to be 8-4. It doesn't matter what happens. We'll get him next year. Just be happy, 49er fans. Who cares if your quarterback threw 3 interceptions? You won the game.
Yeah.
Be happy.
You're right.
Don't wins matter, Dave?
And what's that?
Don't wins matter?
No. Super Bowls matter.
Well, you need wins to get to the Super Bowl, don't you?
Well, hear me out. Let me finish
what I have
to
do your
say,
thing. We'll
then.
step aside.
Yeah. The wins matter. You need wins to get to the Super Bowl. But here's the thing: how you win matter, and what you see in a win or a loss, whether it's discouraging or not, you have to point it out. Because if you just look at it microcosmically and just be like, oh yeah, we won the game, but if you look at it from the macro and be like, damn, can we beat the Eagles like that? Can we beat the Bills like that? If your goal is to win the Super Bowl, you have to. You can't think simple-minded.
Dave,
like,
what was the expectation? Dave, I'll let you finish. What was the expectation heading into this season for the San Francisco 49ers? Was it Super Bowl or bust?
Every year.
Stop. Get him off of here. No chance. No person in their right mind was picking the 49ers every single part of the. We had a summit. And we literally shouted out, what's a successful year for the 49ers? Just make the playoffs. That was the loudest cheer. Just make the playoffs. No one in their right mind was picking the Niners to win the Super Bowl this year. Not even the fan base.
Can I defend?
The biggest Niner fan at this station is Joe Shasky. He didn't even have them making the playoffs. Stop it. Stop. I'm not allowing this revisionist history on my airwaves. It's ridiculous. Shut up. God.
Can I defend Dave just a smidgen? I don't agree with the Super Bowl or bust because I think that's a very overused and misused phrase in sports. But I do think there is...
Is my mic working, by the way? Am I working? Is this working?
I'm hearing you.
Huh? You are good because my light broke. Okay. All right.
Well, don't worry.
I thought I broke it yelling right there. Sorry.
We can probably fix it remotely.
Yeah.
But to defend a little bit of what Dave had to say there, I do think there is a part of this fan base or a part of this of the fandom of the Niners, whereas the Super Bowl or bust, no, but there is a level of like, you're just not going to be happy until it happens. Like, no matter what. Is there's a
go root for another team if you're going to be miserable. Go root for another team, just be miserable.
Like, are you ever going to be happy as a Raider fan until they win a Super Bowl?
Don't even bring up that team. I don't even want to talk about them. Talk about the 49ers.
Okay, but it's
stupid.
It's a
dumb expectation just because you refer to... No, stick on the 49ers.
I think the 49er fan base is just right now in a very just sad time. Like, I think they are.
Was last year more... You're acting like last year you were happier than this season. Coming off a Super Bowl loss, they didn't even make the playoffs.
No one was happy last year. I think Niner fans are still...
They're talking like it is last year, though.
They're not over the loss. That's what they are. Oh. They're still bitter, and they're not over. It's going to sting for a long time. There are like 6 or 7 plays in that... God damn it. There are at least 6 or 8 plays... in that game where if they go differently, just one of those plays go differently, we're talking about a completely different outcome in that game. To come so close and to be denied, you're going to be a very grumpy Gus for quite a while after that. So I understand that right now 49er fans are still just, pissing and moaning over it. That was a really crappy loss. That's going to be... Oh, so much for that.
There you go. No, you can finish your thought. It is time to be caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. It's our Thanksgiving blowout. In this hour, we're giving away a Best Buddies bobblehead featuring Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. Caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. I see people still calling the regular line. That's not it. Contest line, caller number 5, 415-523-4652. And if you don't win this hour, don't worry. Every single hour up until 6 o'clock, your opportunity to win a prize. Are we ready for the injury report while we're doing all this? Are we ready for it? Not yet. We're going to be eventually. Yeah, why not? Let's go. Carter, yeah, sure. Yeah. If you were hoping to see KD, a.k.a. Kevin Durant, play at Chase tonight, I got some bad news. He's not going to. KD will be out for tonight's game against the Warriors due to personal reasons. He's not injured, but still won't be on the court. Hopefully everything's okay. I never like to hear personal issues or situation when it comes to any athlete, because that's usually not good. Unless, it's, paternity leave. That's always nice.
I don't think it's paternity leave.
No, it's not. But I hope everything is okay. And I know, but as it's Thanksgiving, the holidays around, especially this time of year, hope everything's okay. Durant also missed the Rockets game Monday night against the Suns. He's expected to be back later in the week for Houston. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. A couple minutes, we'll be joined by Bonte Hill each and every week in studio, usually on Tuesdays, but because they had a Monday Night Football game, pushed everything back a day. So he'll be here in a couple minutes' time to talk about it all when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, get his thoughts on Ayuk, get his thoughts on Brock Purdy's performance, all of it. All right, Sam, we interrupted your thought. You still good?
I just saying Niner fans are allowed to be sad.
No, you can be sad.
No, I think it's...
But the expectations don't lie about what the expectations were this year because it was never Super Bowl.
No,
I'm not here to listen to that.
No, I think two things can be true. We live in a world where that duality is possible, to where this season is going far better than I think a lot of people expected it to. But at the same time, there's going to be an emptiness, though, because, if I told you back in before the season started, you're going to miss Brock Purdy for, 8 games. You're going to be missing Bosa for the rest of the year. You're going to be missing Fred Warner for the rest of the year. What's your record going into that Cleveland game? Not a human being on this planet is saying, they're clearly going to be 8-4 when that happens. And yet here they are. So it tells me is that if this team was healthy, again, not to anyone's fault, it happens, Dems is the breaks. Yeah, you're probably looking at a much better team right now, and it's almost like what Steve Young said after that Super Bowl loss, that was the opportunity right there. That was the chance to get them. And the sadness was built around the fact that the opportunity, slipped away. It's almost like an opportunity could have been there, but because of the way this season worked, or the way the season played out, an opportunity that could have been there isn't really presenting itself, and it's almost like a different kind of mischance to get to the Super Bowl, which would have been at your own stadium. And what better way to have ended that quest than to have done it at home? But things didn't work out like they're supposed to, and it's completely okay to just be unsatisfiable because of it. Like, that's just the irrational emotion of the modern day sports fan. Bonte knows all about that.
You said something right there. You said missed their chance. Well, people might have missed their chance to win a Kuminga bobblehead or a Best Buddies bobblehead, but you have another chance this hour to win a pair of Warriors Magic tickets on December 22nd. That's right. The Italian Stallion visiting Chase Center. Although that was probably the worst game of the season last year, was that Magic Warriors game.
The chance
at
Chase Center. But it's going to be so much better this year.
Bonte remembers how bad that one was.
That was when I said, I think they may need to make a trade. That was the day where I caved in and said, you may need to make a trade.
The game that broke Bonte.
It broke me. It did. Hey, by the way, the Magic last night beat the hell out the Sixers.
They did. They dropped 80 in the first half, I think. By the way, so this hour, listen for the sounder. Be caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. And yes, you will win a pair of Warriors Magic tickets for December 22nd. But right now, we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. And joining us now, courtesy of River Islands in the Laughing Monk Studios, Bonte Hill. Bonte, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Let's dive right into this conversation we were having.
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving
Yes,
to you, Bonte.
Eve.
I'm thankful that you're here.
Yeah,
I'm thankful
too.
that you guys are here. I'm thankful that Lutman's getting all kind of touches.
Oh, yeah, he
I
is.
like that
He was
little,
getting some Hurricanes action on the
I like the
airwaves.
little NFL playoff committee.
Yeah, Spadoni on the spot with that one.
I think the Niners may be on the outside looking at it, doing all the NFL teams.
Well, since head-to-heads don't matter anymore,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
So we'll actually get into that at some point because it's fun. But just Brock Purdy. Let's start with the quarterback because that's what everyone's been talking about. It wasn't even about the game yesterday. It was about the first half and how the quarterback looked. What did you see Monday night at Levi Stadium, Bonte, from the $200 million man, Brock Purdy?
Well, first and foremost, just a bizarre weekend for the 49ers. Bizarre. And that first half was beyond bizarre from Brock Purdy. It's the worst half of football I've seen from a quarterback under Kyle Shanahan. I can't recall C.J. Beathard having a half like that. Or Nick Mullins. Brian Hoyer, did he have a half like that? Oh, okay, whatever.
That was terrible. That was his whole career. So.
Brian Hoyer, I don't really put him...
3 picks is a good first half for Brian Hoyer.
Yeah, he's a player. So he did have the Thursday night game against the Rams where he threw a pick on the first play of the game, a pick 6, but they actually scored like 39 points that game in the all-black uniforms. But for Brock... and the expectations that we have for Brock, I think it was worse than the Ravens' first half on Christmas Day back in 2023. Because that Ravens defense at least had ballers. They were a top 5 defense. They were scary good. This Carolina Panthers defense, outside of J.C. Horn, how many Panthers can you name?
Derek Brown. I like Derek Brown, the defensive
Derek Brown
tackle.
from Auburn.
Yeah.
He's really good. Ashawn Robinson, former Bama guy.
TCU guy.
Yeah, now we know
who
him.
he is now.
We know who he is now. But
I knew who he was, but yeah.
But that was awful. But I will say, the 3 picks, you can't defend that. And they're lucky to win a football game with him turning the ball over 3 times. But I look at the picks, I look at them differently, right? The first pick was just an awful throw. It was a medicine ball over the middle of the field. J.C. Horn had great coverage. It was terrible velocity on the football. That's a terrible interception. You can't make that throw. The second interception, I thought he got greedy. He tried to hit a grand slam with Ricky Pearsall. He's got to put some more air under it, put it over the left shoulder. But also he had George Kittle underneath. He had a bunch of room to run to just go get the first down. Just get first downs. Just keep moving the sticks. You don't have to hit a home run every single play. The third interception, it was terrible because he didn't process. He didn't go through his progressions. But I also thought it was a terrible play design by Kyle Shanahan. And the reason why I mentioned it was a terrible play design, you look at J.C. Horn, he had nobody to guard. He's just guarding grass in the zone. George Kittle stayed in the block. And it was almost like a delay route or whatnot, but he stayed in the block. If they would have just had George Kittle run, say, an out route, 7-yard out route, at least J.C. Horn has to honor George Kittle and move off his spot a bit. So I give Shanahan some blame on that one, too, for the play design, but it was a terrible first half for Brock Purdy. It was awful. That's not good enough. And you do that against Cleveland, you do that against Chicago, you do that against Seattle, you're going to lose a lot of football games.
And I think that's kind of the big takeaway for me was that, like, yes, I'm glad they were able to turn it around. The defense did step up. It is a team sport, so I do like the defense did step up and make those mistakes not hurt. But the Panthers also did themselves no favors. Like, Bryce Young was awful with a capital A. He made it very easy for Jair Brown to come away with a couple interceptions and get Brock Purdy off the hook. Against teams with actual quarterbacks that can, see above their line of scrimmage and know to throw to the guys on their team, that's going to be an absolute disaster when you start playing those teams. Now, Browns, we'll see what goes on with Shadur. It could go either way there. The Titans and Cam Ward. I mean, Cam's got to be due for a good game at some point.
But Sam, this is about Brock, though. The other side.
But look at those last 3 games, though, with the Colts, Bears, Seahawks. Those are 3 squads that will absolutely make you pay for those mistakes.
They will.
That the Panthers just weren't able to take advantage. That's where I think a lot of the consternation comes from.
Yeah, no, well, Bryce Young, the first interception he threw, Lubman, he should have just ran it in. He just run it in. What are you doing? Trying to squeeze it in. So that was just that first half. I felt for Aikman. I felt for the Manning brothers. I mean, for America. For people who spent a lot of money at Levi Stadium and had to watch that game on Monday Night Football. That was an awful first half of football, and it was awful quarterback play. Now, I'll give Purdy credit for this. In the second half, he didn't get greedy. He took what the defense gave him. Just get the first down, simplified it. Hey, Kittle underneath for 5 yards, let him catch and run. Juwan Jennings underneath, 3rd and 6, boom, he makes a play, first down. Just take what the defense gives you. That's what made Brady. We always forget Tom Brady took his checkdowns. Joe Montana took his checkdowns. And I'm not putting Brock Purdy in that category saying he's Joe Montana or Tom Brady or whatnot. But sometimes you just got to take what the defense gives you instead of stop being greedy. So to your point, Lemon, you are right. It's going to backfire when you play the big boys. Not against the Cam Wards or the Bryce Youngs, but even this Sunday against Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. It may snow. It's going to be that defense in Cleveland that just had 10 sacks against the Raiders. You turn the ball over like that against Cleveland, you will get blown out on Sunday.
Yes, they have those guys get paid too, as they like to say. And Jerry Jeudy is still an elite route runner, although he needs to hang on to the football a little bit better. They have players over there too. And Myles Garrett, we'll get into that. I mean, he's
so good.
He's having one of the greatest seasons ever.
He's so good.
There's so much time left in it, too.
Well, he's only 29. I know. I think technically in a month he'll be 30, but that's the scary thing.
Right.
He's an all-timer already. And we just had Baldy on last hour, Bonte, and he was saying, he's like, yeah, he's not even worried about, breaking the record from Michael Strahan, TJ Watt. He's looking at Bruce Smith. That's what he's looking for down the line. So that's what you have to deal with this Sunday. And Jim Schwartz, we know the record. Kyle Shanahan offense is against him, 1-8 all time. He averages 15 points per game against him. That's his kryptonite. So there's a lot working it against this 49ers offense on Sunday, albeit they are healthier. And part of that is also what I want to get into too. Like this offense being healthy, I think why fans are so frustrated too. You have Ricky Pearsall back. You have CMC playing so well. You have George Kittle looking good as a blocker and as a receiving threat last week. Juwan Jennings, that connection seems to be back between him and Purdy. Juwan breaking some tackles for that early touchdown, Bonte. I think that's where fans are starting to get frustrated. It's like, all right, well, our backup's gone now. He's back on the bench. This is the guy we paid all that money to. The amount of calls I took yesterday, Bonte, was like, this guy's not worth $53 million. This guy's not worth that. Like, where do you come out on the finances playing a part in all this too, and how we talk about it?
Finances are always going to play a part. We're always going to pocket watch. We're always going to talk about contracts. The fact is that Shanahan made him the guy. And if Shanahan didn't believe in Brock Purdy, they wouldn't have paid him. Straight up, they wouldn't have paid him. Now, the great thing about this contract is, you see the $53 million per year, which really I kind of look at it as 45 because you add this year in. They can get out of this contract after 2026. Without a lot of penalties. So really, if Brock continues this spiral where he's throwing a pick per game or he's throwing the yo-no throws or Jimmy yo-no throws and the medicine balls, they can get out of this deal after next season. Now, some fans may say, well, let's roll with Mac. I think the 49ers organization has put it in their head that they're going to trade Mac this offseason. They've upped his value. They can get a third-round pick. They can get some comp and just say, hey, Mac, thanks for the memories, but we're rolling with Brock because of what he's done in the past. That does matter. I know fans, in today's day and age, they're always like, hey, what have you done for me lately? What's the next move? What's the next move? But those guys in that locker room, and Kyle Shanahan and company, they look at Brock saying, well, this guy's helped us win a lot of big games. And that means something.
They know what he's capable of.
They know what he's capable of. So, yes, he has to play a lot better. And it sucks because of the toe injury. I don't think he's 100%. I think there's something up with the arm because some of the balls that were floating on him on Monday night, it did not look good. Some of the balls that were floating in Glendale, Arizona, did not look good. And then you factor in the fact that he didn't have a preseason. He comes into Seattle. Okay, he throws the 2 picks, but he helps you win the football game. Then he gets hurt. Then he's missing time, so he's trying to catch up to the speed of the game, to the chemistry, trying to build a rapport with Ricky Pearsall. And you know what? They can use Brandon Ayuk. We'll get to, I know we'll get to that in just a second.
We really undervalue that.
But, Brock Purdy, yes, when you get paid like that, and you're the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, you're going to get looked at differently. And unfortunately, he's just got to play better. Like, the second half was a nice step in the right direction, but we cannot get that first half out of our brains. That game should have been over at the half.
Yeah. That's going to be, again, this is going to be a very tough, bounce back here because, we talked with Bally a little bit. I do think there is a little bit of a rust factor, too, trying to get your legs back underneath you. You mentioned the long layoff there.
But he looked so good against Arizona, Sam. That's why fans are like, man, he didn't look like he had any rust, and now there's rust here. But, again, it goes back to the foot and the toe.
No, it wasn't rust. Those are bad decisions. Let's just put, forget the rust, forget the injury, because once you step on that football field, the injuries go out the window. I don't want to hear about your toe. I don't want to hear about your arm. The first pick, horrible decision, horrible ball placement, horrible velocity, just awful. The second pick, you got to stop getting greedy, dude. You got to stop trying to hit home runs. Take your check down to George Kittle underneath, or just run for the first down like he did the previous sequence of plays on that very same drive, Spadoni.
I want to get into that on the other side because the head coach seemed to think they were actually good decisions, just wrong execution. And plus, you mentioned it. We got to get into the Brandon Ayuk stuff. Baldy had some very interesting thoughts on it, too, from a 49ers perspective and how he views them differently because of this. We'll get into it. That's Bonta Hill, courtesy of River Islands, in studio for the rest of the show. By the way, don't go anywhere because this hour we are giving away a pair of Warriors Magic tickets for December 22nd at Chase Center. You got to be the 5th caller when you hear the sounder to the contest line. Lubman in for Shasky. Spadoni here, Morning Roast on Thanksgiving Eve, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for go.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the fans.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Want to reach your customers wherever they stream, scroll, or shop? With Amazon Streaming TV, online video, and digital display, your message appears on the biggest screens and the smallest devices. Backed by the Amazon Marketing Cloud, we deliver insights that show exactly what's working. From first impression to final purchase, real audiences, real results. Advertise smarter with Odyssey Digital Services and Amazon. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com today.
This Black Friday is the best time to get the Toyota you've been wanting, but these deals will disappear soon. Right now, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or score a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab. Or get low 0.99% financing plus up to $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tundra. Black Friday is almost over, so visit your Toyota dealership before these deals are gone. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 12/1/25.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
No, we're not doing that, Bonte. Why would you say that? Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky, doing a hell of a job. We had Baldy on earlier. If you missed any of that, find it on YouTube where we are streaming right now. You can also find it on the free Odyssey app. Nick Friedel joining us in the next hour, talk some Dubs, but now it's all about the 49ers, who are somehow, some way, Bonte, seems 8-4.
I know.
Can you believe it?
I know.
Ahead of Thanksgiving.
With all the dialogue and rhetoric, you would think that there were 3-9.
I thought it was, no, I legitimately thought like this is like the same season back to back, the way we're talking about him. Thought this was another losing season. Just, I get people calling in, you don't understand, Spadoni. The standard here is what? Winning? That's what they're doing right now. The standard is to
they're
win.
In playoff position.
They're 8-4.
They are 8-4.
All things considered.
Yes. Should be like, listen, I hate being that guy too, because I get it. Ultimately, you got blue balls so many times in the Super Bowl. It sucks. 3 times since 2010. I get it. 8-4 and being a wild card team might not sound sexy, but where this team was last year, all the drama surrounding it, the lack of drama in this offseason, although there might have actually been some, and we'll get to that in a second. Like, it actually has been refreshing to see the mental toughness of this squad and this team come together. I thought Shanahan is having one of his best coaching seasons, all things considered. I think Robert Saleh has been a godsend for this team. I know George Kittle talked about after the game. He said this was our best free agent acquisition, was Robert Saleh coming back as DC. I thought Mac Jones has done a hell of a job in his stead of Brock Purdy. Like, I've just been so damn impressed. Christian McCaffrey, I mean, that guy, I know Jackson Smith and Jacobs probably going to win Eric Jonathan Taylor Offensive Player of the Year. He's in that conversation, and by God, he better win Comeback Player of the Year, because this guy, the entire offseason was about CMC, Bonte. It was about the workload. It was about the touches. And you know what? It might still blow up. The season's still going, but for now, where would this team be without CMC? And we don't talk about that enough. We didn't talk about that enough yesterday, quite frankly.
Where would they be without CMC? Not 8-4, Lutman. It wouldn't be 8-4.
Not a chance.
And they wouldn't be 8-4 if their head coach in D.C. wasn't named Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. And it took me a while to grow some appreciation for Kyle Shanahan. I still have my, there's some things that he does, and I'm just like, Kyle, why are you doing that? What, the end of the play, the first half where you're giving another touch to McCaffrey, was it necessary?
That was weird.
It was very strange, right? Again, I didn't like the play design of Brock Purdy's third interception. J.C. Horn's just roaming around. Like, I thought the play design was awful there. But Kyle Shanahan has kept his locker room intact. He kept his team afloat despite all the injuries. And then Robert Saleh defensively. How they came up with 2 interceptions against Bryce Young, I mean, maybe it says more about Bryce Young. But the fact that Jair Brown had one of his better days as a Niner, Robert Saleh's done a hell of a job. So the coaching staff, they deserve a lot of credit. But there are 8-4. And look, Tennessee's on deck. Now, it's possible the Niners could lose 4 of the next 5. It is possible.
Yeah.
Injuries could catch up to them.
Anything is possible in the NFL to a degree.
I mean, to a degree. So it all starts with the quarterback playing better. He has to play better, because what left people in question last offseason was the way he ended the season. Throwing picks. Remember the Monday night game against Detroit? He threw a couple picks, just blatant picks. He threw for 377 or something like that. But the interceptions, you cannot turn the ball over in this league. You have to take care of it. In the last few games we've seen with Brock Purdy, whether it's Jacksonville, whether it's last Monday night against Carolina, he has got to play better. So if the Niners, they can go to the playoffs all they want, but Brock has to play better, because if they don't win the Super Bowl, which I have my doubts about, they lose. We want to feel good about the quarterback going into the offseason. And right now, I guarantee you, if you'd asked 90 Niner fans or 100 Niner fans, 90 of them would say, yeah, we don't feel good about our quarterback right now, and we're paying him $53 million a year.
And that's why you're probably going to hear a lot of Niner fans who want to see Mac Jones come back, not just, I think, for the insurance aspect, but, to kind of maybe push Brock a little bit in training camp. I'm not saying you have a full-on quarterback competition like we saw a couple of years ago with Darnold, Trey, and Brock, but, a little something there. Like, if Brock Purdy comes into training camp next year and he's got another Brandon Allen backing him up, that's not that scary. But when you got a guy behind him in a Mac Jones, there is a level of, if you don't perform, Brock, we do have a guy that we can pivot to without losing a wink of sleep over it. So I think that's part of the reason why I think you want to see people bring Mac Jones. But you said it in the last segment, Bonte.
I think they're trading Mac Jones.
His value is never going to be higher than right now. And if you do bring him back next year, then he's going to leave as a free agent. You're going to get no sort of compensation back in return. Or if you do want to keep him again beyond next year, he's going to want more money than what you're paying him. So if it makes the most sense to move off of him this year.
Also, Kyle feels like he's the ultimate reclamation project.
Exactly.
Right?
And there's going to be other options out there.
And he could rehabilitate a guy. Oh, wow. Zach Green in my ear saying Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray in a 49er uniform? How will Niner fans feel about that?
That's very bold there.
That is bold there. But I
was thinking more Anthony Richardson than Kyler.
Yeah,
so.
Zach Wilson's a free agent this offseason.
Make me throw up, Zach. Was it Anthony Richardson? But no.
But
Kyle feels like that.
Yeah.
Kyle feels like he could bring in a quarterback and rehabilitate them and make him a formidable backup quarterback. That is true. So, but Brock Purdy has to play better. It all starts with him. Again, that first half was awful. I thought he played a lot better in the second half. If he could just take the second half, build off of that, and it's not going to be easy this Sunday against Cleveland, folks. It's going to look ugly in Cleveland.
Yeah.
That defense is scary good. Denzel Ward. And that's the other thing with the playmakers. They really need a wide receiver.
They need separation.
Yeah.
They need a wide receiver.
And I asked Baldy about Ricky Pearsall. Again, 2 games back, Ricky's got 3 receptions for 6 yards. It's just, there's times where you forget he's even out there on the field. 2 of those interceptions were towards Ricky. So there's a world where Brock doesn't throw those 2 picks and Ricky's line looks a lot better. But I asked Baldy straight up, and I don't know if we have the cut ready. I don't think I asked them to pull it, so that's on me. But I asked you, does Ricky need to kind of have a big game coming up here to kind of quiet some of the concerns that might be had on him? And this week does not really set up well for Ricky to have that game.
No.
And there's going to be the inclement weather. He's going to be seeing Denzel Ward. And remember a couple years ago, Bonte, we said it a lot. Why did the Niners struggle against the Browns in that game? It was our favorite word that year, sticky man coverage.
Sticky man
Saw
coverage.
a lot of that year.
And there was also a light drizzle.
There was a light drizzle. So you got really the trifecta of Niner kryptonite. You got Jim Schwartz, you got sticky man coverage, and you got a little bit of rain.
I did the show that week.
It's going to be rough. And I'll never forget, when the Niners drafted Ricky Pearsall, I did the Google, Ricky Pearsall scouting report, and, they list his strengths, fast, he's fast, he can catch the ball, he can do this, he can do that. Weaknesses, not good against sticky man coverage. It's like, oh, good, I'm glad we got a guy who doesn't solve the one issue that this team's receivers really have. So
that was weak.
Tennessee might be the game where Ricky needs to pop off, not this weekend.
Dude, that was a week. That was a week. We did do the show that day.
We
Remember
did. I said it doesn't matter. I said it doesn't matter how you win this game.
Right.
No. I said it matters how you win this game.
Yeah.
You can't just beat the Browns. You have to blow them out because PJ Walker is starting in the game.
So this week we're saying a little bit of a different tune. Does it matter how the Niners beat the Browns this weekend?
No.
This is just win by any means necessary. No. And they're feeling good in Cleveland. Shador Sanders, look, I was not a Dylan Gabriel fan whatsoever. And I think Shador got a bad rap for the off-the-field stuff, which is just a flash in the arrogance or whatnot. But sometimes you got to have that. These pro athletes got to have that confidence. They're the 1%ers or the 1%ers. And all those 12 jerseys in the stands in Las Vegas. When Shador a couple weeks ago hit the field against Baltimore, that crowd went crazy. They're going to be energized in Cleveland. They're going to be feeling good. And if that pass rush doesn't get to Shador, they have playmakers. Isaiah Bond, Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku. They've got some dudes. And what's the rookie? Junkins out of Ohio State? They can run the football. Kevin Stefanski will put them in a good spot to move the football out there in Cleveland. And as you mentioned, the 3 things, the inclement weather, the sticky man coverage, and, of course, Jim Schwartz calling the defense against Kyle Shanahan. And it's going to be a problem.
I actually have that game pulled up right now. 19-17, the final, back in 2023. This was week 6, and the Niners.
That was their first loss.
That was their first loss.
That started a 3-game losing streak.
How many missed kicks did Jake Moody have in that game, though?
I have that right here. Let me scroll down. Kicking 1 of 3.
Yeah, I have far more faith in Matt Gay than I did in Jake Moody.
There's one game.
We'll see. I watched that guy miss a couple in Madrid.
Let's not forget how little faith we all have in Jake Moody.
Not only that, Debo got hurt on the first play of the game.
Yep.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Shoulder. And he started a little fight before the game. Remember that? Him
Trent
and
Williams was a part of that.
Trent Williams was a part of that. Kind of broke it all up. He got hurt on the first play of the game. I think Kittle had maybe 2 targets in that game. Ayuk had a big play on the final drive where they actually got in a position to try to win the game. And, of course, Jake Moody missed a field goal. And, yeah, that was an ugly game.
Amari Cooper was your leading receiver overall in that game. 108 yards. He had the 58-yarder on one of them. Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers, 4 receptions, 76 yards in that game, which brings us
sure
to the
be
man
nice
himself.
to have him out there.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk. So for those of you who are just joining us and you've been under a rock the last few days, which is fine. Maybe, you got your Thanksgiving break, you've been sleeping a bunch. It was kind of a Friday news dump. 4 o'clock, it was announced. Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, I guess, voided the remaining salary for Brandon Ayuk all the way back in July.
That's so strange.
July, when we have comments being made on the last week of July, first weeks of August, saying how great everything is with Brandon Ayuk. He's been a great leader. He's been in the team meetings. He's been helping people. But apparently something happened, Bonte, back in July where they wanted to void all the remaining salary, all the remaining guaranteed, because in the NFL, that's the only thing that matters. It's not basketball where it's all guaranteed. It's not baseball where it's all guaranteed. The guaranteed money in the NFL was gone for Brandon Ayuk when it comes to the 49ers contract. I would be shocked if he plays at all this year for the San Francisco 49ers. I know Kyle Shanahan said he's holding out hope to open up their practice window. I'd be shocked. Just give me everything from your perspective, Bonte, from the start of it and all, after.
Yeah, give me a second here. I may be a little long-winded here, but so the contract, and I got so many questions. And I won't have a true resolution about this situation until I hear from Brandon Ayuk and his team. But since the contract was voided in July, it's very strange because I attended about 12 to 14 training camp practices. And I saw Ayuk every single day with the wide receivers, running on the side, jogging, saying what's up to media members. I'm like, wow, look at BA out here. Okay, cool. He'll be back around week 9, maybe. Leonard Hankerson talked about, hey, man, he's coaching these guys up in the wide receiver room. He's on the whiteboard. He's teaching them. So whatever. So the fact that it was voided in July shocked the hell out of me. It's like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. So then about 6 weeks ago, I was talking to a source. And I brought up, I was like, man, they're going to get Ayuk back. They're going to have some playmakers second half of the season. He goes, Bonte, pump the brakes. Ayuk right now is out of sight, out of mind with the football team. The Niners are moving forward as if Ayuk's not even on the football team. Now, I took that as, okay, he's just rehabbing. He's maybe slow to rehab. He's slow to get that knee healed. Okay, let me just pump the brakes. I didn't take it as he's missing meetings. He's not showing up to the practice facility when the players are there, when his teammates are there. Okay, whatever. And so I'm getting ready for this event. I'm moderating this event at Levi Stadium December 11th. Jazz going to be there. Warner celebrating the 60 days away from the Super Bowl, right, at Levi Stadium.
It's crazy.
A couple days before that, I had coffee with somebody. And just a throwaway, it's like, hey, what do you think about Ayuk, man? We're going to see him? I was like, yeah, I think we're going to see him in a couple weeks. I was like, Bonte, we may have seen him play his last snap with the 49ers. So I'm thinking to myself, wow, maybe the knee's just not right. And then a couple days later, boom, Michael Silver, Diana Ruzzini comes out with the report. So I'm blown away by this. I think it's the most bizarre situation I've seen since covering the 49ers. I'm dead serious. Alden Smith playing on a Sunday after wrecking his car on a Friday night. Yeah, this one may take the cake with Brandon Ayuk. And we've seen holdouts. We've seen guys not come back. We've seen running, all the stuff, the T.O. saga, whatever it is. This may be the most bizarre situation I've ever seen, because you mean to tell me that Ayuk was out there running routes out there in Las Vegas when they're getting ready for a preseason game against the Raiders. He's traveling with the team. And all of a sudden, Brandon Ayuk is his contract is voided. Yeah. Not only voided, but voided before camp? What the hell is going on around here? So I got question marks. Where's his mentals at? Is it a mental health issue? Is it a Shanahan issue? Is it a front office issue? Does he not want to be here? What is going on with Brandon Ayuk? And until we hear from Brandon Ayuk, I don't know what to make of the situation. Yeah, he's not on social. Well, when there a social media post,
yeah, I guess
he made
put like him in a ski max with the deuces or something like that. Yeah. I don't.
So for Shanahan to say, yeah, we would love to have Ayuk back. We would love for him to play this season. Well, they could use Brandon Ayuk, but how the hell? Why would he even play when he knows the writing's on the wall in San Francisco?
I wouldn't come back if I was him. I'm focusing on trying to get as healthy as I can, because if I'm Brandon Ayuk, I still want to play football next year. I want to be healthy so that a team can acquire me and I can be useful to them.
Yeah, hurt yourself for coming back this year, then you're
I'm not doing that at all, especially after you just voided my money. Like, if 95.7, if Matt Nahigian said, hey, I'm not going to pay you for the next month, can you still come in and produce the morning roast? I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that, Matt Nahigian.
I hear you.
Love you, Coach.
But what if George Kittle walks up to him and say, hey, BA, man, we really need you. We're 8-4 right now.
I mean, if
if Trent Williams walks up to him and say, BA, man, we really need you. What if Brock Purdy walks up to him and say, BA, man, I really miss throwing you the football?
Would you be shocked if he took the selfish route and be like, you know what, guys, like, I love to be out there with you, but the way things have just gone with me here in this team, it's just, this isn't my place right now. I'm sorry I can't help you out there, but, you know, I need to focus on what's right for me right now. And what's right for me is making sure that my knee gets healthy and that I can get back out in the field next year and start doing what I do best. What's really bizarre to me through this whole thing, I mean, what you laid out there is very bizarre. Going back and listening to Shanahan's presser on Saturday that he did, what really blew me away was just kind of how ho-hum he was about it. Like, it really was like it wasn't a big deal to him. Like, he was like, yo, when did you guys do it? So it was back in July.
Right.
Like the way he said it was like, yeah, it was back in July. What, you guys didn't hear about this? And
yeah, how did it just get leaked now?
Yeah,
was it Brandon Ayuk's camp? Was it the Niners that leaked it? Who leaked the information, and how did we not know
and why
that this was voided in July?
We asked Jennifer Lee Chan, your teammate at NBC Sports, and she's as locked in as anyone down there at Levi. She's always around and making the rounds and talking to people. We asked her straight up, like, why now? She's like, well, because the Niners decided now is when they want people to know, which was, again, very weird to me. It is just, we're so just dismissive of the fact that, like, this guy racked up 1,300 yards as your number one receiver in the year that you went to the Super Bowl. And those 1,300 yards, a lot of those yards came on first downs. He was the spark plug for that 30 for Purdy offense. And then here we are, and it's just, we're letting him walk out the door, and it's like, you think he's the number 5 receiver.
We just got a report for Jeremy Fowler. Jeremy Fowler on Brandon Ayuk.
Just dropped?
So just dropped about 15 minutes ago. Jeremy Fowler says, a few people I've checked with believe an issue was Ayuk's failure to show up for rehab appointments during the offseason. Either he didn't trust the trainers or didn't want to show up. Either way, an unwillingness to properly rehab a significant knee injury as a team sees fit is typically easy grounds for a guarantee void.
That's what happens, because the only other situation that happened over this summer that's close to this was what the Raiders dealt with Christian Wilkins, because the Raiders wanted the defensive tackle that they signed a boatload of money last offseason because he had like a Liz Frank injury, and the Raiders are like, hey, you got to have another surgery. And then Wilkins' team is like, no, we're not. He's like, well, the team's telling you to do that, and if you're not going to, we're going to void your remaining salary.
And nobody picked him up.
And no one picked him up. Well, there's also some other reasons for that, but like, that's why there's a lack of trust. Like, this happens a lot in sports when it comes to certain people, when it comes to their team. Hell, probably the most famous example is Kawhi Leonard, of all people, with the Spurs. That's probably the most famous example of a lack of trust within, the team from a player's perspective, the organization, the rehab process, all of it. But to your point, Bond, this is a lot. Like, there's still a lot of meat on this bone when it comes to it.
Shanahan kind of mentioned this. I'm looking at what he said on Saturday. He did mention on Saturday that part of it was he was just missing meetings.
Yeah.
But he said it in a way that was just like, but as far as missing meetings, I'm quoting Kyle Shanahan, things like that, any injured player, people on RR doing rehab, their schedule's totally different, but sometimes they're involved, sometimes they're not at all. And then he asked to follow up, but did he miss them? And he's like, yeah, he did miss them, but there's other people who are on our team who have missed meetings before. So, yes, it was an issue. Clearly, him missing the meetings was an issue. Big enough of an issue that it caused him to void the contract. But then the way you hear Kyle Shanahan describe it, it's like, yeah, he just missed a meeting. It's no big whoop. I don't know why you guys are making a big deal about it.
Well, also the fact that Ayuk told the NFLPA, the National Football League Players Association, yeah, don't fight it. I'm okay with this.
That's what tells me that this marriage is over.
Yeah, and it just brings me back to everything that happened last year. And I fought for Ayuk getting paid. I thought he deserved the money. But the way it was handled on both sides, especially the Niners side, the Niners are culpable for a lot of this. Right? Ayuk deserves the blame, no doubt. He's a player. He's showing a lot of immaturity in this situation. But also the Niners, first of all, they didn't pay him early on. The receiver market explodes. Just explodes. And he put up a phenomenal 2023. Again, I could go through it. 7 100-yard games, and they run first offense, second all-time to Jerry Rice in franchise history. He played his ass off that season. And he did it on all downs. Run blocking, pass blocking, did not matter. But the fact that they didn't trade him during the draft, when obviously you wanted to penny pinch with him and say, you know what, we don't know if we want to pay you. You draft the receiver Enrique Pearsall, then you let it linger throughout training camp. Then all of a sudden Shanahan runs upstairs to John Lynch saying, hey, no, let's not trade him. They mismanaged this entire situation. And now it's one of the worst contracts in franchise history, considering the production you got for a contract.
I always felt that the moment where it really started to go south, in my opinion, was the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal. When that one was signed. I always thought the Niners dragged their feet on Brandon Ayuk. They should have just got it done in early March when they had the chance. They could have got him for about $25 million a year. But Amon-Ra signed that deal. I think his was like $27, $28 million a year average. And, we could argue until blue the face if Amon-Ra is a better receiver than Brandon Ayuk. Coming off of that year, Brandon Ayuk was probably viewed as the better receiver than Amon-Ra St. Brown. And in the moment,
I disagree with that.
Well, again, there's an argument there. But again, Ayuk was the number one receiver on a team that had beaten Amon-Ra's Lions and took them to the Super Bowl. I think in that situation, you're feeling like if you're Brandon Ayuk, I should be getting more than Amon-Ra St. Brown. When he signed that deal for $28 million or whatever, my thought was like, oh, he's going to want 30 plus, and that's going to be a major sticking point. If the Niners had gotten that deal before then, man, how history could have been different.
Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Island. Sam Lubin filling in for Joe Shasky today. We got Nick Friedel joining us in the 9 o'clock hour to talk some Dubs. We're talking 49ers football right now, the Brandon Ayuk saga. Brock Purdy throwing 3 picks in the first half on Monday Night Football. Got Browns coming up on Sunday. Shadur Sanders. We got Kendrick Perkins saying Shadur Sanders, one of the most influential people. Hold on. I have to play this sound at some point today because we are.
Do we have it? Can we just play it right now?
I wanted to play the Baldy stuff before we put a bow on Brandon.
Okay, I want to hear what Baldy said about
Baldy
Ayuk.
said some really interesting stuff
I want to
on
hear
all
what he
this.
said.
This is Brian Baldinger, last hour, right here on our show, Odyssey NFL Insider, on the Brandon Ayuk saga.
Yeah, because it isn't the way that they have operated, especially with players that have contributed. They have treated players exceedingly well. And it goes all the way back, honestly, to Bill Walsh days. And, you know, when Jed York's father was running the team. They've always treated players as good as any organization. They've taken care of players, and they've treated players well. So to see this kind of fallout, and then to see the thing about the shorts and, you know, you have the right – I mean, all that kind of stuff, it looks chippy. It looks really chippy between the two parties. And it's just not the way the 49ers have operated. And I don't know how much Brandon has to do with it. You're rehabbing. Like, everybody's knee is differently when you come back. Adrian Peterson could come back and win the MVP of the league. Like, everybody's different. Everybody's knee is different. Everybody's body is different. Surgeries are different for different people. So you come back and you play when you want to play. Now, if that has anything to do with it, like they want him on the field, I don't know. But it's just not the way the Niners have operated in the past with players. They just haven't had that kind of fallout.
That was Baldy last hour talking about all chippy. I think that's a great word for it. It's been very chippy the last couple years between Ayuk, the front office, the head coach. No one's on the same page. And a lot of people are, oh, well, Ayuk started it. You know, he's going on social media doing all this and scrubbing everything. I was like, you know what? Everyone in the NFL does that right now. Your own teammates did that. Deebo Samuel did that.
He had the Niners profile in his bio. He had a direct link to that. So the whole thing about scrubbing, all these players do it. I don't even bother with it. I don't think it's a big deal whatsoever.
It's what they do
but
now.
There is a level of immaturity that Brandon Ayuk has shown throughout this process. The short sting was very bizarre. This whole situation is very bizarre, but the guy looked happy as hell. He looked happy in August. He was helping guys. Yeah. He was on the field. We saw him down at the scrimmage against the Broncos. So that's why it's just, it voided in July, and then all of a sudden he stops coming around. Something had to happen with either the front office, Shanahan, Lynch. I want to hear from John Lynch. Like, one thing to listen to Kyle Shanahan because he's up there, he's a head coach, and head coaches really don't worry about the guys who are injured. They're like, what's going on? Is he ready? Like we hear from Steve Kerr from time to time about injured Warriors, right? Oh, well, they're off with the training staff, and they let me know what's happening.
You have to ask him.
Exactly. You got to ask Kamiga. So Ayuk, the fact that he just stopped coming around, and then for Shanahan to say that, hey, we still expect him to play. We would love his services. There's no chance in hell he's coming back in one of these games, right? Because they could use an Ayuk. I thought Monday night in the second half, I was like, boy, it'd be nice to have a Brendan Ayuk. But after the way this situation played out, how the hell can we expect Brandon Ayuk to ever wear red and gold ever again?
What's going on with the game is sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands for the remainder of the show. Plus, still to come this hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Warriors Magic game on December 22nd. You got to be caller number 5 when you hear the sounder to the contest line. So that's still to come. Plus, Nick Friedel in the 9 o'clock hour on 95.7 The Game.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway. Right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas. Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole? It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with Los Tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local, trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California. And it's plain to see, you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Possibly.
Is he going to be a Purdy fan for life? I don't know about that. Oreo Cookie not sold on one Brock Purdy.
When you guys take calls,
yes,
are the fans all out on Purdy?
The standard is the standard.
I'd say it's 80-20 from the calls yesterday.
There was a lot of, because I mean, when you're screening the calls, the fans are a lot more bolder with their takes. So there was definitely a lot more frustration on the phone when I was screening them towards Brock Purdy. And then, some of them, they get on air and they're like, the guy who says, Brock shouldn't go right now. He gets on there. It's like, oh, I didn't really like Brock, but he's okay. So they're more animated when you're screening them than when they're on the air. But,
I like Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
I'm not happy with Brock Purdy.
You know what I am happy about?
He's the Mona Lisa of quarterbacks.
Let me tell you, go ahead, Spinoza. I know you got to read.
Oh, no, I'm just going to tell you, Bonte, because I'm just so happy about this Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. We're just giving away so many prizes every single hour today from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Warriors tickets, AC/DC tickets, bobbleheads from the Warriors, much, much more. And in this hour, we're going to be playing a sounder, and you got to be caller number 5 to the contest line for Warriors Magic tickets on December 22nd at Chase Center. It's a pair, and you got to be calling number 5 when you hear the sounder to the contest line. Plus, get this, Bonte, tomorrow on Thanksgiving, we're going to bring you the Chiefs-Cowboys game at 1 o'clock.
It's a great game.
Patty Mahomes, Dak Prescott.
It's a very fun
while
one.
you're eating your turkey.
Great slate.
1 o'clock. It actually really is. Joe Burrow's going to make his return.
Bengals, Ravens.
It's
interesting. I was doing a little dive on quarterbacks with turf toes yesterday, some research to get ready for the show. And I saw a little nugget. Quarterbacks who have had surgery on turf toe don't return the same season. Like, it's just since 2000, I don't think it's ever happened. So this is very interesting.
Modern medicine.
Yeah. I know, shout out science, but
shout out science, technology and stuff.
RFK didn't have a point.
Oh, it's science.
Sorry, but I'm kind of curious to see how Burrow is going to look in his first game back against a tough defense here, coming off the turf toe surgery. Very interesting situation here.
I'm not going to lie, when it comes to Brock Purdy, because you guys have been around this show for a long time.
I've dabbled.
Remember when I was like, I'd rather have Jordan Love than Brock Purdy, and the Brock Purdy stands who came at me made me scared. I was petrified of Brock Purdy stands to the point that remember that one year I was like, I'd rather have Purdy than Burrow right now. Who wouldn't want to do? And then Burrow couldn't sit down. I was like, yeah, I take that back. I'd rather have Burrow.
I said it about Josh Allen that one year.
You said you rather have Brock.
I was like, I'd rather have Brock this year. Yeah.
We argued about that. I was like, you rather have Brock over Josh Allen?
Mark Willard didn't even agree with that one.
Dude, and this Purdy stands came at me. They're some of the scariest bunch, but they're quiet now. They're absolutely quiet now. I don't know, just have faith in Brock. You can have a little faith. He's going to be all right.
I wonder if did Gene in Oakland have faith in Brock? Because remember,
is Uncle Gene on the line?
I think Uncle Gene's on the line.
Is he?
He was one of the big Purdy supporters. Hell, he came to the studio.
The Purdy stands.
Loved him.
Carter, the Purdy stands came after me, man. I didn't even want to check Twitter, dude.
You should see the Mac Jones stands. Wow.
All of a sudden, the Mac Jones stands.
8 games and he has stands.
Because the Mac Jones stands during the draft of, what draft was that, 2020?
Yes.
I'm getting old now.
2021.
I got a kid now, so I'm losing my mind. But 2021.
Niners will do that.
McCorkle Jones. The amount of times I heard, I don't want McCorkle Jones.
Oh, my God. It was everyone.
Lance will make you dance. That's what Shamari Block's song.
I had to
Shout out Shamari wherever you're at.
I had to talk my friends into it. I was like, dude, Mac's actually pretty good. Did you guys watch Alabama football this year?
No, they didn't.
You can do a lot worse than Mac Jones.
Any quarterback could have won with that Alabama team. I could have stepped under center with that Alabama team.
I sent Guru the highlight of that first pass he threw to Jerry Jeudy for a touchdown. It was one of the most beautiful bombs I'm seeing in the last 5 years.
That 2020 Bama team was so stupid loaded.
Yeah, but you know what? You still got to complete it and give them a chance to make plays.
No, absolutely.
Everybody needs playmakers.
But that's why, I've personally just never really been super high on Nick Saban quarterbacks because he's surrounded by 4 or 5-star talent the entire time. Everyone's going to look good there.
Jalen Hurts is playing well.
It's an Oklahoma guy.
Tua's had some year.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Pick and choose.
Yes, it's called moving the goalposts.
Oh,
Stop.
bad.
Gene,
I'll admit
Oakland.
to it freely.
What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, guys. First of all, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too,
all you guys. Hey, Bonte, sorry I missed you the other night. Couldn't get the grandkids in gear fast enough.
I know.
Anyway.
Our security guard, George, told me, he goes, see how some guy named Uncle Gene came by here. I was like, Uncle Gene. Oh, I missed him. I was going to email you, too, because I know you love to communicate via email. And I was going to email you back and tell you Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well, you can say it. You can say it here. So
Happy Thanksgiving, Uncle Gene.
Yeah, and the Uncle
And
Gene
Jan.
moniker.
And
Thank you for the Uncle Gene moniker. All right, thanks. Sure. All right, listen, Brock Purdy. All right, as you probably remember, Bonte, I was maybe his earliest and biggest fan. I called him the day after the Tampa Bay game when he started and beat Brady. I said he might be the guy, and you said, "Really? Isn't this a little too soon?" Well. It may have been a little too soon. He went on to take us to the championship game and the Super Bowl. But listen, I had issues with him since the middle of last year right up to the present. A lot of questions, Can he play in the bad weather? Is his arm strong enough? Can he see over these rushing defensive linemen when he's not getting protected well enough? And now questions of accuracy and decision-making. So I don't know. I certainly hope, like everyone else, that he can return to that form of a couple of years ago. But I have some questions about that. So following up on what you said earlier, yeah, maybe they can move off of him next year if things continue to deteriorate like this, and that's good. That's a relief. But then you said you're certain that they're gonna trade Mac Jones at the end of the year, and I'm thinking, really? If things do get worse, don't you want to have that guy available? And what are we going to trade him for? A second or third round pick, which we'll then continue. We'll screw up as we usually do our second and third pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like.
Well, Gene, what if Brock plays well over these next 5 games?
Yeah.
Thanks, Gene.
Yes, it could go off the cliff and it could be bad, but and this is a lazy take, but it also could go well.
One too. All right, caller number 5 to the contest line. It's our Thanksgiving blowout contest, and we're giving away a pair of Warriors Magic tickets on December 22nd at Chase Center. Caller number 5 right now, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And again, every single hour up until 6 o'clock today, you will have an opportunity to win great prizes. That is a great prize. Paolo, Franz, it's great.
That is. Hey, dude, Anthony Black, was putting on the show last night in Philadelphia. I love my Orlando Magic.
You do.
My Orlando Magic, they look good, man.
Guy Paolo.
Nick Friedel, who's grew up a Magic fan, joining us in 20 minutes, our Odyssey NBA insider who covers the team now for The Athletic.
Whenever I see Nick at Chase, because I see him a lot now.
What's up, Bonte? How you doing, buddy?
He looks so distraught.
That was a good Nick Friedel groan there.
Bonte, this. And he closes his eyes. He shakes his head.
This is my bonus beat.
It's like
he's like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh.
Mr. Spadoni, you are absolutely correct.
I know.
Let me just tell you.
I can't wait to have Nick on. Nick with the 3 of us. It's gonna be a fun. That's gonna be a fun segment of radio.
You should throw this question out.
What question? Tell me.
Can Brock Purdy do anything over the next 5 weeks to win this fan base back over?
I basically said that yesterday. I was like, outside of winning the Super Bowl, can this guy do anything to where you feel good about him going forward? And a lot of it was just, can he string together a couple of good games in a row? And then I'm thinking, I was like, well, that doesn't seem that extreme. Is it like the guy's only started 4 games this year, Bonte? Is it that crazy that he has a good game against the Browns, against the Titans, and then he goes on a little bit of a run here? Like, I don't think it's that crazy.
I think it's absolutely possible because we've seen it before. To answer the question right off the bat, how about just as a baseline, how about less interceptions than games played? So he's got 5 games left. How about 4 interceptions in those 5 games? or less.
Yes.
Or
The
less.
bar's so low.
If he does that, I mean, okay, maybe that's too low. That's of an expectation. But, I mean, if he does that, I assume that there's more touchdowns than games as well.
That's what I did with Jimmy. I was like, hey, fans, look, there's going to be about 5 to 7 no throws, but you can get through the 1 interception. You just got to live with it. Live with the no throws.
But my point
That's not right.
My point being, though, is like even the best quarterbacks, you said it right when you sat down.
Hey, fans. There's going to be a pick. There's going to be some medicine balls.
Every good quarterback, though, they all have those kind of games. It's going to happen. So, I don't know if there's any one stat or metric. Whoa. I know I threw that number out there just to get started, but one day, just look like a guy who we're going to be paying $200 million to.
Hey, one year Joe Montana threw 4 picks, and the next week they beat Cleveland 41-7, right?
It happens.
It happens.
I think I saw that in a tweet somewhere on Monday night. I can't remember who tweeted it out. Someone who's right about everything, though.
I often compare Joe Montana to Brock Purdy.
I'll never forget, it was the day after the Dolphins game. The first caller we had that Monday.
Oh, yeah.
The guy jumps on. He's like,
I yelled at him.
Joe Montana, he was a late draft pick. Brock Purdy.
I yelled at him. Remember, I went crazy.
Yeah, it was the first caller we had after Brock's debut. Someone compared him to Joe Montana.
Well, you know what's funny?
Not only him, I heard Drew Brees a lot, too. Just first ballot Hall of Famers.
No, my mom, the day Brock Purdy outdueled Tom Brady.
I was there.
She goes, we got a quarterback now. Now, my same mom, during the Jacksonville game, because she was over at the crib,
we don't have a quarterback anymore.
I got home. She goes, they should have played that other guy. And the other guy was Mac Jones. I'm like, Mom, this is the guy you said was a real quarterback. So the flipping and flopping, and we all do it in sports, especially nowadays. Oh, sorry, Siri. Shut up, Siri.
Oh, Siri. Yeah.
Siri's talking.
When you say Mac Jones.
That sounds like Mr. Siri.
Even Siri's on it. Yeah, look at that. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, Bonte, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Odyssey NBA insider and our Warriors insider, Nick Friedel, in 20 minutes. But we also have a mystery guest to go to, courtesy of River Islands.
No, this is someone coming in on their day off.
Mystery guest? Who are... Hold on, do I have a drum roll? Hold on.
It's Joe Shasky.
Can't stay away.
It's Joe Shasky.
Who is it?
Are you happy with Brock Purdy, Bonte?
That was the most predictable mystery guest in the history of mystery guests.
He was up early with LJ to watch us.
Stay away. Can I just have 2 hours to myself, Joe? Damn it. Go change some diapers.
He's just mad that I'm getting all these touches today.
So you have no problem throwing lobs to Zena Keita, but you can't throw me a lob every now and then?
Wow.
What the hell?
Why does that have to come back? Why does it have to go to Zena? Why does that go to Zena?
Zena Warrior Princess.
What?
Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
I'm not even going to go there.
Happy Thanksgiving, Joe. I don't get it. I'm the guest today on the show. Why am I supposed to throw you lobs? I'm not the host. Spinoni and Lubman are the host.
What are you doing?
I'm a special guest.
Hey, bro. I'm in the Home Depot parking lot in Windsor, and I want to ask you, Bonte Hill, the king, the man who has defended Brock Purdy's honor for years upon years. You're the biggest Brock Purdy fan.
No, I'm
How
not.
are you feeling this morning?
No, I'm not the biggest Brock Purdy fan.
That's Mark Willis.
I talked to you one day and asked you, would you rather have Lamar or Brock Purdy? And you questioned whether or not Lamar or Josh Allen could run this system. So don't you start with me, Joe Shasky. Don't you start. The first half was the worst half I've seen a quarterback play under Kyle Shanahan, and I don't care about Brian Hoyer. I don't even count him. The first half was gross, but can you meet me halfway with this? I thought the play design on the third interception, the play design was awful. George Kittle needs to run a route and go do an out route or something. J.C. Horn's just guarding grass. That was as easy as a pick I've seen a corner have
They
in
ran
years.
the same play.
They ran the same play, but Brock was awful. He was awful. He was awful.
He should have thrown 6 picks. I'm not joking.
Second half was better.
Bad.
Second half was better.
Well, yeah, because it was all layup and dink and dunk, quick out routes.
That's Tom
with clear
Brady.
routes over the top. I mean, no, it's not Tom Brady. That was all Kyle Shanahan. You know what it felt like, though? It felt like the Minnesota Vikings second half game in the playoffs with Jimmy G, where the coach said, "You are not losing us this game." No, I'm not knocking.
It wasn't
It was
that.
a bad game.
They did not run the ball 12 straight times in that
honest.
game. They did not run the ball 12 straight times against Carolina. They
No, but
passed
I'm
it a little
talking
bit.
about the restrictor plates. I mean, the restrictor plates being on for for the quarterback.
I'm going to cut you off since you always cut us off. Hold on, I'm going to cut you off. Why are you calling your job on your day off? Who does that? What are you, Karen Shasky? What's
This is
going
the guy
on
who
here?
called in from Europe, too, by the way.
Hey, bro.
Well, you guys need a
I'm
lifeline.
trying to finish the book strong. And I know that when my voice is on the air, we get the highest rated numbers.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
How's Home Depot, Joey? What are you getting there today? Huh?
Big project today?
You getting the Christmas tree or what?
I'm actually picking up outdoor sconces and an outlet box so I can hook up my new lights. But, guys, I want to just say a couple of things real quick. Sam, you're doing a great job. You've been telling great jokes all day. That's number one. Number two, I'll give you the 5 things I'm thankful for in Bay Area sports. Number 5.
Our own Fast 5.
Joe Spadoni's rise to prominence. Number 4. Jonathan Kuminga, the gift that keeps giving. Number 3. Sam Lubman and his crazy energy every single day. Number 2.
So Lubman wait. Lubman made the list twice? He made the list twice?
No, he
Yes.
did. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I did. Why not?
Yeah.
So nice. I'm on there twice.
Because Lubman gets sad when I don't include him. And number 1, my God, 49er quarterback controversies. It is the gift that keeps giving, is it not? I mean, I feel like it's deja vu once again. It will feed dynasties. Forget families. Dynasties for years on end. Shanahan, quarterbacks, and the overtime rules. Boys, happy Thanksgiving.
No, hold
to all
on.
of
Before
you.
you get off the airways, hold on. Before you get because that's a weak mic drop. That's not even a mic drop. I'm going to give you a better opportunity for a mic drop. That was awful. But listen. The roller coaster ride that the Niners have been on this season, are you okay up there? Is your health okay? Because every time I hear you, Shasky, whether they win or lose, oh my God, I can't take it. I can't sleep. They're 8-4. They're about to play Shador. Hey, how excited are you about Shador Sanders?
Shador.
This is your type of quarterback, Shasky.
I don't really care about Shador.
Backwards
I just don't
hat,
really care about Shador
braids,
like that.
chains, Shador, and them 12 jerseys in Cleveland, Shasky.
I mean, how about win a playoff game and then we'll be happy. You're asking what is the barometer for success for Brock Purdy? If they win one road playoff game, that would be incredible. Look at the history of the Niners. There's not a lot of road victories in the playoffs. Kaepernick had 3 of them. Yep. If you can look at it, he's the all-time leader in wins on the road. If you win a playoff game on the road with this defense and this team, now obviously I got to see how it plays out. That's a great accomplishment. That would be a hell of a season. I mean, given all the injuries, can Fred Warner come back?
Hey, Bonte, before you jump in there, I do have this latest stat from your boy David Lombardi, Joe. Interceptions through 40 career starts. Brock Purdy, 34. Tom Brady, 34. I mean, that's just the GOAT right there.
I mean, you're talking about feeding dynasties.
Hey, numbers don't lie, right, Joe? Can Brock Purdy do anything over the next 5 games to win you over with Brock Purdy? Because I don't know what you love anymore when it comes to quarterback. You love McCorkle Jones now. I can't believe that. What a revelation that is. Can Brock do anything over the next 5 weeks to win you over and make you and convince you that he could be the quarterback in 2026?
I am an equal opportunist. When you play well, I give you love. When you play poorly, I call it out. Like, my job is analyzing, not just straight up pure fandom boy. Otherwise, I'd write for the SF Standard next to David Lombardi if I wanted to just write like fantasy biopics. I mean, give me a break, dude.
You're
like,
the
game that I'm watching has to matter.
You're the most unhumble human being I know, and I love you for it. You keep that arrogance, Shasky.
You do love me.
Joe,
you do love me.
Happy Thanksgiving. Where's LJ? Is LJ sitting next to you?
Shasky, I'm going to get arrogant on you real quick. I'm not coming to take your job today, trust me. You don't have to call in no more.
No, you're sticking around with Steiny and Goo after, aren't you?
No,
You're hanging
hell
out with
no.
them.
I thought you were coming in from 2 to 6.
Talking Tulane football.
You know I'm not coming in 2 to 6.
Thanks, Joey.
One of the Steiny and Goo's not going to be in today. You know that.
Which one do you think it
it'll
is?
be
Take a
Evan.
guess right now.
It's Steiny, Goo, and Evan.
Steiny, Goo, and Evan.
Take a guess. Which one's not in today?
The Goo.
The Goo. Okay.
All right, I guess we'll find out. 10 o'clock. There's your tease.
Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, Joe.
Nice to hear from you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and the fam, all right,
Hey,
bud?
happy Thanksgiving. I love you all. And, God, go Brock Purdy.
There you go. Go Brock. That's Joe Shasky, courtesy of River Islands.
God, those
Did
words
you
must
miss
have
that?
tasted
Was
like
that the
vinegar.
most predictable mystery guess? What did I say? Who is it? Joe Shasky.
Well, when they tell me it's not even a mystery guess, it's Shasky in my ear. I was like, thanks. Can you at least let me think about it?
The
for a little
conversation
bit?
was so juicy, he couldn't help himself.
I thought it was going to be Tony.
Hotline.
I kind of thought it was going to be Tony in Oakland, but
she'll call in at 9:40.
Oh yeah, 9:45 is usually.
Yeah, that's
when Nick is on with us.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
Nick Friedel coming up in 12 minutes.
What an eclectic group of voices that would be.
What's going on with you, Dubs? What's going on?
Great transition.
Going from the what's going on with the Niners, at least they're 8-4. They're going to be a playoff team. Are the Warriors going to be a playoff team?
Listen.
Yeah.
I should have asked Shasky about that.
Oh, boy.
I should have asked Shasky about whether or not he still feels like the Warriors are a championship team. It's a long way to go.
I truly believe.
And there's a lot of things that have to come into play, right? We don't know about DeAnthony Melton and how he's going to look coming off the torn ACL. So you have to integrate him into the lineup. Seth Curry, whenever he signs, how's that going to look? And then, of course, you have the elephant in the room that everybody's talking about is Jonathan Kuminga. And what's happening with the bilateral knee tendonitis? And can you get to January 15th? Whether or not he's going to play for the Warriors after January 15th. They're 10-9 right now, and they have trouble defensively. They're slow. They're small. And every game, I feel like the Warriors come into it with a disadvantage athletically. Whether it's Friday night against Portland where you're giving up 20 more rebounds and 21 offensive rebounds.
Dominating in the paint.
You're a minus 18 in second chance points, the points in the paint, the turnovers over and over and over again. And then today you're playing the Rockets team that's top 5 in both offensive and defensive efficiency.
And I have all the measurables that have been known to flummox this Warriors team over the last couple of years.
No KD.
No KD.
And that sucks.
And it does suck, no KD.
Yeah.
You're right about that. But Şengün,
I didn't want to see him
Draymond
play.
Green, Şengün, they've had some words for each other this past offseason. And the Rockets are good. They're a really good young team that's still looking for a point guard. But for the Warriors, can they make it to April healthy? And they've already dealt with injuries. Al Horford's going to be out this week. Draymond Green's dealing with a foot. Stephen Curry's dropping 38 in games, and it's still not enough. So it's a wait-and-see deal for the Golden State Warriors, and we don't know what the identity is yet. Steve Kerr really likes that 20-game mark where Steve Kerr said, okay, I know what this team's going to be. We may have to wait for another 10 games or 11 games, or hell, till January 15th if they make a move.
See, right now when I look at this team, I just don't see a playoff team right now with this team. I think there's so many niche players, way too many guards, and you got 2 more guards coming back. Quentin Post, I think, is a fine shooter. Defensively, yikes. Al Horford, whatever you get out of Al Horford that's positive, I'm going to consider is just gravy because he's 39 years old, a 39-year-old center. He's got a billion miles on those legs. The fact that he's even still playing is kind of impressive to me. TJD might be your best interior defender in terms of the big men there, your best rim protector. And I like TJD, but if he's your best option in that situation, I still don't like that roster overall. There is a part of me, Bonte and Spadoni, that thinks that you might have to completely rework this roster on the fly at the trade deadline, much like the Lakers did a couple years ago.
No, you're right.
This roster as is not it. They're going to have to, as Shasky once said, blow it up and really rework this thing midseason if they want to do any sort of damage in the playoffs.
Blowing it up means trading Steph.
Yeah, well, all right, I don't mean that.
But they need to definitely... I'm with you, Sam. They're going to need to make another move, and I think the Warriors know that.
Steph and Jimmy, the only ones who I'm in no way, shape, form letting walk out this door.
We're making another move because we're adding on Nick Friedel in about 8 minutes. He's going to join us, Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands. Plus, this hour, a Thanksgiving blowout contest, Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead will be the giveaway for this hour. Every single hour till 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. We are giving away great prizes. Nick Friedel next. It's going to be brought to you by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself, Bonte, in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Starting December 1st, special midweek rates. Stop doing that. Start at just $199 per night. Book your escape now and at thetides.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Mama Bear, I hear our old Fast Track tag won't be saving us money on bridge tolls anymore.
That's because bridge carpool rules are changing on January 1st. But don't worry, Papa Bear. I got a new Fast Track Flex tag. Huh? See?
Mama, what are the numbers for?
Well, Baby Bear, that tells the system how many people are in the car, so we can get a discount when there are 3 or more of us. We are 3 bears, and we're setting our tag to 3+. So it's just right.
So now we'll keep saving money on tolls?
Mm-hmm. You bet your cushy driver's seat, Papa.
That'll make up for this cold takeout porridge. Yeah.
My breakfast burrito is just right.
Starting January 1st, 3 or more people are required for carpool discounts on all bridges. A Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ is required for discounts on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're having fun, man.
We're thinking is what we're doing.
Thanksgiving Eve.
Well,
Let's
it's
go.
Thanksgiving.
What do they call it tonight? Like when everyone goes out drinking? Like they call it something, right?
Blackout Wednesday.
No, they don't call it that.
I forgot what they call
No,
it.
they call it something else.
That sounds kind of accurate.
I'm so old.
No, it's probably accurate, but they don't. It's like there's something like it's universal. They call
Well,
it.
yeah, it's all the college kids are back, and so everyone goes out to their bars to see their old high school friends that they don't want to run into.
I'm so old now that we all have families, and
Yeah.
we're like, you
graduated
We're
past
asleep
that.
by 8:30.
College night, according to I'm not going to say his username in the YouTube
Drinksgiving,
chat.
that's what they call it.
Drinksgiving, okay.
Drinksgiving, yeah, there you go. Drunksgiving, Green Wednesday, I guess now because of cannabis. So there you go. By the way, Bonte,
Hell yeah.
I know you're going to be tuning in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity.
Time is that?
All your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. 6 o'clock. So you'll be
I'll be on television at 6
what?
o'clock.
But you have-
NBC Sports Bay Area.
I'm going to be on television.
You have the Odyssey
I'm
app
gonna be on
downloaded, right?
I'm going to be on television. Mully, by the way, will be back. I know a lot of people are asking me about Chris Mullen. He's going to be back in the first week of December. So that'll be good.
There we go.
Fezzi's been doing all the TikToks, and he's been having fun. Zena's been doing a great job.
Nice.
KB, the whole crew, we're rolling. Warriors Rockets, NBC Sports Bay Area, pregame.
go.
Pregame live at 6 p.m. live from the
it?
Gatehouse.
Who's going to be tougher to reintegrate into the lineup, Chris Mullen or Jonathan Kuminga?
Might be. That's a good one, Sam. That's good
That's
material.
well,
right
that's why
there.
I made Shasky's list twice.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
You're never gonna let go of that.
Hey, by the way, how about this? We should have got him on.
Who?
Joe Shasky?
Bob Fitzgerald or Tim Roy. The Warriors are going to celebrate 30-plus years of broadcasting from Tim Roy and Bob Fitzgerald tonight.
Wow.
How about that?
That's awesome.
How about that?
There's
Pretty
still
cool.
time
Good for you,
get
Fitz and
programming today
Tim.
to get both those guys in. Yeah. Steiny and Gill.
There you go. And then you get Willard or Dibbs.
Yeah.
They'll get one of those guys on.
Maybe.
Probably.
Well, one of their 6 or 7 guests. By the way,
You said that,
it's
not
the,
me.
It's the
I
Thanksgiving.
accidentally dropped one earlier. I hate myself.
I don't take shots at Willard no
I didn't-
more.
Who said that was a shot? I would love to have 6
Oh,
or
I
7.
said-
I would love to. Hey, Sam, you're my producer. I would love to have that many guests. Problem is, they don't want to come on that early. So there you go.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Thanksgiving blowout contest is not a problem. It's going on today.
Thanksgiving blowout.
In every single hour, we are giving away a prize up until 6 o'clock p.m. And this hour, it's a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. Got to be listening for the sounder. Be caller number 5 to the contest line. That's 415-523-4652. Do we got our guy ready? We got him? Do we got our open ready? Is that ready, Carter? Let me know when it is, and we're going to play it because it might be the greatest opener in the history of sports talk radio. Again.
Thank you, Nick, and your voice is very deep and sexy. I have.
What you gonna do, brother? When Mac Jones is coming for you?
How would you describe the level of hope that everyone else spoke with yesterday in regards to what James Wiseman brought?
What are they talking about regarding Wiseman and like the impact he can make this season?
Yeah, just how much the...
Obviously, you can't predict the future, and we'll see what happens this summer. But would you be willing to take less money?
Bro,
to
I'm
stay here?
not answering your questions no more. I'm sorry.
Next question.
Oh, yes. On the River Islands guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And if I didn't mention, I should have, Bonta Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands as well. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, doing a hell of a job today. First and foremost, Nick, happy Thanksgiving to you, sir. I'm loving the Cubbies hat. If you're on YouTube, the well-manicured beard, the salt and pepper, looking very nice.
Smooth.
Very smooth. He's looking good. Although Bonta had an impression of you earlier that made you sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. I'm just not going to accept it. I'm just not going to. Nick, how you doing?
I'm good, and it is good to see everybody. We are running a full house today, and I like it.
4 quarters.
4 quarters. I would like for the Warriors to be running a full house, but Jonathan Kuminga has not been a part of it. And I know, even last week, Nick, I think I opened asking about Jonathan Kuminga's health, and you had this sigh and you were so just tired of the name Jonathan Kuminga. And it actually reminded me of Steve Kerr a couple days ago, because he was just like, you just got to ask him, man. Like, what do you want from me? You're asking me every single day. But let me ask you, he was doing 3-on-3, I guess, yesterday. Do you at least anticipate JK returning sooner rather than later to a regular season Warriors game? How about that?
Spadone, it sounds like it, but that's the problem in all this. Nobody's really sure. And until Jonathan comes out and addresses the situation and discusses how he's feeling, everybody's going to speculate. And I want to be clear here, because you said, I got tired of the name. It's not really the name. It's the storyline of all this. I am completely worn out by what's going on with Kuminga. What's happening? How are things going? I tried to talk to him the other night in the locker room. I said, Jonathan, look, Steve Kerr says we should ask you. So I'm asking you. There are a lot of people who want to know how you're feeling. Like, how are you feeling? And he doesn't want to talk about it. And that's his choice. But the longer that happens and the longer he doesn't come out and say, hey, I'm feeling a lot better, then everybody's going to have a bunch of different thoughts as to exactly what's going on. And Spadone, the key here is when Kuminga's on the floor, his play can do the talking. And you can shut everybody up. Anybody who's questioning what's going on or whether he wants or is going to get the next big deal, you can quiet everybody by playing well. And that is my point with all of this Kuminga stuff. No matter what side you're on, he should stay, he should go, they should trade him on January 15th. If he plays better, all of the other periphery stuff is going to fade away. In the beginning of the season, he was playing really, really well. Everybody, Steve Kerr, his teammates, they're all saying, hey, Jonathan's playing great. We love this. We hope it continues. He needs to do exactly what he's doing. Then he didn't play very well. He shot 12 for 38 from the field, and everybody went, he's not playing well. And then he got hurt, and we haven't seen him since. So that's what I mean by all of the speculative stuff and what's going on. I just want to see him on the floor, and I think that's what Kerr was going at the other day. He said as much to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, guys. He's sick of being asked about something that he can't get a clear answer on. As far as what happens in the next few days, it sounds like he'll be out there, but until he says it himself, everybody's kind of guessing still.
I mean, Nick, this whole thing has been, the whole Kuminga saga has been bizarre at times. It's just another incredibly bizarre chapter and all that, though. But if he is going to be back in the next, few days or weeks, is he integrated into the starting lineup? Is he coming off the bench like he was in that last game against the Spurs before he went out with the knee issue? And then, again, also, it is bilateral knee tendonitis. I mean, is this a concern that could linger with him throughout the year? Because if the Warriors do intend to, regardless, the Warriors need him to be healthy and productive, whether they want to trade him or whether they want to be competitive with him. And the bilateral knee tendonitis, that does kind of concern me as something that could linger with him throughout the year.
Sam, let's start with that part first. It could, but only he knows. It's the same thing. Only he knows how he's feeling. When he doesn't describe how he's feeling, then everybody, to your question, is kind of like, all right, well, how big of a deal could this be? We'll see. because I think with that kind of stuff, it can be game to game, it can be week to week. We'll see. Now, what kind of role he has when he comes back, I would expect him to come off the bench again. But I say that knowing that Kerr is very clearly, guys, looking for lineup combinations that work still. Very obviously. His hope was 20 games in, I have a set rotation. This is who's going to be out there. That hasn't happened. Between injuries, inconsistencies, he doesn't know who's going to be out there on the floor night to night and what's going to happen. So when you look at Kuminga, you think, all right, is he going to get another chance in the starting lineup? And if he comes back and he plays well, I think absolutely he will. But he controls that, because that's at the point that we're at now is if he comes back and he plays well, he controls what's going to happen. If he comes back and he doesn't play well, then who knows? And I think that leaves open the door that a trade may be more likely in the next couple months. But in the very short term, Kuminga controls how he's feeling, what he wants to describe. He controls how he's playing and what happens there. But I would expect him, whenever he comes back, to come off the bench, and then we'll go from there.
You know, Cousin Nick, you're so right about that. And look, the whole starting lineup thing always befuddles me, especially under Steve Kerr. Because you see Pods, he'll come off the bench, and yet he's playing more minutes than Will Richard when he starts. If you play well, you will get minutes. You will get 29 to 30 minutes a game. But I understand why it means something to a young player like Jonathan Kuminga. But looking at this roster as a whole, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Pods, whether it's Moody, whether it's the OGs, this team does have problems, Nick. Points in the paint, point of attack defense, second chance points. To me, Nick, and maybe you look at it the same way, they're at a disadvantage athletically every single night. So if they do move whoever it is, whether it's JK or whoever they're thinking about, they have to get more athletic. They need some size, because the way they're going with this current iteration of the roster, they're not going to win a lot of basketball games out west, man. They're going to be one and done, and it'll be a quick ride for the Warriors this year.
B, I agree with you completely. And I think the other key to hammer home to your point is when you watch this Warriors team almost 20 games in now, or right around that area, the gap between where they are and where they want to be is really, really big. Mm-hmm. And I think the hope after that first week when they beat the Lakers and they came back in that game at Chase against Denver and Jokic, that was awesome, and they won that, and you go, whoa, here we go. The problem as you watch them is you go, oh boy, the flaws are there. They are nowhere near OKC. I don't think they'd have much of a chance in a 7-game series against Jokic, because, B, what's the other issue that they're having? Length and size down low. I mean, out of all the red flags, we can talk about Kuminga all day. The thing that would scare me the most, if I were Mike Dunleavy, as we're sitting here right now on top of lack of shot creation, is Al Horford just looks really old. He looks really old. Now he's hurt again, and he was supposed to be such a difference maker when the game started to matter more in March and April. So there's still a lot of time, but to exactly what we're saying, if you're being really honest about what we've seen so far, this is a team that looks a long ways away. That gap is a long way from where they are and where they want to be. And if you were hoping they were getting closer to that true title contender, you were hoping that Kuminga, Pods, and Moody all took another step over the course of this year. And that just hasn't happened. Kuminga's hurt. Pods hasn't taken the step that they wanted to this point. And Moody hasn't been as consistent as they have wanted. So when you factor in, now Draymond's hurt, although it sounds like he's going to be out there again tonight. And Steph is Steph, but the level that we're used to seeing him at every night may not be the same. Mm-hmm. And Jimmy, when he's engaged, is still awesome. But there are a few games during the year where you go, all right, well, what's going on? He doesn't have as much of an impact as you hope. And you look around the roster, and B, that's the problem. Even if you traded Kuminga or you traded Moody or, throw in all the picks, whatever, who's coming in that is filling in all the gaps that they have right now? Yep. And when you watch the Warriors, you see a team that really seems to still be trying to figure out the roster construction that would work to get them there, and I don't see it.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Hey, Nick, you fired up about the NBA Cup tonight, dude? Let's go. You fired up? Look at those courts.
No.
They're virtually like eliminated, right? Like the Warriors aren't advancing. Like they're virtually kind of done, right? See, I don't even know. Cup. I don't even know. They don't even tell me these things.
There's no more LL Cool J commercials now. I think the NBA's over the cup.
B, the money that was poured into that thing early in the first couple of years, it's like, all right, let's
that Emirates money's not hitting as much anymore.
Guys. Yeah, the NBA Cup is they're dressed up regular season games with weird ass looking floors. That's what this is. And when you don't have the push behind it, I think everybody kind of sees this for what it is. The payout is nice if you can get to Vegas and get there, but I always kind of chuckle when people are like, "Oh, it's a cup game." I think, who out there that's making millions upon millions and millions of dollars is sitting there going, "Oh, we really got to pour it into this game at the end of November because there's a chance we could make a couple extra dollars on the back end." I don't see it. I never saw it, and I think all of that has come to the forefront now.
Well, here's a thought I want to throw at you, Nick, and I want to get your guys' thought on this too. As a way to make the NBA Cup better, because, when Joe Lacob joined the broadcast a couple weeks ago, and he pretty much dismissed the NBA Cup, I thought that told you everything you need to know. But to your point, Nick, you make a good point. Like, there's just not a whole lot of incentive. Like, sure, an extra couple million in your pocket's fun and all, but, like, for, your superstars, that doesn't really matter. For the Pat Spencers of the league, that would be really cool. But, like, as much as I like Pat Spencer, I'm not going to tune in just to see his wallet get a little bit fatter. So what if the carrot that you dangle on the stick there is simply, if you win the NBA Cup, my thought is you get an automatic top 6 seed in the playoffs. I feel like that would be a fun way to spice up the NBA Cup, make it a little bit more interesting, and put a little bit more of an incentive to try and actually win it rather than just, money.
Here's my first thought, though, Mr. Loveman, and it's that in the first year, so let's say you instituted the Loveman policy.
I have some contingencies I would add on to it, as well.
Okay, but all right, so let's play it out. So we add this on, and then a year from now, everybody's like, "Oh man, a top 6 seed. This is a little more interesting. Let's go." And that first year, there's some intensity, and you can tell that the coaches and the players are like, "Let's try it. Let's give it what we got." You're telling me that that's going to hold 2 or 3, 4 years from now? I just don't. I don't see it. I don't think that while the league's heart was in the right place, there's something they can do to dress up the games at the end of November and early December that's going to make people lock in. Your fans that are going to be fans no matter what, your diehards, are going to watch. Everybody else is going to sit there and say, "Wake me up in the playoffs." And when you watch a team and you watch a league that has kind of devalued the regular season, and I mean this specifically with the NBA over the last 10 or 15 years, when you see load management pop up and it continues to be an issue all throughout the NBA, and then you factor in all these soft tissue injuries that Kerr and the Warriors and everybody keeps talking about popping up all over the place, you go, oh boy. So I don't think there's any saving of the NBA Cup, while well-intentioned, and I understand why they were trying to make a change. I don't think there is anything they can do to make people who weren't watching watch now, because they're just not going to care till April.
Well, if LL Cool J didn't work, then I lost all hope into it. And a trip to Las Vegas. Like, who wants to go to Las Vegas? Like, these players spend all summer in Vegas.
Right.
Whoop-de-doo, we're going back to Vegas, more travel. I think teams don't mind advancing or not advancing in the NBA Cup. I'm with you, Nick. NBA Cup, I mean, it's lost all its luster here.
Real quick,
didn't really have much luster to begin with.
Real quick, I'll let you finish, Bonte. The only thing I thought about when you said that, Sam, about you automatically get a top 6 berth, Well, if I'm the Lakers and I shut everything down the next few months, I'm sure the league will love LeBron and Luka not playing.
Well, no, the contingency I would add is that you need to have at least 42 wins in order to actually claim it. So that would
So we win 43 games and then we're a 6 seed.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's for a lot of that 6 seed. Usually that's what it takes to get you at least out of the play-in. That's the big thing, is that it would get teams like that out of the play-in. Like if you're the Warriors and you win that and you know that you don't need to be in that play-in tournament, I do think that kind of changes how you look at the rest of the season. It sets you up better for the playoffs. So again, but I think Nick does make a good point. There's no saving.
And then there's a lot of ticked off fans saying, "Wait, they won 43 games. Now they're not going to play their guys.
Not going to see
Steph and Jimmy and all these guys." So real quick for you, Nick, Houston's coming to town. They're top 5 in both offensive and defensive efficiency. One of the longest lineups in the league. No Kevin Durant tonight, but we get to get reacquainted with the Rockets, man, after 12 meetings last season. Şengün, Draymond, that's going to be must-see TV. Amin Thompson chasing around Stephen Curry. How do you view the Rockets as a contender in the Western Conference? Do you have them up there with the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder, or do you have them a tier below?
I have them a tier below B, and as the season started, I had them on the same tier with the Warriors, in that if they played each other and everybody was healthy and Kevin was out there and Steph and Jimmy were healthy, that would be a hell of a series again. Obviously, we saw it 6 months ago. It was a lot of fun. And being at Chase yesterday and listening to Steve Kerr and the guys talk about this, there was a lot of respect there between these two teams already. To your point about tonight and what's going to happen as they see each other moving forward, I think what Kerr kept mentioning is just that Houston is gigantic. They are a huge physical team. They can hit you in a lot of different ways. My point, and why I felt like, and probably still feel, even though we've described what the flaws are, why I would still lean towards the Warriors in this series if they see each other again, is because I believe in Steph that much. I still believe that Steph, at his best in the playoffs, where you're getting a day or two off in between games, can carry a group through against a lesser or equal opponent. And that's where I place Houston. What I want to see, and what the rest of the world wants to see, is Kevin versus Steph. And what does Kevin do in that series? And how do Kevin and Draymond play off each other behind the microphone night after night, and what's going on? So it would be really, really fun. And Houston still has plenty of room to grow in the year. But I just feel like the gap, and again, we started the conversation this way, now we're coming back around, in that OKC is all the way up top. I think they're going to win another title if they're healthy. Denver with Jokic is right there, and now there's everybody else. And I think the gap between 1 and 2 and everybody else is widening now every day.
Hey, Nick, happy Thanksgiving, man. We appreciate your time this morning. What you doing for Thanksgiving? What you got? You got a couple days off after tonight, right?
A couple days off, but there's never really, and B knows this, there's never really
no
a day
days off, brother.
in Warriors.
You should see Nick after every game. Every game.
Something after every single one of these games. I was thinking about it the other night, guys, because the Kuminga stuff is a perfect example. That game the other night was boring as hell. Utah wants no part in playing defense.
No,
they don't care. They'll score 130, but they'll give up 150 and go, everything's good. But I'm sitting there in the media room, and I got home, and I'm writing this story, and I'm going, man, oh man, the Warriors are an ecosystem unto themselves. Nobody else exists like they do. Maybe the Lakers to a certain level.
Most interesting
but
team
out
in the
here,
NBA.
people, they care all the time, and they're always interested in what's going on and off the floor. So, Spadone, I say all that to say I'm supposed to sit there and have some turkey dinner tomorrow night, but I am very confident that I will be sitting writing at some point tomorrow.
Really quick, Nick, before we get you out of here, you mentioned the Utah Jazz, which means our old friend Lowry Markkinen was in town.
Oh, God.
Don't bring that up. Don't bring that
Do I
up.
sniff around that as a trade idea, or can we just put that whole thing to bed? And that $46 million deal
you
you
never
have.
put it to bed when a team is that bad, Sam. Again, the problem, though, is Markkinen is a really good player. I just don't believe, even if you got Markkinen on this team, giving up what Danny Ainge and that staff is going to want to get Markkinen, how much better does that become? And that is where, as we start going through all these trades, because I know that's coming here in the next 2 months, how do things turn to a point where you feel better about what you have moving forward?
And you have to deal with Danny Ainge.
Yeah, exactly.
And we know that's not easy. That's the other aspect of dealing with Utah there. But by the way, the Indiana game at Chase Center was probably the most boring game of the season.
My God,
that was brutal. They had a 3-point lead or something like that midway through the third quarter. I'm like, oh my God.
The players.
Oh man, that was
at least they finally beat the Pacers at Chase Center.
That is good.
It is a perfect way to go out though, because this ties into the same problems. It's the regular season. And especially with the Warriors, if you have a team that they don't really look at and say, hey, this is our equal or anywhere close, they have to rev themselves up. They are human beings. And when you see these games play out over and over, you go, oh, my gosh. This is where you remind yourself, Steph is Steph, and everybody's paying to watch him come out and play. But even on those nights, that Indy game, that game the other night, those were ugly.
Yeah, they were.
Speaking of not ugly, Nick Friedel, you're looking great. You're looking beautiful. Look at that smile. Look at that beard.
Just wait to see him after a game tonight. You used to see him in the media room.
Is he all dressed up?
No, well, he's like, looks exasperated. Oh, B.
Well, this team, I get it.
Team.
Sounds like Shasky.
Hair's all over the place. Blazer's halfway off. He's like, B, I got to write.
I'm happy with writing.
100% right. Never stop.
Little bonus story.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate you, man. Happy Thanksgiving.
You later.
Love you, Nick.
See you tonight, Nick.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. See ya.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA Insider, Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Oh, there it is right there. That was a dramatic pause. I didn't even know that was coming. Time to give away a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. Be caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. That's caller number 5 to the contest line, 415-523-4652. It's our Thanksgiving blowout contest. And if you didn't win this hour, don't worry. Next hour for Steiny and Goo, you'll have another opportunity all the way up till 6 p.m. Love talking to Nick.
I do too. But listen, I'm not going to lie. I know a lot of people are like, what's your take on the Warriors, Bonte? What's your take? I'm a little concerned. You know, they beat San Antonio. Those are 2 great wins, but it took Steph to score 95 points in those games.
It was a big effort they got out of him in both those games.
Like everybody's talking about, oh, man, the new lineup, and they were ready to dunk on JK with the new lineup. Will Richard and Moses Moody. They won the first 3 games with this new starting lineup. But Steph averaged 47.5 in San Antonio. They scored 14 points in one of those first quarters and 18 in the other. All right, then they lose 3 in a row, right? They lose 3 in a row with the new lineup. And there's no JK, and everybody's saying, what's going on with JK? What's going on with Kuminga? That's going to play itself out by January 15th, I do believe. Like, if you had to ask me, this is my thoughts, not the Warriors' thoughts. It's my thoughts personally. It feels like this marriage is going to come to an end at some point this season. It just feels like it. It feels like it. That's just what my gut is telling me, and I got a big old gut right now. But the fact that Stephen Curry dropped 34 in Orlando, 38 against Portland, and they lost, it doesn't bode well. Like, Jimmy's doing his thing. Jimmy's been solid, especially in the non-Steph minutes, but finding a rhythm with the other players. And that's where it's hard when a lot of guys' roles are changing, right? When a guy comes out, all of a sudden the guy's got to step up. Pod's entering the starting lineup, and then now he's coming off the bench. Quentin Post starting, coming off the bench. TJD getting minutes that he's not getting minutes. When your role is not defined, and you're playing just, one game you're playing 10 minutes, the next game you're playing 30, it's going to be a struggle to find the chemistry within a basketball team. And now you're 10-9. You're flirting with 500. You got a tough Rockets team tonight. You got to beat the Pelicans on Saturday. Then you got the champs coming to town, Oklahoma City Thunder. It's going to be a while before this team finds its rhythm. But the good thing is the Western Conference is going to beat itself up. But I am concerned. They got a lot of older players. Where are they going to be out in January? Where are they going to be out in February? Because the one thing Draymond Green said last year that I totally agree with, they were playing playoff games from February on.
Yep.
And by the time they got through the Rockets, they were done. They were cooked. Steph Curry comes out with the hamstring injury. They lose 4 straight. The rest is history. They can't afford to do that with this team.
Yeah.
They needed a great start. I needed a 13-7, a 14-6 start. Now they're 10-9. So what's the next 20 going to look like?
It's just that's what concerns me about later in this year, because Nick, he's come on, he's told us a couple times it's all about April. You said it earlier in this segment. It's all about April, but you still got to get to April. Mm-hmm. And what I don't want to see happen again this year is, let's see this team goes in and makes some deals in January and they do get better, but I don't want them to be so far behind the 8 ball that you're playing a scrambling catch-up the rest of the season. And Bonte Spinoni, let's be real here, that playoff stretch that they had from February on, you look at that schedule, they had a lot going their way in that schedule. Part of the reason they were able to go on the run that they went on was that they played a lot of not very good teams, and the good teams that they did play, there was a lot of guys who were absent from those games. I think that they had the win against the Nuggets with a couple weeks left in the year. That was the first time they beat a legitimate contender that was also fully healthy. Granted, great win. I loved it, but that's just, it wasn't enough to really show that this team is at that next level. And they were lucky to get to where they got in the playoffs. And then, as you just said, the bottom fell out because the health caught up to them.
Well, think about the schedule, Spadone.
Yeah.
Rockets tonight. You get the Pelicans. You gotta
get that one.
Prime time.
Prime time.
Money time.
OKC, 8 o'clock start
Is
Tuesday
Zion
night.
going to be available for that game on Saturday?
Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? OKC. Then you have to go on the road for 4 games. Philadelphia, Cleveland, Chicago, and Phoenix, who the Suns are playing well.
Yeah.
It doesn't get easier.
And then, you get Phoenix for 2 games.
last 10.
Yeah, you get Phoenix for 2 straight games. And then you host those Orlando Magic Monday, December 22nd.
They're playing better.
This will not be an easy stretch for the Golden State Warriors. So can they weather the storm and find some consistency with some of these other players? You know what Steph is going to do. You know what Jimmy's going to do. But you need Draymond healthy. You need to hit a couple baskets. Defensively, I think he's fine. But also you need some rim protection. The points in the paint differential is second to worst in the league. That's the problem here. And I don't know if they have that fixed on this roster. So I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly concerned with the Golden State Warriors right now.
It's interesting to look at both the conferences right now because for the first time in a long time, I think there's more depth in the East right now than in the West. And when's the last time we could say that? Like, I'm looking at the Detroit Pistons being the 1 seed.
They're finally putting it together.
No, Cade Cunningham's legit. They've won 13 in a row. I'm happy for them. He stuck around. They paid him. He stayed healthy. That's the most important part with him. He stayed healthy. Got the Raptors are a fun story. I mean, the East is wide open right now. It could be anyone out there. But like Nick said, I still think it's a 2-horse race, and it's the Thunder and the Nuggets. And you thought early on for the Warriors, and if you're a fan, it's like, man, people thought the Lakers are a contender. You kind of handled them pretty easily in their turf. Then you beat, the Denver Nuggets at home, and Aaron Gordon was going off. He had 50, but Steph was that dude. It's like, wow, everything was so good. And really, since then, it's been a lot of, are we old? Yeah.
Might be.
They might be. Fast 5? Oh, let's kick it off. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first, I guess. Dare I say, looking ahead at this 49ers Cleveland game, I actually don't feel super unconfident. You like how confidently I said that?
Yeah,
because
you said unconfident.
I don't feel not confident because...
Just say you feel confident in the Niners.
Yeah, no, because despite this conditions...
You're not confident in the Niners. You're not confident.
It's like 64% confidence.
You're not
despite the inclement weather, I think this could work out for the 49ers because there really is no need for the Niners to go with a, I think, super aggressive passing attack out of Brock Purdy. Because of the weather, you don't need to do that. Keep it short, keep it simple, and, swing passes, check downs to CMC, stuff like that. Brock does not need to do the Superman routine this weekend. I do think that kind of bodes well for the Niners. You guys are stirring as if something just happened.
38 degrees Sunday.
The weather.
Winds are going to be about 22 to 30 miles per hour. Chance of rain and snow.
Yeah, but that's like summer in Cleveland, so it's good.
Yeah.
So just hand it off to CMC and Brian Robinson Jr. and then just do a couple dump downs. You don't need to go big. Just keep it simple. Keep it safe, play it close to the vest, and then get a nice little 10-7 win that everyone's gonna speak glowingly about on Monday.
I'll say this: it does bother me if my stud quarterback can't play well in inclement weather. That does bother me. There is something about our guy that we paid $200+ million struggling when it gets a little wet. I can understand the frustration in that regard. That being said, know your personnel, Kyle Shanahan. Know your quarterback's strengths and weaknesses. Get the ball out of his hands quickly. Run the damn ball.
Exactly. Short passes.
All right, my final thought is, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to all the roasters out there. Everybody who listens to 95.7 The Game. Everybody who watches NBC Sports Bay Area. We all appreciate the support. Shout out to my old high school, Washington Going to Turkey Day, baby.
Hell yeah.
Championship game tomorrow. Keysar gets those mighty Balboa Bucks. It's going to be tough. They got to run it back. I will not be there. I'll be in flight to L.A. and going to Universal Studios. But go Eagles. Go Eagles. Go Reardon. Go De La Salle. Go all the NorCal high schools. We need to win state this year. We need to beat some of these Southern California high school football teams. By the way, Carson Palmer, he's a head coach at Santa Margarita.
Wow, okay.
They are playing for the Open Championship down there in SoCal. Pretty damn good. Very good defense. They beat Mater Dei this year. They're legit. But shout out to all the high schools out here in the Bay Area. Go win those championships, especially Washington High School.
I believe Carson Palmer's a high school coach.
I'm looking at it right now real quick. You're going back to Ohio. There is a lake effect snow warning remaining from Thursday to Friday. Expect 4 to 13 inches of snow potentially.
That's a lot of inches.
Oh, my God. Is it going to be a winter wonderland on Sunday?
Man.
Purdy v. Shador?
Hey, well, listen.
Now just wearing the white jerseys, right?
Listen, hold on. I got to play
through
some
40
sound.
Through 40 starts, Brock Purdy only 34 interceptions. Tom Brady, 34 interceptions.
I said that to Shasky.
I know.
That?
I just wanted to bring it back up.
Makes you think.
Hey,
it's popped up.
Hey, Kendrick Perkins on Shador Sanders. Check this out.
Shador Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009.
Oh, man.
You know what happened in 2009?
Yeah.
That's when President Obama got elected in office.
Bro.
He's the most powerful black man since 2009. You said you were sitting there watching the game in your house, and what you did? You ran with the TV.
Goddamn right,
right?
I did.
What was you doing, DB?
I was cheering. I was happy.
You was cheering like a motherfucker. When Shador said,
we didn't even vet it. We didn't even vet it. Oh, boy.
Oops.
Well,
we got the gist of it.
Well, what's the better comp to you, Bonte? Purdy to Tom Brady or Shador to Obama? What's closer?
Shador to Brock. No, I'm kidding.
More Crumbles and Ackerman. Crumbles and
I can speak on that.
I'm not gonna go there.
Carter, Zach, you got a thought?
You're like, I'm gonna take a playoff.
Man.
Yeah, I got a thought actually. Shout out the Cal Bears for that win last night against number 18 UCLA. Let's go, Cal.
Nice. UCLA was ranked?
Yeah, they were 18.
Basketball.
Oh,
basketball, yeah.
Shout out Kyle Kelly, too.
They're playing at Chase Center. They're playing at Chase Center.
Really?
Looks
That's pretty
good.
cool.
Yeah.
Zach, got anything?
Yeah, just shout out my Hoosiers. We're the only undefeated program left with the undefeated basketball team. And
isn't Ohio State undefeated?
Women's, men's, and football.
Oh, okay. There you go. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years guarantee. I guarantee you next time we'll bleep that out. Steiny and Goon next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This Black Friday is the best time to get the Toyota you've been wanting, but these deals will disappear soon. Right now, get low 3.99% financing or a low-cost lease on the capable 2025 RAV4. Or get a low-cost lease on the sporty 2026 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid or the fuel-efficient 2026 51 MPG Camry. Black Friday is almost over, so visit your Toyota dealership before these deals are gone. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit ends 12/1/25.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard Windows and Doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Fry and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. And right now, it's the perfect time to kick back during Lazy Boy's biggest Black Friday sale. Save 30% on everything, plus free delivery. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep The Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, who wants to have some fun today?
You always have fun.
Now,
Yay!
Now,
This
do you
is
really
different.
want to have fun, or are you saying you just want to have fun?
Boys just want to have fun. Shout out Cindy.
Yeah. We're going to have fun today.
Let's do it, baby.
This is one of those fun days.
We got big boys popping up on us, too. Fitz!
Who's the big boy?
Fitz.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Bob Fitzgerald coming up at 11. And Tim Roy will be on later today with Willard and Dibbs at between 2 and 6. Fitz and Tim Roy, 30 years, both of them on the calls.
I call that the Steph
Warriors.
Curry. 30 years with the same franchise. Congrats to both.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll talk to Fitz at about 11. We'll talk some San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk some Golden State Warriors.
And some menu items.
Sure.
Like I got a text from the wife, what do you want? I like wings on Thanksgiving, so she's making some hot wings for me.
That's nice. That's really nice. That's nice.
I ain't a big turkey dude, Donnie.
You're not?
That's dry.
Well, now, will you read too much into it if I tell you that I do like white meat?
Yeah, no, I got you. I do, too.
I just do. I like white meat with gravy.
Look at my man.
What do you want me to tell you? Let's see, what else?
Yeah. We used to, real quick, Snotty, about the gravy. I almost said it yesterday. We used to play hoop. My boy Craig, he was about 6'10". He was taller than all of us, older. And he would say, you can have the rice, but you can't have the gravy, as he blocked the shots. And it just stuck with me. You can have the rice, but you can't have the gravy. Yeah.
So, and anyone who knows this day knows that, Goo. Now, this isn't a day for you and I. We're up there.
We're thankful, though. We're 8 years going on 9, baby.
No, we're thankful. But what I'm saying is, anybody who's been around the block knows that this is the greatest party night of the year.
No doubt about it.
Now, exactly. That's why Evan hit the dinger. Not necessarily for you and I, Goo. We're past our prime. We're like Draymond Green and Al Horford. But the young kids, the 30-year-olds, and the kids who are, just out of college.
I'll give it to them.
Be responsible tonight. Have fun. A
lot of police out.
But be responsible.
Yeah, a lot of police out.
I'm going to need you guys to throw a couple lobs later.
Yeah.
We'll do.
Mm-hmm.
We can do that.
You look fresh, Donnie. You look festive.
Yeah, I feel good.
Yeah.
I feel good. 4-day weekend coming up. Couple rounds of golf coming up. Oh, I got my next, hey, Steven, how you doing?
Look at him.
Hey, Steven Langford, just lingering.
Oh, God.
How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. By the way, my next 3 golf trips have all been locked in. That's what happened yesterday. And you know what? By the way, we'll talk sports. But we're going to talk about me.
Yeah.
And, so, Goo, my next 3 golf trips for the next 3 years are locked in.
All right. First one.
Scotland.
Come on.
This upcoming summer.
All right.
Then next year we're going to Whistling Straits in
Whistling.
Wisconsin.
That sounds like a band
in Wisconsin.
Now, have you ran this have you got the time off approved?
Well, I'm not going to need time off in about 2 years. Let's put it that way. And then 2028 is already locked in, Northern Ireland.
Well, hopefully you're here.
You mean alive?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be alive.
Yeah.
But
that
we'll
was
see
bad. I take that back. You'll be here.
We'll see if we'll see.
You're excited.
Yeah, it's a holiday weekend.
Let's go.
A lot to be thankful for. I got a family that's healthy, Goo. I'm scraping by.
Now,
so
is
that's
everybody
fine.
home, the girls? Milan made it home 2 days ago.
Nice. 2 out of 3 of the girls will be home, and then the other one will come home around Christmas. At Christmas.
You help cook?
No.
Either do I. I get the remote. I might vacuum, but I get the remote.
I mean, it is a day to allow the professionals to cook.
There you go, Stoney. Nothing worse than bad food, right?
It's like Susan's going to be like Curry tonight. Yeah. She's going to go cook. And
that's a 4.
Yeah, go cook. Now, Jonathan Kuminga will not be cooking tonight. Good.
It doesn't feel well, let me tell you who was cooking yesterday. Willard Dibbs, a great, phenomenal interview with Steve Kerr. They asked all the right questions.
I got my own complaint.
Yeah. Steiny, man, coach, man, this whole Kuminga conundrum, I don't know, man.
Yeah, we'll get into some of that sound.
Houston, about to miss the 7th game tonight.
Yeah.
No KD. I think Draymond told us he's having a baby. KD about to be a daddy.
That would be his first one.
Yeah.
What happened? What fits?
We don't know if he's having a child.
Dre told us.
Dre dropped dime on him.
He did. Is that fair? No.
Yeah, right. No, you got.
Let me tell my news.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You got to let.
I got to.
You got to let the father actually, give the news. No Durant tonight. No Tari Eason. No Steven Adams. No Fred Van Vliet.
Right, stop.
No Dorian Finney-Smith. Jonathan Kuminga won't play. Al Horford won't play. Draymond Green questionable, but he's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, there you go.
So there you go. Warriors are 10-9, and
sounds better than 9-9.
Does it?
Yeah, to me. Well, still, I don't like it. We got fit. I need him today.
Now, why?
I'm down.
Why? They won their last game, Goo. The Warriors.
Sonny, stop. We got standards. They lost their last 3 before that.
Yeah. Well, what do you make of this stretch that they had a great practice yesterday by all accounts?
Oh, okay.
Really, they tightened some things up probably on the defensive end.
Let's do it then.
All right. So we'll talk Warriors and Rockets with Bob Fitzgerald. The other thing we got to talk about, and I don't know, we'll jump into this probably right off the bat, but you ever you have a day and then you get done with work and you're like, I wonder if we missed it today.
Every day. No, I go back and listen to all our shows.
Well, I don't have that feeling very frequently. Like
usually
when I walk out of here,
you feel like we did it right?
Yeah, I feel like we nail it most of the time. But yesterday, we were talking a lot about Brock Purdy and his first half against Carolina. And
yikes.
I kind of was just saying, had a bad game, and what are you going to do? He's a starter, and you're going to move on, and he'll end up starting, and he's not going to give up the job until he, unless he gets hurt.
Yeah.
And then Willard comes in and goes, that wasn't good. That's opened the door.
I got that the night before via text, so I was like, for me, that was a whoa.
So what does open the door mean? Do you think? Like, how much leash are we giving Brock Purdy right now?
All right, it's a loaded question. It's twofold to me. From a fan standpoint, he's opened the door. And now, fan is short for fanatic. Shout out Pete Franklin, rest in peace. But a fan's best friend is the backup quarterback. And because we saw Mac Jones, again, here I go with the DNA stuff, Philmo Mike, with a stronger arm, just, different throws. It looks different. They're different quarterbacks. But I feel like now, how can you just not be attached to what you saw? Like, if Brock Purdy doesn't, pick it up. And I expect him to. It's going to be a hard task in Cleveland. But that's what that meant to me, Stoney. Open up for what we do. People calling in. I heard Gene in Oakland. He put it down on our show yesterday. He called in with Bonte Spadoni and Lubman this morning just saying he's kind of out on Brock. And it's kind of out there. And I just hope Brock is not at his Jimmy phase of his career where, it was his show. He was the man. They went to the Super Bowl. And then what would you give me for this? Now, do you think the fan base turned on Jimmy? But he gave them reason to turn, right? With some throws, some plays. And I hope that's not happening to Brock before year one of the contract as it's supposed to kick in.
Yeah, my question is, you look at that game on Monday and the first half that Brock Purdy had. Now, the Niners, of course, won the game 20-9. But how much, how many more of those can Kyle Shanahan and the fan base and the team, go through? Is Brock Purdy, like, you love to use there's nothing to see here. Well, I didn't think there was yesterday, and now after listening for the whole day yesterday and this morning, it does feel like Brock Purdy better start living up to a higher standard. Otherwise, maybe he does open the door to Mac Jones getting another couple starts this year.
Yeah, and can I be honest with you? It's no victory lap for you, but you kind of said something to me the other day in regard to just the future of Mac Jones, that he's going to be they're going to get rid of him as soon as possible if they can get a nice something back for his services. But, Steiny, I got to be honest. Let's just say Brock didn't exactly light it on fire the rest of the season. And let's just say he had poor play. You might be right. You said they're keeping Mac. Like, that's a part of it. If I'm Kyle and John, like, we can't afford to let him go. We can't tell the media we're a little nervous or our confidence is shaking, but we got to keep him. Like that, to me, that's in play now. If his play doesn't improve, Steiny, we're talking about 3 interceptions on national, television in one half. I guess maybe that's why some are overreacting, if you want to call it that.
All right. Well, we got Bob Fitzgerald coming up at 11 a.m. today, and we'll get into some Niners
too. Don't forget.
Yeah, we'll get into Niners obviously on the other side. And the question is Brock Purdy's leash shorter now than it's ever been, and is that the way it should be, or do we need Brock Purdy to kind of ease back into things and give him some wiggle room? 888-957-9570. Today's your chance to win great prizes every single hour from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. Tons of great prizes. And in the 10 a.m. hour, we're giving away a Hello Kitty bobblehead. How about that?
Yeah.
When you hear the air horn sounder, which you'll recognize, be caller number 5 on the contest line. It's our Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. And on Thanksgiving Day, we're going to bring you the Chiefs-Cowboys at 1 o'clock. Mahomes and Prescott as you're eating your Thanksgiving feast. Chiefs-Cowboys, 1 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game. And that segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Call it like you see it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 5 minutes, your chance to win a Hello Kitty bobblehead. All right, when you hear the sounder, be caller number 5, and I'll give you the text line. I'll give you the contest line number. It's different than the regular number. And I'll give you that, and then the 5th caller, a Hello Kitty bobblehead.
Yeah. Speaking of what you just brought up last segment about leaving the building and you feel like we missed something, I did that with the big game last week. But 707 just reminded me, you owe me an apology yesterday.
For what?
You told me to shut up, but if you know the show, you know the show. But I'm here for you if you want to say sorry. Up. Oh, I did say that to you.
Exactly.
But you said it to me yesterday.
Yeah, but remember what I said was, okay, this is when I got to say it, Goo. Shut up. So I set it up in a nice way. Shut up, Evan. Yeah. Well, that one.
It's floating around, okay.
You imbecile. That one is different. So how long of a leash do you give Brock Purdy?
Steiny, as long as that contract is. I'm just being real. And, you know, I got the corporate in me. The fact that I went out and put a ring on Brock's finger, for better or for worse, and I just think he has enough rope to not be looking over his shoulder. That's just me. But the fan thing, it's different. I was in the building again. I heard it. Shasky texted me, yank him. So, Steiny, I think you could have 2 more games like that, and they still wouldn't pull him because of what it would look like and what it would how symbolic it would be on like, oh boy, something truly is going on here.
Well, my question is, do you judge Purdy by how the team does, or do you judge Purdy how he does?
How he does. When you get the contract that he does, Steiny, we talk about it all the time. Guys get paid, but just because you get paid, and I feel like said player earned it, you still got to perform. And we'd be fools to sit back and think what we saw Monday is standard for Brock Purdy. No. And, I am curious and excited. And I feel like the Niners, and I was going to lay this on you real quick, Stoney, they're 8-4. They got the last spot right now. It's minute, right? They're holding on. But I do feel like they're playing with house money to where if they didn't qualify for the playoffs, you really couldn't be mad because what they've done up until this point with everything that's gone down, if we're being real, they're winning.
Yeah, and they've had it's a 17-game season, and they've played 12 games, and now they've got 5 left, and I think they win 3 of those games. They're sitting pretty, obviously.
Man, that puts you
at 11-6.
Yeah.
And I don't see any reason why they can't win at least 2 of them to get to 10 wins. And then if they get one more win, they're going to make it. 11-6 is going to get you in.
No doubt. Now, let me just say this about the leash. If they utilized the leash or reined them in or made a switch, Stoney, then you're opening up Pandora's box, right? Like, what are you symbolizing or telling just your team and the fan base if they were to do something, and I deem it drastic, if he were to play, like at this point, you got to have his back and ride it out. I believe that.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. And I want to know, look, there's a chance that Brock Purdy could play poorly and the Niners still win the next 2 weeks. So that's kind of what I'm asking. Is it all 49er results driven? I know this is a different situation, but I'm thinking of Moody at the beginning of the year. And I think they cut him or they waived him after the first week of the season. He missed a kick, but they won the game. And I think that at that point, Shanahan said, I got to cut my losses. Now, obviously, Brock Purdy's a much different situation. Right. But if he's not playing as well as Mac Jones was playing and he goes a few games like that, then maybe Kyle Shanahan does have a decision to make.
Well, it's interesting you say that because you said if you get to 11, both of us believe they're super duper in, but there's 5 left. And let's just say I heard Bonte say the possibility was there, not that it would happen, that, they could lose 4 or 5. Okay. What if that were to happen? Then when it's all said and done, you don't get in on the last week. You still got Brock giving you that chance, hopefully, to get in. But if they win the 2 that you expect them, Tennessee and Cleveland, and they got another layup, Tennessee, again, Stoney, I'm just one of those dudes that feel like for better or for worse, and there's not a bad performance or performances that the Niners and Kyle would make a change.
Yeah, I'm wondering what 49er fans think and how we assess Brock Purdy moving forward, and if there are any decisions to be made moving forward with Brock Purdy. He's played 2 games since he's returned. They're 2-0. Obviously, was really good his first game back, and then on Monday he was not very good at all. I'm just kind of taking the temperature of 49er fans. And I agree with you, Goo. It's tough to envision a scenario where they take Brock Purdy off the field, but you look at Monday's performance and you realize, well, they can't just live with that for the next 5 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Look, he had a bad game. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
And they won.
And he hasn't had multiple bad games in a row frequently over the course of his career, but I'm just wondering where the 49ers are right now, knowing Mac Jones is sitting behind Brock Purdy. What are the demands that we're putting on Brock Purdy, if any?
Now, tell me if I'm being unfair, but I'm being real. I'm going back to the origin. Coming out of college, Stoney, 32 teams or 31 other teams deemed Brock Purdy not worthy of their services, and he was Mr. Irrelevant. What if he's not regressing and maybe he's coming back down to earth and Kyle got the best out of him when the team was loaded on both sides of the ball? But do you allow for the fact that maybe Brock with 8 touchdowns and 7 interceptions, what if this is who he really truly is? Then I think you got action as to, oh boy, forget mistake. What do we do for the rest of this team if this isn't just a blip on the radar and you saw multiple weeks and, I fought you tooth and nail yesterday about the 2023 Christmas game, but if you look at those stats and the interceptions from that game, this is more than just Monday night.
I would agree with that.
That's all starting to creep back to me, but all it takes for him to, have a couple good games, I'll be like, oh, that's the Brock we know. Yeah. That's the Brock. But what if it's not that?
Well, then he can't be your starting quarterback. Like, he can't. And that's one of the things when I look at Monday. He was terrible.
Steiny, I appreciate the honesty, man.
It wasn't very hard to see. He just didn't. He didn't play well in the first half.
And thank God you played Carolina, right?
Exactly. So how do you measure the opponents? The fact that we know he probably wouldn't have been able to get away with that kind of performance against a different team. Oh, well.
What would you do?
Playing a different team.
Seriously, Stott, if you were Kyle.
I monitor him pretty closely, I think, right now.
Wow, what a word.
And I'll tell you why I'd monitor him closely. Did you see the story from Ethan Sherwood Strauss on his Substack?
No, look at that.
Stoney, it's behind a paywall.
Stoney's got bread, Evan.
No, but so how would we be able to read it?
Well,
pay.
You guys are involved in some paywalls that I'm not, like Twitter. So you find that
Twitter's free.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't pay for it.
What's your point?
The average bear's not paying.
It's a redundant question.
Go subscribe to Ethan Sherwood Strauss's Substack. How about that? Anyway, he said bad news on Brock Purdy's toe. All right. Now,
I thought he said he was feeling good, Brock.
We all love Dan Dibley, right?
Not that, but our man.
So a lot of times Dibley will have had the same kind of injury as a pro athlete.
He's had every Humpty Dumpty.
And he's very good at relating what that is.
I talked to him this morning.
So, now, of course, I've lost my train of thought.
He's had every injury as the athlete.
Right. So Ethan Sherwood Strauss is a Bay Area writer, and he said he got turf toe 10 years ago, and he's still dealing with it.
Come on.
Yeah. He says it's just, it can feel fine, and then you step on it wrong, and the next thing you know, it hurts again.
But what if I told you and the listeners, I kind of wish they would have played the card that well, then now you would have been like, he shouldn't have been out there. But what if I told you I'm more concerned that the toe wasn't part of, and maybe he's just not using an excuse, but what if I told you I would have felt better had he said the toe was, it was giving me a little something. Then that would explain kind of, Jacksonville part 2, but to say it wasn't,
but he said
it's all upstairs, I'm watching with a keen eye, man. We all are.
He also said he wasn't going to be 100% at any point.
Well,
the toes just.
But Ethan's never played in the NFL.
No. I'm talking about Purdy.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm talking about Purdy.
Well, let me ask you this, Donnie. If it's so unfair, but because he just had a bad performance a couple of days ago, but right now, Stoney, if you had to buy stock in Brock Purdy, would you? And that means he's going to lead you back to the Super Bowl and revert back to what he was when this team was loaded. Would you spin your chicken, or would you say I'm passing?
I would pass on that.
Wow,
I would. And I saw Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area wrote something about this. That can we expect Brock Purdy to get back to the quarterback he was 3 years ago? And what Matt Mayoko did was, he looked at the numbers and the ratings and all that, and he said it's really going to be tough for him. I guess his rating was like 113 or something, which is pretty good, and it's going to be tough for him to get back to that level. And
so we're acknowledging that he's not, that the plays come down for Matt to say. So we're acknowledging he's not giving us the bang for the buck.
So Brock Purdy in his first 18 games.
All right, lay it on me.
In the NFL, threw 11 interceptions. 11 interceptions his first 18 games. In his last 21 games, he's had 23 interceptions.
Wow, that is a change.
Earlier in his career, he went 250 straight passes once without turning the ball over via interception. So he's not he's not playing at the level he did, 3 years ago, but the level of talent around him isn't what it was 3 years ago. So how do you measure that?
But he
versus
got paid.
His performance?
He was supposed to bring a dish to the cookout.
So what I'm saying is, if you paid Brock Purdy and expected him to turn into a different kind of quarterback than he is, well, that's your fault. He showed what he was at his best, and we've seen him when he struggles. And I don't know how much better he can get than he was 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, I'll tell you this, partner. They paid him predicated on Brandon Ayuk was going to be his number one receiver, and it looks like he might be on the first thing out of town. So that's on the Niners as well for Butcher. Shout out Shasky butchering that. But I believe they envisioned they were going to be the next Montana, light Montana and Rice. And now if you're telling me, Steiny, things have eroded around him, but we can't count on him to take it up a notch, that is concerning.
All right, there it is. There's the sounder. And now's your chance to win a Hello Kitty bobblehead. Call the number 415-523-4652. Caller number 5. You will get a Hello Kitty bobblehead. 415-523-4652. Caller number 5. You will get the Hello Kitty bobblehead. And let me tell you something.
I got to tell you something.
A lot of people really like those bobbleheads.
I got a Steph Curry bobblehead in my bedroom in the lab.
That's weird. You're a grown man. They're mostly for the kids. Like, I don't know if I told you this. So
I'm kind of mad I said it now.
Yeah, you should have.
No, it's on my dresser.
Yeah.
When I watch the Warriors, it's there right there.
And then right before you doze off, right? Oh, Steph. Oh, Steph.
I did not tell you. But, oh, boy. I should have kept that.
By the way, we're giving away prizes every single hour
every
today.
Hour.
Wow.
Every
Let's
hour.
go. Christmas
10:30,
early.
11:30, 12:30, 1:30. After that, I don't really care what Willard and Dibbs do.
Well, sometime in all of those hours.
Oh,
so
okay.
you got to listen in order to find out.
Because
it's like that old lotto. You got to play to win.
Hey, what? Some people, I do love you, and it's why we lasted this long. You invited one of our comrades here to your house tomorrow, and I just want an update on Joe Spadoni. Will he be at the Steinmetz household for Thanksgiving? Why do I like you for...
He's making it so freaking hard.
What you mean? What's... Yes or no?
He goes, so what time are you guys going to eat, you think? And I said, I don't know, 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4, I don't know. And he goes, well, I'm going to have the kids from 3 to 6.
Oh, he's out.
And I'm going to take them to a movie. And I'm like, all right, what are we talking about then? He's like, well, maybe after. I'm like, after? 6 o'clock? I mean, that's not night time.
Black folks, we eat at 1, Steiny.
How many people actually eat Thanksgiving dinner at like a typical dinner time? I thought it's always early.
Yeah, I think 3 is about when most people eat.
Black folks eat early.
But we can throw that out there at 888-957-9570.
I want them to come by. Bring the kids. You said bring the kids.
Yeah, kids.
To hell with the kids. Oh,
no, he can bring the kids.
There you go. We're Uncle Steiny.
Yeah, we got a straggler situation. How about this? This is. I was thinking about this. Is what was interesting to me in the Ethan Sherwood-Strauss article, and he's talking about how most people think that arm strength is just arm strength, that the arm is what creates the arm strength. Ooh. And what he gets into in this piece is that, any great quarterback or quarterback coach will tell you that the arm strength has a lot to do with, the lower body.
Yeah, the core.
And getting a stable foundation. And that's the part where maybe that's where we're seeing the little bit of a lofted ball with Purdy. Because if that turf toe makes it hard for him to plant, then the ball's going to come out just a little less, it's going to have a little less velocity on it.
Steiny, I love that, and I believe it. But to be fair, he got the turf toe this year. And if you're going to go like others with those interceptions, 23, I believe, or however many in the last 23 games, he didn't have it then. So how would that explain the picks?
Well, it just stinks before.
Right, man.
I know. I mean, I don't know why, but I mean, I don't think it's hard to see that the balls he threw on Monday
I'm with you.
They just weren't.
No mustard.
They didn't have a lot of zip on them. Let's go to Damon. Damon's in a dump truck.
Oh,
what's up, Damon? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
First, you're crazy, man. If you think that the Niner fans are just going to be okay with the all right season where we did all right, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nah.
Steiny,
we're this close to the playoffs, and it's all Purdy to get us there now.
Wow.
It's all Purdy to get us there now. They put him in. It's on him to get us there. There's no looking any other way. And the point that you guys made though, as far as like his arm strength and interceptions, like I've been saying for a while, like that started last year. he was sailing balls over guys' head, or he was throwing balls in the dirt, or he was just making bad decisions and throwing interceptions. So it's been a continuation. I'm a Niner fan through and through. I was following even through training camp, and there were a lot of interceptions. And guys pretty much kind of wrote it off. They were like, oh, this is where you're supposed to test the limits and figure out what you can and can't do. And they made it like it's no big deal. And it has been a big deal, and it's continuing to be a big deal. And
wow.
I just, it kills me how, they tend to just bend the spectrum and like, well, if you look at it this way and, if you squint and you turn it this way, he actually looks pretty good. And his numbers are like, no, he hasn't been playing good. He was awesome in 22 and 23, but we can't deny that he's been struggling. And, one thing that caught me was during that Jags game, right? He had a couple of interceptions during that Jags game. And I think on the second one, the defender came up with the ball and he's like, we already know what he's doing. We got him. We know what he's doing. And that's what I was saying. It's like, has the league caught up to him? Because it seems like what he was able to do before, he can't do as easily now.
Wow.
It's harder for him. It happened to Kaepernick. Remember how dynamic
I do.
Kaepernick
I'll
was?
never forget it.
They started picking him off, and then it was like, what were they saying? We got him figured out. Sherman, remember Richard Sherman? We already know what he's going to do. And it just was downhill from there.
Yeah, hey, Damon, great stuff. I tend to agree with some of the things you're saying. The one thing I would say is, it's funny. I'm not asking Brock Purdy to do anything he can't do, but he can't quarterback this team out of the playoffs. Like that is
You've
the
been
one
consistent with that.
I mean, that's going to be the issue. Is
what if they put up 30 and the defense, it takes a step or two back, and then we're like, well, the offense was fine. I get you, Steiny. And the caller, he's saying, "Goo, miss me with all that jazz." But if it's not the offense and Brock looks like who he is, or normally, then it's not. The pitchforks need to be put back in.
I look at it this way: their offense is their strength right now. If for no other reason than the offense is completely healthy. All right, so who are we playing in the next 2 weeks? We're playing Cleveland and we're playing Tennessee. All right, well, our defense isn't great, but I find it hard to believe that Cleveland or Tennessee is going to going to score 3+ touchdowns.
Shador and Cam Ward are your next two.
So I get that the Browns defense is good, but if the 49ers can't put points on the board against the Cleveland Browns defense, then I think we're getting the answers on this team, because that means their offense isn't going to be good enough, as their defense has, taken a lot of injury hits. So that would be my concern, is if the 49ers lose a couple games in the next 3 weeks, what do you do then if Brock Purdy looks similar to how he looked on Monday? Then what do you do?
I'm going to tell you, because I felt like this happened, and I heard Bonte telling Joe and Lubman this morning, he said, I'm paraphrasing, he felt like Brock calmed down in the second half. I feel like they pulled the plug, and everything was just in the flats and intermediate. But I will tell you this, if you look at that game and how it played out, I'm willing to guess McCaffrey from this point on, and maybe it's the right thing to do, Steiny. I'm predicting Steph Curry touches, not Tim Roy and Fitz. Congrats on the 30 years, but 30 touches, because now you can't hide your quarterback. But, Steiny, what if I told you we'll be able to see if maybe some confidence has been lost from Kyle, if everything is McCaffrey, this, that, but maybe that's the right thing to do anyway.
Against Cleveland, it might be. It might be. 888-957-9570 is the number. I guess the question is, how secure right now is Brock Purdy's starting job, and is it completely secure regardless of what happens? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, 20 minutes, we got Bob Fitzgerald joining us. He's been broadcasting Warrior games for 30 years along with Tim Roy on the radio. We're talking to Bob at 11. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And that segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Frontier Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down and no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deals end January 5th. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek or shop anytime at frontierford.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Bob Fitzgerald joining us at 11 a.m. Warriors play the Rockets tonight. Cup game.
Rockets, Warriors eliminated in the Cup. That happened Friday. So they ain't going to Vegas.
The Rockets coming out to play.
It's still a cup.
Yeah, you're right.
But the court will be fun, right? The court will be
they
fun,
ain't going
right?
to Vegas, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Warriors playing chess.
Yeah, I got you.
Got some weaker opponents coming up now. They don't have to go to Vegas.
Well, and
wow.
I didn't want to say this, but somebody else was doing the same thing. They just did it in a different kind of way.
It wasn't the Lakers.
The T-Wolves.
Oh.
The T-Wolves don't want to be in Vegas.
I'll tell you what, Luka looking like MVP. It's early, but damn, tell me I'm wrong.
I can't.
Okay, wow.
What's their record now?
You had it early.
I just guessed that 13.
The real question is, what's Dallas's record?
They're probably 5-15.
But I feel like their car's in the shop. We can't judge them until Kyrie and AD come back.
They sold their car for a Buick.
You know what's funny is you can't tell what's real and what's not. I saw a quote from Anthony Davis, like, they can still fix it and just trade me back to the Lakers.
No, that's fake.
Yeah, it must have been. It must have been. All right, we're talking about the 49ers and Brock Purdy. Fitz is going to join us in 10 minutes, so we'll shift to the Warriors. But let's start with Thanksgiving call from the coach. The coach is in Vallejo.
What's up, baby? Happy holidays.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Hey, guys, happy holidays, happy Thanksgiving. And I was chuckling when Goo was talking about, black people and the 1 o'clock dinner.
Oh.
Because and it's twofold to that. Number one, it's usually we have our big dinner right after church on Sunday.
Okay.
Okay? That's where it starts. Now, we eat early also because we have what's called a second dinner. That comes at about 6 or 7 at night. Okay? So you have that. And on the holidays, it gives you time to go to someone else's house in the evening and eat again.
Coach!
So that's where all that 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock dinner, it's a black tradition. We've been doing it forever, and you guys have me chuckling on that, Goo. So
you're the man.
Happy holidays. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Where are you at on Kuminga?
Okay, on Kuminga, I think he's truly... I think Kuminga was truly injured, and I think he was injured even before he started playing bad.
Okay.
But once you get into the starting lineup, Goo, you know darn well you could have a broken leg. You're going to tell the coach, I'm okay.
There it is.
Because he's been waiting so long to get there. Those guys, a guy like that, he'll never admit. He almost have to, limp off the court in order to not play. So that's where I am on Kuminga, and I think he is truly injured, and I hope he's back soon.
Yeah. Happy holiday, man.
Yeah,
we love you.
Coach, have a great weekend. Mm-hmm. So I never told you the story about my Aunt Diane, did I?
No. First time I heard Auntie Diane.
That's my late dad's sister, and she lived in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Go ahead and give me a drop. And so when we were, when I was about 20, they're very, not religious, but they're very... They were a give back family.
Okay, wow.
And they adopted 3 kids.
Wow.
from Vancouver. They were native Canadians. And they were really underprivileged. And so they adopted these 3 kids from the same family.
That's beautiful.
And every Thanksgiving, because they were so they came from a very needy environment. So when they celebrated their first couple Thanksgivings with us, they would all get sick because they would just eat much. Because they just were so not used to, being able to eat everything you could eat. And they
no, that's, man.
So, I don't know. For some reason, I never eat a boatload for Thanksgiving. Maybe, I don't know why I said
the big stuffing dude. I'm very picky.
No, mashed potatoes. Yeah. I don't like stuffing. Anything that's got some green in it, I'm out.
And I've never been to prison, but I've watched movies down there. I've had some friends that, visited. But mashed potatoes are so uninviting. It's just, you just slop it on the plate. I've never been a mashed potato guy.
You know what? I don't even know this, but I'll bet you Evan likes mashed potatoes more than stuffing.
I don't.
Oh.
Evan stuffing.
See, that's like you betting, Goo. You just really guess. Sometimes
don't
you're
say
right.
that to the real gamblers. They get mad when you say it's 50-50.
To be fair, though, I have done a 180 on stuffing. I didn't used to like it when I was younger, but now I can't get enough.
Man, it's my favorite.
Is it really?
Yeah. Done by the right person.
Some cranberry sauce.
I don't like cranberry sauce.
Me neither.
I like cranberry juice.
I do too. It's good for your liver.
But it's got a lot of sugar in it.
But it's good for you. Your liver.
Have you guys tried the canned cranberry sauce?
It's my kryptonite. I don't even touch it.
Oh, dude, it's I like it more than the sauce.
Cranberry.
It's like gelatin.
It's funny. I don't know why this came up. Somebody said Steiny skips vegetables regularly. And I'm not a big vegetable guy, but for whatever reason, last night I drilled some veggies.
Broccoli. Dude,
I was like, you know what, Steiny, it's time. It's time to eat a vegetable or two.
I put shredded cheese on my broccoli.
I don't do that.
And hot sauce.
I don't do that.
Is it even broccoli at that point?
I know. You can't put cheese on broccoli.
You put cheese on salad? I do.
Yeah, Cobb salad.
Grated cheese?
Yeah.
Gorgonzola?
Yeah, sure.
Gorgonzola.
Anyway.
All right. Let's go to Trevor in Roner Park. He wants to talk about Brock Purdy's contract. What's up, Trevor? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Back at you.
I think everybody's kind of reacting to kind of a bad game. I mean, he's allowed to have a bad game. I don't think Brock Purdy is anything like Tom Brady or a top 5 quarterback of all time, but he's not that bad. I think he's a good quarterback. I just think he had a bad game, and they still won against a bad team. So good. They won even though he had a bad game. He could have had a bad game against a better team, and they could have lost because of it. But they didn't. So I'd say just give the guy a break. You can flip on him, and next week if he has a great game, we're going to be talking about how great of a quarterback he is. So I just think quarterbacks have these kind of games. I'd rather have a gunslinger that goes out there and tries to make something happen than somebody who's reserved and doesn't make anything happen. It's okay. I can live with that. So I think he wins more than he loses. So I'm good with it.
I hear you, T.
All right. Appreciate you, Trevor. Yeah. Thanks for calling in. Have a great Thanksgiving, man.
So I guess, Donnie, in a perfect world, he picked the perfect opponent.
Yes.
To throw 3
picked
picks.
the perfect year.
Well, no, the 8-7 is not good.
No. You picked the perfect year to be lousy, though.
Why?
Well, because he stinks, and they're still 3-1 because the teams they play are absolutely horsebleed.
Well, that's the NFL. You can get got any Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, you can,
or Thursday.
but you're not going to get got as much from teams like Carolina and New Orleans and Atlanta.
Now, this is
the
New
York Giants.
I'm not going Kendrick
Tennessee
Perkins.
And Cleveland.
This is our last show before the Sunday game in Cleveland. Stoney, the Shador component to this game and the meaning from a math standpoint for the Niners, this is why, this is the game of the week. Forget tomorrow, all those games. Shador start at home, his first one.
All right, Kendrick.
And the Niners needing the game. And Myles Garrett and that defense, Denzel Ward.
Hey, go ahead. Try to sell me on how
this is the
Shador
game.
Sanders is probably the toughest quarterback they could face this weekend. Go ahead.
Oh, I can't say that. No, I'm just saying all eyes, not Tupac, are on, I want to say Cleveland Municipal Stadium. I don't know what it's called, but, dude, this is a game. I can't wait.
It's only Wednesday. Chill. And it's Cleveland. What are you doing?
We got games tomorrow and Friday, a Netflix game Friday. God, they got
Eagles.
a great camera. Who they got? Chicago.
Somebody they'll handle.
No, they got Chicago.
Somebody they'll handle.
Dude, I hit a nerve.
Doug in Wichita. I'm going to Wichita. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. And I'm
couldn't even try.
What's up, buddy? Dougie.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you, man.
Foremost.
Back at you.
All right. Hey, I was listening. I was thinking, thank you. I was thinking about that question of how long of a leash should Brock get and all this, that, and the other. And then that last caller was, I think he made an errant comparison or juxtaposition of, he's won and lost the same type of game that he's played, but a better comparison would be, we've lost games where he's played impeccably. If you want to make that argument, fine. That's great. But just to try to get to the point here, I was thinking back to all those times that, the genius, Bill Walsh, pulled Joe, sat him, and put Young in just for having a bad game. I don't know, maybe his shoe wasn't tied right or he threw a pick where there was another guy open somewhere or whatever the case was.
Right.
Okay? Hey, Joe Montana was not above being graded on his performance at the moment. And if the GOAT is not above that standard, neither is Purdy, and I love Purdy. Personally, I wouldn't sit him if I just went off my feelings and my opinion of the man.
Right.
But if we're going to look at competition, if he goes out and throws 3 more picks in the whole game Sunday, well then it's time to rattle our young man's head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, Brock. Come and sit down. Take a breather. Think about this. Hey, I love the aggression, no doubt. No problem with that. I love his gamesmanship. Love it. What I don't love is the mistakes, and they will happen. And I'm not mad at him for them, but if it becomes a habit, the man's got to sit. And it's not dogging anybody out. It's just competition.
So a little tough love, it sounds like,
I agree
Doug.
with you, Doug. But Guru doesn't believe in that. Guru believes that when you sign a mega contract, then the competition ends.
Doug,
and you must
don't let him poison you, man.
You must cater to that player.
I'm feeling what you're putting down, Dougie. I am, man. And it sounds like you're describing tough love. That's why I didn't like Kyle saying after the 3-interception game, they were a great decision. It just seems like you're letting the kids skate for missing curfew,
Hey, you know what? That's absolutely – I would buy that argument, man. I don't mind it. I mean, there's smarter people than me saying he made the right read. Well, okay, he made the right read, but he came up with the wrong interpretation. That's why he got hit. He didn't throw it far enough.
No,
okay?
you're right.
That's called knowing what you're reading, okay? Great. No problem there. Now, Sunday against Shedeur, I ain't trying to hear about him one way or the other. He is a rookie making his first or second start, I guess, with a good full week. I don't care who his daddy is. I don't care really so much about his bravado either. Give the man some time one way or the other. If the coaches don't like him and they say, this ain't our guy, coach's decision. If they give him a long, long leash because of who he is or whatever, again, coach's decision. But I don't want to hear anything about, he's being mistreated or he's being this or that because of this or that. I'm like, the man is a rookie. If he comes out and has a good game and loses, what? The Browns let him down? If he comes out and has a bad game and the Browns win, or the Browns win, what? The Browns are that great? I mean, come on, man. It's
I got you.
Competition.
Thanks, Doug.
Man,
appreciate
what you doing Thanksgiving, Doug?
Appreciate it.
Come by the Johnsons.
I got it. Here's one thing I thought about. Is Brock Purdy a gunslinger?
If you look at the yard, people think he's dink and dunk, but if you look at his yards per attempt, he's up there. So,
okay. And here's my question.
Yeah.
Has there ever been a gunslinger?
Brett Favre.
Who didn't have a strong arm? Can you be a gunslinger if you don't have zip on your ball?
Flutie.
I'm going to press my button, but I get to.
Doug
but Stoney, you might be onto something.
I don't know.
If Phil Mike is out there, I talked about his lack of arm strength, but wow.
Like the ultimate gunslinger is Brett Favre, and he had a rope.
Elway was a gunslinger.
Exactly.
Peyton Manning.
Okay.
Flutie. I just
saying.
Where is Doug?
He's around. He's doing infomercials. Yeah.
Like, he ain't close to the game, though.
I don't know
I haven't
that.
seen him in years.
Yeah, do you remember the name of the guy who caught the ball against Miami?
Now, this is great. I don't.
Gerard Phelan was his name.
That's great knowledge.
One of the greatest plays in college football
Jeff
history.
Garcia was a gunslinger, to me.
Okay, did he have a he had a better arm than Purdy, right?
No, yes, he did.
Well, who doesn't? I mean, who doesn't have a better arm than Purdy?
See, now you're doing me. You're taking shots that when I used to do it back in, you'd be like, no, it's not about the arm.
It isn't. It's about, like,
I didn't like Kurt Warner saying he throws a catchable interception because that's what that tweet meant.
That actually makes sense to me. It really does. Because if you're throwing the ball with a lot of pepper.
And we see it every week in NFL. How didn't you catch that? It was coming 100.
Yeah, it's going to be harder for guys to catch balls with pepper as opposed to when Purdy layers it in there.
But what about the two that he threw against Arizona?
I can't remember those.
Dude, Evan, I said it. People got mad. Those were picks. They dropped them. Yeah, you're right. Everything goes against that. Arizona dropped them. They were kind of right. So they weren't coming heat rocks.
I'm trying to picture those interceptions.
Phillip Rivers was a gunslinger. He didn't have the strongest arm.
Okay.
But he would let it rip.
I'm just asking
Chad
the question.
Pennington. He threw soft. The Jets.
Okay, now there it is right there. You just blurted out a name of a quarterback that he stunk. Chad Pennington, like he doesn't belong. He doesn't belong in this. Where did his name even come from? How did it get into your head? Chad Pennington.
Well,
Evan, do you know who Chad Pennington is?
Yeah, of course. He was the first quarterback taken in the Brady draft, I think.
Why would Guru go there though with Chad Pennington, a guy who probably I never would have heard his name?
We all know.
What happened?
Yeah, you're late to the fart. I'll tell you at the cafeteria. No.
He was a white quarterback.
An email went out, so that's why I can't tell you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
No snitches here.
Yeah, snitches get stitches. That is funny. You're like, that's random. It's all outdoors.
All right. We're efforting Bob Fitzgerald.
Hey, real quick. That tune you were singing, who was that?
White Stripes.
Damn.
In fact, maybe Evan can come back in with some White Stripes at some point.
Now, when were they? In the 90s, 80s, 2000s? White Stripes.
Late 90s, maybe?
Yeah.
I thought you were a bigger fan of the Black Keys.
Oh, that song Yesterday. Yeah, that was a great tune. And
I don't remember.
Evan did the thing where, what's it called? Shockwave or something?
Shazam.
It's where you can get the lyric. You put Shazam on, and if there's a song play, Fitz can wait. If there's a song
Fitz can't. He's the man.
If there's a song playing, that you can recognize the song. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Let's welcome in the TV voice of the Golden State Warriors. And he's done it for 3 decades. Hey, Bob, how you doing, my man?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Happy holiday, Fitz.
We're doing well, and I'm going to take this opportunity to first thank Bob Fitzgerald. I had a guest coming into a Warrior game a couple weeks ago as part of Steve Kerr's anti-gun foundation and program, and Fitz gave him a tour, and they made some fun at my expense, which is well, but my buddy Drew had a great time with you, Fitz, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that was a group that the Brady group does all the gun safety stuff. Steve is intimately involved in it, and I've been a big contributor and wanted to support Steve, but I really gave that group a whole courtside tour and pregame warm-ups in the broadcast booth and all that because someone said they were a friend of Matt Steinmetz, Guru, and I wanted to prove that there was one that was around.
Yes, sir. That name carries weight.
Happy to acknowledge that does come in existence.
I love it.
Hey, Bob, what's the key to longevity in this broadcasting world?
What's interesting, Matt, is that, you always have like a goal or a dream as a kid. And, I think I've shared this before, but, when I was 9 years old, we moved out from, Chicago, and Bill King and Hank Greenwald were my guys. I mean, Bill King doing the Warriors and Hank Greenwald hosting Sports Phone 68. And on my 9th birthday, May 14th, 1975, that was Game 7, Warriors against the Bulls, that led them to win the Western Finals and then on to the NBA championship. on my 9th birthday, you blow out your candles. Like, I want to be the Warrior announcer, and I want to have a show on KNBR. And my parents were like, this kid's an idiot, But to have that happen in my life, I still, every time I call a game, it's like, oh my God, So to do it for 30 plus years, Bill King was the Warrior voice for 21 years, and for Tim and I, to be doing this together for so long, and with Jim Barnett, with you, Matt, on the sidelines, and with Kalena, it's just a great, great thing. And so I am happy, to be honest, that 19 win seasons, 21 win seasons, 17 win seasons, that 4 titles, 6 trip to the finals, and 13 years of playoffs and all that stuff. I'm glad the tougher stuff came early, and the better stuff came later. I think maybe that's more the key to longevity, is that you hang in there long enough and the wheel comes round.
Fitz, don't forget you've done the Olympics as well, man. So you're a real one. And what I think you've mastered, and is just natural when it comes to you, is every game that you do, Bob, it sounds like there's no other place you would rather be than in that seat calling the Warriors game. So it comes through the airwaves. I've sent you numerous texts. I don't want to abuse it, but there's so many times, Bob, I want to fire off a text. I did it to Bob Myers too much, but I'm like, I got to let Fitz work. But I got to ask you this. Last year, they went 23-8 with Jimmy. I'm not down, Bob, but I need your help because I'm not happy with the 10-9. But I told Steiny and the listeners, I thought the Warrior team as a collective would pick up right where they left off last year, that regular season. Where did I go wrong, or what did I miss, or is that too soon to have those expectations?
No, here's the issue is I think we talked preseason where I just said, hey, guys, the beginning of this year is the funkiest start of a season I've ever seen in terms of 18 games in 30 days and 14 cities and the whole bit. I actually expected kind of where they are. Now, how they got there, beating the Lakers and beating Denver and beating the Spurs twice, but then losing to Indiana and losing to Milwaukee without Giannis and losing to Portland, how they got there is surprising. But where they are is not, because they're in a survival mode, in my mind, till December 31.
Wow.
Because they'll play half the road games, 20 road games in the first 70 days. Then they play 21 road games in 102 days. So once they get to Jan 1, the schedule changes so much. And for an older team, that matters in a huge way. And so, you had Steph get sick, and you've had Jimmy and Draymond get, a couple rest games and things like that. But I look at it as, have they been outclassed by anybody? One team, OKC's on a different level, but on a given night, Lakers, Spurs, Denver, we've already seen the Warriors beat those teams. So if you can get to the tournament, if you can get to April, and you take attendance and people are healthy, no one's going to want to see the Warriors in a 7-game series. Now that doesn't mean that they're some world beater. It just means they're one of 6 or 7 teams that has a shot, that has a puncher's chance. And so that's the goal, is that, when we're flying home from Charlotte December 31st, that's going to be the key to me. Did we survive this craziness through the end of December, and are we ready to roll and really start stacking up the W's heading into 2026? But, they've turned it over too much. There's been nights they haven't rebounded. A year ago, they were a really good rebounding team. But I love the roster. I mean, Draymond and Al Horford and Trace and Quentin at the center spot, and then Moody and Podziemski and Kuminga, with the Hall of Famers and Steph and Jimmy and Draymond. I mean, I think they're a good team. It's just that there's been a lot of kind of Richter scale up and down performances. That's totally fair.
Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game, television voice of the Golden State Warriors. He's been doing it for 30 years. Tim Roy's been doing it for 30 years on the radio side, and it's time to honor both you guys. I mean, it's not easy to last in this business that long. But, I just want to throw this out. I remember way back in the day, Bob, when Dave Del Grande was on the beat, and we'd have this little fun conversation about if you could cover any team in the NBA, and be in that city, what city would you be in? And I remember saying, well, this is number 1 in the Bay Area. And it was when the Warriors stunk, Bob, but I didn't care because I wanted to be out here. Anyway, I just want to know, was it more rewarding, or has this been even better, the fact that, the Warriors were on the periphery of the NBA, in the 90s and early 2000s. And, the way I look at it is I wouldn't have had it any other way than to see what happened, from 95 to 2005 or 7, and then to get to see what happened after that. I'd rather have experienced everything than just one side or the other.
You said it better than I could. I mean, that's exactly right, because every time you're at Oracle, you're like, man, these fans are so knowledgeable, and they're so passionate, and they're so ferocious, and they make a difference. I always say good fans are reactive. Hey, nice play, clap, clap, clap. Hey, nice play, clap, clap, clap. Dub Nation is proactive. They make things happen. They cheer things into existence. And if you ever wonder about that, go to the home game against Toronto. Kyle Lowry said after the game, we couldn't hear ourselves think. The Warriors are down 24. There's 2 minutes left in the third. I say on the broadcast to Jim, Jim's like, oh, they're down 24. I said, Jim, Clay or Steph hit a 3 or 2. This thing could flip. The Warriors went from 24 down to win that game by 12 points. They landed like a building on top of the Raptors in that fourth quarter because a couple threes at the end of the 3 and then just a run. They have it on YouTube. I watched it like a month ago. I'm like, that's Dub Nation right there. That building levitated. You think of Clay's 37-point quarter. I've never been in a sporting event where 20,000 people are losing their minds like that. To make it happen, he started hot, and then it was like, we're watching something special. And so that's where I love Warrior fans. So to me, they were always good. Even in the down days, the home games were good. They were competitive. The fans are so knowledgeable. They care so much that to see them rewarded with the success, it's a perfect story. Like if you wrote the movie, no one would buy it. Like this team's, they're in the dregs. They're one of the worst teams ever. Tim Roy and I laugh in Washington. Someone had one of the greatest signs ever when the Warriors are bad. You're 3 years away from being 3 years away. And Tim and I are like, all we wanted, I don't think he minds if I share this, all we wanted one time was to go into a city, and this was newspapers, kids, ask your parents, newspapers, where the headline wasn't Woeful Warriors, whatever. Just for the love of God, can we not have Woeful Warriors one year? And so for where we've come to where the Warriors are, you couldn't, if you wrote the script and gave it to Peter Guber, he's like, no one's buying this. Keep it moving. Oh. It's not grounded in reality.
Fitz, let's have some fun, because it was a week ago today that the Warriors honored the 75 championship team. Evan and I had the pleasure of talking to Clifford Ray, and then Rick Barry pulled up on us Friday. I went to the game. It was a beautiful ceremony. But Fitz, we got a drop, and you told Goo, and stay off the internet. And I want your thoughts on what went viral, because I was on the internet, Bob, shocker, when he was talking to Kalina, because I thought he got misconstrued. Your thoughts on Rick Barry talking to you and Kalina?
Well, it was total miscommunication. We had Rick down courtside because he was watching the game and put a headset on him. And, I brought up the story how he taught George Johnson to shoot underhanded free throws in that championship year. And George Johnson went from 40% to becoming almost an 80% free thrower. And I'm like, Rick, what an incredible thing. How did that come about? He's telling the story. And then Kalina said, I tried the underhand thing and it didn't work for me. And Rick said, well, you're not a player. But he still thought he was talking to me.
Right, I got you.
So that was, and I kind of said, oh, no, hey, Rick, no, Kalina was a good player, played 7 years and all that. And just, if he'd been sitting next to each other, it would have never happened. But
right.
He thought he was talking to me and couldn't really distinguish our voices, not seeing us. He called Kalina the next day, apologized.
Beautiful.
It's all good. It's the Warrior family. It's all love. But it was odd. So I guess if someone was watching, they could go, "What the heck?" And that's when Rick was done. Like, hey, you were telling Kalina he wasn't a player. Rick was like, "What?"
Right, I got it.
Yeah. So sometimes it's, broadcasting and live TV, weird things happen. But that's what classy people do. It's like, oh man, I said something out of pocket. Let me hit you the next day and say I'm sorry.
There you go.
And Kalina's such a class dude. He's like,
he's
hey,
the man.
No worries.
Hey Bob, I got to ask you. because we got a game coming up later in this season with the 49ers and the Bears.
Wow,
Yes.
Bob.
How about your Bears this year?
8-3.
If anyone wondered if Ben Johnson could coach, they don't need to wonder now, man. How have the Bearleys won these games in the last second, week after week after week after week? It just is beyond remarkable. I think the Niners are pretty good, so, playing in San Francisco, that could be a little bit rough for Chicago, but I'm very pleased with just a team that, is one of the bell cows of the NFL, kind of, getting back to life. And as a diehard, Chicago Bear fan and a Niner fan, those are the games that I want whoever has the ball to score.
No doubt. Hey, Bob, Dan Dibley's instituted a grading system here at the station. So when anybody says something funny or provocative, the highest score you could get is a 4. But your Chicago Bearleys, we call it an occasional 5. So that's a great one. Hey, let me ask you this. Steiny always has been a proponent of 4 years in college. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, Steiny, but I don't know. But he's always like, 4 years, Goo. These players are ready to hit the ground running. Share with us, if you're shocked at all, what you've seen from our guy, Will Richard. Because, Fitz, I think I saw it in preseason, but now he's taking it out there, and he's starting for the Warriors alongside Steph, Dre, and Jimmy.
Well, Matt's, played college hoops. He's a good long-time observer of the sport, and I think he's right on the money, is that just to even look at Quentin Post, Trace Jackson Davis, and Will Richard, you come in, if you're a 4-year college player, more of an adult human being, first of all. It's not easy to move to a new city, a new job, have money, fame, stress, pressure. You mentioned social media, internet, all on your head if you're 18, 19, 20 years old. Anybody listening, think of yourself as an 18-year-old. Versus what you were having gone to college as a 22-year-old and coming out. I know I was a totally different person. And so when I look at Will Richard and I look at Trace and I look at Quentin, they've played a lot of basketball. They've had their flaws and stubbed their toes. They've gotten better. They've also showed that work ethic makes you a better player. And then as a person, you're more of an adult and kind of ready to rock and roll in a really stressful profession. So I think Will, the best thing about him is a lot of rookies come in like, I got to score, and I'm going to shoot every. Nope, I'm going to cut without the ball. I'm going to defend. I'm going to rebound. I'm going to play hard every time. I'm going to start some games. I'm going to come off the bench. I'm going to sit, and my attitude and my approach is going to remain unchanged. And so he's like a 7-year pro, and he's a puppy in the league. I love him. What a find. What a find at the 56th pick. Like, how does Mike Dunleavy keep finding value when people used to throw picks away in the 50s? This is really kind of a nice story. And even Guy Santos before, they've had 4 straight picks in the 50s that all can play basketball. And that's just doesn't happen.
Yeah, Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game. I want to kind of finish up here with Steph Curry, Bob, because, he's 37 years old. Man. And I'm wondering, when I compare him to some other great point guards in history as they aged, you kind of have to throw them out because, whether you're talking about Stockton or Nash or Kidd or Isaiah, they could kind of transition into more of a pass-first type of guard. But like Steph's scoring is so, above and beyond what those guys did, especially at this juncture of his career. Like, I'm fascinated by how he winds down because I do think it's going to be different for him than a kind of a typical point guard who can, maybe take more of a passive role and get others involved when scoring such a monster part of his game.
No, Matt, I'm right with you on a nightly basis where Steph having to handle and beat guys off the dribble, and then when he gives up the ball, running through the gauntlet of being fouled and grabbed and bumped and pushed and coming off screens, setting screens himself. What he is able to do physically at this age and the energy he does it with is astounding. Then he is the greatest human being to ever shoot a basketball on our planet. 8 billion people. That skill not only has not diminished, it's gotten better. And And so to see that, I mean, this is really I try to tell people, if you're doing something for Christmas or the holidays or whatever, get out to see Steph Curry in person.
Man.
Like at some point in your life or your kids or grandkids or whatever, like this is Elvis, this is Sinatra, this is the Rolling Stones, this is the Beatles. Like, don't be that person where, I never got to see him live, because he's just that remarkable. So to your point about aging, Matt, and it's a good one, that's why I want DeAnthony Melton to get rolling. I don't want Steph to have to handle the ball all the time. The amount of abuse that it takes and the energy it takes to handle Steph off ball, catch and shoot, knocking down threes, he could do that till he's 70 years old. But, Father Time's undefeated, so at some point he's not going to be able to cook some of these guys that switch out on him. But right now he certainly can. And the cool thing is the league has wisened up. You guys know the last couple of years people just karate chopping Steph after every three. Now it's a foul. Now that secondary act, ball's released and you want to go weed whacker on a guy's wrist. Oh, thank you. 3 free throws. So that's going to help his scoring bubble up as well. And he's shooting, it's 6 a game, but it's still the highest free throw rate he's had in his entire career. And so thank for the rule change to finally came about, because people were like, well, we'll challenge a shot, and then once Steph shoots it, we'll just crush him and hope that we can beat him up enough to slow him down. And remember last year he played with the whole thumb injury and all that stuff. So now teams are, hopefully a little more reluctant in trying to do that all the time.
Fitz, I got to ask you this, because a lot of people, Guru, you wear your heart on your sleeve, and I would have it no other way. But I'm a Kuminga fan, and the offseason was a lot about Kuminga, and I thought he got off to a good start. And I know injuries happen and sports can be cruel, but Bob, what if I told you I'm missing him out there? I think the team is missing him. It's early. You want to work on your continuity, and you want to see him grow. It's 7 games, and hopefully he's back. But you don't have a problem with me telling Warrior fans, just sharing with my opinion, that I miss him out there, and I want him back sooner than later, just for the betterment of the whole team and himself.
Absolutely. I mean, JK in training camp, it's the best I've ever seen him pass the ball. It's the best I've ever seen him rebound the ball. And his shot selection discernment is definitely improved. He is unique on this roster. There is not a young, bouncy, physical force like him on the whole roster. So, of course, they need him. I mean, that's the thing. And now, if his knees aren't feeling good, they don't need him at 60%. They need him being the flying force that he is. But early in the season, I thought Kuminga played some of his very best basketball. So, yes, I'm with you 1,000%. Get him healthy, let him kick in, and get him out there, because particularly on nights, they're going to do this a couple times where, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond don't play. In those games, I want JK to get 35 points and be the focal point of the offense. Like, they almost beat Sac. They hung in against Miami, but they just didn't have enough firepower to get across the finish line. So, no, this team needs everyone. They need Melton. They need Kuminga. They need Al Horford. They need everybody to play. And so I'm with you. I'm kind of checking with everybody. Hey, okay, he practiced. He did 3-on-3. Steve says he's going to scrimmage, later. Like, great. Like, no, I'm excited. And wearing your heart on your sleeve, what's wrong with that?
We got some nasty people out of here, Bob.
You want to live your life as some boring drone?
I hear you.
Hell yeah, man. Care about the things you care about. Let people know about it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, Bob, thanks so much for joining us.
Too,
Congratulations, and keep it going, my friend.
Hey, you guys are awesome. I've loved you forever. And Guru, you text me whenever you want, man.
Right, I got you.
You're on the gold list.
Nice.
There you go.
It's the people that get my phone that I don't want to hear from. You got a thought. You let me know anytime you need to.
I love it, Bob. Happy holiday, man.
All right,
thanks,
see you
Bob.
guys. Be good.
Bob Fitzgerald, television voice of the Golden State Warriors, and has been so for 30 years. Hey, today's your chance to win great prizes. Every single hour, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., tons of great prizes in the 11 o'clock hour. We're giving away a Jimmy Butler Buddy Hield bobblehead. So when you hear the air horn sounder, be caller number 5 on the contest line. It's our Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. So that's coming up on the other side. The Jimmy Butler Buddy Hield bobblehead giveaway. Don't go anywhere. And on Thanksgiving Day, we're going to bring you Chiefs Cowboys, Mahomes Prescott, and you can listen to that game as you're eating Thanksgiving dinner. Chiefs-Cowboys, 1 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Upside down, you're turning it. You're giving up instinctively. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from 0 to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. And right now, it's the perfect time to kick back during Lazy Boy's biggest Black Friday sale. Save 30% on everything, plus free delivery. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
We are mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Millions live with treatable conditions, but no access to surgery. Mercy Ships changes that. For 50 years, our hospital ships have brought free, life-changing surgeries, restoring health, dignity, and hope. Learn more at mercyships.org.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, what a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Oh, that song Elton John sings. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. The song's for you. You ever heard that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up this segment, listen for the air horn sounder for your chance to win a Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler bobblehead. It's part of our Thanksgiving blowout. So in the next 10 minutes, when you hear the air horn, I'll give you the number of the contest line and caller number 5. We'll get that. We'll get that Jimmy Butler Buddy Hield bobblehead.
Wow, that's big.
It's a bobblehead.
You sounded better singing live than when he came back.
What do you mean?
Like when you see you were live on air, it sounded better than when Evan just played it coming back. Wasn't you though?
I'm actually surprised at how good my voice can sound when I do.
You do karaoke? No.
I've done it 3 times.
In the last decade?
In my life. Wow. They didn't have karaoke when I was younger. There's no such thing.
Yikes.
It was called putting a record on and
don't look at your phone.
Singing with the tennis racket, pretending you're playing the guitar.
Look at him. Don't look at your phone.
Oh, nobody did that?
We got a beef. Spadoni Evan. Spadoni texts Drew Brees. Drew Brees didn't have the strongest arm. And then Evan comes over the top. He had a laser. What do you think, Drew Brees? What would you? He got there.
What does Evan say?
Evan said he did.
Yeah, he did. You're wrong, Spadoni.
Well, he had a noodle arm by the end of his career.
Yeah, but he got it there early.
But he was 41 when he retired. Drew Brees has some of the best combine numbers for a quarterback under 6 feet.
Like, yeah, you get Brees had a cannon.
Him and like Russell Wilson had great arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's, sure. Yeah. Hey, by the way, Fitz hit the nail on the head with something, and I'm sick of it, and you guys don't get it. You think you get it, but you don't get it, and it involves Jonathan Kuminga, and it's unfair to the kid, and he shouldn't be put in this position, and when you put a person in this position, a player, you'll usually get poor results. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. When you say, there's going to be games when the Warriors won't have Butler and they won't have Steph and they won't have Draymond, and those are the games where I'd like to see Jonathan get 30, 35 points.
Yeah.
No, that's not how basketball works. So I'm taking back 2 decades, and we had a center here in Golden State by the name of Eric Dampier. You
Mississippi's finest. Yes, sir.
Mississippi State University.
But he's from Mississippi.
Maybe.
I know he is. He knows my cousin.
He might have been.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, slow down, Stein.
Anyway.
I think it's real.
Anyway. And I'm looking at the screen, and I'm watching USC, and I see Eric Musselman, the head coach of USC. Well, he used to coach the Golden State Warriors. And Eric Dampier was a really good defensive center. Really good. not so good offensively. But Eric Musselman would run 2 or 3 plays at the beginning of the game for Eric Dampier to get him going, to keep the big guy involved from the start. And he'd give the ball to Dampier 2 or 3 times at the beginning of the game and then never do it again.
This kid's an idiot.
And Eric Dampier, really smart guy, by the way, very had his head on his shoulders.
Yeah.
And he was like insulted. That insulted him. And I could see why. It's like, oh, you want to go to me 2-3 times early in a game because you want to keep me involved, and then you think you run 2 or 3 plays for me, and then I'm going to be I'm going to be great. That's just not fair. And I feel the same way with Kuminga. It's like, stop asking him to be a 30-point scorer on the nights where you want him to be a 30-point scorer, and then ask him not to be a 30-point scorer when he's playing with different guys. Like, he can see through that.
Yeah, but
sorry, he can, and it would bother me a little bit as a player.
Now, I get that, but also there's a rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Stoney. Shout out Billy. I saw him at the game.
Oh.
Went and had some drinks after. Splash.
Tequila?
Margarita. Yeah. And
that has tequila in it, though, right?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I was slow pacing. And he's from Jackson, Mississippi, Dampier. Listen, the rat on the table is do your job. You're not Lou Alcindor. So that conversation had to go. I got to believe they had. There's a reason, pal, I'm not running it through you more than the first 2 or 3, because the old adage in hoop is keep the big man happy. He'll do his job. The goon stuff, right? So, if he were Shaq, Stoney, or Lou Alcindor, he would get more than 2-3 plays. So I'm with the coach on, we're going to feed you early, but you're out here to defend.
What about Kuminga? What about Kuminga?
I would tell him.
I don't think it's right that they've set up this dynamic where they want him to play a certain way with the big 3.
I got it.
But hey, Jonathan, there's going to be times when we're going to need you to score 30.
But there's a hierarchy. There's a rank, Stoney.
Please.
There's a pecking order.
My point is, it's not fair to ask him that, though. Ask him to do that.
Okay, let's use Evan. I'm going to use Evan.
Yeah.
When you're sick or I'm out, I'm tending to something, who fills in?
Evan.
And then when we come back, where does Evan go? To his regular job, right? So he ain't throwing hissy fits.
No, but it's been hard. It's hard on Evan sometimes.
Well, I didn't say that.
He comes in and he's like, is Guru here? Do I have to do a show? Is Steiner here?
I got that
Do I have to do a show or do I have to produce?
Dude.
2 extremely different roles.
Hey, last time it was you calling it sick.
2 days.
He handles it well, no doubt about it, but it's a different He's got to play a different game depending.
But you never, and I'm being real, and I love Damp. He did know my cousin Derek Stoney from Meridian, Mississippi. They were boys.
Meridian or Jackson?
My cousin was from Meridian. He was from Jackson, but they went to the same school. So listen, the way you just set that up is, I guess you're saying they underutilized Dampier? Should they have went to him more? I guess what I get your point.
That's not the issue.
I would tell Eric that, though. Why are you mad? This is symbolic. The coach is telling you they don't feel comfortable playing through you and giving you more touches.
Right. So let's not even go through the charade
All right.
of you actually thinking, Eric Musselman, that I will be a more motivated player because you're going to give me 3 paltry touches in the first 7 minutes. Then you're going to forget about me.
So you're saying it's an insult almost?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I hadn't looked at it like that.
Maybe not an insult, but I could see how it would feel like you're being taken advantage of. We want you to play your 30-point game when we don't have the stars, but when we have the stars, now we want you to get 14 and do everything else. I think, like, if I were Jonathan Kuminga and I heard people say, hey, look, there's going to be 15, 20 games this year when you're going to play without Steph and Jimmy, so go cook. My first thought would be, what about the other 60 games? I can't cook?
I got something for you.
Sorry. I understand that challenge for Jonathan Kuminga, both on the court and psychologically.
Now, tell me, I want a letter grade. Let's be honest. And another rat brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Stein, let's put a rat on the table. There are 18 to 25 points a game, to me, from Jonathan Kuminga if everything went well, a night. So when you say, like Fitz did, you could score 35, it's not 0 to 35. It's really 15 to 10 more points because you should be able to carve. But what about when you're the guy, though? When you're like, that shouldn't be that big of an ask.
All righty. There's the sounder. Caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. Right now, caller 5 gets a Buddy Hield Jimmy Butler bobblehead. Once again, 415-523-4652. Caller number 5, you will get a bobblehead of Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler. And coming up in 20 minutes, we got Ethan Sherwood-Strauss joining us, former ESPN beat writer for the Warriors, also worked for The Athletic, had a fascinating story about Brock Purdy and his toe. And we can talk Warriors with Ethan, too. He's all over it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry, these year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
All right, folks, this is it. The weekend many of you have been waiting for. Black Friday. The lowest prices of the year on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony with deals up to $1,000 off. No need to buy a poorly rated unknown brand with prices like this. So what could be even better? How about video-only's better than Black Friday deals? That's right, better than Black Friday. Before you buy, check out Video Only, or you'll be sorry.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In San Jose today, mostly sunny with a high of 64 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
All three good decisions.
Our guards can't guard guards.
Just a hair late on them and...
We're done!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yes,
Hope,
sir.
You get to spend some time with your families and appreciate them.
Let's have a moment. And I'm going to ask Evan, too, what are you thankful for?
I am thankful that my 3 daughters are doing well right now, and they're healthy, and they seem to be pretty happy, and they're getting on with their lives, and they become wonderful women.
That's beautiful.
And I got lucky.
I'll say this, since you did the family portion before I throw it to Evan. I'm thankful that I have a job that I look forward to and get the bonus of not just working with good guys, but real friends. And that's what you guys have become, all of you. So I know some people out there trying to find a different gig. My oldest, you know what I mean? It's just like I am truly blessed to come to work and do what we do before and after the show. I'm thankful, Evan.
After, for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say
what are you thankful for, E?
Well, you guys really laid it on there. All right, since Steiny took the family and Goo took the job, I'll say that I'm grateful that I get to not only work, but live and come back to a place that I grew up. Wow. I really enjoy the Bay Area. I spent several years in several states, and at around this time during Thanksgiving, I spent a lot of them alone. So to be here, where I'm from, with people that I love, I'm thankful for that.
Wow. Man, you and I are different, because I'm thankful that I don't have to live in the same area I grew up in.
Well, yeah, you left.
Well, I've been to Reading, and I can understand why.
So have you done a game at a municipal stadium in Reading?
Yeah, we had
It's a great stadium.
We had multiple 3-game sets against the Reading
Phillies.
The Reading Phillies.
Wow, it's a great.
The Fightin' Phils, I think they're called.
That's
now.
correct. And they even shorten it to the Fightins.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There's a nice little late night club next to the hotel.
Yeah, Al's Cabaret.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Al's Cabaret on the corner there?
We had a good time there. It was raining one night, raining multiple nights, but we had multiple games rained out. So there's nothing to do.
Wow, man.
So we just headed on over to the Cab Club.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it was a popular spot. I've actually never been there, but I've heard all about it.
Now, that's odd.
I mean, it came into existence after I was gone.
Like,
it's not okay. It's not that kind of pub.
No, it's
you know what I mean?
It's a late night
it's
pub.
It's
my type.
Red light pub.
No, it's
talk to me.
Yeah, like that. What's it called? What's the one here they have?
You ever go down Broadway, Goo? You ever walk down Broadway at
Spell it out for me.
2:30 a.m.?
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's one of those places.
All right, I got you.
Yeah. They get the.
I know. Come on now.
Okay. Somebody wants to agree with me, so we'll always put them on in a hurry. Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
You'd be surprised how many times I agree with you, Steiny.
Cool. Wow, sweet.
You guys are my favorite. But anyway, I agree with you, Steiny, about the fact that, I would really, I'm a big Kuminga fan, and I understand that it's been rough for him being here. They need to do the kid a favor and trade him, because he can't win here. He's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. You know what I mean? I've watched his career so far. He was 18 years old when we drafted him. He turned 19 to start his first training camp. And he's been yanked in and out of this lineup, or he plays well. In the beginning of his career, he played well. Then Kerr wouldn't play him at all. The same thing goes for Moody. They are expecting these kids now to do what they wanted to do when they didn't trust him at all in the beginning of their career, and they yanked him in and out of the lineup. And so it's hard for them to develop. I mean, they keep saying they want to maximize Steph's championship window. Well, I don't know how you run a team like that when you got, 12 other, 15 other guys or whatever. But, Curry's great. We all know that. We all want to see another championship. But in my opinion, they're not going anywhere. I said this before. I mean, you look at, they got Horford. They signed Horford at 39 years old. Now his back is bothering him. Well, you mean you couldn't see that coming? That's what I don't understand. I don't understand about the Warriors front office. Why you'd want to continue to get older? You know what I mean? And I don't see them going anywhere. I see them maybe making the play-in. That's about it. That's about as good as it, unless they go out and get Giannis. And what's it going to? If you go out and get Giannis, it's going to cost a lot. Yeah. I don't know how they get their way out of this one, because they not only have it this year, they got it all in next year.
Yeah.
How do you build a roster when you're paying two guys $60 million a year?
I need this call over a
Dennis.
cocktail. Yeah, Dennis.
We can arrange that.
Well, and we got some curse sound. Willard and Dibbs did a great job asking about Kuminga, and boy, they know how to get to the grit.
They're both very skilled interviewers.
That's what I'm saying. Help me out.
They are.
They know how to double back without double backing.
Yeah, there's an art to it. I can help you with that if you want. If you want to.
But you get rid of the guests so fast, we can't get to the nuts.
We just had Fitz on for 34 minutes.
Okay. He's our guy.
You said goodbye to Joe Buck after 8.
That was fourth. That hurt me when you said Joe.
When you get a guy like Joe Buck. By the way, Ethan Sherwood-Strauss coming up in 5 minutes. He used to write for ESPN and The Athletic, cover the Golden State Warriors. And he's got his own Substack now, and he wrote on Brock Purdy's turf toe.
And his.
And we'll have some fun with Ethan. He's very, very knowledgeable about Bay Area sports. But here's what you were talking about.
Right. I was in the car listening
let's go with the first, because there's a lot of issues with the Warriors now. They're a mess. And if you remember, Jimmy Butler was talking about our defense has not been good, and Steve Kerr was more worried about the offense, so there seemed to be a little disconnect there. But what does Steve Kerr think, and this is what he said to the boys yesterday.
Defensively, even with all of our turnovers this year, we are like the 10th ranked defense in the league. And the way I look at it, once we are able to take care of the ball more consistently like we did a year ago, I think our defense becomes top 5. I just think it's connected. And so that's why I said what I said. I mean, and it wasn't necessarily the case in the Portland game. I think we had 14 turnovers. So we did a good job taking care of it. It was the offensive rebounds that got us in that game. But My point is that over the course of the first 19 games, our defense has been better than our offense. Our offense is hurting our defense with the turnovers, and the numbers show it. We're 9-1 now when we win the turnover battle, and we're 1-8 when we don't. So, what should I be more worried about, our offense or our defense?
Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. I love those numbers.
Okay.
But as Willard would say, numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers. Every team's going to have a good record or a better record when they win the turnover battle. Now, I don't know if it's going to be that extreme to where the Warriors are, 10-1 and 1-8 the other way. But that's a logical stat that I believe he's right on.
But, and again, he's watching them and he's with them every day. But my eyes only, Stoney, tell me the defense is a problem, the bigger problem.
What do you think? Offense, defense, or rebounding?
Defense. The point of attack defense. Stoney, if you can't stop the dude penetration, it's over.
So do you buy even that Steve Kerr thinks they can be a top 5 defense?
Well, yes, because they were when Jimmy initially came to town last year for 30-some, 40-some games.
But you're the guy who says that they can't get taller in practice, so they're still going to have to.
How did they do it last year? It was within. It was fight.
But that was a
Moxie.
year. That was a year ago.
But Stoney, that's not dog years. It ain't 10 years ago.
No, but
it doesn't feel that way.
No, Jay. Like they have the capability.
Me.
Talk to me.
Yesterday, off the air, you're like, Stoney said it. You get old in a hurry.
No, fast. It happens fast.
Yeah. So,
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
Miguel and Hayward.
The stack.
What's up, Miguel? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, you guys. Hey, I just wanted to say that, I'm thankful for you guys every day, hosting this radio station. I listen to you guys probably 6 days a week. If it wasn't for you guys, man, I don't know where my life be right now, besides my wife. But I just wanted to get this off my chest. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just wanted to get this off my chest. Do you guys think that the Warriors will make a trade, but it won't be a big trade? It'd be a trade that probably will make our fans happy again. Do you guys think that the Warriors will make a trade for Klay Thompson, and then we would just have to give up Buddy Hield? But knowing how the market is, probably the Dallas Mavericks will want something else like Post or a second-round pick. So do you guys think the Warriors will make that type of trade just to get a little spark back up to the team, making the threes and having the Splash Brothers back together?
Yeah, I think appreciate the call, Miguel, but I think that ship has sailed.
And it's the holidays, but I'm going to say hell no. Yeah, he ain't coming back.
I did throw a name out at you earlier before the show. You want Michael Porter Jr.?
Oh, I would drive to pick him up. But what made you pick him? I asked you.
Because nobody wants him.
Dude is polished, man.
I would not. I'd be out on Michael Porter Jr. I just would. He's too volatile. He's too up and down.
It sounds like you're describing Jimmy Butler before he came to town.
Jimmy Butler is more consistent than Michael Porter Jr.
As a player or
as a player. I think.
I like him.
I know you do because he's.
But he did something for Denver to say night, and so he had to take blame for that.
Yeah, it might have been a lot. It had some, I think, to do something to do with money.
Yeah,
but
an attitude. I don't know. Dude was a baller, Steiny.
Yeah.
Still is.
Yeah,
he is a champion.
No doubt.
I'm not poo-pooing him, but I just don't.
If Kuminga could turn into MPJ, oh my, in a Warrior uniform, oh my, we're all celebrating and popping bubbly. He is smooth, man. Not perfect, but smooth. So you must be judging him on his comments he made, or I'm asking you about the pod.
That's part of it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care.
Those might have been warning signs.
I don't care about the podcast. I don't think he fits here. I don't think he fits here with who he is. I just don't. I don't know. He's a different kind of dude.
Yeah.
And There are a lot of old guys in that lot. How old's Michael Porter Jr. now? Probably about 27, 28?
That would be my guess, 27.
He's 27, yeah.
He's 27. I mean, I like that number. They finally have a guy in their prime.
They can shoot.
He's a career 40% three-point shooter.
Oh, my God. Evan, go pick him up
Averaging
now.
24.5.
He's averaging 24.5 this year?
And I'm not even shocked.
Well, then they're not trading him for Kuminga. Would you give up draft picks?
They actually might get off of him. And the reason would be, let's find his contract.
He's got to be making 40.
He is making 38 this year and then 40.
That's 40.
And then he's going to be looking for a new deal.
So you bring in Michael Porter Jr. for a year and a half, and then you'd have to pay him.
What do you think Steph and Dre would say? I think they would not market him. I think they would say, go get him. We can fix him.
You remember last year when there were whispers that Curry wanted Zach LaVine over Jimmy Butler?
I remember that.
I was an advocate for it.
I mean, if you want to know what Steph Curry won't be doing after his career is over, it's going into a front office.
See, and you're about to bring up the old Celtic. Who are you?
Avery Bradley.
Just let that.
Let the personnel decisions to Mike Dunleavy.
Dude, that's pretty good.
Let it to Mike Dunleavy. All right, Ethan Sherwood-Strauss going to join us when we can get him. He wrote a great story about Brock Purdy's turf toe. And we'll talk to him about it. He's had it for 10 years.
Damn.
And he doesn't like it. Put it that way. It's really affected him. But we'll also get into some Warriors with Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. And by the way, we found out pretty much why Brandon Ayuk had his contract voided.
What did I miss?
It was about rehab. He wasn't rehabbing right. It didn't. The meetings he missed.
But Bonte was on this morning, and he said he went to about 11 of the offseason practices. And Brandon Ayuk, again, this is not rehab. I want to speak for B. But Steiny, he was out there running routes, doing what he was supposed to be doing.
Who?
Ayuk.
When?
Like he was around, traveled with the team, the road game to.
No, but the thing.
Vegas, I believe.
This was during the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about Kyle Shanahan acknowledging that he missed some meetings, Ayuk. But he, in
said
the context,
other people missed meetings too.
So
that wasn't a deal breaker.
He downplayed it. Okay. Exactly. So it must have been about rehab. He probably didn't want to rehab with the Niners or with their guys, or he was missing rehab stuff probably, which was more.
But there's a reason if that's it, why said player would do that. He wants out. Like he's not afraid of the round. Hey, we're going to fire you if you don't show up. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like Ayuk was done. Well, because why are you, unless you don't trust the training staff and they didn't do anything, you got hurt.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that had something to do with it, but it did seem like Kyle Shanahan kind of downplayed guys who are hurt, missing meetings. That sometimes happens.
It's a disaster. Nobody wants to say it, but Brandon Ayuk just 2 years ago was an all-pro, Stoney, 1,300 yards. He was the man, and I know we went back and forth like ping pong on what you thought he was, but you paid him handsomely. He won that contract negotiation to the point to where the Niners were speaking to reporters saying, we're not going to get bullied anymore. And then you go through all that drama or perceived drama for the player to get hurt. And then I feel like Ayuk has stabbed the team in the back.
Well, but I think you just hit the nail on the head. He won the contract negotiation. I think you can also read it as they didn't want him. Like, if you really wanted to not void the contract, you didn't have to do it.
Right.
Like, I think they used this as an excuse to get out underneath that deal. Because, we've never heard about Nick Bosa's rehab, Fred Warner's rehab. I'm sure they're there and they're doing what the Niners need them to do. But the point is, if they really were all in on Brandon Ayuk, I don't think it matters where he rehabs.
Evan, then why would it be under wraps for so long? Why wouldn't we hit the breaking news sounder when they voided that baby in the offset? Well, why wasn't that public knowledge?
That they would never make that public, I don't think, unless, I shouldn't say that, but
I believe they want Ayuk still to this day.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing I was gonna challenge you on is you said this is a disaster. I feel like this is turning into a blessing in disguise, or this may just be a flat out blessing right now that this is happening with Brandon.
I can
Ayuk.
understand that. He might not ever be what he was 2 years ago when he made All-Pro. That's what you're saying. Now you don't have to do that on the Niners watch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
But why did they play the dog and pony show every time they're Brandon Ayuk's practice window? Brandon Ayuk's practice, like that was a thing,
right? But it never opened. We got.
But I believe. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, formerly of ESPN and The Athletic. He covered the Golden State Warriors for a while, and now you can read him on his Substack. Ethan, how you doing, man? Long time no talk.
Long time no talk. It's great to be speaking with you, man. I was so happy that you invited me on.
Absolutely. I got a kick out of, not a kick, but I was very interested in what you wrote today on Substack. And it's always a little tricky when you say you've had an injury that a pro athlete has had, but you are very familiar with turf toe, and you're not crazy about where this is going.
I know. That's the obvious response is how can you even compare? And all I can do is speak to a little bit of my experience because it's the weirdest injury I've ever had in my life. I've never had an injury like this. It's not, unless when you re-injure it, it's very painful in the way a sprained ankle is painful. But the weird thing for me, and it's an umbrella term, turf toe, for that joint injury. And there are a lot of different injuries under that umbrella. So I'm just saying what it is for me, and I've done enough research to know that it's like this for other people. The crazy thing is your body will not put pressure on it, and you won't be aware of that. So you start screwing up out there. For me, it's going to the driving range. And if I take a video of myself, I can see things are going haywire because my body is refusing to plant on the ground. Meanwhile, in my brain, everything's normal. I'm fine. I just have a slight twinge in my foot. So it just feels like I'm screwing up. And I think that's one of the things I'm looking at and saying, this could be a perfect recipe for getting intercepted because for Purdy potentially, and we are speculating, we don't know everything out there about what's going on. I look at a situation where a guy can feel pretty good. He said he's not 100%, but he's close to it. You might feel pretty good, and your body as a reflex, unconsciously, is not going to put pressure, and the ball's going to be spraying and flying all over the place potentially.
Wow, Ethan, I got to ask you this because you used the money word speculating. So you've endured this injury. We've heard some other athletes talk about how cryptic it is. So the Niners kind of messed up. They'll own it. Brought him back too soon against Jacksonville. Had a bad performance. He said his toe was bothering him. I'm at the game watching Ethan, and I'm like, man, there's just no zip on that those passes. Yeah. They say, the company line to me, Ethan, hey, it's not his toe. Brock says he feels good. But you having this injury, did you have the thought of, like, you can say all that, but that looked like a dude still dealing with turf toe?
Yes, because you can feel good, and you don't even know that your body's refusing to plant on it. That's my fear watching it. Again, we're in the area of speculation, but I'm just saying from my own experience, I've had a sprained ankle, other injuries. You're compromised out there. Your body's compensating, but you know what you're dealing with. You know it's there. Turf toe is weird because when you're healing with it, there'll be some stiffness. It's not like you're hopping on one foot going, oh my, it's so painful. But your body is not going to, in many instances, plant on it, and everything will get screwed up because, look, I'm not a quarterback, but I've read enough and I've watched what these guys say. Aaron Rodgers had a great explanation that you can go online where he's talking to Jason Garrett about it, about how a lot of that force, that power in the throw, is generated from ground forces, ground on up, from your feet on up. We talk about big arm. Josh Allen's got a big arm. It's almost a fallacy. It's not just that you've got some sort of crazy strength in your arm. It's your body, the ability to whip like they do in pitching, turning the body, the core, and that starts from the ground on up. And it's a reason, as in the latest Sports Illustrated article where they're talking about Burrow and they're talking about Purdy, it's a problem for a quarterback. We might think of it as kind of funny or extra. It's your toe, not a big deal. That's what triggers everything else. So that will take your zip. That will take the power. And I think, look, we're speculating, but that's what we saw Monday night.
Yeah.
The throws that went bad were not the short throws. They were trying to fit in a 25-yard pass into windows, and that's when it was going behind guys. And I'll say, we're always having a Purdy debate and conversation. That did not look like Brock Purdy to me.
Right.
I've seen him throw bad passes as far as the decision. We look back to that Christmas game against the Ravens, 4 interceptions. But that was Kyle Hamilton jumped a route. Passes got batted to the line. Hit as he threw. This was just missing guys. And I've never seen Brock Purdy just miss guys, and that's why I'd have to think you've got to factor in the injury when trying to assess what's happening.
Yeah, Ethan Sherwood-Strauss joining us on 95.7 The Game. Worked for ESPN and The Athletic, covering the Golden State Warriors, and now you can read him on his Substack. It's easy to find, yearly subscription, and I'm a subscriber, and I'm getting my money's worth, no doubt about it. Let me ask you about this, because somebody on the text line is saying, all right, well, how did you initially injure your toe? How long ago was it? And what's happened since the original injury till today, and how long has that been?
Well, that's the scary part is I injured my toe 10 years ago playing soccer. I stabbed at the ground trying to get the ball when it went behind me, and my toe went straight vertical into the turf. And I'm not a pro athlete, so I've never actually tried to rehab it in any sort of focused way, but I just re-injure it. I've been injuring and re-injuring it for a decade because famously, because we always use our big toe for all these things we're not even thinking about, it is comically and by reputation very easy to re-injure. Now, these guys in pro sports, I'm sure they have access to rehab methodologies, potentially surgeries, this sort of thing. But what I can speak to is if you're not fully healed with it, as Brock has indicated he isn't, I mean, there's a reason Joe Burrow's been out for as long as he's been out. You're just going to re-hurt it again. That's just how it goes. You're going to use your big toe. That's just what's going to happen. So that's the other concern.
Wow, Ethan, so I know all the wannabe doctors are going to come for me, but I'm going to ask you this. They got a game in Cleveland this weekend. It's supposed to rain or snow. The fact that, they're not the conditions here in the Bay Monday night, does that play a factor in, if he has any residue left from this injury, could that flare up or make it more difficult, the weather conditions?
So I have a bit of a counterintuitive take on that one. And it's a lot of bad news, but maybe there's a silver lining. Because everyone's talking about, if he has this injury and he's off, they're going to Cleveland, it's going to be snow, terrible conditions, all bad, all bad. I think there might be an upside to how they're going to be avoiding planting your foot in the ground and whipping a 25-yard pass. That's not going to be as much in the playbook because he looked fine on the screen passes, check down, stuff in the flats. I think that's going to be a lot of what they're attempting, and I think that's the sort of thing he can pull off, and it's going to be a sloppy game. It's going to be an ugly game, but I look at that one and I go, yeah, those are bad conditions, but the upside is that the bad conditions are going to make you avoid some of the sorts of throws that might be compromised. So maybe that's a positive as you look at a game headed into a bye week, potentially.
Ethan Strauss joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can read his work on Substack. He covered the Warriors for The Athletic and ESPN. And let's jump to the Warriors, Ethan. They're 10-9. They're about 25% through the season. Just anything surprised you early, or is it going like you thought? And what do you think this team's got in them, best case scenario this year?
Man, it's just the forever Kuminga situation, isn't it? The thing that surprised me was Kuminga looking good and fitting at the very beginning. That's what surprised me. And that was this ray of sunshine and ray of hope. And then next thing you know, he doesn't fit. They start losing. Same old story. And now you've got this awkward injury. I think they're the same team as last year. I do. And I have liked what I've seen from Will Richard, but I don't know if they've got some sort of dynamic young guy to really carry the torch forward. And so they're not a bad team, but at the same time, you would have wanted one of these draft picks to really pop. And some of them are useful, but they're not dynamic. I wish Pajemski was as good as he thinks he is I guess what I'm saying.
No, I get you, Ethan. I got to ask you about Jimmy, because Jimmy Butler, 36 years old, I saw it happen right before our eyes. He saved the season last year, and they turned it around. But, Ethan, I'm not criticizing Jimmy, but the more I watch him, I'm seeing the lateral movement maybe not as there like it was in the past. And I'm like, am I putting too many expectations on him to be what he was at 26? What are you seeing from Jimmy just athletically?
Well, I'm seeing what you're seeing, and my hope is you just get to the playoffs. Get to the playoffs. I thought that before he got hurt on that freak play, man, was he dynamic in that Rocket series. And that's what it's all about for them. They've got to pace themselves like they're one of the older Spurs teams of 10 years ago. And the good thing about the NBA, it's sort of bad news, good news, is they've watered down the playoffs so much that you don't have to be amazing to just get in the play-in. And so maybe they can take that risk. Maybe they can afford to take that risk and rest aggressively. But, yeah, I do think at a certain point they do have to trade Kuminga. That is how I feel about it. I'm prepared to have egg on my face because he could be a guy who flourishes as a superstar if he gets the touches that he thinks he deserves. But I've seen enough, man. We're at nearly a half decade of this. Wow. It just doesn't fit, and he's still somebody who's intriguing to a number of teams. And unless you think that he's going to be your superstar after this is over with Steph and the others, I just don't see what you're doing with this. You're not really optimizing the situation. So I think that's the decision hanging over them. And some teams don't make the decision they need to make. If we talk about a decade ago or so, I felt that way about the Blazers. Everybody knew they needed to break up McCollum and Lillard to get serious. Everybody knew that, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't do it in time to do it, I should say. And I think that's with Kuminga, that's the situation before them. It's what they probably have to do, but it's hard to have the stomach to do it.
Yeah. Ethan Strauss joining us on 95.7 The Game. Formerly covered the Warriors for The Athletic and ESPN. Let me ask you about Steve Kerr. He's not under contract next year. And I think it's purposeful from both sides. But if I gave you three choices, this is Steve Kerr's last year, next year will be his last year, or he'll actually coach after that. What would you, with the Warriors, what would you say?
Man, I don't know, but it does feel like it's coming to an end. It doesn't feel like a Popovich situation, and that's what I would say about it. It doesn't feel like that. But speaking of Popovich situations, if the Spurs hadn't just hired a young coach, then I would have thought maybe that would be the off-ramp for Steve. But I'm not talking to Steve about these things. I probably haven't talked with him in a few months, and I feel like I don't have a good sense of where he's at, like maybe some of the beat writers would have. So I don't want to speak out of turn and say that, something's going to happen when it isn't. But it's always been my sense that there's a due date on this or an expiration date on this, and he's not going to be here for decades. That's what I would think.
Ethan, I was disappointed last year in two guys. It's not their fault. Moody and Pods, and they both had injuries in the Rocket series and then the Minnesota series. I thought they were MIA, but they're the youngsters. But, man, the point of attack defense, I keep telling Steiny, the lack of size, teams pounding us inside. We go out and get a 40-year-old and Al Horford. I'll say all that to say, and Will Richards been a find, but how would you assess the job Mike D's done? Because I'm looking at this roster, and there are nights and days, Ethan, where I get concerned like, hey, somebody put this together, and he's the maestro.
I'm more pro Mike D, and I almost wish that he had been the guy when they had really high draft picks because, yeah, we can criticize how those players are doing, but it's not like they're picking high up in the lottery. And I think he's found some good finds. It's just in the NBA, it's not like the NFL. You're not going to find your superstars really late in the draft. That just doesn't tend to happen unless it's a Nikola Jokic situation where nobody could have seen it. It just doesn't tend to happen. So I think that Dunleavy has done a good job with the options at his disposal, and I'd include the Butler trade in that. So I'm pro Dunleavy. I just think it's a hard situation, and there's a reason Bob Myers left, right? I mean, there's a reason he got out of here. So that's the situation. He's not managing the situation that Myers had early on. He's managing the aftermath of it while trying to keep it going. So I would be pretty supportive of the moves. I just think it's hard. It's not easy to make this thing work given how constrained they are salary-wise and the ages of the principal players.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Ethan, thank you so much
Happy
for
holidays,
joining
man.
us. And by the way, my girls always want to remind me that your wife was a great teacher for them at North
she's
Oakland
right
Community.
Next to me. She's right next to me, right here. Matt Steinmetz says that his daughter talks about what a great teacher you are.
That's awesome.
No, that's
Hello.
That's the truth. So I hope you guys are doing well. Have a great Thanksgiving,
awesome.
and thanks for catching up, Ethan.
Thanks, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right.
Oh, that was dope.
Yeah, Ethan's wife taught my daughters at maybe my youngest at Knox,
the
okay. North Oakland Community Charter School.
I hadn't heard of that one. Yeah. And look at her now. So
a while ago.
she's good at her job.
Yeah, she was a great teacher.
So real quick, we love Bob, but there's no doubt in your mind that's why he dipped, because this project was just it's just too big of a project.
And I think that Joe Lacob has the same mindset, or had the same mindset at the end of this thing as he did in the beginning, and those demands were just. I think
I got you. I saw that, but the press
I feel like Joe Lacob assumes nothing less than this thing will continue for the next 5 or 10 years, and I think Bob was like, "How?" When these guys
Ethan
are getting...
mentioned, pace yourself. If we're going to do that, then we're going to be in the play-in again.
Yeah.
What? Wait, no. Yeah. Well, that was Operation Avoid that top 4 or 5 seed.
Well, that was you. Right?
And some others, the fan, Dub Nation.
But not the players. The players are happy with the 7.
Please stop.
I mean, they may have to.
We've become outside of 2022, we've become a fixture in that thing.
2 out of the last 3 years.
Memphis sent us home in overtime. Remember that?
The Warriors Invitational.
Dude, and see,
That's right.
Why does that? I don't like that.
Well, that's who they are. They just deal with it. No, they were a 6 seed 2 years ago, right?
Oh,
they've been playing 6 seed and then play-in, I believe, right?
Yeah, because they beat Sacramento.
Oh, that's right. When Sacramento was a 3. By the way, is there anybody on the Kings you would have interest in?
Keegan Murray,
except him.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're gonna laugh. I'll take Schroeder back.
Would you really?
Yeah, I would.
No,
man.
Not with Melton coming back.
Well, we hope he's coming back. Hopefully he's not Ayuk.
What about Sabonis?
Ugh.
Yeah, to Evan, do it again.
What about Sabonis?
Yeah, I'm out. I want a tall guy.
I mean,
he is tall.
You know that I'm not a Sabonis fan, but
you used to rip him.
I know. I can't stand him.
That's your Chris Paul when it was.
He would be better.
All right.
Like I'd give him a crack at playing with Steph.
But what expense? What would you give up?
Kuminga, for sure.
I ain't doing that.
And
no, seriously, I ain't doing that.
Oh, come on.
You look at his contract, and he's at the. I just feel like it's over.
He's got a couple more years.
Yeah, the expensive.
I bet you Evan does that. Well, it would have to be Kuminga and probably somebody making 15. Would you? How about I would do Kuminga and Buddy Hield for Sabonis?
I wouldn't.
Wouldn't you really?
Evan, would you?
Evan?
I wouldn't. That's how much I'm down on some.
Yeah, I wouldn't like it, but I'd probably do it.
I wouldn't like it.
I think the biggest question to me is, do they think about dangling Moody at the deadline?
And teams would want to be calling, man.
Yeah, to get off his money.
Well. Yeah. But, like, he makes kind of that middle tier.
Perfect.
He makes, I think, 12 or 13?
Yeah. I think he's got a, 13.
I've grown up a bit. I didn't mention DeRozan or Levine, man. Zach just sits in the corner, man.
They acquired the most untradeable contract in the NBA.
They went Bulls West Coast.
They gave up Fox for a contract that no one wants.
And they didn't have to. They could have played hardball. If they saw what was going to happen after, I think they'd have been like, you could keep your ass here.
Now, you're familiar with the Sacramento media more than I am, but they seem to be saying, and we can talk about it on the other side, that DeRozan's kind of been a problem.
We also have a special guest calling in just a few minutes.
Oh, my. And of
Wants
course,
to share an experience with Goo.
Sweet.
Me? Oh.
Okay. And then also we'll be giving away more prizes on the other side, part of our Thanksgiving blowout. Hey, today is your chance to win great prizes every single hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tons of great prizes. And in the 12 o'clock hour, we're giving away 2 tickets, Warriors Magic, December 22nd. That's what we're giving away next segment. When you hear the air horn sounder, be caller number 5 on the contest line. It's our Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. And on Thanksgiving Day, we're going to bring you Chiefs, Cowboys. That's 1 o'clock. Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, and your Thanksgiving turkey all at the same time. 1 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the sound of Claire cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Target's Black Friday deals are delivering big surprises all week long, like 40 to 50% off top holiday gifts, plus thousands more deals in-store and online, all with free shipping. Load up on all the season's must-haves with huge deals on tech, video games, toys, floor care, clothing for the family, and so much more. Hurry, these deals are going fast. 40 to 50% off gifts and Saturday. Only at Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
Hey, it's Brian Baldinger. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Just a hair late on them, and all three good decisions.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in the next 10 minutes, your chance to win tickets to the Warriors Magic game on December 22nd. It's part of our Thanksgiving blowout right here on 95.7 The Game. So when you hear the air horn this segment, be caller number 5 to the contest line, which I'll throw out at the time. And you'll get 2 tickets to the Warriors Magic game on December 22nd.
Wow. 3 days before Christmas.
That's a good
gift.
That is a good gift, for sure.
Just a couple of pieces of news from the Warriors. They have assigned Jonathan Kuminga and DeAnthony Melton to Santa Cruz. So looks like both of those guys are trending up.
Nice. So their next, I should know this, their next game.
I think it's Saturday against the Pelicans.
And that would be too soon to have them back.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll probably play a game down there in the next day or two. And then hopefully it sounded like Steve Kerr. Well, you know what? We could.
Does Melton start? Wow. Like it's about to pop off.
Well, if he starts, then Steve Kerr is a hypocrite.
Because?
We'll play some sound in a minute where he says, Goo, what he says is,
listen to the whole interview,
that when things are clicking, he's likely to stick with stuff until someone else emerges. So he cannot just put Melton into the starting lineup. He hasn't earned it.
Hello. We've lost 3 or 4. I wouldn't exactly say that's clicking.
We got a caller. It's we got a, you know what? What the hell? He's a guest. And it's 95.7 The Game, so all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Who's out there?
Myers.
Who we got?
Bob. This is 49er Frankie.
Oh, Frank, I thought it was Bob Myers. Hey, I'll take you, buddy. What's up, man? Wow.
Well, we had some violations going on this week by the Guru out at the game on Monday night. Showing up in Dallas here.
Oh, yeah. Let me say something to you, my friend, and the listeners, and Mark Willard. Not send him a text. Steiny, I thought Willard was coming down my road for wearing the gear, which he's never done.
Right.
His whole point was when you ain't got a dog in the fight, there's nothing there. It bothered me. Then my buddies texted me. Frankie's daughter, Katarina's in the backseat of the caddy. We're driving to the game. Frankie, I was getting looks from and people, women. Your team's not playing.
Not that kind of look, though.
No, not that kind of look. The surprising thing, though, is some of the workers there were acknowledging him, giving credit because they won on Sunday.
Don't talk about that. Yeah, but Yeah, I learned a lesson.
There is some worst case scenarios when you go to a game and they're wearing the other team and their team's actually playing on TV at home. That's when you really wonder.
Yeah, that ain't a real fan.
And, Raider fan is the main culprit on that one.
Wow.
Well,
I learned a lesson, Steiny.
Well, and I also think the part that got lost with Willard and 49er Frankie, you can chime in here, is I actually feel like his main concern was he was looking out for you a little bit. And that's what I thought. I was like, I don't have a problem with a Cowboy fan wearing cowboy gear to a non-Cowboy game. However, just know that you're probably going to be asking for some
And I felt that.
issues.
My head was on a swivel. I didn't even convey it to Frank. His daughter was around. I'm like, Steiny, I was like, I'm in the wrong barrio, man. Like, this might go left. So I knew what Mark was talking about. But as a good friend you were, you had my back. But what'd you think of that Brock performance?
Wasn't too happy with that. As you know, sitting next to me, man, it got a little touch and go. I'm getting texts that need to pull him. I don't think so, but just a little late on everything. I don't know.
Just a hair.
Don't want to blame the toe, but it's double pumping. Maybe feeling it. I don't know.
Yeah. And they got bad conditions coming up in Cleveland. What you got going for Thanksgiving?
Gonna be with the fam. Gonna be with the family. Don't go too far, so that's a good thing. Just,
nice.
Hey,
roll out and watch some football.
Before we let you go, can you just confirm this story to Steiny? He was the first one with pay-per-view. Hagler Hearns. I loved Hagler. His parents were away for the weekend, so he had a party at his house, right? Nice house. Big screen, Evan. I was betting in high school. I had on a Hagler T-shirt that said Hagler's going to win. Hearns is going.
No. This was Hearns Leonard.
Yeah, Hearns Leonard.
Leonard.
Oh, yeah. So Stein,
Leonard beat him. We ripped the shirt off of him. It was a homemade shirt.
And it felt like lightning struck me, Steiny. A shirt came off of my body by a mob. I'll never forget it. Like, Steiny's looking at me like it didn't happen, but
it did happen. But it was a homemade shirt, man. It wasn't no box.
But it ripped off. Hey, but right on for calling in, man. I learned a lesson. Thank you to Mark, your daughter, and everybody, Steiny.
Right.
If you have no dog in the fight, then I felt like real quick I was trying too hard. What? There was no. I go. We're gonna find 20 other jerseys like this.
And how many did you find?
2. Raiders and Seahawks.
Yeah. I thought we'd see more.
Yeah.
I thought we'd see more.
All right.
You're my guy, man.
We were in the club level, so I mean, we saw a lot of people not wearing anything either, too.
Hey, Frankie, I told them about that was my first experience at the club level because I usually go media. That finger food thing, when you told me you can have much as you want, I was like,
Yeah, Guru thought he was stealing stuff. I had to tell him, no, we're good.
Oh, boy. You're the man.
You can take Guru out of Union City, but you can't take Union City out of Guru.
Look at you, buddy. Be careful.
All right, 49er Frankie, have a great Thanksgiving, man.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot.
Yes,
Dude,
sir.
you're skating on thin ice. Hennessy yesterday, and you're about to say that.
What?
You could take the hood.
I said Union City.
Yeah.
Is Union City the hood?
It's rough.
Please.
Well, we got salesmen, athletes.
Boy.
We got it all. Melting pot. Shout out Melton. He's back. That's incredible.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I think Kuminga he could lock some minutes for Santa Cruz. I think he's going to get some playing time in Santa Cruz. I think he can.
I want to bring up their schedule
play on that team.
Or is it just practice? It won't be any game.
No, I think it's a game.
Oh, dude, I'm in. I wonder if they're showing it.
Well, you can go down to the bubble.
I'm about to do it now. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, the bubble down in Santa Cruz.
How many have you taken in?
None. But I do want to go. But
we should do a road trip.
Only if we get mileage. By the way, did you submit your mileage?
Nah, $20.
I know. It's like, but this is how they get you, Goo. This is how the man gets you.
You can always embellish. I drove to Stockton and back.
Now you need to put that on there.
No, I'm saying that's what you guys could say.
Oh, well, cheating to get you fired. I've had people do it.
But putting in an accurate expense report.
Like the time we went to Vegas.
I lost money again. Hey, I've lost money every time I've done a company trip.
But you don't know how to fill out the report.
That's right. That's right.
Well, don't be mad at anybody but yourself.
This kid's an idiot.
Wow. Fitz, 30 years.
Yeah. And he's going to go another He's going to retire when Steph does.
Let's name the top 5 real quick. The top 5 Warriors we believe Bob has seen play in his 30s. Steph.
Yes.
Monte Ellis.
Hold on.
What?
Hold on.
What?
I'll give you
There
Steph.
was a starting 5 that was better than Monte.
I'll give you
Monte
Steph, Durant,
was the town, man.
Clay, and Draymond.
Durant.
I'm trying to think.
Do we go back to Mully, though? Or are we going to Mitch?
Interestingly, Mully, Mitch was gone.
Yeah, Mitch was gone. But
Mully
come on now.
Came back for round 2, and Fitz was here. But Mully had left before. I'll tell you the guy I'd put in there.
Arenas?
Nope. The guy you got to give credit to for getting as far in the playoffs as Baron Davis.
Mm-hmm. I ain't mad at you.
Baron Davis that year.
It was incredible. There should be a movie. That I know the 75 team has one at the Sundance Film Festival, but I mean, hey, if Matt Barnes, if you're listening, do I dare say this, Donnie? Did they drop the ball on this doc on the We Believe?
All right, there it is. It's your opportunity to win tickets to the Warriors Orlando Magic on December 22nd. Caller number 5, 415-523-4652. That gets you 2 tickets. Caller number 5 to Warriors Magic December 22nd, 415-523-4652. All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And Warriors Wednesdays are always brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And that segment was sponsored by Serramonte Ford. Serramonte Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down and no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deals end January 5th. Visit Serramonte Ford on Serramonte Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at serramonteford.com.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling,
You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up.
And I think you smoking za.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're getting there, Goo. It's Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
I don't know where we... Oh, okay, you're talking about Thanksgiving.
And I just couldn't get it up. No, I'm talking about...
I can help you with that.
I'm talking about, we're almost at a holiday weekend.
Oh, no doubt.
4-day weekend for us.
I'm going to miss you.
Evan will be in here Friday.
You're solo.
Holding it down.
Cowherd.
Oh, God.
And then Carter and Devon.
When's that?
That's before me. So they'll be on from 8 to 12. We are live and local on Black Friday. So Carter and Devon will be on from 8 to noon, and then I'll do a solo 4-hour show from 12 to 4. You guys ever done that, by the way?
I have.
I don't think I have.
You've had to do a solo show.
4 hours?
Yeah, I've done one.
Yeah, feel free to call in sometime in the last hour, and I'm leaking oil.
I used to lie and say, phone lines are packed. Nobody. But it would make me feel better, Snotty. Text myself to the text line, you're the best, Goo.
Well, I've done that, too. Yeah, on the other side, we'll get to the calls. We've got Jim, Sally, and Ben. Ben's in Vallejo. We'll get to them all on the other side.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's none.
The thing I hate is when some people will say, how come you're not going to calls? Like, you just like to hear yourself talk? And I want to say, no one's calling.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, we do have a call. And
who we got?
I think he wants to address you. It's Rod in Vallejo. And Rod is talking about wearing
Talk to me,
Here are
Rob.
the games.
Hey guys,
What's
great
up?
show as usual.
Right on,
thank
baby.
you.
Yeah, I'm 70. I'm 76 years old. I'm a 49er fan, and I've been going to watching football since 1955.
Wow.
Now, all through the 50s, the 60s, 70s, you can wear any jersey you wanted into an opposing stadium, and nothing was said. But when those gangbangers started identifying with the Raider logo, and that Dolphins fan got beat up at the Coliseum, after that, you could not wear another jersey into that Oakland Coliseum without getting spit on and just trashed.
Well,
That's where it all started.
Yeah, Rod, I got to stick up for Raider fans.
That was isolated.
So when the Raiders moved back here in 95?
Mm-hmm. Which time? There's been a few times.
Right.
Yeah.
They were here, they left, then they came back. I had nothing but fun and good times at Raider tailgates. I think they got a bad reputation. I thought that there was great banter with guys who would wear the other team's jerseys. And as long as you kept it light, it was a lot of fun.
And it was where, I'm being real with this, I want a documentary about those tailgates, A's game, Raiders, but it's where all walks of life, you could be a doctor, you could be whatever. You all came together for the silver and black. Like I witnessed that love. Steiny, it didn't matter how much money you made. The one common denominator was you loved the black and silver. And I told you this the other day. I don't want to take the show down and get sad. Steiny, I'm on 880 a lot, Highway 880.
Okay.
And when I pass the Coliseum and think about the memories of the A's, the Warriors, and the Raiders, it's sad, man. There is nobody playing there, man. And I'll leave that there, but it's sad. Like, I really I grew up with that.
I mean, if you got to look at it this way, though, that if the Warriors were still playing there, then we wouldn't get that Halloween Spirit store in the month preceding Halloween. That's where you go to get your Halloween stuff.
Well, I'm not into Halloween. So.
They hang a big banner, and it says, it's where you get the...
See, I needed you to be serious and then hold me, from over there, and then you come up with some...
We were pretty serious.
But yeah, Steiny, it hurts, man. Can you, just real quick, can you name another city that lost all three teams, the big clubs? Evan, can you think of one? I can't think of nobody but the town.
Let me think.
For all three in three different sports, A's, Raiders, Dubs. Like, man, I'm telling you, there's a pain I get every time I drive past it. Like, damn.
I actually don't think there is.
Day games with Canseco and Dave Henderson and McGuire, the Chris Mullen era.
Did you take off work to go?
No, it's coming into work. Yes. I cut school.
Oh, so that's when you started that habit?
It's like you didn't do it. But seriously, man.
And I don't think there's been a city that's lost teams, that many teams that haven't replaced them. Like New York City lost a couple baseball teams, but then they got another one.
Right. San Diego lost the
Seattle
Chargers.
lost the Pilots.
Well, the Chargers.
And then the Sonics.
But there's still a baseball team in San Diego.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, Seattle lost, but they got the Mariners. Then.
Who?
The Seattle Pilots were a Major League Baseball team, and I believe they became the Astros.
Oh, wow.
But I'm not sure. I had Colt 45s or something.
Now, I heard of those.
No, but I'm pretty sure the Seattle Pilots, Boeing, Seattle.
How many times did you see them play? Who? The Pilots. It was a joke.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places that have lost teams, but even like the Cleveland Browns moved to Baltimore.
Right. But you got something back.
But you got another football team.
But all three, man. Just
the St. Louis Hawks left, but they still have the Cardinals and the Blues.
The Rams left St. Louis.
Rams left, but St. Louis still, again, has two professional
Cardinals,
teams.
Yeah, no doubt.
Trying to think who else. Oh,
nobody.
Vancouver lost the Grizzlies to Memphis.
Okay.
Didn't the Cardinals, weren't they originally in like Chicago? All the way back in the...
I grew up, they were St. Louis. Yeah, when I touched Earth.
Yeah,
football.
Yeah.
Goo, is there anything more fitting than Jonathan Kuminga's coming back?
No, that was exciting news.
For the Santa Cruz Warriors.
Yeah, but you said, like I said, you play the practice up and down, and him and Melton might be on the same bus back. But that's good reinforcement, man. And this Melton thing, let's be honest, Donnie, outside of a trade moving forward, this is the one domino we all been waiting on. And how healthy is he going to look like he did before he got hurt?
Hopefully
6
not.
games. Because remember, we were
hopefully not. Wait, you
prior
mean
to
his
him
first
getting
6
hurt.
games
Yeah,
when he was good, or his second 6 games when he stunk?
No, I'm talking about Melton last year. Remember, got off to that good start.
I got you. Willard, you referred to this earlier in the show. Willard and Dibbs had Steve Kerr on yesterday.
Good interview.
And by the way, according to the 925, Seattle turned into the Brewers. They turned into the Milwaukee Brewers. Mm-hmm. So Steve Kerr, Willard was picking.
They did both of them. They did a great job.
It's good to see Willard. Yeah, is Willard in today? Or we got Grandy?
Grandy.
Got Grandy.
Yeah.
Hey. Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, here you go. This is Steve Kerr yesterday talking about Jonathan Kuminga and Willard with some pointed questions.
It was frustrating to say day to day for 2 straight weeks, and then continue to get asked about it because it's day to day, but not really having a definitive answer. And so, but the training staff, they're doing their jobs, and it was just tough to know what was going on, and but that's why it was great to see him out there today, scrimmaging in the half court and feeling better. I think he's finally getting through there. But yeah, there's frustration sometimes when there's not, clarity in terms of what's happening with an injury, and that was just the case. So I was a little frustrated by that.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, not angry because the guy's truly hurt, but I feel that, Stoney. No update. You said what he said to Nick Friedel, Kuminga, that is. You'll know when I'm back, paraphrasing. But, that's good news. On the night of a game that you got 2 dudes that are not far from coming back, Stoney.
Yeah. This is more Steve Kerr on what Kuminga does that the team needs.
Well, he's rebounded really well this year, and the ability to get by people and create an advantage offensively, off the dribble. We definitely could have used that in a couple of these games, but every player brings something different, and it affects which lineups we put out there, and so it's always about the 5-man unit. And so whoever's available, we just search for the best possible combo.
Can I put a rat on the table sponsored by Atco Pest Control?
Go ahead.
The one thing that I think it feels like we're all omitting is that despite Kuminga playing pretty well the first 6 games and then not playing great the subsequent 5 or 6 games, that when he suffered his injury and left the court, he was the team leader in minutes.
Wow.
At that point. Mm. So, that's where he led the team in minutes. So he was getting every opportunity that everybody else had and then some.
Yeah, and he had a good first 5 games. And then after that, it wasn't it wasn't as good as the first 5, but he never got it again. So I'm not taking any onus off of him, but he never got to respond to the subpar play. And that's why you feel like, and Stoney, right there, you miss a guy that was giving you the most minutes, and that's how it should be. He's young, athletic, and I love Kerr saying frustrated, but that's not anger. He wasn't mad at Kuminga.
He's over it. Come on, Goo.
Well, he can't be. He's getting ready to come back, and you got to reincorporate him.
He is so, he's like me yesterday. He's so sick of having to spend so much time talking about this particular player that you can just tell it in his voice. It kind of deflates him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is more on
Give it to him.
Kerr and Kuminga from Willard and Dibbs.
And then JK got his first 3-on-3 in since the knee has kept him out over the last couple weeks. So he will play 5-on-5 tomorrow. He said he felt a lot better today. And so the hope is that he would be ready for Saturday. But again, we'll just keep it day to day.
Steve Kerr.
Yeah. And Melton is the dessert. That's what I love, that not only is Kuminga coming back, Melton may be ready to go.
Yeah, so Jonathan Kuminga and Anthony Melton looks like they're going to play for Santa Cruz in the next night or two. And then hopefully Kuminga can rejoin the team Saturday against the New Orleans Pelicans. Hey, by the way, you know who's playing well? You brought this team up the other day, not the Pelicans, but the Raptors.
Oh, man, they are balling. Second right now, 13-5. Who had that on their bingo card? Brandon Ingram.
You know what? Can we lose that?
If you lose fake outrage, okay. I didn't tell you, it bothers me. And I thought you did that yesterday with Kuminga.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
When you said, you went on one, but I was like, that's fake outrage. When you say it to me and it bothers me, I don't let you know it bothers me.
That was not fake outrage yesterday.
That was Kuminga?
I'm sick of him. I love him, but I'm sick of him.
You don't love him.
No,
that ain't love, bro.
Let me be clear. Yeah. I'm not sick of Kuminga. I'm sick of the way we talk about Kuminga. How about that?
Why would I like it better if you said I'm sick of waiting for him to blossom?
Well, because I'm not sick of that. I don't think he will here. I think that ship has sailed.
Well, then there's just some movement down the road come January, Steiny.
They got to move him. Ethan Sherwood-Strauss said it.
But you better get something equal or more.
Another eighth man?
Wait, Steiny, he was starting.
Got
hurt.
Beat out.
He stopped. Oh, man.
I mean, more. Steve Kerr was asked about, is there more going on with the Kuminga situation?
Yeah, this is
than on the court.
You know, I've spoken with JK. We talked on the trip, after he went out. We spoke in Orlando for a while before the game. So we're on the same page. We're both trying for the same thing. There's always frustration for players, when they go out of the starting lineup. That's not unique to anybody. So that was part of the conversation, coming off the San Antonio wins, that we're going to continue to stay with what we're doing, but that could change at any moment. And that's always my approach. If we're doing well, we're going to stick with it. And then we have to adapt and adjust from there. And so that's the case in this particular equation with JK. When he does come back, assuming we're still playing pretty well, I'll bring him off the bench, and he's got to earn his way back into the starting lineup, just like Moses had to do, at the beginning of the season when he was out. And it's always the way it works, no matter who it is.
Now, if I'm putting myself in Kuminga's shoes, now I got to believe he's size 14, 15. But I'm 13. I don't know if I like how that sounds. You got to earn it back.
Oh, my God.
Because he might feel like I didn't earn it to lose, like I got hurt. Or remember I played 8 minutes and said, I'm just telling you how I think a young player, so I gotta impress you again.
He fell out of the starting lineup. He started, then he played 6 games, and he fell out of the starting lineup.
Yeah, I'm not saying Kerr said anything wrong. It's just hearing that to not an impressionable young guy like Kuminga is, but I'm feeling like Kuminga's like I should be a made man already. Damn it!
That's the problem. He's not a made man. He's not close to a made man. He hasn't established himself in the league. Nobody knows who he is in this league. Nobody knows what he is. Nobody knows what he's going to be.
No, they know who he is.
And all of a sudden,
Sonny,
he wants to act like he's arrived.
Well, I'm not saying...
It sounds to me like he'd put him right back in the starting lineup.
I would have never took him out. That's just me.
Why?
Because you take the good with the bad, and I know Moody was out. That's why he got in there. No doubt.
It's about the team.
But this is not proven to be the most effective. Like, we don't know if they've lost 3 or 4 without him. So I'm just telling you and Dub Nation, it's not like they just went on a winning streak without him. That's all. And I'm about I'm about operation.
This stuff's never
just
gonna
maximize
end.
this until you have to.
Right,
or
maximize Kuminga at the expense of the team.
No, I would never.
That's what
say
it
that.
feels like at times.
Nah, never.
It does.
Well, that's not me saying it to you. That you just feel that way.
I feel like the fans have pushed this more than the media with Kuminga, but the media's got to kind of respond. Because everybody,
but the negotiations
talks
were
about
how would you describe that? I mean, that was tense. Or if you even want to use that word, it could be too strong. But
they just didn't
everybody
want to
was.
let him. He's here because they didn't want to let him go for nothing. I mean, he and that's the other thing. Like, then he played 5 good games, and everybody's talking about his future here with the Warriors, and they might not want to trade him. Of course, they're going to trade him. Don't you think? Like, they got to move him at this point.
Well, I got to stand on, business, Donnie. I said when the first 5 games, and it was a short sample size, oh, man, this thing might not happen. There might not be a trade. So, again, I called out him playing poorly the last few games before he got hurt. So, I mean, he's got some time to, I know you're going to laugh, make an impression or one last impression. So, we'll see how it works out, but you got to be better than you were before you got out of that starting lineup.
Yeah, and Steve Kerr can't help him. He can't. It's up to Kuminga to do it at this point. Here's the other thing. I do think we may be seeing a situation where Kerr is going to be even tougher with the younger guys.
Because it's happening with Pods. 18. What did you say the other night?
Season low, 18 minutes for Pods. He likes Will Richard.
Yeah.
So I think if Jonathan Kuminga comes back and is the player he was when he left, which was not the guy who played at the beginning of the year, I think he's going to be tough on all those guys. Guru is upset about being 10-9. If JK was starting the whole time, they'd be 7-12.
No, see, that's not fair. You can laugh and smile. That's not fair. Yeah,
but it's
we'll
also
never have that answer.
No, but you'll assume they could be 13-6 though if he did play. What's the difference?
We won't know.
You give him the benefit of the doubt, and the texter just didn't give him the benefit of the doubt.
But that is good news about Kuminga and Melton. I don't care if he starts or doesn't. Just you got some thunder coming back, Stoney.
I know you think I'm serious.
No,
here,
go ahead.
It's news.
But
it's not good
told
news.
This
it's news. That's all it is.
I'm not going to use the word decrepit, but when you're older and you're talking about the miles and how you got a bad draw in regard to the travel and the schedule, I get all that. But, Stoddy, you cannot omit the fact that hands on deck, when those hands are of a 23-year-old on a good day that can help you, that wasn't too long starting for you, that can help you, Stoddy. That can help. You're saying it's going to be a laborer. It's going to be man, Melton's going to help. So hopefully he can stay healthy. Let's go.
I mean,
at this point,
doesn't
what
it
else
sound
do you
like
have?
to you? How many games did Melton play last year?
I want to say 6.
Okay.
It
is clear that the Warriors felt like Melton helped them in 6 games impact winning more than Kuminga's done it for 4 years.
Gotcha.
Like the Warriors have made
he's a way
such
more
a big
polished player
deal.
than Kuminga.
Hell, I don't even know if he's a polished player. I only saw him play 6 games last year. But it's clear the Warriors think that Melton is some kind of a connector. But
because we need one.
They don't view JK like that. And I'm not sure why. But it's probably because Kuminga doesn't fit as well as Melton. Melton is a perfect fit, Uncle Looney says, next to Steph Curry because of the defense. I don't know what's going to happen. What'd you think about when Ethan Strauss said, yeah, same as last year?
I didn't like it because I'm looking at the schedule real quick, Stoney. Oh, my gosh. After Saturday, they got Tuesday OKC here.
Okay.
We owe them. But I'll say this.
So they're 17-1.
So do 42 other teams.
Right. But I'll say this to that. That should be the game. You got Sunday, Monday to practice. You would think Melton, or let's just say Kuminga should be back for that one. and that's the NBA Peacock game, 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., y'all.
You know, that game actually does decide the argument that you guys had. I think it was earlier this week about practice, how much practice will help. Yeah. If they have practice before the Thunder, they should look better.
Well, Evan, to that, they had practice 2 days before
they lose by
Portland.
30 in OKC?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll look better.
Well, what about you only had 1 day off in between Miami last week and Portland. Just think last Friday, this time.
Well, they've already won. They beat Utah after a practice, and they look buttoned.
That's Utah.
Well, I'm just saying. I want to know.
Well, they also got, they got Saturday off, too.
Yeah.
They played the Pelicans.
That's
but here's where Guru goes. But now they fired Willie Green. They're really playing hard.
I feel bad for
might
Willie.
Play.
What? You out or in on him? I'm out.
The team played their best ball all season when J.K. was in the starting lineup.
Thank you.
Steiny has always been a J.K. hater.
Thank you.
So no surprise here with his take.
Thank you. Know your show.
How did he play this?
They didn't figure you out,
and there it is. And there it is, 510. There it is.
My man.
Jonathan Kuminga, to some fans, gets to play 5 good games, and now he's played the best ball of his career. How about playing a month of good ball? See, it's coming. See, this is what happens, Goo. I don't dislike Kuminga, but stop telling me he's Larry Bird.
And I'm not.
Yes, you are. Thank you. And
we got some Mick Cronin sound. We got to play it.
Mick Cronin.
We got one more before the guys come in.
What do you mean?
One more segment.
I know. We'll play it next segment. We'll have fun next segment.
I've been having fun all day.
Yeah. Just, how about this? I'll make a deal with you. No Kuminga talk the last segment. None.
That's easy.
0.
He's not playing.
Not for you. Not for you. Because you're no difference.
So Nick, we got to go. All right.
Do we?
Nick Friedel.
What about him?
Let's say he's written 20 columns. 17 have been the subject matter of Kuminga because that's what's going. Like he's a lightning rod.
Somebody needs to give Nick some new ideas.
He's written more than 22. That dude's working like a dog.
Nahigian will give him some good ideas. Nahigian's an idea guy. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Hey, today is your chance to win great prizes. Every single hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tons of great prizes. Oh, no. You're kidding me.
Swear to God.
Oh, my God, Goo. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Tons of great prizes. And in the next hour, in the next segment, I'll be a son of a if we're not giving away a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. Oh, man.
Phone line's gonna
when you hear the air horn sound or be caller 5 on the contest line, it's our Thanksgiving blowout right here, 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, tomorrow, on Thanksgiving Day, we're going to bring you the Chiefs, Cowboys, Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott. Guru's going to be all dressed up in his cowboy garb. Oh, what a day for the Goo. So you're going to have Prescott, Mahomes, Thanksgiving feast, Chiefs, Cowboys, 1 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
We are Mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Millions live with treatable conditions, but no access to surgery. Mercy Ships changes that. For 50 years, our hospital ships have brought free, life-changing surgeries, restoring health, dignity, and hope. Learn more at mercyships.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Shut up, Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's college basketball tourney season, Goo.
Yeah, that's why they were playing Cal and UCLA. Cal beat UCLA last night at Chase. But go ahead, I jumped in.
That wasn't really a tournament, though, I think. It was more of an exhibition.
No, it was, they got something going at Chase.
Tonight, too?
No. They played at Chase.
They did, but, this is a tournament.
The
example,
Southwest
the
Maui
tournament,
Invitational
USC,
Championship.
Arizona State. And I don't know if you saw this. Of course, USC is coached by former Golden State Warrior and Sacramento Kings coach Eric Musselman. And
I'm a Madsen guy.
Mark Madsen?
Yeah, Cal.
If you watch, they just showed highlights of the USC basketball team in the ocean on surfboards.
Wow.
And Eric Musselman, originally from San Diego, has some experience surfing.
Have you surfed before? I have not.
I have tried it. Yes, I took a surfing lesson down in Half Moon Bay.
How did that go?
It was about...
Oh, well, obviously not well.
I got up on the board very briefly.
How old were you?
It's probably about 15 years ago.
So
15, 20.
Yeah, not too long.
Man, you get really tired because you got to pop up on that board.
Gotcha.
And it's pretty tough. And we also had, I think we were using styrofoam boards, which are easier to get up on than the true surfboards.
Yeah. Real quick before we get to
I don't know if you would have been
business.
able. You're a big boy, so I don't know if you would have been able to get up on that thing.
Yeah, strong. Listen.
Yeah, but not a lot of lower body.
You've been doing this longer than I have.
What's your point?
But is there anything worse when you think you got good friends? I got a good friend. His name's Galen. AA Concrete. He owns AA Concrete out there. Calls me during the break. Thanks for the support, G. Because you ain't listening. Because if you were listening, you would know I'm at work.
Yep,
so don't tell on your that hurts.
That's how I had my falling out with my brother.
What? Come on, you got to fix that.
Won't.
So you won't even call him Happy Thanksgiving?
Probably not.
It's a wrap. Come on, Galen, do better, man. Support your boy.
No,
it hurts though.
There's a disrespect level that was hit. He just thinks.
Did you fight?
Work. No fight.
Then
a little fight. There's a little fight. But
didn't you see him at Dad's
it's
ceremony?
Last time I saw him.
And you guys didn't let bygones be bygones, huh?
No, we were fine then. Although he let's see. I don't want to get into it.
I could do a case study on you, man.
I don't want to get into it.
Stoney, pick up the phone, call your brother, man. Happy Thanksgiving.
No, I won't do that.
Why?
I don't feel like it. That's the other. Let's talk about something uplifting.
Damn,
not my family. Hey, one of the things I love are coaches who tell it like it is. And
my man,
I wasn't going to play this because I was thinking, well, this is Tulane. And nobody really cares about Tulane. And even though you bring it up, Stein, it's kind of cute.
Go
but
Green Wave!
Nobody really wants to hear. And then I'm tuning in this morning.
Chasky?
No, he wasn't here.
No, he called in.
No, I'm talking about Sam Lubman.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sammy.
But Sam allowed to talk about the Miami Hurricanes and how they're getting hosed for 15 or 20 minutes. And I thought, well, guess what?
You got action.
The Green Wave are fair game. So, John Summerall's the coach of Tulane. Not for long. He's going to probably go to the SEC at the end of the year. So Tulane's 9-2.
Man.
And they still have a shot to get in the football tournament.
Yes, sir.
And last week they were voted 25th in the country as they cracked the top 25 last week, and now they're up to 22.
Okay.
And as you know, Guru, this is what I love. I've been telling you all year, they're not that good.
You have been.
They're 9-2, but they're worse than last year, and they're just. There's something about them this year. God love them, but I don't know. They're just, and everybody's like, Steiny, you're Tulane way. They're rolling 9-2. I'm like, they're not as good as that. Anyway, they won a game a week ago against Florida Atlantic.
Well, God, that's
the week after the game, they said, hey, John, your team is in the top 25. You must be pretty good.
Take a
listen to the head coach at Tulane. This is what I appreciate when people keep it real.
Do you feel like your team is one of the top 25 teams in the country currently?
I don't know. I haven't watched that many other people play. I watch us play, and I watch whoever get ready to play. And then after that, I don't really know who else is out there. I mean, I'll just be very candid. There's some days I feel like we're one of the bottom 25 teams in the country watching us play. So, you know, if we want to start feeling comfortable or casual about somebody wanting to vote us in the top 25 teams, there must be a lot of bad football going on if we're one of the top 25 teams. So, I mean, there must be some really bad football played right now in college football. So, I don't know. We're average. We're an average team. We get every 6 or 7 days, depending on the schedule of the week, to promote ourselves or embarrass ourselves. We've done that before. So we better get ready to play. I watched this practice today. I think we're average.
If I were the AD, I would call him in. Sonny, I'm being serious, and say, hey, just give me your card key. You're done. That dude, he ain't Journey. He is not believing in his team. Sonny, I need more than that. Lie to us.
They're 9-2.
Evan, it sounded like they were 2-9. There must be some bad football.
I love that.
Who voted us top two? What do you love about? If I'm a player, I ain't feeling that.
I would love it.
Damn, coach.
I would love it.
You said he's might be gone. Probably. He's gone.
That sounds like a guy who's gone.
Evan, he is checked out, baby. That's the only way you talk like that.
I love it.
I only watch our team in the team. Like he don't even like football. They got him so bad.
Hey, what do you think about the state of? I don't watch it.
We practiced today. So basically, they had a bad practice.
I don't know.
We're average. That's pretty good. How did you hear that? Like, how did you find that?
I'm part of the Green Wave Boosters. I know everything that's going on with our program.
No, so, do you send bread?
Do I send bread? I pay tuition. Well, speaking of this, you want to talk about?
That doesn't make you a booster, though.
Dude, no doubt. Yeah, you pay.
I am, though, a booster.
So you send some chicken
to Retzlaff?
No, it's called regular old tuition. Get this. So my daughter goes to Tulane. We pay an look at Muss. We pay an exorbitant amount of money to go to Tulane.
All right,
and then we get this notice in the mail that she's made like the honor roll or something.
Let's go.
And they're like, yeah, we'd like to recognize your daughter for her, studies and da-da-da-da-da. If you want to be part of it, send $400. Send $400 more than the tuition.
Wow, man.
It's a cold I've never heard anything so dumb.
Like, that's a booby prize. How am I? She should be getting something. But
Thank you.
Man.
Thank you.
Here's a discount for next month's tuition.
Exactly.
Man, did you send it?
No. Hell no. Oh, my God. It was like, you guys ever get these? You graduate from high school and you're like honor roll. And then you get a... So then you get something in the mail and it's from Who's Who in America.
No.
So you're in high school and you get straight A's. If you send your photo in with your high school and your grades, along with $100, they'll like put your photo in a book with all the other people who paid $100 to let people know that they got a couple A's in high school.
Oh, man.
It's called like Who's Who in America.
Only thing I'm getting is AARP. I don't know why they keep calling me or sending me stuff.
Yeah, by the way.
But I'm hooping, so I just don't send it to me. I don't qualify. That's how I feel when I see it. Nope.
All right, so that was John Sumrall.
Yeah, that was great. That was
football. Great. And you mentioned UCLA. They were in the Bay last night playing Cal.
They were ranked and lost.
Which team?
UCLA. I think 23, 22.
Now
18.
Oh, good God. Peyton Manning.
Now, here's the one thing that maybe you don't know about me, Goo, but there are times when I can't stand guys. I hate them. And Mick Cronin was a guy. Mick Cronin was a guy about 4 years ago I couldn't stand. And now it's 4 years later, and he is just the best. His podium game is so good.
And that's what life's about.
That's him.
That's him.
That's Mick Cronin.
Staple of the show.
He was a little disappointed, it sounded like, after they lost to Cal last night. So, Mick, let's go to the post-game press conference and listen to Mick Cronin, who's always a joy to listen to.
Yeah, we got about a minute 20. This is what he said right off the rip after they lost to Cal last night.
Congratulations to Mark and his team. Thought they had a great. If I was watching the game, I'd have been a fan of their team. Thought they had a great attitude. This time in my life, it's something I appreciate. But they deserve to win. They came ready to play. We had some guys did not. That's on me. Is what it is. Congratulations, they kicked our ass. I don't even look at the score. The score is different. I mean, I know you guys do, but we had 20 deflections. It's a low, maybe a 5-year low. I came into, I think, a Haas Pavilion where they played, Ben, with a bunch of freshmen, and they had an NBA player. We held them to 53, I think, and won the game. But our team attitude was terrible. It's been a problem for a month. It affects performance. You get in a ring against somebody that wants to fight, give them confidence early, you're in for a fight. Aside from the fact we can't make a free throw.
Dude, what? I mean, how somber can you be, man? Damn, our team attitude has been bad for about a month.
You can hear him rubbing his face as he.
Yes, anguish. I got to believe that was Jaylen Brown.
That's what I was thinking too. Must have been right. The other thing I was thinking is, you know what? I mean, maybe in this age of NIL, these guys are getting paid. These coaches are gonna not treat them like student athletes, but treat them more like professional players.
And that's why I was so hurt that Nick Saban quit.
Wait, what?
Nick Saban, he quit when he lost his powers to the NIL in the portal.
Okay.
That bothered me.
Why?
Because it told me you couldn't grow. Or you couldn't find another way to. No, it's a man of. Steiny, he was the man. Everybody wanted to play for him. He quit.
No, he's the head of Trump's fitness panel on college football or something.
What?
Yeah, he's still actively involved.
Well, anyway, he quit because of the portal. It's a new game out here, man. You got to, man, that dude was despondent. Team at it. What do you think he meant? Just no ha-ha, no rah-rah on the bus? Yeah, no music in the locker room for the games?
They mailed it in, it sounds like, to me. But you got me thinking about something with...
Saban and the portal. He quit.
Okay, so... okay, so let me tell you what this would be like. It would be like the boss coming in to this show and saying, hey, guys, we're gonna start doing things a little differently here.
Yeah.
Okay. Steiny, we're going to need you to be way more hot take-ish. We're going to need you to have less perspective. We're going to need you to be more emotional. We don't even care if what you say is wrong. Just make sure you yell and scream, and that's going to be our new format, yelling and screaming, even more than you do now. And I would say I'm out on that. Yeah, I don't want to do that, Coach.
I totally get that.
Okay, well, that's what Saban did. That's all. He doesn't have to be a part of that crap.
No, but he lost the portal.
He lost nothing.
Yeah, kids got power. They decided they could take their ball and go home.
Yeah,
and he had nothing. He was like, oh boy.
You see,
so the way
Nick
that
Saban
I used
coached
to jet
in the
out
pros,
and how
he
did
knows
that
what
go?
it's about, and he doesn't want to do it.
The Dolphins. That was horrible.
You don't remember anything about his tenure.
The team.
Okay,
they
give me
stunk.
one. Okay, what was the record? Who was their quarterback?
6-10.
What years was he even there?
I know.
No, you don't.
But that's
what years was Saban at Miami?
I know it. I don't want to
mouth?
say it. I know it. I don't want to say it. I know it was a failure, just like your boy Patino coming to the Knicks.
They made the playoffs and beat the Boston Celtics his first year.
Hey, who else came
that was
and dipped
Stu
that?
Jackson.
Yeah, who else came and didn't do anything?
You know, Patino's getting in that group, too, where he's just saying anything and anything under the sun.
What do we
got
care. What do we got from him? Nothing from him, huh? How dare you tell me to tell you the date, the year?
Because you don't know.
I knew the team.
Stop making stuff up. Seriously.
They stunk.
Guru's cooking Steiny like usual.
Who is 510?
Some clown named Oh, I don't know who. I can't tell.
My man, I couldn't rob a bank with you, Stoney. You'd leave your driver's license on the counter.
I can't see the thread.
Oh, boy.
It affects performance.
That is great. That dude, you think he's still sad today, or is he shaking it off?
It's been a problem for a month.
He makes so much money. He's fine.
Money ain't everything, Stoney. You talked about it the other day with IU.
Yeah, but it didn't involve me. I was talking about somebody else's money, not mine. Not mine. Warriors play tonight, Goo, against the Houston Rockets. Oh, by the way.
Uh-oh. What you got?
This game tonight is going to be exactly like the one before the All-Star break last year. Houston's got no chance in this game tonight. You want to bet? I'm laying big money on the Warriors tonight.
What is the line? I don't even know the line.
I think it's Warriors by 2.5.
Yeah, Warriors favored by 2.5.
What happened to 14.5? They covered that bad boy. Oh, the one by 17 over Utah. 2005-6 Saban Dolphins.
Okay. Oh, I see. It just came in over the text line.
He went nice.
Saban did not want to compete in a level playing field. He was the one pushing for
15-17 in his tenure.
I like
Miami.
Do you like Nick Saban?
I did. I wanted to see more of him. Like I watch Bama's coach now.
DeBoer?
Yeah, he's a bore. I don't feel like give me safe.
I don't know what his name is. Is it DeBoer?
Yeah.
DeBoring.
You got him?
Hey, I heard a rumor today. We may have a special guest after the show. And not who you're thinking. Not who you're thinking.
What's sad is I thought of Curry.
He's got
a But don't give me a hint.
Evan has extended an invitation.
Oh, I hope it's our guy.
To this person.
If he pulls up, this will be the greatest. Double D.
Oh, yeah. He's always a game time.
He's got you and him are like brothers.
Let me tell you something about Devone.
He's nicer.
Oh, he's got something going on. He does. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's always working. You can tell he's always working on something.
He ain't thirsty, Steiny. How about that?
You know,
I'll text him right now.
Him and Evan, man, they got a good show, man.
See if he wants to come out.
Yep.
All right. Anyway,
I keep thinking tomorrow's Saturday. They have no show tomorrow.
What time the Cowboys game tomorrow? It's 1 o'clock, and you can hear it right here on 95.7 The Game.
I'll be saying grace as we eat that early.
So you're going to be watching the game while you're eating?
No, because I tend to see what they're going to do, and that affects my appetite.
It affects performance.
Like I said, I've sat there with a plate full of food, and then they're getting blasted.
Why would they serve dinner at kickoff?
It's just in our blood. We like to do it early. Coach in Vallejo gave you the format.
I know, but so will you have the game on and you'll all just be watching it around the table?
Yeah, and I'll say
that
grace.
Sounds like great Thanksgiving conversation.
I'll say grace. Dude, I love saying grace.
Football's actually...
Get out of bounds, Dak! Happy Thanksgiving, man.
When we hit pause.
Football's important on Thanksgiving, Steiny. I don't know if you've ever been around lots of family, but you need something to distract.
Yeah, no doubt. Or stuff pops off. Yeah.
You ever get in a fight on Thanksgiving?
Never. That's why I want you to call your brother, man. I'm serious.
That's why I'm
about
not calling him.
How many funerals do I got to go to tell you tomorrow's not promised, man? And fix a relationship.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, he's your blood brother.
Allegedly.
Oh, see, I like.
It's been a problem for a
month.
month.
Ain't good. It's not.
What? Goo, you know I'm just kidding.
But call him.
No, but
say, hey, man,
we're tight. We're fine. You have your whole family home?
Yeah. Daughter, son just got home, but he brought a guest.
Which one?
Oh, boy.
His buddy Brooklyn.
Girlfriend?
He's from Brooklyn, so he has no family here.
Wait, his name's Brooklyn and he's from Brooklyn?
That's his nickname. Yeah, he's from Brooklyn. His nickname is Brooklyn. And I'm happy, Evan, but when I saw him, I go, the me time me and my son were going to have and me forcing him to watch movies, he's got a shield and excuse now, so.
Maybe that's why he brought him home.
I told Steiny, I look at the ring camera like, oh, man. Now I'm happy he brought his buddy.
Well, that's nice. You also opened up your doors to someone.
What you did to Spadoni. Some say he's not coming.
He ain't showing.
Dude.
And that'll be
the 3 o'clock cut. You told Susan that he might come?
She wants him to come, but she wants his kids to come, too.
Now, see, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, bring him.
But she doesn't really know Spadoni either, though. You know what I mean? You're distracted.
No, you just said it. She doesn't really know him.
Right. So that's why she wants him there.
He's homeless.
Snotty, I'm being real. You and Evan, I think I know the answer. Chitlins. Have you ever had or eaten them?
No.
Evan?
Never.
Is that intestine?
Pig.
Yeah. Yeah, I have had chitlins.
With the Louisiana hot sauce? Oh, my God.
It's pretty good, actually.
I've never had them.
Chitterlings? They are. You got to try them.
There's about 4 things I've never had, and they
Give
all
me
fit
the other
into
3.
Collard greens. Never.
And you got black friends?
What's that pie you guys like?
Hey, dude, you better be kidding. See, this is where you get so excited.
It's going to be worse than the Hennessy yesterday.
Man.
No, what's
sweet potato pie?
That's right. Yeah, I've never had that.
Damn,
and
what's
then there's
the
the
pie?
main meal. What's the main meal? The main meal. Like it's collard greens.
Oh my!
Sweet potato pie.
You sound like Fuzzy Zeller, man.
You got to Google that, Evan. You got to Google that. one.
Stop on your head.
It's chitlins,
ham hock.
That's it.
Yeah, ham hock.
That's it.
No, I don't mess with that. Now I got friends, not black, that
you don't eat
cow tongue. I could never eat anything that nasty.
My buddy Dana doesn't eat pig either.
No, but cow tongue.
Dana's Muslim?
Well, it's a long story.
It's a yes or
it's a
no.
long story. He used to be Dana Bell, and his family changed their last name to Ali in the late 60s.
So he's Muslim.
Yeah, he was selling those little books on the corner in a black suit and a bow tie. He was. No, he talks about it all the time. For the great Elijah Muhammad.
Honorable.
Yes.
Yeah, there you... Wow.
What else you want to know about?
Nah, you didn't say enough.
Anyway, yeah, no, he doesn't eat pork.
You're playing on the sweet potato pie, right?
I've never... you know what?
I'm bringing you one.
Doesn't like sweet potato pie?
I'm not a pie guy.
How can you say you've lived and you know
I've never said I've lived.
there and
I've been very sheltered.
How could you not have that? Like, how could you not want to taste that sweet potato pie?
It's funny. There are things that I've never tried,
I don't
and
even
I never
know who
will.
you are anymore.
Like for example, I've never
chitlins. You
had a
haven't tried
mushroom.
it. Okay, I get that.
I would never put a mushroom in my mouth.
All right.
One that the kind that are grown in fertilizer. And one of the reasons I don't eat mushrooms because it's where my parents worked in the summers. At my uncle's mushroom farm. In the manure.
We got pies flowing. I might bring you one.
All right.
They'll help you see some
Hey,
things.
Warriors Wednesday. We made it, Goo. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And that segment also brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
We can't make a free throw.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Almost every 8 minutes. That's how often Uber received a report of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. And despite over 400,000 reports, Uber turned a blind eye. Instead of protecting women, Uber downplayed the problem, delayed safety measures, and prioritized profit over passenger safety. Now, Uber wants to stop Californians from holding them accountable in court. Every 8 minutes, Uber tries to silence victims. Paid for by Habas and Associates. Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local, trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
You get in a ring against somebody that wants to fight, give them confidence early, you're in for a fight. Aside from the fact we can't make a free throw.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's crossover time, and we welcome
the fellas,
Mark Grandy and Dan Dibley. How you doing, guys?
Fellas.
Happy Thanksgiving.
How are you? Happy Thanksgiving.
For sure. We're doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Doing great.
Yeah,
whenever a Wednesday feels like a Friday, it's a good thing.
Yeah, we had a great show until Steiny just told the listeners, the black community, that he's never had sweet potato pie.
Man, never?
Wow.
No.
Even Grandy goes, wow.
Grits?
No.
No chitlins?
Greens?
No.
I mean, chitlins,
Greens. How can he not? Where's Dana?
I've had greens, but specifically they're collard greens, though, right?
That's it.
That's right.
Is it a pea or a bean?
As opposed to like an uncolored green?
What kind of a green is it?
Collard greens.
No. But what's the actual vegetable?
Oh, I would help me out.
Is it like
okra?
Or
no.
Like, is it peas?
No, it's like
is it
salad. It's
green beans?
It's like spinach almost. It's
right.
like, oh boy, I might lose my black card. But yeah, they're greens, baby.
It's in the cabbage family.
Yeah, talk to me.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
And that, it's Christmas time in Hollis,
There we
Queens.
go. He would-
Mom's in the kitchen cooking collard greens.
Help me out, Dibs.
Shout
Damn.
out Run DMC, not TMC.
Yeah.
Christmas in Hollis.
My man.
You guys want to
dun,
do a little improv right here?
Let's do improv.
All right, there it
What
is.
we
Your
have?
chance to win a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. It's part of our Thanksgiving blowout. And we're just a tad late on it, but you know the number, 415-523-4652. Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead giveaway. Caller number 5. One more time, 415-523-4652. And you guys are going to have a host of prizes to give away from 2 to 6.
Man.
Is it true that the Kuminga bobblehead is actually bobble knees, where the knees kind of wibble and wobble
guys,
as you bobble the head?
Remember Weeblos?
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
Weebles wobble, but they don't
Randy
fall
has
down.
no idea what we're talking about.
Weeblos are different than Weebles. The Weeblo is a rank of Boy Scout. When you go from, like the Weeblo is on your way to Eagle Scout, but the Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Grandy, it was a toy where it had a rounded bottom, and you could like try to knock it over, but it would weeble wobble,
Almost
but
like
it
an
wouldn't
egg.
fall down.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway,
Sounds great.
that's got to be back to like the early 80s, the Weebles wobble.
It was a bad toy.
Man.
It was
I'll
a
say
bad
this.
toy
You heard the
back in the
Kuminga news and Melton in Santa Cruz.
And Guy Santos, too. Because he's got to get some work in, apparently.
Okay.
All 3 of them.
Yeah.
In Santa
Scrimmaging
Cruz.
in Santa Cruz
But
for the
that's
day.
good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tibbs, have you been down there to a game?
We
No,
were
I
talking
have
about
not.
that.
To the
Randy?
bubble.
I have not been to a Santa Cruz
The
Warriors
bubble.
game. No.
Got to get down there.
Yeah, we should go road trip.
Well, I believe the gym is largely, it's not inflated, but it's kind of a like temporary.
It's a bubble.
Yeah. It's like a, it's not plastic.
It's like
I don't
an-
even know what it is. But
It's like an indoor football practice facility where
I've
they
seen
put
the
the white
videos.
over.
Yeah. But it's a staple in Santa Cruz, though.
Yeah, and it holds like 3,000, I think, and I think not that much.
Oh, I don't know.
I wonder if I think Evan's been down there for a game.
No doubt.
Anyway, Houston
No
in
doubt.
town tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
No KD, no Steven Adams, so they can't play the double bigs
True.
where they rebound 40% of their misses.
Hey, Grandy, by the way, I'm checking you out after these games. You're pulling a Shasky.
What do you mean?
You know, with your game's over and
Oh, I like it. Your videos.
before you go on.
yeah, Grandy.
Before you go on the postgame show.
Oh, hold on. I got a text from Dana Ali.
Shout out Elton.
Guru. My
His
man.
branding.
I'll drop a sweet potato pie at his house on Friday. Unbelievable. You outed him,
How
Steiny.
does Dana know his number?
He's been to my house. He's come to it. We're friends.
Dana Ali?
You brought him to Norm's party. So
When? In Union City?
the day you remember, you guys looked like Suge and Tupac in the
day I met
BMW as you
Cynthia?
drove. Yes,
He was with us?
yeah, and he brought his Johnny Walker red or black. Remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh,
This dude, get your boy. He's wilding right. Don't even remember introducing me to Dana, who's now my friend.
right.
What's new?
Well, and he's now
Happens
your
all the
boy.
time.
I bequeathed him to you. That was part of COVID,
All right.
where you know
Help
it was
me out, Dibs.
it was the 3 of us for 51 weeks. Grandy 50 weeks on Zoom, 1 week in
I remember.
person, and then the whole other thing happened, and so it's
Dana's the best.
reunited, and it feels so good.
There you
Steiny
go.
and Goo. Shout
Yeah.
out.
I've yet to
Is
watch
that
a
Ashford
game.
and Simpson?
Yeah,
No, that's Peaches and Herb.
my black card is
Yeah,
being
sorry.
revoked right now because they said the white guy had to explain collard greens to me.
It's a shame.
But with that, I've yet to watch a game in the backyard at Dana's house like you guys had. That's when
Yeah.
I'm official.
Well, I mean, come through,
All right.
and I'm going to go ahead and give you the invite for any variety of
there
dates,
it is.
such as I don't know, any Sunday on the calendar.
I love it.
And I've lost my not that card, but I've lost my Dana card a little bit because now that I have a toddler,
Look at
I don't go through as often as possible. But when I do, it's awesome. It's
This'll be
usually
how-
about once a year.
How many Thanksgivings will this be for my niece?
This will be 4.
This is awesome.
And the first Thanksgiving, she was a colicky nightmare. And she almost she did get uninvited like 5 different times.
Look at this.
She was a problem, bro. But, and we got married the day after. So yesterday was our 3-year anniversary.
Wow.
My lovely wife, Supper, and I. So, yeah, Thanksgiving is like the Super Bowl in her family. So we're all geared up for a big one tomorrow.
Wow.
That should be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. How many people you having over? You going to the in-laws?
The in-laws. And, just Pop, and, Mima, rest in peace, passed last January.
R.I.P.
So this will be the first Thanksgiving without my mother-in-law, which will make it, obviously a lot heavier than it otherwise would have been. But there'll be turkey and 2 stuffings and broccoli souffle, which is that's his pièce de résistance. That is what.
I'll bet there's cheese on that.
A little bit, but it's more like it's like broccoli. It's a giant broccoli pillow, and when you take it out, it still is pillified, and then over the next few minutes, it kind of drops, and then
not the Snoop Dogg broccoli. Yeah.
No,
okay, it's actual.
Yeah, that's more like lettuce, I would imagine.
The Granny knows.
I mean that's more like lettuce.
The hippie lettuce.
Granny, you on the Warriors Live today?
Yes, I am.
Nice. What do you
double duty?
How do you handicap that one tonight at the Chase Center?
I mean, Warriors are favored slightly, 2.5 points. No KD, no Steve Adams. I think this is a game the Warriors should win. This is the game the Warriors will get up for as well, which is always important to try to.
Because it's a cup game?
Oh, no.
They've been eliminated.
Because it's the Rockets.
Yeah.
That's why.
I got you.
Yeah, no. They haven't officially been eliminated from the cup, but basically.
Oh, really? They still got cup action?
Technically, no, but because their point differential is like minus 25, it would be very, very, very tough for them to make it.
Gotcha. And where are we with Brock Purdy these days? Did you see what I was saying today? I got off the show yesterday, and I went home, and I was like, I felt like we missed something yesterday. And you know what it was? I was just saying, Brock Purdy's fine, and he'll quarterback until he gets hurt, and if he doesn't, he'll be the. And then Willard came in and was like, you got to monitor this. Like, will the 49ers, here's how I put it.
He said there was an opening. There was an opening.
Yes, exactly. So my question would be, does Brock Purdy have a shorter leash than he had a year ago at this time?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so. And I believe that if you look at Monday's game, and Greg Cosell joins us today at 3:15.
Oh, I can't wait to
We'll
hear
get
this.
the Cosell analysis of it. And there were a couple of bad throws. And as I said yesterday on our show, if you want to look at the totality of the game from Brock Purdy, he was awesome early. He was great late. There was an 8-throw stretch where he had 3 picks. 2 were his fault. 1, I think, was his coach's fault. It was a terrible play design. And so if you look at the whole game, complimentary football, they went out, and that game was never in doubt. Even though he threw 3 picks, you still won. And so, you go to Cleveland. It's going to be cold. It's going to be rainy or snowy. You have to deal with Myles Garrett. My God, he is an absolute monster. So he might look as bad, if not worse, against Cleveland. It doesn't mean that he's on a short leash, my opinion.
I'm with you.
Grandy?
I don't think he's on a short leash either.
How can he be?
You just signed him in the offseason, and that might not be the best reason, but you're committed to him. And if you were to make any kind of change, that, of course, looked bad on Purdy. It also looks terrible on Shanahan and Lynch.
Catastrophic.
Absolutely. Yeah. And how would Jed York feel about that? And everyone else in the front office for that decision. I mean, do you remember the story that Shanahan told? I think he told it to Tim Kawakami about Brock Purdy's rookie offseason and rookie training camp.
When Trent and Warner
Fred
were walking off the field, and they were like, that's the guy.
That's
that
the
guy
guy.
got something.
And at that point, Shanahan was like, the best quarterback in the room, which includes the veteran who took you to a Super Bowl and the guy that you traded 3 first-round picks for. The best quarterback in the room is the Mr. Irrelevant from the most recent draft. And he said, you know how difficult it is to go up to your owner and say that? So imagine how much more difficult it would be to do that when you paid that guy $250+ million.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's on a short leash. Like, he was bad, no doubt. Has to be better. They have any chance to do anything. But.
Yeah, I was telling Steiner we got football tomorrow and Friday, Netflix, Philly, Chicago. But with Shedeur Sanders and the world or the black community rooting for him, all eyes are on this game. And for the Niners, they need the math part of the game. We had Ethan Sherwood-Strauss on.
I heard
who
it.
Stotty found out had been dealing with turf toe for 10 years.
Wow.
So we had him talk about it. He believes, and he's no Cosell, that those 3 interceptions had something to do with your arm strength just doesn't come from your arm. I'm paraphrasing what he said. Your lower extremities, your core. And you think you could do things that you can't until you find out. And I go, being a guru, oh, it's going to be cold. That old toe might be aching. And he was saying it might help him because everything's going to be mushy if it's wet.
And it's going to be a lot more shorter throws and checkdowns. And if you look at the second half of that game where he went 10 for 10, it was all short throws and checkdowns.
Was that by design by Kyle? Because it felt like that. I think so.
And also, if you want to look at the game flow, they were up, and then they came out, and they did a lot of running and checking it down. They went down, they scored again, and they had the game in control. They didn't have to go back there and plant and gun it. And for me, if the toe was an issue on you letting it rip, then don't play. Just don't play. Let Mac play.
And he didn't use that as an excuse.
No, he didn't. And he scrambled, and I thought that he made 2 bad throws. They were late throws. They were not in the proper spot. And those, to me, were mistakes. I don't know if it's because of the toe or just he held on to it too long. But for me, if you're out there, you are graded by the fact that you are playing football. And that's the way that goes.
You went real quick conspiracy theory with Kuminga in the knee gate and the minutes, and him coming out the start lineup. Do you think there's anything going on with, they were like, whatever happens, you cannot say it's the toe that affected your play? Do you think there's anything there? Because I got to believe that didn't look like the dude we know. Like, you could say it ain't the toe, and that'd be a disaster, I think. But what if it really is?
Well, if it is the toe, then you can't say it's the toe. Because then why aren't you playing Mac Jones?
That's it.
And if it is not the toe, then go out there and play. And it's funny because Kurt Warner had a tweet. I'm sure you guys saw it a couple days ago.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah. And
weird.
Kurt said, well, when you throw the ball like I do and he does, you're more likely to get intercepted because you don't just throw a hard fastball that's like tough to catch. And I do think that there's some of that.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And if you're Brock, though, and the one that really irks is the one to Pearsall, where Pearsall's got a yard or more. If you throw it into space, either Pearsall gets it or it's incomplete, but he floated it to where Pearsall was, and that's when he got jumped by Mike Jackson at the goal line.
Yeah. 8 touchdowns, 7 picks, Donnie. That's not good, man.
Thank you.
I'm blown away. 8-7.
Yep. Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Hey, do you hear something scratching in the walls? That's not the house settling. It's rodents moving in. Once they find warmth, they make themselves at home and cause damage fast. Atco Pest Control removes them, closes entry points, and helps keep them out for good. Keep your space protected this fall at AtcoPestControl.com. Atco Pest Control, your defense against unwanted guests. Mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off any rodent treatment this month. I'll start. I got to tell you.
Wait, is it Friday?
That's what's bugging me. It's Wednesday.
When last time we're together.
That's what's bugging me.
What?
Why are we doing a What's Bugging Us on a Wednesday when it's typically a Friday? Now, I got an answer, but it's unsatisfactory. And the answer is, Evan said, well, I'm doing a show on Friday, and, he's doing a solo show.
Yeah, I saw that.
And he said, so let's do it now because I'm not working with anybody. Well, that's not the rules.
The rules are it is to be done during the crossover.
Okay.
Bang. Bang, bang.
You're not crossing over with anyone when you start?
No.
Is there like an hour gap between your show and the previous show?
No.
Why can't you just do one at 2?
Who's he going to be with? Him himself and I? There's no crossover.
There's 2 shows that day, right? 6 to 10, 10 to 2. Correct?
Sounds to me like this is really bugging you. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Thank you. And we're doing it today.
Why is it such a big deal?
Thank you, Grandy. This is fake. What's your new word?
Fake outright.
Wouldn't you prefer this as to talking actual sports for 12 more minutes?
Oh, we wouldn't have had to talk sports. We could have talked about other stuff.
I told you my wife said, quit complaining about the job at the job.
I don't subscribe to that.
Yeah, I do.
That's where you
Longevity,
complain.
Grandy.
By the way, I did have one about the boss, but I'll let him slide.
Yeah, I mean, the streak, you're like Cal Ripken with complaints about the boss.
The Cal Ripken.
The streak lives. Yeah, no doubt. Goo, what's bugging you?
This is a recycle or a remix, but I'm going to be honest. I grew up, we would catch the BART train from Union City to Berkeley, California, And we would go, Jake Sorensen, Lawrence Mouton, Frankie Carrillo, Byron Carter, Ralph Knowles, Reg Basie, all to the Cal Stanford big game. If it was at Cal, we'd go to Blondie's Pizza, hang out there, try to sneak into the frat parties after it was over. We were there all day. If it was at Stanford, we'd do the same thing. But you're telling me Plunkett, Elway, Rogers, Troy Taylor. How did we do a week on this radio station, all shows, and not bring up the big game, which I watched Grandy in its entirety? That hurt me. I'm mad at you all and everybody and the fans, but Dibs, we got a good thing going. It's the best name, the big game. Stoney said they stole it. But how did we get out of here Friday not talking about the big game? What does that say about us?
It's not us. What channel was that game on?
Channel 11. That would be NBC.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was on NBC local?
Saturday, yeah.
Yeah. All right. I mean,
I guess.
No, it was ACC Network. It was on ACC Network.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah, ACC Network.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So, say that again. The big game
It was
was
on ACC Network.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to play off that.
I couldn't have watched it if I wanted to, and I
YouTube
didn't
TV,
I did not want to.
It's funny because I actually tried to watch it on my Xfinity, and I went to the scoreboard, and the game was already over, and so I scrolled through the games that had already happened, and I couldn't even find the score
It was AC.
on
I
the
got
app.
it. Yeah.
It's tragic. And what's bugging me is a play off of that, and what's bugging me is that Justin Wilcox got fired at Cal. And was he awesome? I mean, no. Are they awesome? No. The problem with Cal is they don't give a crap about their college sports in general. Their football, their basketball, their baseball team. I don't even know if they finally got rid of it, but they've been trying for a long time.
Ron Rivera's in town, though.
I know he is. And yet you don't have the real, image and likeness money. The NIL fund there is embarrassing. And so you don't get the talent. And what happens is you have a really, really good quarterback. Last year, he leaves. And you have a really good quarterback this year. And if I was him, I would leave. You don't get the support, financial or otherwise, because people here, they don't really care about college sports. My son went to Cal, and Steiny, your daughter went to Cal. I don't know how many games she went to when she was there.
Just one, because she got thrown up on.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was like their home opener her freshman year, and she went with a girlfriend.
And that made her want to go back, or that's why
that was
she
the
never
last
went
game
again?
she went.
Yeah. My son lived on campus, and he went to about a game a year. And by a game, I would mean like a half a game, show up in the second, leave late third, and go to a party. But Cal, you fired a coach who is good enough. You don't deserve much better than that. So that's what's bugging me. Justin Wilcox get fired because you don't support him financially to give him enough talent for them to be good in the ACC, apparently.
Well said. What's bugging me is also ACC adjacent, Dibs. But it's related to something that one of our hosts said on the station this morning. Not coming at you, Sam Lubman. Well, I guess I kind of am.
Yeah.
But I love you, Sam.
Yeah.
We all know Sam's a proud Miami Hurricane, and he went on a rant this morning about how he is so upset at the college football playoff poll and how they're not respecting Miami because Miami beat Notre Dame early in the season, yet Notre Dame is ranked ahead of them. Congratulations, Sam. You beat Notre Dame when their freshman quarterback made his first career college start, and you followed it up by losing to Louisville at home and SMU on the road. As far as I'm concerned, you lose to Louisville at home, you are banned from the college football playoff. If you're upset that Miami might not make the playoff, blame yourself. You can't even go to the ACC title game in the weakest power conference in the country. So if you're upset, then be upset at your own team. End of rant. That upset me today. That's
Sammy,
what's
you
bugging
better
me.
duck.
I'm glad I heard the other side of that because I was Lubman was making a lot of good points.
You
Now
lost
you
to
get the other
Louisville at
part.
home.
The Cardinals.
You're done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dibs, I got to go back to with all the tech money here, and now Andrew Luck. I'm like, dude, quit faking it. Just go coach. I love the energy, but he's down on the side. How can he not drum up support to where NIL in the Bay is out of control?
Well, they just got
the money's
support.
here.
I think Stanford got Grandy was at
50 million.
50 million, not 30. Somebody who was a Stanford alum said, "How about 50?" Kaboo! And so they got 50 dropped on them, And at Cal, I mean, they have that in their alumni register, their alumni roll, but they don't have that. And so if you really want to compete with the big boys and the big girls out there, you need to do more.
So you think this quarterback
space.
could be on the move, huh? The lefty?
Oh, he's leaving.
I mean, why would you stay?
Damn.
New coach, new system, and you saw what Mendoza did. He left, and he's now a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. And, Saikapu Tele. I hope I got that right. If not, I apologize.
Close enough.
Yeah.
All you need to know is I talk about Tulane. Grandy talks about Oregon.
Right.
Loveman talks about Miami. Nobody talks about Cal or Stanford.
And I guess I'm just asking, that's got to change. Deshaun Jackson, Marshawn Lynch, Aaron Rodgers.
Those are all 2
Let's
decades
go.
ago.
Yeah.
And the Cal basketball team beat a ranked UCLA team last night. I
saw that.
Go Bears.
Gutsy little win. Yeah.
And that's what life's about.
See, this is Goo playing into his own fake outrage. There's no way he feels strongly about we got to bring Cal and Stanford back into the fold. Give me a break. We're never in the fold.
Also, they
were in the fold with Jason Kidd.
That was
Murray.
It was a terrible football game.
But it was the big game.
What was Cal doing? How did you lose by that many points to Stanford?
They were favored by 7. That was bad.
Stanford doesn't have a head coach.
Andrew Luck's acting like one.
Kind of a head coach.
All right. Well, Greg Cosell, 3:15.
Yep.
Should be fun.
And Tim Roy, 4:15.
That's right.
You guys talk to Fitz. We're talking to Tim.
Nice.
Tim's a man.
Hey, so when Tim got hired back in 1995,
yep,
I was working for the Contra Costa Times. And I was like the media TV guy.
You were.
And back then I did a big feature on Tim Roy because he came from Sacramento and then he became the Warrior guy. And that's how I met Tim Roy.
Unbelievable.
He got it.
Curry!
Yeah.
On 95.7 the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Happy early Thanksgiving. Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs and Grandy, though. Willard off. Willard will be back on Tuesday. You got Dibs and I today. Also on Monday as well. Dibs, great to be with you on a Wednesday that feels like we just did What's Bugging You. This is a Friday.
It's a total Friday. And I got to BART over in the East Bay. And normally on a Wednesday, the BART parking lot would be 96% full. Today was about 31% full.
That's nice.
So, yeah, either people are driving in and driving home, or they're not working and they're heading out on the road. So if you're heading out for your long Thanksgiving holiday, a stretch 5, and actually Bonte Hill called me earlier today and said, "Hey, Dibber, how you doing? Stretch 5 for you?" And I said, "No, I'm actually working with Grandy. It's a rare chance for me actually to do a show and get to talk." And he thought it was pretty funny. But
your partner's still a Mark, but not a Mark that talks
Mark with a K. And who spells it that way?
Yeah, right?
I mean, seriously. It's reckless.
It is.
Unnecessary consonants.
Absolutely.
But happy to be here and, a lot to talk about with the Niners getting ready for a Sunday travel spot, a tough one, and the Warriors with not quite a litmus test without Adams and
still
Durant.
A good team.
A good team
yeah.
And a good spot at home. And can we, get above 500 a little bit here?
10-9 through 19 games.
I mean, 11-9 is a lot better than 10-10. I know it's aesthetics, but still it matters.
The Warriors have played 19 games, and the Rockets have played 14 or 15.
Yep.
Which also kind of just signifies how crazy the Warriors' schedule has been. You're right, though. We're going to talk a lot about the Niners. This is not technically a Friday, but it does feel a lot like a Friday. So we're going to treat it like a Friday and talk a lot of Niners. One, we're going to continue to react to what Brock Purdy and the Niners did on Monday night, and then we'll also turn the page and look ahead to the Cleveland Browns on Sunday morning. We do have coming up at 3:15 the great Greg Cosell. I'm going to do my best to not have Greg correct me in any way, shape, or form.
Risky.
We will see how that goes of NFL Films. And then also, as we just talked about, the great Tim Roy, radio voice of the Warriors, who you will hear tonight, call the action Warriors and Rockets. He's joining the show at 4:15. He and Bob Fitzgerald being honored by the Warriors during the game tonight. So we'll talk to Tim Roy about memories of the last 30-plus years. Plus, it is a Friday, Dibs. Kind of. It feels like a Friday, which means we have picks to make, but it's a special day because we have a lot of picks to make. You're going to pick all 3 Thanksgiving games tomorrow.
Yep.
You're going to pick, of course, the Niner game Sunday morning, and you're going to pick Sunday Night Football. We're going to skip over the Friday game.
Yeah.
You don't want to overload with picks.
No.
But you're going to make 5 picks. We'll do that at the very tail end of the show, and we're going to have a special edition of Higher or Lower in the 5 o'clock hour as well.
Yeah, with Cam and Risotto and Grandy, and I mean, boy, it'd be tough for you to go out there and lose a higher or lower.
There's pressure on me.
Against a couple of newbies.
There's pressure on me.
We had explained a bit to Cam, not that he can't understand it, he can, but Risotto and Cam will be making their debut, and you're a seasoned veteran. You're actually the all-time wins leader in the bit.
And I can add to my lead with a good performance today.
And another one.
And I'm sure, thank you, DJ Khaled. I'm sure Willard and Lucas would both object to that counting.
I don't care.
I mean, a bit's a bit.
This is what I get for showing up to work every day, Dibs.
That's right.
Yeah. They took time off. They don't get the benefit.
That's right. And I think that Steven Risotto has been here nonstop since Monday morning, is what I'm being told. The guy, all he does is, I mean, I've never seen him not here.
He sleeps in the back.
He might live
it's been
here.
a while since I've showered.
Oh, there you go.
I'm in this room.
Higher or lower, 2.5 showers this week. It's going to be lower.
Anyway, that's
There you
coming
have
up
it, yeah.
in the 5 o'clock hour. We will play a fun game of Higher or Lower. Plus, all day today, as you've been hearing the last 8 hours, it is our Thanksgiving blowout promo, or Thanksgiving blowout contest. It's been going on all day, and it continues until 6 o'clock. Every hour, we're giving away prizes like a Jonathan Kuminga and Hello Kitty bobblehead, tickets to an AC/DC concert at Levi's in August, Warriors Magic tickets for the December 22nd game. All you need to do is keep listening for the next 4 hours. Whenever you hear the air horn, not right now, but whenever you hear the air horn sounder, it's unmistakable. You will know what it is when you hear it. That's your cue to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. Don't call now. That's coming up whenever you hear the air horn. If you are the 5th caller, once that air horn sounds, you will win the prize for that hour. It's our Thanksgiving blowout here on 95.7 The Game. And the first prize that we're giving away, Dibs, this hour at some point, it is the Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. So that is what's coming up. And with that in mind, I did want to, before we transition and get to Niners, I did want to do our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll, which we do day of every Warrior game. Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. And today, Dibs, we're keeping it simple. Will the Warriors beat the 11-4 Rockets, who are without both Kevin Durant and Steven Adams tonight? Will the Warriors win the game? It's as simple as that. Vote now on Twitter, and we will share the results later. What do you say, Dibs?
I would
Warriors
say
win tonight?
No, I don't think they win tonight, and I think that it's just a bad matchup. Even without Steven Adams and no Kevin Durant, I think that Şengün is a problem. I think that Amen Thompson defensively can really lock down the Warriors, especially Steph Curry. So I think it's another tough spot for the Warriors against a younger, more athletic, more physically imposing team. So as much as I would love for them to win, I'm a big fan. If I had to vote and answer honestly, I would say no, they don't win.
All right. I'll say yes, and we'll balance it out here on the show. We'll talk more about that coming up later. Again, Tim Roy coming on at 4:15, and we'll talk more Warriors later in the show. What I wanted to begin with, though, Dibs, and welcome in 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. And if you want to join the conversation, that's both the number to call, and it is the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I think coming off of that Niners loss, or the Niners, it's kind of funny I said that. It was a Niner win, but the way that we've been talking about it, it kind of feels like a loss. 20-9, the Niners beat the Panthers on Monday Night Football. It kind of feels like a loss because Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions in the first half on 3 consecutive possessions. On the ensuing possession, he had a couple other passes that very easily could have been interceptions, but were not. The way that I think a lot of us, Dibs, here at 95.7 The Game and talking heads everywhere have been discussing the Niners almost makes it seem like that was a game the Niners lost. Yet they found a way to win. And I feel like we're entirely overlooking one half of that football game from Monday night. We're spending so much time talking about Brock Purdy and his performance, which, by the way, totally fair. He was absolutely terrible. I don't think you will hear anyone say anything other than that. You talked about how he was good other than the interceptions.
Right.
And you're right, honestly, but it's pretty simple. If you're a quarterback, you can't throw 3 interceptions. But you're forgetting an entire half of the football game. The other half of the football game, the Niners defense, which is much maligned and is starting a bunch of no-names, quite frankly, held Carolina, a team that was above 500 going into that game, to just 9 points. And I would not have guessed that in my wildest dreams that this Niner defense would stand up like that. So to me, we can be worried about Brock and his performance, and we can admit that he has to be better. He has to be a whole lot better. But honestly, I was encouraged by Monday night because the defense did something that I didn't think they were even capable of doing.
Right, and they had, 2 takeaways, and they were able to get the ball away, and they were able to get it back to the offense. And after Brock Purdy went through his 8-throw nightmare with 3 picks, I think before that, the opening drive, he was really good. It was a 15-play, almost 9-minute drive where you scored a touchdown. And then out of the second half, it was almost the exact same thing where you got the ball back from Carolina. The defense, again, did its job. And you went down there and you went 80 yards and you scored again. And you went up 17-3. And at that point, I think that you look at the Brock Purdy part of it and say, yeah, 3 picks, not good. But an early touchdown, opening drive, third quarter, a touchdown, those things matter. And so I think that a lot of fans look at one thing and one thing only, and it's the quarterback. And it's how did the quarterback play? And if he played bad, then you got lucky. And if he played well, then it's, the quarterback, he carried us. But it's complimentary football. McCaffrey was amazing. The defense was spectacular. And you played a certain way because you got an early lead and you were able to run it. And you had to withstand Brock Purdy and 3 picks, 2 which were awful, 1 which I would tip the cap and say that's a great play by the defense where they duped you into it. And yet you still never trailed. And that game was never really in doubt, ever.
No, like the entire second half. I mean, honestly, it was kind of a snooze fest. And that's what you and Willard were talking about yesterday on Tuesday about how just it was a weird energy and the environment, the atmosphere at Levi's was kind of dead, and Purdy was the biggest reason why, but it also wasn't a game that really felt like the Niners were in any kind of danger. I was operating, Dibs, under the assumption that the only way the Niners beat anybody other than the bottom feeders of the league, like the Raiders and the Jets and those kinds of teams, the only way the Niners beat any team of any kind of quality, and by the way, I would say the Panthers are that. They're not one of the top teams in the league, but they were 6-5 coming into the game. I don't care if you thought the Panthers were a fake 6-5. They were legitimately fighting for a playoff spot.
Right.
Like that was a big game for them. They were fighting for a playoff spot. Not saying that they're a legitimate contender, but they were legitimately in the NFC playoff race. Now, would you have picked them to make the playoffs? Probably not, but they were having a pretty decent season up to that point. I was under the impression the only way the Niners could beat a team, that kind of caliber of team, was the offense scores 30, 35 points, and you just hang on for dear life on defense. Instead of, forcing interceptions, you force field goals instead of touchdowns. You get a stop here or there. Maybe you make a big play over the course of a game to kind of change the momentum. You get a play or 2 from your defense over the course of the game, and your offense is near perfect. That's the path to victory for the Niners. That's what it was for the most part in Arizona, at least on the offensive side. The defense was pretty good, but the offense was amazing in that game, scoring 40-plus points in Brock Purdy's first game and Ricky Pearsall's first game, both of them back from injury. So And everybody talking about this team said the same thing. That was the only way for the Niners to win football games. Yet it was not that at all on Monday, and they won by 11. So I think Monday proved that there is a different path for the Niners to potentially win football games, or at least be competitive in football games, and it was not needing the offense to play perfect football because they were far, far, far from perfect.
And good teams can win in a variety of different ways, and that's where I think the 49ers, they're not a great team. They're probably not a Super Bowl team, but are they good enough to make the playoffs? Absolutely. And even if you look at the point differential stat, which I think at this point in the season is something, they're 12th in point differential. They're one of only, I guess, 17 teams to be in the positive. And you look at Carolina, yeah, they're 6-6, but they're a minus 53, which tells you that they've won a couple of close games and they've lost a bunch of games that are really, really one-sided to be 6-6 with that bad of a point differential. So if a good team is going to go out there and be good, you're going to have to do it when your offense is bad. You're going to have to do it when your defense is bad. Yep. You're going to have to do it when your special teams is bad. Now, if 2 of the 3 units are bad in the same game, you're probably not going to win unless one of your units is phenomenal. And on Monday night, the offense they were not bad. The quarterback was bad. The running back was awesome as always.
Tight end was awesome.
The wide receiver made huge plays when you needed him to make big plays. The special teams were good again, but it was the defense that carried the day. So it's complimentary football. You go to Cleveland, and I would not bet that the offense is going to put up 30. You're going to need the defense to, again, be really good. You're going to need the offense to not make a lot of mistakes because it's going to be cold, wet, ugly, windy, and you've got an offense that is going to struggle against a defense that's really, really good. Top 5 in football.
Yeah, but there's a very likely outcome that Brock plays better than he did on Monday coming up on Sunday, just because he's not going to turn the ball over 3 times, you would guess. But the Niners score fewer than 20 points just because of the way that the game is going to be in Cleveland. That's certainly possible. We'll talk more about that game coming up, plus your calls, 888-957-9570. I see you, Walter. We will get to you when we come back from break. But, I mean, is there a way that we can react to what happened on Monday and think about how maybe Monday showed a different pathway to victory for the Niners than we previously thought? I also want to play what George Kittle said a couple of weeks ago that I think is really interesting looking back on it now, because he said what we've all said. The only way the Niners win is if the offense is near perfect and the defense just holds on. Well, then what was Monday? Because the offense was terrible for the most part. The quarterback was terrible. Let's talk that out. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you. Back with more on the other side. And by the way, coming up tomorrow, we'll bring you Chiefs and Cowboys. That game kicks off at 1. You can hear it right here on 95.7. The game, it's Mahomes versus Prescott. Dak Prescott, that is. You're eating your Thanksgiving feast, hanging out with family and friends. Turn on 95.7, the game for Chiefs and Cowboys coming up at 1 o'clock. We're back. It's Willard and Dibbs. Grandy in for Willard right here on 95.7, the game.
This hour of traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. 95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with. Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome back. No Dillard, no Willard today. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Mark Willard today. He'll be back coming up on Tuesday, enjoying the holiday with family and friends. Dibbs and I, of course, taking off after the show tonight, although I will be hanging around and doing Warriors Live and then heading over to Chase and wrapping that one up after the game tonight as well. Spending some time with family, much like you, Dibbs.
Nice.
And then getting back here for Monday as well. But we got a big Niner game coming up on Sunday. Niners and Browns. if the Niners win this game on Sunday, Dibs, you don't lock up a playoff spot, but this is a major step towards the playoff spot because then you have the Titans coming off of a bye, and I mean, you feel like you should be able to win that football game as well.
They stink. You can say it. The Titans stink. But I think this game is...
It's a tough game, though.
It's a tough game, and it's more inconsequential than the Bear game and the Seahawk game because the Bears, it's sitting where they are right now, and Chicago is, 8-3, and you think, okay, if they win the division, then all right, go do it, Chicago. But that would mean that they'd have to run through a very tough gauntlet of games. I still think that the NFC North goes through Green Bay and maybe Detroit if they win tomorrow and the pick is in, and I'll give that to you a little bit later in the show.
Yep.
I do think that Chicago, Green Bay, and Detroit are all looking for 11 wins. And if that's the case, well, then you need Seattle and San Francisco to both also have 11 wins, and then you get into tiebreakers. And the Niners have good tiebreakers in division record, conference record, and all the rest of it. But as you look at it, of those 4 teams that don't win the division that all have 11 wins, only 3 get in. So if it's Chicago, Detroit, Seattle, and the Niners, if all 4 wind up with 11 and none of those 4 win their division, well, then now it comes down to tiebreakers, and that's where you have to beat Chicago and you have to beat Seattle again.
Yeah, it's also just a simple numbers game. Like you get 11 wins, you're probably in.
Probably. But it depends on what those 11 look like.
Yeah.
And I do think
they do already have, how many wins do they have in conference?
They've got 8 in conference.
They're 8-2 in conference.
Right.
They're 0-2 out of conference.
Right. And Chicago's 5-2 in conference. Yeah. And so if Chicago winds up, 8-3 in conference, although the Niners have 2 more conference games, they've got the Seattle game, they've got the Chicago game,
Cleveland, Tennessee, Indy are the next 3.
Right.
So AFC, then NFC, and NFC.
Right. So you're down to 2 more games, and if you wind up 8-4 in the conference, and you wind up 4-2, which would mean you lost to Seattle, and Chicago might be a team that if they're also, it doesn't even matter what they are in conference if they beat you.
Yeah.
So if Chicago beats you, then it comes down to you and Seattle, and if you and Seattle split, and Seattle would be maybe 4-2 in the division, and Seattle's got, I guess they've got all 5 of their games in the conference, or 5 of their 6, so they could wind up 9-3 in the conference, and although that would put them ahead of you anyway in the tiebreaker. But the point being for me, the Cleveland game, it's important, but the biggest games are Chicago and Seattle left to go.
Yeah, the conference games, specifically the division games, are always going to be more important. But, the difference might be whether or not Chicago has 1 more win than you, and Cleveland is a winnable game, albeit a tough game, in my opinion. We'll see how it all plays out. That's coming up on Sunday, 10 a.m. kickoff, Niners in Cleveland. We'll talk more about that game coming up. Plus, we got Greg Cosell in about 45 minutes at 3:15. Looking forward to that. Again, a reminder, it is our Thanksgiving blowout. We've been giving away prizes all day long, and that continues this hour and for the rest of the show. The prize this hour is a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. Just keep listening for the air horn. When you hear that, that's your cue to call the contest line. We will give out the contest line again once we hear that air horn. But let's go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Walter in Pinole wants to weigh in. What's up, Walter? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy today. What do you got?
Hey, guys, I appreciate the time. I think I'm a day late. The question yesterday was, how'd you feel about, at the end of the game? And I felt great, man. We got the dub. We won. But the question has always been the 3 interceptions by Brock Purdy. And in my mind, no harm, no foul, right? So what's the difference between an interception and a 3-and-out? Besides throwing the interception. Same outcome.
Yeah, Walter, it's a fair point. Now, there are interceptions where, you commit a turnover and the opposing offense has the ball immediately in scoring range, and that happened on one of Purdy's interceptions. Another one of his interceptions happened in the end zone, which took away a scoring opportunity for you. So I wouldn't say it's the same as just a 3-and-out or a punt. But, Walter, I think to your point, you won the football game. Brock Purdy did not cost you the win. Was he good? No, of course not. But the Niners aren't at a point, and I know Willard was talking about this when you guys were down at Laughing Monk on Monday. This was a game that he needed to see style points from.
Right, style points.
I could not have disagreed more. Just get the win and move on.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Now, would I prefer the Niners offense to be perfect and score 45 points? Yes, of course. I don't care if you win 2-0 with a safety as the only scoring in the game. Win the football game because that gets you closer to a postseason spot. In a perfect world, yes, give me all the style points in the world. But this is not a perfect world, and the Niners are not a perfect football team. Just win by any means necessary, and they did that. Now, it does not mean that Brock Purdy can do that every game, and the Niners will keep winning football games. But I don't know. I was encouraged that their most important player played one of the worst games of his career, and the others stepped up and led the Niners to a win. That was not something I had on my bingo card as possible with this team, given all the injuries.
Even against a team like Carolina, and this is where we played the schedule game at the start of the year, and Schedule Sam reared his ugly head, and by the time we got to that schedule spot, it was a home Monday night game against Carolina.
Although we didn't expect Carolina to be as good as,
that's
6-5.
6-5 is way better than what we thought. And Bryce Young was coming off a 442-yard or 440-something yard.
Career game, yeah.
Franchise record game. And so, oh my God, maybe he's discovered it. Maybe he's found it.
What's wrong with the Falcons? Jesus.
Well, and then you get down to that spot where it's 1st and goal at the 1, and Bryce Young does what we expected Bryce Young to do, which is throw an awful pick. Disgusting. He could have pulled it down and run it. He could have thrown it out of the back of the end zone and lived to fight another day, whatever. But he made that mistake, and Jair Brown kind of duped him into it. He showed that he was going to run up, and then he dropped, and he got the pick. And so credit Jair Brown for a great play. But that's where, in a spot where your quarterback's going to be really bad, you need other things to go your way. And Jair Brown and the defense was awesome. And so you could look at it any number of ways. I look at a team that survived a bad quarterback performance and still won the game by 2 scores.
Yeah.
It wasn't as fluky as the opener against Seattle, where Brock Purdy was mostly good. And then you got down to the wire and you needed an up-for-grabs throw to Jake Tonjes to win that game.
Yep.
So, I mean, to me, there have been flukier wins.
The Rams
than what
game
that
was also fluky.
Yeah.
I mean, they played well for the first half, but the fourth or the goal line stop where they punched the ball away from Kyron Williams, and then the 4th and 1 stop in overtime, those are 2 things that generally, not to any fault of your own, just go against you. And if either of those go against you, you lose that football game.
And you're losing to Arizona 15-13 inside the 2-minute warning, 3rd and 9, and they throw to Zay Jones, and Upton Stout makes a great play. It's a pass breakup. It's not fluky. It was your guy making a play and their guy not making a play, and then Eddie Money was able to knock one in from 35, and you win that game. I look at last year where these are the games you lost. Not that Monday night was a game you would have lost last year, but maybe Jair Brown doesn't get 2 interceptions. Maybe he drops one of them, or Bryce Young chooses to run it in, and now we've got ourselves a ball game. So in football, it's not as easy as our quarterback stunk, therefore he's a bum, even though we won. Everything is so complimentary, and for me, the number one takeaway on this whole year, it comes down to 3 beautiful consonants. 2 of them are the same.
C
with an M in the middle.
C.
Yes, he is having an MVP caliber year. Now, he won't win the MVP because we don't do that. He might win OPOY.
Probably
he probably will win CPOY, Comeback Player of the Year.
There's 2 others that are having historic seasons. Jackson Smith and Jigba and Jonathan Taylor.
Correct.
Those 2 are probably going to go 1 and 2 in OPOY.
But he is probably going to be the first player ever to have a second 1,000 year.
Yeah.
And if they wind up 12-4 and he's got 417 touches and he goes 1,250 and 1,250 or whatever the numbers will be, he's got a case. And yes, JSN is probably going to go over 2,000, first guy ever. And Jonathan Taylor might approach 2,000, and they're probably going to be the best team in football. I get your case, but my whole thing about this year is, the quarterback, he's been hurt, and now he got hurt, and then he came back, and his toe, and Brock, you stunk, and the defense, you lost everybody, but somehow you found a way. The one constant has been CMC, and he's been unbelievable, and he was again on Monday.
Yeah, he absolutely was. That's the sounder. You know what that means. It's time to give away the next prize in our Thanksgiving blowout. Up for grabs right now is a Jonathan Kuminga bobblehead. All you need to do is be the 5th caller to the contest line right now. That's 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. Good luck, and remember that if you don't win this time, we've got another chance coming up next hour, and the contest we're giving away, or the prize we're giving away next hour is AC/DC tickets. So make sure to stay tuned. What's up for grabs right now? Again, the Kuminga bobblehead, but AC/DC tickets coming up and more as the show progresses along. I think it's a good point, Dibs, that this was a win that wasn't really ever in doubt, and this was a win where the Niners were undoubtedly the better football team. And I mean football team. Like the whole of the football team, because at times the Niners had kind of been a one-player kind of team this year. You know, you've had some supporting pieces, but it's been just McCaffrey putting the team on his back, and he was very good on Monday, absolutely. They've had games where it's George Kittle against Arizona was amazing with a couple of touchdowns in that football game, and Purdy came back and he was really good with those touchdown passes that he threw in that game. But this was the team as a whole, and it's one of the first times maybe since, honestly, like that Seattle Week 1 game, which still was kind of fluky with that, elite pass to Jake Tonjes in the end zone, where you felt like you had contributions from both sides of the football, from special teams and from a number of different players. It's why it's encouraging. I wanted, though, to flash back to the last Niner loss, and that was Week 10 versus the Rams at Levi's Stadium. The Niners lost that game 42-26. They got blown out. The Rams dominated, especially early. The Niners could not get a stop. Devontae Adams dominated. Puka Nacua was good. Kyron Williams running wild. So was Blake Corum on the Niners defense. This is what George Kittle said after that game. We're talking about November 9th. So what, like 17 days ago? A little more than 2 weeks ago? Here's George Kittle post-game versus the Rams, that 42-26 loss.
I mean, we started the game off with a punt, a fumble, a 4th down turnover, a touchdown, and a punt. And I'm pretty sure, like I said, since I've been back, is that our team is going to have to rely on our really good veteran offense to score a lot of points and not turn the ball over. And we didn't really do that today. And so I think that's going to be the case moving forward. Our offense has to play at an incredibly high level. We have to score a lot of points. We have to not turn the ball over. And I think our defense is going to get better and better throughout the week because we still have a lot of young guys. We have a lot of guys missing. But we have to help out our defense. And that's the way the season's going to go. Our offense has to play at a high level, efficient, not turn the ball over, score points, score in the red zone, and then we'll win a lot of games. But if we're not doing that, that's going to happen.
Everything George Kittle said that the Niners need out of their offense going forward, not just in a game here or there, not just against the good teams, but going forward. Everything he said the Niners offense has to do to win football games, they did not do on Monday. But they won by 11. He said you got to score a lot of points, you got to be efficient, you can't turn the ball over, and you got to score in the red zone. The Niners did not score a lot of points. 20 is not a lot in today's NFL.
Nope.
They did not take care of the ball, turn it over 3 times. Should have been 4 or 5. One of those turnovers came in the red zone, as George Kittle talked about, yet they won the game by 11. Monday's game goes anti-everything we thought about the Niners' path to victory. George Kittle said so himself. Like, if you would have told me, Dibs, coming into the game on Monday night, the Niners turned the ball over 3 times versus the Panthers. Purdy throws 3 interceptions, one of them in the end zone, another that gave the Panthers an immediate scoring opportunity. I would have told you, well, the Niners probably lost by 10 or more points.
Perhaps, but then you look at the rushing yardage, and officially that throw in the end zone is not a red zone turnover because the play started at the 28-yard line. I'm just trying to be
technicalities.
Well, because as you know, I do detailed notes every game, and the Niners were 2 of 3 in the red zone, and that interception started at the 28, so it's not a red zone turnover.
You got me.
And I hate to be the guy to get you, because normally you're the one to get me.
It did take away a scoring opportunity, though. They were in field goal range.
They were, and it was 3rd and 6 to the 28, and honestly, if Purdy just pulls it down and runs it, he gets more than 6. Or if he does a little flippy to Kittle, who was about 6 yards away, fantasy points. I didn't really need him, but it would be nice to see. And that would have been a first down as well. And so he took a chance. He made a bad throw, etc. The one thing that George didn't really say, but I know exactly what his point was, the whole thing about the Niners is you get the lead. And in most of these games, they've scored first. And I just was looking back at that New York Giants game where the Giants got the kick. They went down and scored.
That's right.
You're down 7-0, but I mean, no big deal because you weren't that threatened by the Giants. But in general, this team needs the lead. They need to be able to run it. They need to be able to do controlled passing, short passing, and all the rest of it. And so as much as we worry, and I worry about the Browns defense on Sunday, I don't see the Browns just straight up running away with the ball game unless you have some of these really ugly turnovers again. Like, that's the only way that the Browns can light you up offensively if you give them sharp fields.
Yeah, this is likely going to be an ugly game no matter who wins.
Yeah, what'd you say the over-under was?
We were looking at, I think it was 36.
I mean, wow.
Or no, 38. I think it was 38.
I think it was 36. You may be right.
36 and a half, I think is what the number was.
Small.
But I would agree. The likeliest outcome is probably a single-score win by either team. But what's more likely, a Niner double-digit win or a Browns double-digit win? Definitely a Niner double-digit win. I mean, they are favored to win this game by, 6 points?
Down to 4.5.
Oh.
According to ESPN.
Down to 4.5.
Yeah, I had it at 5.5 in my pick'em pool with spreads that came out yesterday or the day before. So depending on where you shop, I do think that the money is, after Monday night, maybe coming in on Cleveland, especially when you look at the weather. And right now it's 42 degrees there and clear, but Sunday's forecast is not as good as what we're looking at now. So interesting about like the double-digit win. I can't imagine either team winning by double digits. And, you know, the Niners special teams has been so good of late, knock on wood, that you think that, you know, they're probably not going to give up a big calamity. And, you know, which team is more likely to have a really severe negative play? I do think it would be the Browns with their quarterback making his second start.
Probably. It could also be the Niners because Myles Garrett's on the other side.
Good point. Fumble 6.
He's just a one-man wrecking crew. I mentioned this stat to you and Cam before the show down in the green room, and we'll talk more about this game with Greg Cosell coming up in about 25 minutes here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. Myles Garrett, Dibs, on the season has 18 sacks, which leads the NFL. The Niners as a team have 13 sacks, so Myles Garrett by himself has more sacks than the 49ers do. But how about this? Over Myles Garrett's last 4 games, 5 sacks versus the Patriots, 1 sack versus the Jets, 4 sacks versus Baltimore, and 3 sacks versus the Raiders. That is 13 sacks in his last 4 games played. That is as many sacks as the Niners as a team have this entire season.
That's crazy.
One player.
Oh, God! No, God, please, no!
One player in 4
Michael
games.
Scott, all right.
One player in 4 games has as many sacks as the Niners team does over the whole season.
Right. And I mean, Myles Garrett, he can wreck the game. We know that. And, you know, Kyle Shanahan had some great comments today in his press conference about it. And he talked about Myles Garrett having maybe the fastest get off, according to advanced analytics, as far as when the ball gets snapped. He's the fastest to get his helmet into the neutral zone, and he can overpower you. He can run around you. He's good against the run. He's highly motivated. This guy will wreck the game. And I'm not sure where he'll line up. He'll line up all over the line of scrimmage, and he'll challenge your guards, and he'll take on Trent Williams. He'll take on McKivitz and all the rest of it. So you're going to have to game plan to allocate an additional person for him at all times.
Yeah, and that's also where Shanahan's going to have to come in and just have a great game plan. I think back to years past when the Niners had kind of taken away Aaron Donald in some games versus the Rams, just completely neutralized him because they got the ball out so quick. That's probably going to have to be the game plan in this one as well. But I don't know. Am I crazy? 888-957-9570. Dibs, am I crazy for coming out of that game on Monday night, watching Brock throw 3 interceptions in good conditions? And not specifically thinking about the Cleveland game, but just in general, coming away actually encouraged about the Niner team. I mean, they're 8-4. They're sitting in the driver's seat for a playoff spot. Doesn't mean they're going to get it, but the odds are in their favor that they're going to be a playoff team this year. What I saw from the defense, what I'm continuing to see from a healthy McCaffrey, what George Kittle has done to the run game, and the biggest part is, of course, what the defense has done the last couple of weeks, but specifically last week versus Carolina. Am I crazy to actually come out of that game feeling encouraged about the Niners' chances to win football games because now maybe they don't have to be perfect offensively.
They don't, and you can be encouraged based on the reality of the situation. And I'm looking at the advanced metrics, the EPA, expected points added per play, and the Cleveland Browns have the single worst offense in the National Football League. Oof. They are dead last against as a passing team. And as a running team, they're just slightly below the average. They can run it. So Quinshon Judkins is going to be able to run it. Can the Niners sell out to try to stop him on the ground? Throwing the football, there's no team that's been worse this year. So a Niner pass rush that's non-existent, a Niner secondary that has been up and down. They're coming off a great game. They're going to have, I think, an easier test than they have before. And you look at Tennessee, in an upcoming game.
Off the bye for the Niners.
They're equally bad. They're not as good on the ground, and they're second worst as a passing offense. So if you want to talk about complementary football, the Niner defense has a chance to feast, which means the Niner offense doesn't have to put up 35 or 40 points against Cleveland, against Tennessee. Indy, different story. Seattle, different story.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the short term, I do think that some of the matchups they're going to have are favorable for complementary football.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. Are we crazy for feeling a little encouraged, actually, by what happened on Monday? It feels like we're reacting to a Niner loss. We're debating about the merits of Brock Purdy as the Niners franchise quarterback, and those conversations are fair. We can talk about Brock Purdy as well, but just in general, if I'm looking at the Niner team as a whole, believe it or not, I was encouraged by what happened on Monday because we saw the Niners win a football game where their offense wasn't close to perfect. And I thought that was impossible for this Niner roster considering all the injuries that they have on defense. 888-957-9570. Let us know if we're crazy. Plus, we do have Greg Cosell of NFL Films coming up in about 20 minutes or so. That's all on the way as we continue. This is also a Warrior Wednesday as we get ready for Warriors and Rockets tonight. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858. To
15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry. These year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai. Or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Fry and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Wow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome back. No Willard, it's Dibbs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibbs on a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. Woo! Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, to you as well, Grandy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a couple of days off. I will be back on Saturday for Warriors live pre and post. And then
going up to the North Bay with the family for a little Thanksgiving?
Heading up to Windsor.
Okay.
We're all heading to our parents' house coming up. A couple of them, I think, are heading over tonight. A couple of my siblings heading up tonight. I will be there bright and early tomorrow morning.
And Uncle Grandy, is this going to be your first Thanksgiving as Uncle Grandy?
First Thanksgiving as an uncle.
Okay.
My niece, Isla, is a little more than 8 months now?
Okay.
First Thanksgiving, first holiday season.
Sure.
Excited to see her tomorrow.
Maybe we can mince up a little turkey for her.
Yeah.
So she can nom, you know?
Maybe a little,
She's probably rocking about 2 teeth right now, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit. And she's right on the edge of learning to crawl.
Okay.
She's right on that edge.
That's great.
She might, who knows, maybe she'll crawl this weekend.
Yeah, put on a show for the family.
Yeah.
That's awesome,
We'll see how it all plays out. But that's coming up tomorrow. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. We are getting ready for the Thanksgiving holiday here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We've got our guy, Greg Kelsell, coming up in about 15 minutes right here on Willard and Dibs. We'll see if Dibs can make it 2 straight weeks with a great question from Kelsell. You got that last week, right?
Yeah, last week. Yeah. And we've been pouring over the notes, and I'm sure, the headlines are, what did you see on film about the interceptions? All 3 of them. We'll talk about those.
You have to coach me through this because I haven't done many of these Kelsell interviews. Should I just say, Greg, Purdy stinks, am I right?
That usually doesn't play. You would be wrong, would be the response. You usually try to stick to the tape, and I do want to ask him about the other touchdown where they got their second touchdown, the first and the second half, where they went to a 22 personnel, true I formation.
The McCaffrey run?
That was the McCaffrey run.
So well blocked.
It was well blocked, and he'll get into more detail, but they had the 2 tight ends to the boundary side of the formation, the strong side, and yet they went the other way, and Kittle comes off, and he goes all the way across the field, and he gets one of the last blocks of the play.
That. So he lined up on the right side of the formation.
Along with Farrell.
And they pitch it left.
Exactly.
And Kittle...
Juszczyk's leading the way.
Yeah, and a couple pulling offensive linemen. I forget, maybe Brendel was one of the pulling offensive linemen.
I'm sure Trent matched somebody as well.
Of course. They ran to his side. He was involved.
And Juice had the block at like the 7 or the 8 where... he's out there running free, and he gets the one person, and then McCaffrey cuts back, and here comes 85. Mostly unnecessary, but here comes 85.
Yeah.
He wants a piece of somebody.
It was a special viewing experience for me Monday because I was working the Warrior game Monday night, so I couldn't watch the Niner game live, so I recorded it, and once I got home, I went and watched it. So I'm kind of like fast-forwarding through the downtime between snaps, except for when there's key moments I want to hear, Buck and Aikman break it down. But on that play, I rewound and watched it like 8 different times because there were so many players to keep an eye on. And one that popped out, it's funny you bring it up, was Kittle, because Kittle kind of just uninvolved in the play for the most part.
Right.
And then as the play continues and as McCaffrey breaks from the initial wave of defenders, Kittle comes racing over from the other side of the field and just dives headlong at one of the last blockers and just gets in his way just enough to free McCaffrey for a touchdown. He might have maybe broken a tackle and got in anyway.
Yep.
But just the effort that Kittle puts in on every play, I think it was on display in that one particularly.
It's total FOMO because the play is not to his side, and he has a job, and his job is to kind of seal that side, but the play is going the other way.
Yeah.
So you do what you do, and then you realize, I want to be a part of this. I want more. So you run all the way across from the numbers outside the hash mark, all the way across, and you get a piece of somebody, not a full piece, but enough to allow McCaffrey to get in. And you're thinking, yeah, this is what he does, George Kittle. And just talking about the Purdy part of the game, and he was so terrible. On that drive, he was, checks notes, 5 for 5, including 3rd and 6 at the 29. He hit Jennings for 10, and he was mostly on that drive awesome. And the first drive of the game, he was near perfect. So we talk about how bad he was, and I'm sure Greg Kelsell will speak to this. By and large, outside of that 8-throw stretch, which was dreadful, Brock Purdy was really good again.
Yeah, but and
it's hard for people to look at it that way. Because 3 picks. Oh my God.
Besides all the bad plays, the guy was good.
Sure.
And I know these bad plays just kind of were all in one little clump of game, which makes it easier to just take that clump out. But quarterbacking's tough, and the standard is very high, and the expectation is just take care of the ball. You can't turn the ball over 3 times. Bottom line,
you can't.
End the story.
But if you look at it, watching the game, and I know you've watched it at least once, probably twice. Which quarterback was better? Boy, that's a.
Probably Brock, but I don't feel great about that.
Bryce
he
Young
threw 3
a pick at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, Brock threw 3 interceptions. One of them was in the end zone, and another one gave the Panthers an immediate scoring opportunity.
Which they didn't cash in on.
Because of the defense.
Correct. So, you look at Bryce Young, he had a play from the 1-yard line, which would have tied the game.
Honestly, frankly, I'm more upset at the play calling there from the Panthers. Possibly.
I mean, the
first and goal from the 1. Just run the ball with Rico Dowdle. What are you doing?
All right. Or if you're not going to, and it's an RPO, and you're drifting out on the right, and you see, maybe I could run, or I could try to float one on first down. That's where you throw the ball out of the back of the end zone.
Bad decision, no doubt.
Yeah, for me, that's less on the play call than it is on the actual play. But honestly, if I look at the whole game in totality, Brock Purdy, even with 3 picks, he was better than Bryce Young. I'm Dan Dibley, and I support that statement.
It probably says more about Bryce Young than it does about Brock.
A little bit. I mean, if Bryce Young was a 3.5 out of 10 and Brock Purdy was a 5.5 out of 10, then yeah, there you have it.
What grade did you give Brock when we did Grandy's grades yesterday?
I think I gave him a
D minus.
I gave him a D plus. Yeah, because for me,
so that's more like a.
That's like a
68,
67. Yeah, somewhere in there. But honestly, like, we don't do it that way where it's a little bit on a curve. And so I gave him a higher grade than most because of the first drive of the game, touchdown, the first drive of the third quarter, touchdown. Those were drives where he was awesome. He was 10 for 10 in the second half. So, yes, his middle stretch, I'm not going to try to sweep it under the rug.
Oh, you kind of are.
I'm really not. That's like trying to sweep a possum under the rug. Like, oh boy, what's that lump in the rug? I'm not sweeping that under the rug. It's you put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, and the rat is he threw 3 picks, 2 were ghastly, 1 was a little bit unsightly, but thank you. Other than that, like, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? But even this went better than that. I mean, spoiler alert for you Lincoln fans, Mrs. Lincoln went to a funeral 5 days later. Brock Purdy went home with a win.
Which, again, is the point that I'm trying to make why I'm actually encouraged.
Me too.
Because Brock was terrible. I'm just not trying to say, take away Brock's 4 terrible plays and it was all good otherwise. I mean, quarterbacking, maybe it's unfair, the standard that we hold quarterbacks to in 1 play, 2 plays, 3 plays. You're involved in, over the course of an NFL game, and this game was a little different for Brock because they didn't throw the ball a ton. I mean, Brock, they did throw it 32 times, not very much in the second half, but say you throw the ball 30 times. You make the right decision and almost picture-perfect throws on 27 of those 30 throws. And then 3, you turn the ball over. Terrible decisions, terrible throws, whatever it was. That's a bad game. 3
it's all contextual.
Outweighs the bunch of good. That's just what happens in the NFL at the quarterback position.
It's all context. And, like, if you throw a pick with 8 seconds left in the second quarter and you're at your own 40-yard line, and you're trying like heck to get into position.
The 3 interceptions that Purdy threw, though, were not those situations.
Correct. And the first one, to me, was the worst one because you're 1st and 10 at your own 8. Your defense just forced a 3 and out. You're up 7-0. And now you're going to go ahead and try to take a shot. And if it wasn't max protect, it was damn near because Jennings was about the only one on the route, and he threw it late, and it got picked off. And Greg Cosell will break down more on that coming up. That was bad, and luckily your defense had your back. And the second one, it was 2nd and 8 at your own 35, and actually that was the third one. I apologize. The second one was you were in the outer red zone area, and you're driving down to, again, take control of the game, and you didn't. So, yeah, the picks were not good. I'm not trying to dismiss them, but other than that, Grandy, he was damn good.
Well, you used to call Willard the dismisser, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're kind of being the dismisser.
Well, I mean, you play to win the game.
They won the game, not because of Brock.
Not in spite of Brock.
Oh, well, they kind of won. Yeah, they won in spite of Brock.
It was more in spite of than because of, but outside of that little stretchy stretch, he was really good. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, but the stretchy stretch in which he was not good, he was patently awful.
He's bad, yeah. But it ultimately didn't cost him the game. And in the second half, Shanahan adjusted the play calling, and Brock went out there and executed, and they took care of business.
All right, we're going to talk more about this as we continue. We do have Greg Cosell joining us on the other side. senior producer at NFL Films. Going to want to pick his brain about everything Brock Purdy related, about the Niners offensive line, about Jair Brown and the Niners defense, and we got to ask him about what's standing between the Niners and their 9th win, and that is Myles Garrett. What a performance he has been putting on of late. We'll talk about all that with Greg Cosell. Plus, as a reminder, our Thanksgiving blowout continues this hour. If you want to win a pair of tickets to see AC/DC at Levi's in August, just keep listening, because when you hear the air horn sounder later this hour, that will be your cue to call the contest line. Again, don't do it now. Wait for the air horn sounder. You want to be the 5th caller to the contest line. That's how you win the AC/DC tickets. Plus, tomorrow, we'll bring you Chiefs and Cowboys at 1 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. It's Mahomes versus Dak as you eat your Thanksgiving feast. Chiefs and Cowboys, 1 o'clock tomorrow, right here on 95.7 The Game. Greg Cosell is next as he joins us on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Granny with you coming up after this on 95.7 The Game.
This hour of traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12. A new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877 Cars for Kids to donate. That's Cars with a K.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. And right now, it's the perfect time to kick back during Lazy Boy's biggest Black Friday sale. Save 30% on everything, plus free delivery. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
Oh, what a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibbs. And today is our Thanksgiving blowout. Every hour we're giving away prizes. We got another prize coming up later on this hour. It is AC/DC tickets at Levi's Stadium on August 5th. So if you want to grab those tickets, make sure you keep listening. Wait for the air horn, and that's your cue to call and try to win those tickets. But right now here on Willard and Dibbs with Dibbs and Grandy, it is Greg Cosell, the great Greg Cosell of NFL Films, joining us as he does every week here on Willard and Dibbs. Greg, it's Mark Grandy in for Mark Willard, along with Dan Dibley. As always, happy early Thanksgiving. How you doing, Greg?
Well, I think for those about to rock, we salute you.
I was going to ask you about your love for AC/DC. I know you're a classic rocker, and AC/DC is certainly among them. The Bon Scott era, you and I go back far enough to remember, and then Brian Johnson stepped in, maybe one of the great backup quarterbacks in classic rock history.
Yes, indeed. Music was great. I mean, I'm a big fan of all that, the blues rock sound from the 70s. That's the I still listen to that. I probably shouldn't tell you guys this or the people listening, but I never ever listen to anybody ever talking to me in my car. I just listen to music. So I can hear the same song 1,000 times, and if I like it, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, fantastic. Early for me with older brothers and an older sister, it was all early AC/DC, Highway to Hell, and then Back in Black came out, and you didn't want to love it because Bon was gone, but rock lives on, and then. Wow, Greg, that album, as far as a first album with a new lead singer, that's got to be up there on the short list for you.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, I can't remember every song on it, because I listen to Sirius, so I hear the songs they play, but I can't remember every song. But that was a great album. A great album.
Yeah, opening with Hell's Bells, just the tone of the bells. It's like a Kyle Shanahan 15-play scripted drive. Am I right?
Yeah, I probably see those things a little differently, but okay, that's all right.
Oh, if you want to win tickets, Greg, just keep listening and give us a call coming up when you hear the air horn. But let's talk about this Niner game on Monday Night Football against the Panthers, a 20-9 win. As I'm sure you would have guessed, the major topic is Brock Purdy and his interceptions. 3 of them. I wonder if you could give us your synopsis, what you saw on film from Brock Purdy as a whole, but specifically those 3 interceptions.
Well, I would say this in general. based on just Purdy since he came back. He's played 2 games, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Since he came back. I mean, I would say right now he's not playing with the same high level of post-snap processing and anticipation. Those 2 things work together that we have seen define his game in the past. Because Purdy's always been an elite post-snap processor, and that leads to outstanding anticipatory throws. That's been really who he is, because he doesn't have a big arm. So I would say that, those things have been, he's been a beat late. Like, for instance, that interception, the first one to Horn, he was a beat late on the dig ball to Jennings to start that second possession. And, he left the ball a little too far outside. A Horn recovered and made the interception. So it was the right decision and just a late throw. And he certainly can't be late on dig balls. He doesn't have the natural arm strength to compensate. The second one was a little more interesting to me as to, what exactly happened. I almost feel like I would need to know from Brock Purdy, what his thoughts on the play. The throw ended up being late and short and too far inside. But Purdy on that play initially looked to his left. Now, based on the coverage, to me, and again, you never know how a guy's coached based on a route concept and combination. But to me, based on how the defense reacted, I thought that the throw was to Pearsall. But he looked left, and then the pressure forced him to climb the pocket and then look to Pearsall. So it ended up being late. But you can argue it wasn't the wrong read, but he got to it really late, and the throw was not accurate. I don't know if he would have gotten to Pearsall within structure if there was no pressure, but he obviously was late. The third interception was just you couldn't blame him at all. I mean, that was just an unbelievable play by Horn. There's no way any quarterback would have seen Horn. Just no way. He came from the other side of the field. No one controlled him with a route, so he just – that's why Horn's Horn. That was just a great play.
Is that one that you would chalk up perhaps to the design? I know you don't want to criticize Shanahan and what he does because you're not in the room, but you had nobody on that side of the field to occupy Horn to the boundary side.
Yeah, I can only tell you what happened. I mean, they were in a 1-by-3 nub set off the motion by Robinson, and they ran all go to the trip side, and there was no backside boundary route that controlled Horn. Now, 99% of the corners in the league would not fly over the way Horn did. So, you have to give Horn credit. But, yeah, there's no question that there was no backside route that controlled Horn. So he just, as a really smart, aware, savvy player, he rotated hard inside, cutting in front of the dig by Pearsall. But there was no way Purdy could have accounted for him.
So the first 2 interceptions, Greg, and Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us here on Willard and Dibs. The first 2 interceptions, Greg, you seem to be in lockstep with what Kyle Shanahan said post-game, which was essentially not, bad decisions, just seeing it late. And then maybe not executing the throw perfectly either. I'm curious what you think, in your experience, the fix is or the cause is for something like that for a quarterback. Is it just at times it happens, as simple as a bad day? Could it possibly be related to something physically in your experience? What would you say is potentially the reason for that kind of thing from a guy who generally is good at that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not there every day, but what Purdy as a post-snap operator with unbelievable anticipation, that's what he was for his first. This is his 4th year, right? 4th year in the league.
Yes.
Yeah. He's been great at that. That's been his game. So on those particular plays, he was not. I don't view that as, oh my God, there's a big problem. It's his second game back. He's probably still maybe getting his feet wet. There was a little bit of pressure on the first one, and maybe he, reacted to it, and he didn't need to. But, I don't think there's a red flag here. There's a large sample size of him being really, really good as an elite post-snap operator. So, those 2 he didn't handle real well. All you have now is the next game. And by the way, the next game is a difficult game because I've talked to a lot of offensive coaches in the league who think that Jim Schwartz is as difficult a defensive coordinator to play against as any in the league. And I know when they played a couple of years ago, that was a game they lost on the missed field goal late in the game. And if he made it, they would have won the game. But, I remember Schwartz did a really good job of understanding all those in-breakers that are a staple of the Kyle Shanahan offense, and did a really good job taking those away with what he did on the back end with some disguise and late rotation. And you're likely to see those kinds of things again. Now, Kyle Shanahan will know this too. So this game to me sets up as a great chess match.
Yeah, and the last time the Niners won in Cleveland, Greg, you and I both had much longer hair, and we were rocking out to AC/DC in real time, 1984, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow! So were we in the era of the big hair bands at that point?
I think we were. Yeah, I mean,
were we getting there? Were we getting there with the power ballads? Were we getting there?
I think we were still pre-Poison, and I don't think if Whitesnake hadn't reared its ugly head yet.
Early,
yeah, we're getting
a little too early.
Yeah, we were still post-Kiss and pre-Poison, and
this was probably more like the Journey, Foreigner, Styx stage, right?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Maybe a sprinkle of late Bad Company as well, as Greg and I talk classic rock from the 80s. Oh, yeah. I mean, you're bringing me back to my youth. I want to ask you about the Bryce Young interceptions, because 2 weeks ago, God, he was just spectacular. And then he came out here and kind of laid an egg, 1st and goal at the 1, and Jair Brown's able to get him for the first of 2 times. What did you see from those picks? Was it great defense or just poor offense?
I would say the first one was a combination, the one in the end zone was a combination of a poor read by Young and an excellent play by Brown. Brown was aligned on the edge to the field, which was Young's boot side. Young threw to Evans on the backside crosser at the back of the end zone, but there was no receiver to control Brown, so Brown just read Young and made the interception. I mean, it was just Young was not aware that Brown was there and could react because no receiver controlled him. And then Young threw it probably thinking that Brown would not be a factor on the throw. And he was. It was a really good play. And the second one was in the fourth quarter. And I thought that that was a really good play by Brown. He showed excellent recognition and reaction. McMillan ran the dig from the boundary. Brown read the route, and Young, he planted, he drove on the throw. It was just a really good play. He read it, I feel like watching the tape that Brown and Mustafa are kind of settling in to being a pretty good safety tandem. It's clear that they feel those are the 2 best safeties. They obviously play what we call big nickel, and Pinnock plays a lot of snaps with them. But really, Brown and Mustafa are the safeties, and I think they're both playing well.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films senior producer, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Greg, maybe much like what the safeties are doing, it feels like the offensive line is kind of settling in as well. Last 2 weeks, maybe their 2 best weeks of the season as a whole. I know that they've gotten healthier, which certainly has helped. It also seems like individuals are just playing better than they have at other stages of the season. What did you see from the Niners' offensive line on tape in this game on Monday night? And is that becoming maybe not a strength, but less of a glaring weakness for this Niner team?
I think you're seeing, McCaffrey have runs now where he's getting past the first level of the defense, and that's a big deal because that wasn't happening early in the season. So I think it's coming together a little bit. I guess since Barch came back week 10, they've been rotating Barch and Burford. They each played the same number of snaps in this game. Who knows what the next game will be if it's one or the other, or if they continue to do that. I think Purdy, who struggled, I thought he struggled through a good part of the first half of the season in his second year. Sometimes that happens. And I think he's settling down a little bit, not where I'm sure they'd like him to be, but better than he was early in the season. I thought, like for instance, the McCaffrey touchdown run, which was just really sweet. Oh. I mean, that's one of the reasons I kind of love watching tape. When you see a play like that, that play was so well executed. I mean, it was an ISO lead toss into the boundary. Barch made the really difficult block. He had the front side reach block on the 3 technique Wharton. That's a really, really hard block. And he made it really well. And then, of course, you had Brendel and Williams showing outstanding mobility and body control, working to the second level. And, of course, it was Juszczyk who, kicked out the corner. But that was just one of those really pretty plays to watch. And then I think on the next series, McCaffrey had the 17-yarder. So the longer runs, again, I'm not going to sit here and say he's going to have a 35-yard run this week. It's a really hard defense to play against. But I think the run game is starting to just generate a little more sustainability to it. And you just got to love McCaffrey. The guy is just so physically tough, competitive. I mean, he's just a fun guy to watch.
Yeah, and still with a chip on his shoulder at this late date. And I'm glad you broke down that play because Grandy and I were talking about it before. 22 personnel, and Kittle comes all the way across the field from outside the numbers just to get a piece of somebody at the tail end of that, even though the play didn't go to his side, the strong side where the two tight ends were.
Yeah, no, it's and that's the key thing. I mean, even there was it's funny you mentioned that because on the 17-yarder on the which started the series right after that, you probably saw this. Pearsall had a great block on the safety Scott. I mean, that's sort of the way, Kyle. I mean, if you're going to play for Kyle with the run game, your receivers, it's not a matter of pancaking people. That doesn't happen in the league, but you've got to block. And that was the first thing I noticed on that 17-yarder, the way Pearsall came in from the outside and really, he laid the wood on the safety Scott, the filling safety, and that allowed McCaffrey to have a 17-yard run instead of a 5-yard run.
Greg, you brought up Ricky Pearsall, who, much like Purdy, has played 2 games since coming back from a relatively long absence, hasn't done a whole lot in terms of catches and yards, 3 catches for 6 yards in those 2 games. I know you're a big fan of his, and you talk about his shiftiness and his route running ability. Have you seen on tape those things still show up, and is it just as simple as him not getting the ball, or what are you seeing from him?
Randy, we've discussed this a lot, and I don't know if you've heard me discuss this. This is not an offense that focuses on a receiver. So, what's happened in these 2 games to me doesn't mean anything. It's not like, oh my God, what's wrong with Ricky Pearsall? They don't worry. They don't go into a game with the idea that we better get the ball to Ricky Pearsall now. He's played 2 games, and boy, he hasn't had a ton of targets. That's not the way they play offense. Don't forget, Pearsall was actually wide open on that interception he threw in the end zone, and he didn't go to him, to my way of thinking, with the proper timing. If he went to him with the proper timing, it would have been a touchdown, and my guess is you probably wouldn't have asked me the question, but because they don't really play like that. It's not, they're not going to come out this week and say, we're playing Cleveland, we better throw it to Ricky Pearsall. So he'll get his plays, it'll show up. And, just like Kittle. He's almost week to week too as a receiver. You never know if he's going to be, if he's going to get 8 targets or he's going to get 2 targets. It's just the way games play out.
And you talk about this weekend. It's a tough spot. It's a morning game. It's the 13th game in 13 weeks. What do they do to try to slow down 95, Myles Garrett? Because, Greg, as you know, this guy is a game wrecker. So when you look at the film, what do teams do that works? Have you seen anything work against this guy this year?
Well, I think you probably tell him it's a late game and not an early game. I hope that he shows up later.
Yeah.
This guy's ridiculous. He's got 18 sacks. And he's on pace for 28 sacks, which, again, is ridiculous. This is going to be a really interesting thing to see how Kyle deals with this. Because normally Garrett lines up on the left side of the defense, the right side of the offense. Not 100%, but normally. And McKivitz has always struggled in one-on-one pass protection. So this is going to be a game where Kyle's going to know this. This is not going to be a big surprise, by the way. So there's going to be a lot going on here with motions, with formations, with misdirections. There's going to be a lot going on that deal with Garrett. Now, obviously, if you get into too many 3rd and 9s, then you got to decide, are you keeping Juszczyk in? If you go 3 wide and Juszczyk's not on the field, do you have to keep your tight end in? You certainly don't want to keep Kittle in, but it might be a game where you have to. So it could be a game where Kittle is not a highly targeted receiver. And again, I'm just throwing out options. I'm not saying this will or won't happen because none of us know. But the point is, if you start getting into those long yardage situations, too many of them, you can't let McKivitz block him one-on-one unless you're going to have a 3-step drop throw. Unless it's going to be one of those quick timing throws and the ball's out. But if it's long yardage and you need a deeper drop, you're going to have to do something to make sure it's not a pure one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, Greg, Myles Garrett obviously seems to be like a lock at this stage for Defensive Player of the Year, so he's obviously an amazing trump card to have on a defense, but you were talking about the defense as a whole, and Jim Schwartz historically has gotten over on Kyle Shanahan. What does the defense as a whole do that makes it tough? Not just Myles Garrett. He obviously, of course, is a big part of it, but what about the defense as a whole?
Well, the main thing that I've always noticed, and Jim Schwartz was in Philly for a number of years, and I did get a chance to talk to him a couple of times, he is so good at disguise and rotation on the back end. So what you see pre-snap is not what you necessarily get post-snap, but it's subtle. He's not one of those guys that like runs people out, where it's obvious that, oh, this guy, he started here, but now he's going to be all the way over there. It's very, very subtle. Like sometimes the distinction between his cover 2 and cover 3 is so hard to figure out, even watching tape. Imagine trying to figure that out when you have, 2.5 seconds at most to throw the ball and you're taking your drop. So there's so many subtle little variations in his coverage with his rotations that it's difficult to figure, and it's hard to play against. I mean, like I said, I've had coaches tell me that he's one of the toughest defensive coordinators to play against. This is not an easy game. I mean, obviously all the talk's going to be about Shedeur Sanders, and his game was they didn't even ask him to do very much. He made one phenomenal throw, which was truly phenomenal, but they didn't ask him to do much at all. But that's going to be the talk with this game. But really, the 49ers offense, Browns defense, is the much more interesting tactical element to this game.
I couldn't agree with you more, but now that you brought it up, I want to know what you've seen from Shedeur, not only in his game plus as a pro, but I know you crunch a lot of college tape.
Yeah.
What does he do well, and what does he struggle with that maybe the Niners can take advantage of?
Well, one of the things I think he has to get better at is he's a little slow twitch in his drop, and a lot of guys when they get to the NFL from college, because the college game is so different, he always was a guy that stayed in the pocket a little too long. He didn't see it as quickly as you wanted him to. But it was hard. It's been hard to get a read, to be honest, with what he's done, even in this start. They had some 3rd and longs, and they threw screens. One of them went for a 66-yard touchdown, which gave him big numbers. I understand why he threw the interception he did. We're not going to break that down, but I totally understand why he threw it. And he did make the one unbelievable play where the Raiders went cover 0, forced him out of the pocket because there was a free hitter at him, and he made a phenomenal throw to Isaiah Bond. The ball went 60 yards in the air. He put it right on the money. It was a phenomenal play. But they didn't really, it was a game where they were in control, and they didn't really ask him to make difficult throws or to have to stay in the pocket for a long time. So hopefully, if you're a Niners fan, this game plays out differently, and they have to have more dropbacks. He only had 22 in the game this past week. Hopefully you can get to the point where he's got to drop back 30, 35 times, and you can force him to have to go through progressions and see things, and, we'll see how the game plays out.
Greg, Thanksgiving tomorrow, 3 good NFL games, Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens. What does Thanksgiving look like for Greg Cosell? You just planted on the couch watching football all day, or what do you got on the schedule tomorrow?
Well, I'll be in the office probably for about 6 hours in the morning because there's still games I got to see from this past week. And then, we go to my brother-in-law's, and, he best have the early game on because we're going around 1:30, I think. And, so, Thanksgiving for me normally is a day where I can't just sit and watch the games, because it's a family day. So, yeah, they're on, but, I just can't sit there and be separate from everybody else and watch the games. It's hard to do that.
What's the scouting report on the brother-in-law's turkey? Overly dry, undercooked, stuffing is not great?
It's the first year we're doing this. We've normally done something else, which was like a big family event, but people are spread out a little bit more this year. So this will be the first time. So I don't know. I don't know what the game plan is. I don't know if I have to call an audible. I don't know.
I love it. I hope that you can script your first 15 bites, and I also hope that you have a full analysis of the meal for us for next week.
Oh, but, I try not to overeat during the week, but Thanksgiving is one of those days where, you're not going to, you don't go into Thanksgiving thinking I'm going to be eating kale and granola. It's just not one of those days,
Exactly.
This is when you take advantage.
That's
Absolutely,
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, happy Thanksgiving. We appreciate your time as always. Have a great holiday weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Greg.
Right, thanks, Greg. That's Greg Cosell of NFL Films with us here on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Great as always. A lot of good stuff there. Not worried about Ricky Pearsall, not worried about Brock Purdy, but worried about Myles Garrett and that Browns defense.
As he should, and the Schwartz defense and the wide nine that they run, it's given Shanahan's teams problems in the past. And these matchups have always been difficult. And I liked what you said about the offensive line, because I do think that the line has played better. But you're talking about against Arizona, not an elite defense, and Carolina, middle of the pack defense. Now you're going up against maybe the second best defense in football, right behind the Houston Texans. So, all right, McKivitz, you're going up against number 95, Myles Garrett. If you're going to have 60 snaps against that guy, you're not going to go 60 for 60, but try to hold your own over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. Don't worry, we did not forget. Our Thanksgiving blowout continues this hour and the next 2 hours of the show as well. Whenever you hear the air horn, don't know exactly when, I can tell you it's coming in our next segment. So stay right where you are. You're going to want to be here to listen for the air horn sounder, because when you hear that, you have an opportunity to win AC/DC tickets at Levi's on August 5th. That's coming up on the other side as we continue. Plus, today is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs and Grandy continues next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Been counting the days, wondering, will they bring it back? Wonder no more. The legendary McRib has returned. We're talking tender, boneless pork, smothered in that unmistakably tasty McRib sauce. It's a flavor experience that never sticks around for long. And why stop at just the sandwich? Make it a meal with any size soft drink for just $1.69. But don't wait. McRib season is short, and once it's gone, it's really gone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Hey, shh.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
All right, folks, this is it. The weekend many of you have been waiting for.
Black Friday. The lowest prices of the year on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony with deals up to $1,000 off. No need to buy a poorly rated unknown brand with prices like this. So what could be even better? How about video-only's better than Black Friday deals? That's right, better than Black Friday. Before you buy, check out Video Only, or you'll be sorry.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. It's Willard and Dibs, but no Willard, Grandy in, so Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on this Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Just got off the River Islands guest line with Greg Cosell. Great, as always. I wanted to ask him about Thanksgiving plans because that's the guy that lives in just for football and for film and for watching football games and then watching it again and again and again. So I wanted to ask, Thanksgiving, it's a family holiday. You spend time with family generally, but there's also football on all day long. So what happens, Greg, when a football guy and a family guy has to decide what to do on a holiday? And he was like, yeah, I can't just sit on the couch and watch football all day. Right. Which I feel like there's a lot of us who probably feel not that pain because you're spending time with your family, but understand kind of the decision that you got to make on days like tomorrow.
Yes, and it's his job to know something about everything or know everything about everything. Yeah. And so being on the East Coast, the first kick is at 1. Not like here where you get that 10 o'clock Thanksgiving game. So he has until 1 to get up, and he talked about doing 6 hours in the office. So he'll be up about 6, I'm sure. And
he's catching up on week 12 still.
Right. So he'll do 6 hours of week 12, and then he'll go over and watch the game, the 10 o'clock game for us, which is 1 o'clock back
Packers,
east. And,
Lions.
I'm sure he's not just going to totally lock in, but he'll be watching it and he'll be aware. And if you're a member of his family, you understand that this is what he does, this is what he has to do.
Yeah.
But no matter what he watches, he'll go back and do the rewatch by the time he gets to his shows on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know what that means. It's time to give away the next prize in our Thanksgiving blowout. Up for grabs right now is a pair of tickets to see AC/DC at Levi's on August 5th, and who knows, maybe Greg Cosell will be there and you can say what's up to Greg. All you need to do is be the 5th caller to the contest line right now. That's 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. I see someone calling the normal call-in line. If you want to talk to us, do that, but if you're trying to win the tickets, you're calling the wrong number, 415-523-4652. Good luck. And remember, if you don't win the AC/DC tickets this time, we are giving away Warriors and Magic tickets for the game December 22nd. That's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. So if you were not lucky enough to win yet today, just keep listening because we've got more prizes to give away later on today. Here on 95.7 The Game, it is our Thanksgiving blowout. Plus, we are chatting with Tim Roy coming up in about 25 minutes here on Willard and Dibs as well. The Warriors honoring both Tim Roy and Bob Fitzgerald for their 30-plus years calling the action both on TV and on the radio. Looking forward to that conversation as well. Something, though, that Greg Cosell talked about, Dibs, that I think is worth bringing back up. We spent a lot of time so far discussing not just Brock Purdy, believe it or not, which has been, of course, a lot of the talk so far this week, reacting to his 3 interceptions and all of that. I asked Greg, though, what he saw from Brock with those 3 interceptions specifically, and he said essentially he's not playing with the same kind of post-snap processing anticipation that he normally plays with. And Cosell used the word elite at earlier in the answer to describe how Brock normally is with that kind of post-snap processing. He said he's elite at that, and he hasn't seen that from him specifically in this game and maybe even at times against Arizona, although he was largely good in that game. I think what's concerning to me and to Niner fans, Dibs, is that to me does not feel like something that should be impacted by the toe or any other physical ailment. The ability to throw the ball, sure, or to rip it or to have confidence to rip it, I think is one thing. But just the anticipation and the processing, that just feels like a mental thing more than anything else.
It could be, but it also could be because of the toe, where the first interception, it's a max protect, and you've got basically the route is designed for Juwan Jennings to run 18 yards down the field, run Horn off his spot, and then cut across in a deep in or a dig, whatever the route concept was. He gets back to his 7-step drop, and instead of just letting it fly and throwing it to space and having the faith that Juwan was going to win, he hitched and he stepped up and he waited, and then Juwan broke across. Then he threw it, and at that point it was too late. And so I don't know if it's processing or if it's rust or if it's a lack of confidence in the toe to be able to deliver a tight throw. Maybe it's a little bit of everything, but you're seeing reluctance. I don't know if it's as much he's not reading it or he's not seeing it. And the second pick where you've got Pearsall open, and Greg said he was wide open, and he was. And Pearsall's got a yard or two. He's got the defender on his back. All Brock has to do is throw it far out in front and let Ricky go and get it. And he doesn't have the timing or the confidence, and he stepped up in the pocket, and then he threw it late. He didn't rip it, and he threw it behind Pearsall, and he allowed Mike Jackson, to come in and just take it right away in easy fashion. So those 2 picks, I agree with Greg, and then the third one, he's right, where...
Amazing play.
Yeah, great play, and I thought it was a poor design because you didn't have anybody to occupy Horn on the boundary side, and so he was smart to play it the way he did, which is... no one's on my side of the field. Let me go get involved and see what I might be able to do. So the third one to me was not on Brock. That was on Kyle. But the first 2 were throws that he normally would make more competitive than he did.
Yeah,
those were not competitive throws.
It's not like those are any of those throws are ones where you're saying, Brock, you can't make that throw. What are you even doing thinking about that? Like, he's made those throws a lot of times over the last handful of years.
And I do think that both of the players at times in that play were open. They weren't throws of like, what are you doing? Like, did you not see the linebacker or did you not see that he was double teamed? They were open, but he was late on the first one, and the second one he didn't put out far enough in front. So those to me were more physical errors than they were errors in him not reading it.
Yeah, here's what Shanahan said after the game on Monday night about the 3 interceptions. I want to bring it up because Greg Cosell was basically in lockstep. Here's what Shanahan had to say about the 3 interceptions.
Just had 3 throws you'd love to take back. They're all 3 good decisions. Just a hair late on them, and when you're a hair late on stuff, you can't throw it behind them. And he threw it behind him, and all 3 guys made him pay.
That's basically what Greg Cosell said. The only difference was Greg Cosell was really talking about that for the first 2 picks. The third pick, maybe not perfect by Purdy, but more so just a great play by who was the...
That was Horn, the second
JC
one.
Horn again, his second interception of the game. He had the first and the third. But that was essentially what Shanahan saw live, because he hadn't watched the tape yet at that point, is also what Greg Cosell saw after watching the tape, which is interesting because I think most people would say, well, it was a bad decision and a poor execution of the throw. But what Greg Cosell is saying is Brock saw it, and it was the right decision because the guy was open, but he just saw it and maybe threw it a little bit late, which I don't know what's worse. Would you rather your guy misread it and make a throw into a spot that he shouldn't make the throw at all, or see it but maybe not be able to execute the throw on time? I don't know what's better.
I'd rather have
worse.
the latter, like a guy who sees it, and Brock pre-snap and Brock's ability to diagnose in real time is elite. And that's what everybody has said, from Kurt Warner all the way across football, Shanahan, and many other people who know a lot more about football than I do. One of the common themes is that Brock sees it, and he's able to diagnose it pre-snap and post-snap as good, if not better, than anybody. And so that is something that I would much rather have my quarterback have, as opposed to, man, he just doesn't see it. And, you get to your first read, and if it's not open, then you either panic or you check it down early, as opposed to, let's go to our secondary, our tertiary, whatever it is, then run. And I think that Brock's been really good at that. But the problem he has had this year, it's either because the toe, I don't buy it. If the toe was so bad, he still wouldn't play. But I think that he is making throws that are late, and maybe he's not as confident in what he's doing than he used to be, where, he would just step back there and let it rip. And I know he's not a soft tosser, but he's more of a finesse quarterback. He's a guy who's going to throw it accurately to a spot. He's not just going to, oftentimes pump it between defenders and let it rip.
Like Kaepernick would do. Kaepernick threw fastballs.
Even like Shedeur Sanders. And I'm going to go back and look at that play from last week that Greg was describing, when
touchdown pass.
He rolls out and
right.
he's 60 yards in the air, and Shedeur's got a big arm. And I don't know if he sees it yet to the caliber of an NFL quarterback. He's still so early in his career as a starter, but he's got a big-time arm, and that's where you think about this game. And, Kevin Stefanski, can he dial up against the Niner pressure that's not really that imposing? Are they going to take some shots down the field against the 49ers?
Yeah, it's a Warriors Wednesday. We will talk more Warriors coming up later. Plus, we do have Tim Roy coming on in about 20 minutes. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. I wonder, Dibs, if we could get an honest answer from Kyle Shanahan if the way the first half went for Brock Purdy, those 3 interceptions and a couple of other turnover-worthy throws, potentially, that ultimately ended up not being interceptions. I wonder if that influenced how the second half went, because the Niners threw the ball 23 times in the first half. Brock was, I believe, 14 for 23 in the first half, and they only threw the ball 9 times in the second half. Some of it is because they had a lead, but it was only 10-3 at halftime. That's not like a gigantic enough lead to just move away from the pass game almost entirely. But the dichotomy in the number of passes, first half to second half, to me, makes it seem like not that Shanahan has lost trust or lost faith that Brock can do it, but it was almost like, all right, he doesn't have it tonight. I'm moving away from the guy because I know that we might be able to hold on and win this game the way our defense is playing and the way that McCaffrey is running the football, as long as we just avoid those turnovers. And the way Brock is going right now, maybe the only way to avoid the turnovers is to throw it less often. Do you think that Kyle Shanahan went into that halftime and kind of changed up the plan based on how the second half went?
No, I think that he looked at it and said, oh boy, we're running it really effectively. And I look at that first drive coming out, you throw it, Robinson with a run, 2 Kittle passes, and so you came out throwing, and then CMC runs for 5, Robinson 8, Robinson 4, Robinson 1, CMC 3. You were chewing up yardage on the ground. You were very effective on the ground, and then 3rd and 6 at the 29, opening drive, second half, you throw it again. Jawan, first down, back to the ground, and then you run it in with McCaffrey. So you ran it to be able to throw it in the second half. You were running it so effectively. It was only that second drive where you had 1st and 10 at their 16. McCaffrey loses 3. McCaffrey loses 5. And then, all right, now it's 3rd and 18. You're going to run it for Robinson and then kick the field goal. Other than that, you were running it so effectively, you didn't really have to throw it that much.
You know what that second half reminded me of, though? It reminded me of Not the Packers NFC Championship game 2019, which was, I guess, early 2020.
Yeah, I was there.
When, that's cool. When Raheem Mostert ran wild. And, I mean, how many pass attempts did Garoppolo have in that game?
I think it was 8.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's a different story because the Niners just ran the ball absolutely amazingly that entire game, and they were putting up big points, so you didn't even need to pass to score. The game before that, though, it was the Minnesota game. That was the divisional round game versus the Minnesota Vikings. Niners at home at Levi's. And they were up, how much were they up at halftime of that game? They were up 14-10 at half of that game. So it was still relatively close. And they only threw the ball 6 times in the second half. And Garoppolo was 3 for 6 passing in the second half of that football game. They went on to win 27-10. The defense put up a shutout. They pitched a shutout in the second half, and the offense scored 13 points. It reminded me of that kind of game, and I'm not trying to compare potentially the way Shanahan felt about Garoppolo to the way that Shanahan feels about Purdy, but I don't know, Dibs. I can't shake the feeling that Shanahan saw the way Purdy was playing and thought, he's not having it. He doesn't have it today. For the betterment of the team, I'm going to not take the ball out of his hands, but I'm going to limit the number of plays that he could potentially make a back-breaking turnover in this game, and I'm going to lean on the defense and the run game to eke out this victory, and they got it done. Now we'll see what that means for this week, but I don't know. I couldn't shake the similar feeling that I felt watching that game a handful of years ago and that game on Monday night.
Yeah, I don't really think about it in those terms, especially when you come out and you throw it for the first 5 plays in the third quarter to start things in a game that at that point was 10-3.
So the rest of the half, he threw the ball 4 times. Is that true then?
And I'm looking at the play-by-play. I had it as 10 passes, and I might have had one that went down as a run that actually was. I had it down as a pass, and it actually was a run. You know, sometimes those sideways, backward quarterback throws, they go down as a run. I might have thought it was a pass, and I'm going to look at the one which they lost 5 yards on. That might have been one that they actually called. They might have called that one a run play based on the trajectory of the pass. But
I was looking at the first half box and then the full game box, and I did the math in my head, so it's possible that I messed up the math just by 1, but it was either 9 or 10. I think it was 9.
No, it is the one that I had down as a pass where they lost 5 yards. That actually was a run. So it turned out I was wrong. You were right. 9 passes in the second half, and of those 9, 4 of them went for a first down. So I don't think that it was as easy as, boy, we don't want to throw it. Opening drive, third quarter, 3rd and 5. He throws it. Kittle gets 7. Move the chains. And later in that same drive, 3rd and 6 at the 29-yard line. You throw it. Jennings for 10. First down. You move the chains. So I think that it was more a byproduct of we've got the lead. They're not really stuffing us on the run. They were able to get 4, 5, 8, 4, 1, 3. I mean, mostly averaging 3 and 4 a carry. And if you do that, you keep it, you run it. And I've been doing the numbers ever since Shanahan started, Grandy. They are 51-7 all time when they run it 30 or more times. 51-7.
Wow. How many games has Shanahan coached now with the Niners?
I have it here because I've been also charting his home.
What are you charting? Is the better
I'm charting
question.
his home road splits, and they are better under Shanahan on the road.
Really?
40-33 on the road, 37-33 at home in the regular season.
Wow.
So that's basically the Shanahan split.
So he is 78-66 overall, regular season.
Right. So that is 154 games. And I have it here that they're 27-59 when they don't run it 30 times. And I know it's chicken or the egg because when you're winning, you run it more. But when you run it more, you're winning when you're Shanahan. And I think that this second half was a great example where you've got the lead and it was a short, controlled passing game, not very risky, and you ran it effectively. Now you're up 17-3. Even though they answered with a touchdown 17-9, that was at the end of the third quarter, basically, and say, okay, go ahead and try and stop us. McCaffrey run 17. Kittle pass 19. Now all of a sudden you're in their territory again. And at that point, it was run, pass, sneak, run, field goal. They were able to possess it, keep it, and really squeeze the life out of Carolina on the ground.
By the way, I don't disagree or am upset at Shanahan for that being the strategy. If it was, it sounded sound It was you have a lead going up against an offense that's really having a hard time versus your defense, whether you feel great about your defense or not. That was the reality of that game. Smart to just run the ball. Now, maybe give a little more touches to Brian Robinson as opposed to Christian McCaffrey 30-plus every single game. We could argue about that, but the plan made sense, honestly, in my mind, especially given the way that Brock Purdy was throwing the ball in the first half. Obviously, Brock Purdy throwing 3 interceptions is not a good thing, and no one is going to ever say otherwise. I'm a little concerned, Dibs, that you pay Brock what you pay him, and you get to a point where in the second half, and maybe you're right that maybe this was not even on Shanahan's mind, but the idea could even cross your mind that maybe we should limit the number of passes in this football game because the guy is struggling that much. That is frightening to a team that is paying him $50+ million.
But you're taking a leap that he did that because he was a little bit reticent or reluctant to throw the ball. And I don't think that was the case, just watching it back. Fourth quarter, they threw the ball 3 times. That's a fact. They threw one to Kittle for 19, Jennings for 7, and then on the last real drive of the game, 3rd and 12, you threw it to D-Rob for 8, and then you had your only punt of the football game.
I don't know how he couldn't be reticent to do it, the way the first half went, though.
But you're not reticent if it's working. It's one thing if it's 3rd and 7 and you're running the ball. Okay, then we can say, man, that's a red flag. But I'm looking at the drive chart, 3rd and 5, opening drive, 3rd quarter, they threw it. 3rd and 6, later that drive, at the 29, they threw it. So if you're really that afraid and you're up 10-3, and God, you are terrified to let Brock Purdy throw the ball, and you're at their 29 on 3rd and 6, you give it to McCaffrey. But they threw it, and they picked it up 2 plays later. They scored the touchdown. So I think that there might have been a little reluctance to throw the ball down the field. That I will give you, because of all the throws, I didn't chart the air yards on the 9 throws in the second half, but I can only remember the one to Kittle, which was 19 yards, where it was about 17 yards of air. That was one where Kittle kind of went down the left hash and was able to cut it in and go up there and catch it, and he got tackled almost immediately. But beyond that, all the throws were really, really short, quick throws, safe throws, but why not if it's working, you know?
Yeah, and all throws aren't created equal, you're right. Like, it is one thing where, all right, we're throwing it to McCaffrey in the flat, or we're throwing a screen, or Kittle's over the middle, 5 yards down the field. Like, that's... I don't care if your quarterback is over 8 with 8 interceptions. You trust them to make that simple throw over the middle part of the field. But we are at a point, Dibs, where Brock Purdy has to be better than he was in this game, absolutely. Now, I was encouraged that the way the defense played and the way that the offense still moved the ball despite them turning the ball over 3 times. There's no doubt, though, that if they want to do anything in the postseason, Brock Purdy has to be better. That's not breaking news at all. I'm just concerned that some of the same things that have been kind of hurting Brock Purdy for over a year now still seem to be hurting him now. And maybe Greg Cosell would disagree, and he'd say, well, his processing was still good last year or whatever, and he said it wasn't as good, as elite as it normally is in this game on Monday night. I just go back to what he's told. I believe it was Albert Breer in the offseason when he said, I was trying to be, the superstar and playing hero ball too much because McCaffrey was out and yada, yada, yada. I need to score a lot of points. And that's kind of been the mindset of this Niner offense this year is, with all the injuries on defense, we have to score a lot. So maybe on the back of Brock's mind, he's taking more chances than he should, and that's resulting in these turnovers. I don't care what the reason is, Dibs. He has to move past that, because for whatever reason, he's taking more chances, and it's resulting in more turnovers than it has at any other point of his career, and it's hurting the Niners.
At times, game 1, he took a chance and threw it up for grabs, and Tonjes went up and got the high point and scored a touchdown. They won the game. That was a chance that he took, and
different, like, final drive of the game, last minute or whatever.
A field goal that you could have kicked, even though at that point you couldn't wait to get rid of your kicker.
Shanahan, I think, said he would have gone for it on 4th down if they didn't get it.
Fair enough, and whether or not Brock knew that and that's why he threw it, we'll never know. But that was a chance that he definitely did take, and we've seen him take chances before. The problem that I had with this game is that the chances that he took were just bad throws, and they were late throws. They weren't him rolling left a couple years ago and firing it across the formation to Ayuk in the back of the end zone who jumped above 3 people. Like, that was reckless, but that was aggressive. And these were chances, but they weren't throws that seemed to me to look very confident as throws.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk about Brock this Sunday, and Brock needs to be better, well, this is a game where he's going to have a hard time. The Browns have given up the second fewest passing yards in football. And this year they've given up the high water mark. They gave up 252 passing yards to Minnesota. They gave up 95 against the Bengals, week 1, Burrow. They gave up 42 to the Jets, which, Jets.
That doesn't count.
I mean, I guess it doesn't count, but they gave up 120 to Miami at home. They gave up 149 against Green Bay in a win over the Packers, 13-10. So this defense is going to make even good quarterbacks look, somewhat ordinary.
Yeah, it's a challenge. There's no doubt. Okay, we got to take a break. When we come back, the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy, joins us. The Warriors honoring both he and Bob Fitzgerald tonight at Chase Center. Both of them have been calling Warriors games for 30-plus years. So we'll talk to Tim Roy about that honor, plus just this Warriors team and this game tonight versus the KD-less Houston Rockets. That's what's coming up. Also coming up tomorrow, we will bring you Chiefs Cowboys at 1 o'clock. Patrick Mahomes versus Dak Prescott as you're eating your Thanksgiving feast. Chiefs and Cowboys, 1 o'clock tomorrow, right here on 95.7 The Game. But Tim Roy is next. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
This hour of traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family visits.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Mama Bear, I hear our old Fast Track tag won't be saving us money on bridge tolls anymore.
That's because bridge carpool rules are changing on January 1st. But don't worry, Papa Bear. I got a new Fast Track Flex tag. Huh? See?
Mama, what are the numbers for?
Well, Baby Bear, that tells the system how many people are in the car, so we can get a discount when there are 3 or more of us. We are 3 bears, and we're setting our tag to 3+. So it's just right.
So now we'll keep saving money on tolls?
Mm-hmm. You bet your cushy driver's seat, Papa.
That'll make up for this cold takeout porridge. Yeah.
My breakfast burrito is just right.
Starting January 1st, 3 or more people are required for carpool discounts on all bridges. A Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ is required for discounts on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? it might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car running or not can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Upside down, you're turning it. You're giving love instinctively. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Mid-60s today, a little warmer for tomorrow. We may see some fog.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, No Willard. He's off spending time with the family for Thanksgiving. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you.
And the R&B stylings of Cam on the ones and twos.
You can always tell when Cam is behind the glass running the show because he plays the good stuff.
Yeah, the R&B from the 00s and the 10s. Nothing beyond that now. Got to keep it smooth. And I think you might have missed your calling. You could have been, and maybe you still will be, a great R&B radio DJ. That was Case and JoJo Jodeci, for those of you with a special someone tonight.
Cam's got a good voice for that, too.
Great voice.
He can do it.
He's got the ethos. He's got the grooves. He's got the jams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not too late for you now, Cam.
Yeah. Cam is our Warriors network coordinator, and he is in action tonight because the Warriors are in action tonight, hosting the Houston Rockets. No Kevin Durant. We'll talk more about that game later on. Also, right now, though, because we go out to the River Islands guest line for the great Tim Roy, who is live at Chase Center as we speak. Tim, welcome. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. I was on Twitter scrolling, and then suddenly a news release from the Golden State Warriors popped onto my feed, and the headline, Warriors to celebrate Bob Fitzgerald and Tim Roy, 30-plus years of broadcasting with the Golden State Warriors. 3+ decades, Tim. That is amazing. Congratulations on the honor. We love listening to you every single game here on 95.7 The Game. Do you know how the Warriors are honoring you at Chase Center tonight?
I don't know. I have no idea what's going on.
We know this, Tim. It will be a celebration sensation, as you very well know.
Yeah, it's just nice that they don't have to do anything special. It's just nice for them to point out we've been doing this on the radio side a long time. You know, I've had the pleasure of working with great people and great broadcasters, and whether they be on the air or off the air. And you know, I've said this at the end of every season. It's I get to do a job I love, something that I wanted to do my entire life, which is to do play-by-play, and to do it with people that are not only really good at what they do, but to do it with people that are my friends. And that to me has been one of the coolest things about this whole situation is I've gotten to do it with friends. And then the icing on the cake is I've gotten to do it here in the Bay Area with, you know, an incredible fan base. So blessed to work for this fan base all these years because they know the game. They're passionate about the team, and they've always been passionate about the team. Even when the Warriors were lousy, they were passionate about the Warriors. They wanted them to do well, and that just makes the job so much easier knowing that, you know, I'm putting in all this effort for a fan base that really appreciates it.
Yeah, and the icing on the cake, Tim, is that the win totals are no longer in the teens. You actually got to call playoff games and now 4 championships, and you're a part of the best dynasty that the Bay Area has ever seen. Did you ever think 30-plus years ago that you would have been able to taste even a tiny little nibble of what you've gotten?
No, you know, it just, you know, from my days with the Kings, you know, from 89 and then coming here in 95, and, you know, to go to 2006, 2007, and we hadn't seen a playoff game. And so when you go that long without participating in the postseason, you tend to appreciate it. And the We Believe team will always have a soft spot in my heart just because of how cool that was, what an incredible few months that was. And, you know, they got there and then upset the number 1 seed. And then, you know, they draft Steph Curry. You know, a couple teams passed on him, and to watch him progress, and Steve Kerr arrives, and, you know, just incredible. I never thought I would get to an NBA Finals, and the fact that, you know, I've done 6 of them it's absolutely insane to me. You know, there's so many great announcers who never got to call a championship, you know, team. Al McCoy in Phoenix. All the years the Suns were like, you know, they were one of the model teams of the association, and they were in contention to win it every year, and they never won. And for, you know, for me to have a championship, you know, rings, and for a guy like Al McCoy to get none, it's still hard for me to wrap my head around stuff like that.
The Warriors are set to honor both Tim Roy and Bob Fitzgerald for 30-plus years of broadcasting for the Warriors, and Tim Roy with us here on Willard and Dibs. And no better way to celebrate that honor, Tim, than with an NBA Cup game, am I right?
Of course. It's a big game. Warriors have to win to stay alive, you know, and hope to get some help somewhere, you know, between Portland and San Antonio. So it's a big game tonight. It's also a big game because it's the Rockets. And, you know, the familiarity breeds contempt, and these two teams saw each other 12 times last year. 12 times, 5 in the regular season because of the extra game on the Cup situation, and then 7 in the postseason, and the Warriors came back and won that series, and so there's always going to be a little, you know, animosity when the Warriors and Rockets play, just because the Warriors have had their number in the postseason since Steph Curry has arrived, and so it just adds a little extra to it.
Not quite the same cast of characters or villains with Dylan Brooks gone and Jalen Green gone, but just looking at Alperen Şengün early on in this season and what you saw last year, Tim, is he on the cusp of not only being an all-star, but really emerging as one of the true great players in our league?
Yeah, I think he is, because of the fact that he's so well-skilled. He is, you know, he's talented. He can handle the ball. He is strong. He's big. He rebounds. He passes. He's got just about the whole package. He's maybe not the defensive guy that maybe he could be, and maybe he will be. But I think, you know, overall, offensively, he is a load, and he's only 23, so he's going to be, you know, a lot better once he gets around the league a couple more times. So yeah, he's going to be one of these young players, and that's been the great thing about the NBA is that, every now and then, people say, oh, it's the passing of a torch now this era. Who's going to step up? There's always great young talent coming into this league, more so than ever before because of guys like Şengün who are coming from overseas, to find their way to the NBA. And that's going to help this league continue to have a high level of talent and entertainment.
Tim, this Rockets team is very good and off to a really good start, but no Kevin Durant tonight, out for personal reasons. No Steven Adams, which is a big absence as well. This was a Rockets team that, rebounds 40% of their misses on the offensive glass, which is just an absurd number. Their defense, though, also one of the best in the league. What is the challenge for the Warriors offensively? I know Steve Kerr has talked about how he's a little more concerned by their offense than their defense. So what is the challenge against Amen Thompson and these other good defenders the Rockets have?
Yeah, I think the challenge is to keep the ball moving. Don't let their length dictate where you're going to go. And if the ball sticks against a team that's longer than you are and more athletic than you are, you're going to get into trouble. But if you get the ball moving and get them going side to side, I think that's when, the Warriors are at their best. And Steve Kerr keeps repeating these numbers in press conferences, keep the ball moving, but also take care of the ball. When they have won the turnover battle, they're 9-1. It gives them a chance to shine with some of their offensive players, but they've had turnover problems. That's why their offense has been so poor, I think, and is turnover problems and having the ball stick a little bit. They have enough talent, I think, to be a good offensive team. They just haven't been able to show it so far.
What have been the through lines or the trademarks of the turnovers, Tim? Is it just bad passes? Is it offensive fouls? Is it dribble situations? What have you seen as the biggest culprit for the turnover problem?
I think one of the things, Dibs, I think it really is that you got to keep it simple sometimes and take what the other team gives you. If they give you a 15-footer, take the 15-footer. If they give you a layup, take the layup. And I think at times the Warriors have gotten caught up in trying to make the outstanding play rather than just the simple play. And that what does that do? Well, now instead of taking an open elbow shot, you're dribbling into traffic. And now the shot clock's coming down. You're trying to make a pass, a skip pass, cross court. And, all those things, I think if they just keep it simple and take what the defense is giving you, it's okay. The Rockets are a good example of this. They don't shoot threes hardly at all. They shoot them very well, but they don't shoot threes. They will throw the ball. Sometimes their best play is to throw it up off the glass and go get it. And so taking a 2 is okay. You don't have to always look for the home run 3. Take the best shot that's been given to you.
For the Warriors, Tim, no Jonathan Kuminga tonight, no Al Horford still. I know the Warriors have said Al Horford is also going to miss Saturday's game. Kuminga, though, they said, quote, hopeful for him on Saturday. I know he's down in Santa Cruz, or was, I don't know exactly when, but scrimmaging in Santa Cruz today, along with D'Anthony Melton and Guy Santos. Good sign there for D'Anthony Melton as well. Specifically, though, on Jonathan Kuminga, how has his absence impacted the Warriors? Because it certainly feels like there's been a handful of games. Maybe the Blazer game is the best example of when they really, really could have used Kuminga.
Yeah, that's a game where you could have put him maybe on Denny Avdia for a while, and even if he didn't stop him, make him work a little harder, he would give you some athleticism, on the offensive end to use. But again, I think that they've kicked away, I think 3 or 4 games so far, and I think that's something they're going to have to try to make up later on. But I think they've missed Jonathan there, where they can put him on a good offensive player and allow him to use his length and athleticism to try to slow that player down. And on the other side, I thought there were games this year where I thought the games felt really comfortable to Jonathan, like he was really seeing the pictures, as they like to say, and making the right move, the right play, keeping the ball moving. His rebounding's been at a career high, and that's a good sign because he can be a great rebounder with his ability. And when they get that helps and takes pressure off everybody else. So yeah, they've missed him in a lot of areas, and I think that getting him back and getting him back into that headspace, I think would be great because he could really be an asset for this team.
Yeah, hopefully the Santa Cruz stint will be short and the knees feel really good and he can come back and make that contribution. I'm wondering about Brandon Pajemski, Tim, because you see him every single night, and fans are really split on whether or not he's a regular contributor or he gets more minutes than he deserves. What have you seen from Pods this year that have you feeling good about his spot in the rotation?
I think, they tried the starting lineup for a while, and it just didn't seem to get the Warriors, off to a good groove, if you will. And I think him coming off the bench, working with Jimmy Butler, I think will help, and I think that's what we see. I think that his role may be coming off the bench this year and getting into an offense with Jimmy Butler and making that work. I think at times, there have been. I think he's been trying a little too hard in terms of, again, trying to make a home run play as opposed to the play that was given to him. But I think we're seeing signs of him coming out of that. 2 nights ago. He comes off a screen, elbow jumper, just knocked it down. Those are the kind of plays I think that, when Pods makes those plays and keeps the game simple, I think that's where he really can shine, because he's a smart player and he's a hustle player and he's willing to sacrifice his body to take charges, and I think he can be a great asset, for Golden State. But again, it's early in the season. We're hitting the quarter pole here this weekend. And so I think that, for the Warriors to be where they are with the schedule they had, I think it could be better. Maybe it should have been better record-wise than it is right now. But I don't think it's anything that's going to hurt them long term.
Tim, we're looking forward to listening to you on the mic tonight. We'll hand it off to you in about 2 hours at 6:30 for a network pregame. I'm curious, though, as the Warriors are set to honor you and Fitz for 30-plus years of broadcasting with the Warriors. You've been to 6 finals, as you talked about, called some amazing moments, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and so many others. Is there a moment or two that stand above the rest that you will remember calling and being there for the rest of your life?
Wow. I mean, especially in this era, there are so many moments. You could Steph Curry's backcourt shot to end a quarter in Memphis in 2015 that basically just took the air out of that building. Draymond's block in Toronto at the end of Game 5 in the 2019 finals. He just got a fingernail on it. You could the ball changed spin just a little bit. I knew he had gotten a piece of it. And of course, I think Steph's, his masterpiece, I think, was in Boston. The Warriors are down 2-1 in the finals. They lose that game. They're going home down 3-1 in a really tough spot that it's going to be hard to get out of that. And so for him to go into Boston, put up 43 on what was supposedly the best defense in the league, and to get that series back at level, and to get the Warriors in the proper frame of mind to close it out 2 games later, I think that's one that I'll always remember. Then, of course, any of the playoff games in 2007 at Oracle were just ridiculous in terms of how loud they were. The dunk by Barron on Kirilenko, was kind of their high water mark of the year. But those games against Dallas, those are ones I'll never forget.
All cute answers, Tim, but the correct answer is being there when I shot threes against a listener the night that the Warriors set an attendance record at the old Oakland Arena against Denver in 2008. 20,737 there as I went 1 for 9 from three-point range, Tim.
Well, I'm glad you didn't bring up the one-on-one you had at Chase Center. That was the battle that would never end.
Yeah, it's called the disgrace of Chase.
Did we call that on time? Yeah.
I mean, we tried to, but all I know, Tim, is I was down 2-1 to Lorenzo Neal, 15 minutes in, and I thought I was going to die.
I was worried there for a while for both of you. It was, you think, that's the thing about getting older. You think you can still do stuff, right? You think you go, I'll be fine. And then you get out there and you go, oh, I'm not fine anymore.
No, not fine
good.
at all. Just so you know, Tim, with the win tonight, the Warriors would go to 85 games below 500 since you took over.
And I'm telling you, it's people don't believe me when I tell them that my overall record, not even counting the Kings, my overall record is still below 500. So for a while there, it was me, Ted Davis of the Bucks, because he had those 2 horrible years in Dallas,
right,
and Ralph Lawler of the Clippers. We were the bottom end of the equation.
And I was just looking at it when you took over up until the last season before. We believe you were 310 games below 500, and then you're 224 above since. We believe. So nice little bounce back there, Tim.
No, nobody could call a blowout like me.
Seriously, you got good at it. You got too good at it.
Tim, great to chat with you. We look forward to listening tonight, the rest of the year, of course, and congratulations on the honor from the Warriors. It's great.
Thanks, guys, and the other part is that don't be telling Cam to become a DJ. We need him on Warriors Radio.
That's
okay?
a good point.
We need him on Warriors Radio.
Yeah, that was the smooth stylings of Aretha Franklin. This is Cam. Back to you, Tim. He can do it. He's got the gift. All right, Tim.
Could be a Venus flytrap moment.
Exactly. Yes.
All right.
Tim
Thank you,
Reed,
Tim.
for those who remember. Yep. WKRP in Cincinnati.
We'll talk to you in a couple hours. Thanks, Tim. That's Tim Roy, the great Tim Roy, radio voice of the Warriors. You can hear him coming up with a network pregame at 6:30 here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is, you all want to get one of those jobs, and those jobs are hard to get, even harder to keep. And he takes over, and they go 26 and 56. And after that, you had a 19, a 21, a 19, a 17, and a 21-win season. Those 5 in a row.
My God.
And Steiny can talk about it because that's when he was really heavy on the beat. And those teams were, like Tim's saying, you get used to calling blowouts. And, the Warriors cut it to 18. And it's like, I mean, you try to get excited, but you're on your way to a 60-loss year after year.
After year after year. My childhood growing up as a gigantic Warrior fan was... Can we just, win 30 games, please?
And you were born in 96. Yeah,
96.
So, I mean, your childhood is really, I guess you kind of missed, you were just a baby when they were really, really, really bad.
Yes.
So when you were, I don't know, say 8, they were, not a playoff team, Musselman, and then the Montgomery years, and then the return of Nelly, and then...
We believe.
That's when you were like 10.
Felt like a miracle.
Yeah. That's good early Grandy memory, though, because when you're 10 is when you're,
I
you're
remember
right
We
in
Believe for sure. The dunk on Kirilenko was absolutely absurd. I remember that era of Warriors basketball with Jason Richardson and Al Harrington and Steven Jackson and Baron Davis, and that was even a young Monte Ellis. I remember a handful of times where my parents would put me to sleep because it was late. It was, 9 o'clock on a school night or whatever, and Warrior games, or maybe even a little earlier than that, Warriors games don't end until, 9:15, 9:30. And I had at that age, I had a radio in my bedroom, and unbeknownst to my parents, I would bring the radio over to my bed, turn it really low, and I'd listen to Tim Roy. Describe the action.
So good. I mean, I remember when he took over, and I was doing the same thing as you when it was Bill King, back in the late 70s. I don't quite remember the 75 championship year because I was only not even 7 at the time. But for me, the heyday was, the Rod Higgins days in the early 80s, then Run TMC, which was unbelievable. And it felt like it lasted forever, but they played like a year and a half together. And then Mitch went off to Sacramento, and then it was kind of a bummer. And then you had Weber, and you had Hope again. And then that whole thing happened. And then from then on, it was just... I love going to games, and the crowds were great, but the team never was.
Yeah.
But you could get tickets. You can get easy to get tickets. Click and roll, Warriors.com.
It's a great time out.
All that stuff.
Buy tickets to see Kobe play is what the promotions used to be.
And so it's hard for me to even sometimes remember and realize and appreciate what we have.
Yeah.
And, I just was looking at the math for Tim because it was 310 games below 500.
It's a great pull by you.
After that, or one, including the We Believe year, which, by the way, they went 42-40. It's not like
they had a better record than next year, if memory serves.
And
but
that was the year where I shot threes against the listener at the old station, and that was the single biggest crowd at the time in. I don't even think it was Oracle Arena yet, but 20,727, and it was 3 threes from the corner, 3 from the wing, and 3 from the top of the key. Me against the listener, and I go out, and I look to my left, and sitting on the baseline, Tom Tolbert. And Tolbert's looking, and he immediately is heckling me, because I knew Tom a little bit.
Of course.
First shot up, air ball. Second shot up, air ball. Third shot,
gotta hit rim,
in and out, heartbreak. Well, and the thing, too, is like the first shot, the adrenaline, too far, and the second one, you adjust, too short.
Overcorrected.
Third one, in and out, heartbreak, and then you go to the wing. First shot from the wing, air ball, and then you can hear, from 20,727. And I can hear Tolbert in my ear like, basically, you got no business being out here.
Yeah.
I hit one, And beat the listener 1-0.
That's awesome.
I think I banked it from the top of the circle.
Oh, wow. That shouldn't even count.
Count that.
You didn't call bank.
1-0.
We got to hit a break in a minute. Plus, we do have the Thanksgiving blowout continuing this hour. If you want to win tickets to Warriors Magic December 22nd, keep listening. I want to get to this call, though, before we break. Big League Chew in the city wants to give Tim Roy some props. Big League Chew, you got 45 seconds. What's up? What do you want to say?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. Real quick, I got some shine for Tim Roy. My friend circle calls him Picasso, and I know, Dibs, you're giving him shine on how great and, lucky we are in the Bay Area to have someone that has the play-by-play prowess that Tim Roy has. But I don't want to blow up the spot of where Tim Roy is, but I used to go to a gym with him, and, every now and then we're cordial and whatnot, but in between games, if there was a home game and he was going to this gym, he would have stat sheets that was probably an inch thick on the current team, the opposing team, and he was on the treadmill for an hour plus every time he was rattling off pages, reading, walking, and it just shows the type of professional he is off the mic, and then it shows the type of great stuff that he does and produces on the mic and gives us great gifts to the Bay Area. So just shout out to Tim. Love him. Picasso. He deserves all the shine.
Absolutely. Good call, Big League Chew. Appreciate it. We are lucky. There's
lucky.
Absolutely no doubt.
And you do play-by-play, and you know how much work you have to put in to do high school, college, whatever it is. But you're Tim Roy, and you've been doing it now for 30-plus years, and there are no nights off. Yeah. It's not like you know everything now just because you've been doing it. You got to watch tape and
new
punch
players
the numbers
every year.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. New pronunciations and new everything. And Tim, he crushes it.
He does. So we're looking forward to listening to Tim Roy tonight. Warriors and Rockets coming up at 7 o'clock. He'll take over at 6:30. Okay, time for a break. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Remember, our Thanksgiving blowout continues on the other side. You're going to hear the air horn coming up soon. When you do, that's your cue to call the contest line to win a pair of tickets to Warriors Magic December 22nd. That's what's coming up. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling,
You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Almost every 8 minutes. That's how often Uber received a report of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. And despite over 400,000 reports, Uber turned a blind eye. Instead of protecting women, Uber downplayed the problem, delayed safety measures, and prioritized profit over passenger safety. Now, Uber wants to stop Californians from holding them accountable in court. Every 8 minutes, Uber tries to silence victims. Paid for by Habas and Associates.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
No Willard, it's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs with Cam bringing us back.
Love it.
With more. I mean, he could just pop the mic on and tell us, who it is.
With apologies to the YouTube audience.
Yeah.
Do a little back sell. I mean, he could do the rejoin. Hey, this is Cam. You're listening to Grandy and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Yep. I mean,
I don't think his mic was on.
no, but I heard it through the talk back, but it was good. We'll work with him.
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. Man, great to catch up with Tim Roy, voice of the Warriors, and earlier than that, we chatted with Greg Cosell of NFL Films here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs, on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving as we get ready for a big call it weekend. You include the holiday as part of the weekend, a big weekend for the Warriors, for the Niners. We've got 5 picks. I say we. You have 5 picks to make, Dibs, We'll do that towards the very end of the show, including the Niners game, all 3 NFL games tomorrow. And, of course, we're giving away prizes all day. This is the 4 o'clock hour, which means we have a prize to give away. That air horn that you just heard, means it's time to give away our next prize in our Thanksgiving blowout. Up for grabs right now is a pair of tickets to the Warriors Magic game on December 22nd. All you need to do is be the 5th caller to the contest line. The contest line, that's 415-523-4652. Good luck, and remember, if you don't win this time, you have one more chance to win an awesome prize. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. That prize next hour is a Hello Kitty bobblehead. The prize this hour that you're calling for, though, is a pair of tickets to see the Magic at Chase Center against the Warriors on December 22nd. So good luck, 415-523-4652. One thing that we threw out before we went on the air today, Dibs, that we were talking about is, what do you think is the right expectation for Niner fans to have for Brock Purdy this Sunday against the Browns? Because Brock is coming off of arguably his worst game as a pro, and I know everything but the interceptions, he was pretty good, and honestly, you're right.
Yep.
Like, they moved the ball really well almost the entire game, but those 3 interceptions were pretty darn bad. He's coming off of a terrible game. You're on a short week because you played on Monday Night Football. You're traveling out to the East Coast, not all the way out to the coast, but Eastern time zone in Cleveland. It's an early start for you, 10 a.m. Pacific start. You're against a good defense with maybe the best defensive player that we've seen in the NFL in a really long time in Myles Garrett, who's on a torrid pace of late. And you're probably going to be playing in some kind of inclement weather, whether it's just wind and cold, or maybe more than that with snow and maybe some rain, or maybe it's sleet, a mixture. It feels like a lot of things working against the Niners, but also specifically working against Brock Purdy. So what's a fair expectation for Brock on Sunday?
It is to just go out there and not give the ball away. And I look at the last time he went there, 12 of 27. He threw a pick. He got sacked 3 times, quarterback rating of 55.3, and they lost to the Browns, led by Phillip Walker. You lost 19-17.
Is his name Phillip?
It was P.J. Walker, but I guess his real first name is Phillip. I'm looking at football database, footballdb.com. McCaffrey was mostly ineffective. You rushed it 25 times for 108 as a team.
Phillip Joseph Walker.
Ray McLeod with a couple carries in that game. Debo with a carry. And they got you with Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt. Marquise Goodwin with 20 yards rushing for the Browns.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's always fun. I like to go back and look at these games. But
it was only 2 years ago. That's crazy.
You had a McCaffrey touchdown early. You're up 10-0 in that game. And then it was Hunt, Dustin Hopkins with 4 field goals, including 2 in the fourth quarter. And so the expectation for me is Brock Purdy has to be better than 12 for 27, but I wouldn't expect him to go out there and light it up. He threw for 125 yards, and that was 3 years ago. That was 2023.
2 years ago.
In October. Yeah, I'm sorry, 2 years ago.
Super Bowl year.
Yeah, so
they were 5-0, and they lost that game, and that began the 3-game losing streak that set up for the bye week, and then they came out and won 5 in a row again after that.
Right, and that, again, was a tough spot. You go into Cleveland, and it was a good defense then, and the offense for Cleveland then kind of resembles this one, where it's going to be Quinshon Judkins and a quarterback who's not very good yet, not very proven. So my expectation for Brock Purdy is not to go out and throw for 300. The Browns have only given up 252 yards is the most, and that was against Minnesota, of all teams.
Wow.
And I think that
Carson
was
Wentz.
Carson Wentz, week 5. So I would not expect Brock to go out there and, quote, light it up, but my expectation is don't give it away. No careless interceptions, no ball handling mistakes. Go out there and manage the game and try to win a 19-17 kind of game.
Yeah, if you're a Brock Purdy doubter and if you don't think he's the right quarterback for the Niners in the future, and you're concerned that they paid him way too much money or maybe paid the wrong guy, like that's absolutely fine, and you can feel that way. I'm not going to come down your road for thinking that. I think given what we've seen from Brock over the course of the last year, I think it's absolutely fair to, at the very least, say he's not worth what the Niners ultimately signed him for. That's not what I'm talking about right now. All I'm going to say is, if that's the way you feel and you're waiting for Brock to change your mind, I don't think it's going to happen this week, Tibbs. Even if the Niners win, and even if Brock, in your mind and my mind and anybody else's mind, plays a good game, a great game, to me, in this kind of environment, against this kind of defense, with that kind of weather expected, on the road, again, everything we laid out going against not the Niners, but just against offense in general in this game. This is a game where a good quarterback performance is, throw for 192 yards, 1 touchdown, and don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Or maybe not even a touchdown, and win the game 17-13 or something like that. This is not a game for Brock to put on his Superman cape and lead the way to a win. This is a game for Brock to play solid, smart, sound football, not put your defense in a bad spot, and just simply make fewer mistakes than your opponent.
And not turn the ball over. I love the way you just put that at the end. And that, to me, it's always about turnovers. The turnover battle usually decides the game. On Monday night, it didn't. You turned it over 3 times. I think the Panthers only turned it over twice, so you were able to overcome a deficit and win. But against the Cleveland team that you're not really afraid of them going 80 yards down the field on your defense and scoring a touchdown. That's not really what the Browns do. So no mistakes to give them a short field or to give them a free 6 points. I was going back and forth with a friend via text during the show about, the Browns actually have given up more points per game than the 49ers, which is true. But when you look deep in the numbers, the Browns have given up 3 special teams touchdowns, and they've given up an offensive touchdown where the other team's defense scores. So those points count against your points per game allowed metric. But when you go deeper inside the numbers, the Browns defense has allowed fewer points than most teams in football.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. What do you expect from Brock Purdy on Sunday? What do you expect? Again, 888-957-9570. This is a game where there's a lot going against, again, just quarterback play in general. And I think what Sunday is, and this is what Greg Cosell was talking about earlier, and I think he's absolutely spot on, this is a game where the most important matchup probably is Kyle Shanahan versus Jim Schwartz. That's the most important matchup in this game. Can Kyle Shanahan be smart enough with his offensive game plan and his scheme to get the Niners just enough points to win this football game? Can he scheme up 20 points in this game? Because if you get to 20, I don't care which team, that team is probably winning this football game. And Jim Schwartz has historically had Kyle Shanahan's number, so maybe this game is on more than anybody else, Kyle Shanahan, to just find a way to do just enough offensively to limit Myles Garrett's impact in this game, just enough to get the ball in Christian McCaffrey's hands in just enough space to find George Kittle a couple of times over the middle for 20-yard gains. Can he do that just enough to eke out a win? Because we're going to do your picks coming up towards the end of the show in less than an hour. The spread is what? I think it's 5.5 now. It might have.
I have to look at FanDuel, but I saw it at 4.5 on ESPN.
Even 4.5. If I was, forced to choose a side with 4.5, I'm taking the Browns plus the 4.5 points. Like I think this is a field goal kind of game. Not because on a neutral site, I think the Niners are not 4.5 points better than the Browns. I think they are, but just the way that this game is set up, everything involved, this feels like a Cleveland Brown kind of game, way less so than a Niner kind of game.
Yeah, FanDuel's got it at 5.5 still.
Yeah.
So that's where that one sits.
I'd take Cleveland plus 5.5.
I'm just looking at the recent history of Niners at Cleveland. I mentioned the 1917 loss, Brock Purdy. 2015, you lose 24-10. That was a Gabby special.
Oh,
Blaine Gabbert. And some of the names on that team are guys that, like Travarius Cadet. I don't know if you remember him as a Niner.
Oh, God, I remember that name, but I did not.
Reuben Drones was running the ball.
I know, yeah, Reuben, sure.
I mean, that was that team. And then even back to 2007, this will only be the 4th time you've been there since 2007. That game you lost 20-7. That was a Niner team that was 5-11. So that was the last game of the year. Chris Weinke throws for $104 in that game.
Chris Weinke.
And Frank Gore, 94 on the ground, but you lose to a Cleveland team that was actually pretty good. And then you even go back to 1993, you lose 23-13. And that was in week 2. So you probably caught decent weather, and that was Steve Young throwing for 274 and 3 picks.
Wow.
Beaten by Bernie Kosar. And prayers go out to Bernie. I don't know if you saw the pictures of Bernie recently. He just had a liver transplant.
I did.
And so, man, Bernie, hang in there. Your name gets invoked here as Kosar better than Young on that
Young.
day. And I mean, you got to go way back. We mentioned this earlier, back to 1984, the last time the Niners won in Cleveland. 1984.
We're talking about 41 years ago?
Yes. Now, you've only been there 4 times since 84. You were there in 93, the game I just mentioned. You lost. Kosar over Young. You were there in 07. You were there in 2015, which was the Gabby special.
Yeah.
And then you lost in 2023.
2 years ago, yeah.
So, you only go there. It's been weird because, even with the last place schedule, when they've been last, you haven't been last, or they haven't had the crossover. Yeah. You only have played him literally every 4 years going backward, except for this year. This is the first time. And this is one of those ones where it is last place against last place.
Yeah.
So.
And consecutive games versus the Browns in Cleveland, too, just the way that the schedule has played out.
Right, but if you look at these point totals, 17, 10, 7, 13. The last 4 visits to Cleveland, and that's across, Hall of Famers and $53 million guys and Gabbard and Wanke. And so it's kind of been a constant where the Niners have struggled in Cleveland no matter who's been the quarterback.
Yeah. This is the Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. As a reminder, our last Thanksgiving blowout prize is coming up later on this hour. Just keep listening. We will give that away within the hour here on 95.7 The Game, so keep listening for that air horn. That is upcoming. Plus, we do have higher or lower in about 20 minutes. And Dibs makes 5 Fade the Dibbers picks coming up to close out the show. Until then, though, time for your calls at 888-957-9570. What do you expect from Brock Purdy on Sunday in Cleveland? Potentially in the rain, snow, wind, cold against Myles Garrett and that defense on a short week off of one of, if not the worst game of his career. What do you expect? Dale in Hollister wants to weigh in. What's up, Dale? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Hey, Grandy, good hearing you, and Dibs, always good hearing you, too. Just want to comment, when you're listening on there's a 1 to 2 minute delay, so when you guys at the Sounder, it's probably already too late for us to even call in. Now, there's a radio station in Salinas that lets the outer territory people use a different phone number to call. That they actually award 2 prizes, though, so anyway. But, hey, Grandy, you're putting the blame on Purdy for interceptions, and I can explain that in a second. But you were putting the credit to the Niner defense on the other team's interceptions. That seemed a little, biased in my mind, a little harsh on our own quarterback. And by the way, Purdy, did 4 years in Iowa State in winter, so I don't have any questions about him handling the weather. But I just thought I'd mention that as kind of a note. It just seemed a little more angled towards the defensive side than giving Purdy credit for what he's doing. Now, I don't know if either of you guys heard earlier today on Steiny and Guru, they were interviewing one of your regular analysts who analyzed his turf toe problem causing his golf swing. And even though his turf toe, quote unquote, was healed, he found out from doctors and trainers that you still will favor that foot, even though you're feeling nothing. There's just something about the latent effects of turf toe, and I'm guessing because of the little leg that this might be affecting Purdy. I just kind of want to stir up the conversation in that sense.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Dale. Yeah, that was Ethan Sherwood-Strauss on with Steiny and Goo. Not like a regular analyst here on 95.7 The Game, but you hear him every once in a while, known, I think, mostly for his coverage of the Warriors back in the day. I believe it was for ESPN back in the day, and now it does his own independent Substack, and you can subscribe if you want, and that's where Steiny originally saw Ethan write about his experience with turf toe and how it's lingered around for him for 10 years. Interesting. That's what a lot of people have said, that it really never goes away. Definitely not over the course of like an NFL season, but we'll see what the offseason does hold for Brock Purdy there. I know, Dibs, you're kind of like our in-house injury expert, and I know you know that turf toe is just this nagging thing that takes forever to finally officially fully go away.
Especially when you are continuing to play on it, and I'm looking forward to seeing Joe Burrow on Thanksgiving night as he comes back from his turf toe, and he had surgery, and we don't know how it's going to go. And like with most injuries, it just varies from person to person, and we've talked about this. If you have, for example, a broken wrist and you break your wrist, it's pretty much garden variety, 4 to 6 weeks. And if you're an offensive or a defensive lineman, you can just play with that thing. But if you're a quarterback and it's your throwing hand, your throwing wrist, you're pretty much out for 4 weeks at the shortest, 6 at the longest. It's very cookie cutter. Turf toe is not one of those things. There isn't really any clear-cut way, unless you're looking at the person's toe, you don't really know how bad it is, how severe it is. And I love Ethan Sherwood Strauss, and I see him all the time at the farmer's market. And
do you?
Oh, he's super smart, lovely father, great kids. I bump into him at least once a month.
You guys in the same hood then?
Roughly.
Oh, okay.
We're hood adjacent, but we happen to cross paths at the farmer's market, which is always fun. You know, who you see. And his turf toe, Patrick Willis's, Joe Burrow's, Brock Purdy's, they're all different. Yeah. And you never know what the pain threshold is or the severity. So it's a hard one for me to really look at and make any comparative analysis.
Yeah. The other thing that Dale mentioned off the very top was listening on the Odyssey app. There is a delay. I will say, yes, if you are listening on the Odyssey app and you're trying to win our contest, you're probably not going to be able to win it that way if you don't have access to an actual radio to get, as close to live as you possibly can. I would suggest watching and listening on YouTube, because YouTube is essentially as live as possible. Probably more so than even terrestrial radio. So if you want to get the sounder ASAP, flip on YouTube would be my suggestion. The sounder coming up within the hour. It's your last chance to win a prize.
I also would encourage you to go to 957thegame.com and review our contest rules, and as it pertains to the eligibility based on your location.
Okay.
Every contest is different. So, yeah, even if you are outside the market, you're not always going to be eligible for prizing.
So check it out, 957thegame.com.
Contest rules,
Thanks, Tibbs.
You're welcome.
This update sponsored by the Odyssey legal team. Yes.
Big fan of the contest rules. As somebody who screened calls and produced to start his career, you had to be aware of it. And there are other rules and regulations as far as what used to be called in the business as prize pigs, people who just wait to win prizes. And sometimes different rules make it so you can't win prizes within 30 days, 60 days, 90 days of the other win. So these are all things that you need to be aware of if you're out there trying to win.
So 957thegame.com.
I'm stressed out now, guys. Thanks.
You got it back there. You handle your business.
We trust you, Risotto, as long as you've had enough sleep this week, although I don't know about that. The other thing that Dale brought up was I was giving credit to the Niner defense for their interceptions, but not to the Panthers for their interceptions. I would just say, Dibs, not all interceptions are created equal. Like the third Purdy interception, I think most would agree, and I am in this camp. It wasn't a perfect Purdy throw, but it was more so a great play by J.C. Horn than a terrible decision or a terrible throw by Brock Purdy. I think particularly the second Brock Purdy interception was inexcusable. One, maybe he saw it late, although Purdy did see an open Pearsall down the middle part of the field. But given the time, the score, the situation, I felt like it wasn't smart to take that risk on that throw, especially if you see it late, because you had an open George Kittle and you had plenty of room to run. The Jair Brown interceptions, they were good defensive plays, but just because they were a good defensive play also doesn't mean it was a terrible It was not a terrible decision by the quarterback. You and I were talking about this earlier. That first Bryce Young interception was simultaneously a very good play by Jair Brown coming off of his initial man and kind of scooting back out, and I believe it was to his right to get in the path of that pass. Great play by Jair Brown, but simultaneously, Dibs, a terrible decision by Bryce Young on 1st and goal from the 1 to throw that interception. So there is plenty of room for nuance in these cases, and I felt in general on Monday, 2 of the 3 interceptions by Purdy were because they were bad decisions by Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
I think that they were just bad throws. I thought the decision was fine. I kind of agree with Shanahan when he talks about the decision part of it. You can make a good decision and have bad execution, and that happens, all the time, whether it's NBA or baseball or whatever, you can throw the right pitch and just hang it over the heart of the plate, or the hitter can just be better than you and just hit a bad pitch and do damage off of it. Even though you threw a great pitch, you can still get beat. And so that's the way I saw the Purdy picks, and the Bryce Young one was just terrible. And Greg Cosell with a great breakdown of the second one where Jair Brown, he's just playing in the deep middle. And I actually heard Robert Saleh today in his press availability talk about the difference between fitball and football. Fitball is where you know where you're supposed to be, and darn it, you're going to play your assignment no matter what happens. And football is where you start to see a play, and you make a play not based on your assignment, but based on your instincts. And he was talking about the second pick where Jair was playing football. He was supposed to be deep middle on that play, but he saw the play, he saw the quarterback making a throw, and so he drove on it, and he was able to get up there and make a great play on that second pick. So, yeah, you give credit to the defense when warranted, and Jair Brown on both those picks, I thought were great. And he also had a tackle for loss in the game. You mentioned it yesterday. By far his best game as a pro. Maybe it was Willard who said that. But, yeah, 2 picks, a tackle for loss, and Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa, they are really starting to cement themselves as the starting safeties going forward.
Yeah, which is big because the Niners have had major question marks at those spots basically this entire season. Once Malik Mustafa came back from injury, off-season ACL injury, he's been good, and you expected that from him considering how good he was last year as a rookie, but you didn't really know who it was going to be before that. And the other spot opposite Mustafa was also up in the air, but Jair Brown is taking steps in the right direction. That's absolutely true. Let's go back out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Considering everything for the Niners going into this game, the location in Cleveland with potentially inclement weather, at least cold and windy weather, you're up against Myles Garrett. You're on a short week. Brock Purdy coming off of one of the worst performances of his career. What is fair to expect from Brock Purdy? What do you expect from Brock Purdy in this Niner offense coming up on Sunday? Nick in Berkeley is up next. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, if it's all going to be all windy and blustery and rainy, man, just pound it out and run the ball, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to grind it out. We have to maintain, the lead in possession. We got to keep it going, man. We cannot turn the ball over like we did, against the Panthers. Our defense really stepped up. I felt like Brown and Mustafa were all over the field, man. Mustafa's in there when he hits you, you're stopping on your tracks. And Brown was just all over the field playing like a man possessed. But I'm just saying, like Brock Purdy, his timing was off. He was late on a lot of reads. When guys were open, he was like a split second, which is the difference between yards after catch. But Purdy did come back after he threw a few picks and was zipping the ball in there. But we got to keep Purdy upright, man. We got to protect him. If we are going to try to pass it, we just have to do gas plays and like swing passes and try to just be one-on-ones with if it's in the rain and make guys fall down. But other than that, man, the Niners defense was prowling, and I don't care who Cleveland is, man. We got to whoop them, man. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. See y'all at the station, man.
You too, Nick. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, Nick.
Appreciate it. And the kind words. I mean, I think
that's the blueprint, honestly.
We run the ball, pound the rock.
Keep him upright.
Absolutely. The one thing I would say is, Nick, I forget exactly the word that he said. Did he say we got to pound him? We got to blow him out? I forget exactly what it was. All I'm saying, Dibs, is I wouldn't count on that. Now, maybe we change what our definition is of a blowout in this week, considering all of the circumstances of this one, and I could be absolutely wrong. Maybe the Niners come out and they score 30 points in this game. It is certainly possible. This just feels to me like a race to 20 points, and that's going to be enough. 17 might even be enough to win this football game. I would consider a game, Dibs, where the Niners win like 17-10. That to me, it's only a 7-point game, but that to me would feel like it would almost qualify as a blowout if it goes a certain way because of the circumstance of this football game. It just feels like points are going to be very, very, very hard to come by. And given what the Niners are right now, this feels like the kind of game that would be difficult for them because they are a team, as George Kittle has said, that generally has to outscore their opponents. Didn't happen on Monday, but I think it's probably going to happen in a different way again coming up on Sunday.
You're going to have to do it with the kicking game, and I don't just mean Matt Gay and field goals. I also mean Thomas Morstead and the punt. So
position battle, yeah.
Right, field position. Yeah. Make Shedeur Sanders and a mostly underwhelming offense, make them go 80 yards down the field or more to get you with touchdowns. And part of that, too, is no touchbacks on kickoffs. And they had 2 of those this week where Carolina got it to start at the 35-yard line. So it's field position, a lot of it, because against a Browns defense that is third in football in yards per carry allowed, and you as a running offense is bottom 3 in yards per carry, I don't know how much you're just going to be able to, quote, pound them. Now, I think the run game has gotten better the last couple weeks, and you'll see more Robinson, I do think, this week just to try to change it up. And, I don't think you're going to look to throw it 30 times, but it's going to be hard sledding against a good Brown run game. And then you look at the pass that they're going to bring, the amount of sacks that they bring from a pass defense standpoint, you're going to have your hands full. They've got 42 sacks on the year.
Second in the NFL, right?
Behind Denver.
Yeah.
So it's not only Myles Garrett, who's got, 17?
I think 18 now.
I mean...
Yeah, 18.
He's got 18.
Already a career high, by the way.
Right, and I think the NFL record is it 20 and a half? Or
no, it's more than that. 20.
It's not much more.
22, 24 and a half?
It could be 22. Yeah, whatever it is, he's going to break it. Hopefully he doesn't break it this weekend. But, he's got 18, which tells me that the rest of the Browns...
22 and a half.
The rest of the Browns have 24. So if you take Myles Garrett out, they still have 11 more sacks than the Niners, even without Myles Garrett's 18. I mean, so it's not just a Myles Garrett production.
It's not. Now, he obviously influences those other numbers because the offenses have to spend so much of their time, is spent on trying to limit Myles Garrett. But yeah, it's not just Myles Garrett. Mason Graham, young pass rusher from Michigan, is on that team, on that defensive line. He's a quality young player. They got some dudes, not just Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, of course, is first and foremost, but they got some others. We're talking it all out here on 95.7 The Game, and you can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 13 matchup between the San Francisco 49ers and the Cleveland Browns. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We got higher or lower coming up in a handful of minutes, plus Dibs makes 5 picks on Fade the Dibbers coming up shortly as well. But back out to the phone lines right now. Jalen in San Francisco wants to weigh in on this Niners-Browns game. What's up, Jalen? You're on with Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
Hey, I'm terrific. How y'all doing?
We're doing well. Happy early Thanksgiving.
Likewise. I just wanted to pitch in a few thoughts. So, I've had Cleveland defense in fantasy, and they're the 3rd overall. So, I've watched a fair amount of their defense, and it was crazy watching Myles Garrett and that defense have 10 sacks, right? So you look at it, what is the antithesis to beat that? And I went through a little exercise. Last Friday, I actually started watching all the Super Bowls because I'm born in 95. So I watched 81, 84, 88, 89, and then I watched 94, right? So the Super Bowl 29 was January 29th, 1995. So I was 22 days old. So, right, it was my day 22 of existence. I'm 30 right now. And what's so interesting is, the way football was played back then, there was so much more precision, right? It was very militaristic. And there was still a lot of the military formation, and there's so much more precision. And what happened to the far and near and split back formations, right? And seeing Ricky Waters and William Floyd go, running routes. And then my last point to wrap it all up is, when did the traditional pocket quarterback go out of style? Mac Jones, traditional pocket quarterback, everyone's infatuated with the running, but how do you beat Cleveland this week? Well, you got to go back to running the true West Coast offense, quick throws, run the ball, use 2 running backs, but definitely quick throws, slants, just the way that Jerry Rice and John Taylor did. And shout out Mike Wilson, right? Jawan Jennings is the Niners' Mike Wilson. 4 rings.
Appreciate the call,
That's
Jalen.
good. It's good. And I like the throwback look at the way football used to be, and now there's so much speed and space and motions and shifts and all the stuff that Shanahan does, the eye candy and all the rest of it. I don't think that you can really succeed just from the pocket anymore, because especially when you've got a guy like Bryce Young, who's smaller, and Brock Purdy gets balls batted down as well. These defensive linemen now are so big that you got to have lanes to throw through.
Yeah, and I think also the reason why the game has kind of developed is you just see these amazing athletes at the quarterback position. You see someone like Josh Allen who can throw, maybe not as good as a pocket passer. I say maybe, definitely not as good of a pocket passer as Joe Montana or Tom Brady or Dan Marino, some of the greatest all-time pure pocket passers. But they're pretty darn good at that. And you add in that they're athletic as hell, can run, can truck dudes. Suddenly you're looking at an entirely different weapon offensively, and it gives an offense an entirely different way to beat defenses, and it gives the defense something else to have to try to defend against, which makes everything else so much easier. So, I don't know, it feels like just a natural evolution and progression, and once you see that player once or twice in the NFL, then suddenly that's what everybody's looking for.
Yeah, and I do think one thing that he was intimating about, how do you beat a team with a great pass rush? You can run draws and you can run screens, and just looking at some of the blitz numbers, they're a top 5 blitzing team as well. So they've got a nasty front. They've got the best pass rusher in football, and they're going to come at you with a blitz about 1 of every 4 plays. So it's going to be a lot for Brock to contend to. One thing that the Niners offense did very well against Carolina, of their 70 snaps on offense, only 4 times did they have more than 10 yards to go on any play.
Wow.
4 out of 70. So even when you threw incompletes on 1st and 10, you weren't behind the sticks like you were if you had a holding penalty, which the offensive line was clean. They had no penalties, no illegal shifts, no holding. They had 1 delay a game, but you've got to avoid 2nd and long and 3rd and ugly, because that's when they can just pin their ears back and come get you.
Yeah. Higher or lower coming up in a moment. Let's sneak in a couple more of these calls before we transition. Chris in Sonoma is up next. What's up, Chris?
Good afternoon, fellas. How you doing?
We're good. What about you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Just real quick commentary here. The amount of doomsday calling and commentary on sports talk radio the last 2 days since Monday night is incredible. Like, I'm just sitting here wondering, why are the Niners even going to Cleveland to play this game? We're talking as if we have no chance. Cleveland's the greatest team on earth, and Purdy's terrible. I seem to remember that Joe Montana and Steve Young had some bad games too. And I remember on your station many weeks ago when Steve Young was a guest, he was asked a question about how long does it take a quarterback to get back into rhythm after coming off a long injury. I believe he said about a game and a half. So Purdy had a really good game when he came back, and he had a stinky half, and then they gave him a game plan the second half, and he was fine. And all this other talk, it's just incredible. Maybe the Niners should forfeit. I mean, really, everybody should calm down, let the coaches put together a stellar game plan like they usually do, let the players go play. The offensive line's finally playing really well, and the fans should just sit back and enjoy the show. But all this doom and gloom, it's laughable to me. It really is. Like, let's get over it. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Appreciate the call, Chris. That's kind of what I wanted to start the show with, which was, Purdy had a terrible game. The Niners won the game. They're 8-4, and they're sitting in prime position to win, to make the playoffs, and maybe win a playoff game. Like, we can admit Purdy had a very bad game. Does not define who he is as a quarterback. He has to be better for them to have success the rest of the year. But they won the game.
Yeah.
They're 8-4.
We lose sight of that too often. That's the only thing I agree with Chris. But thank God people run hot, because that's what pays the bills around here.
Does make it fun.
It does.
Yeah.
I looked at the game, and when I watched it a second time, I realized that, man, they did so much well as a team, and we all want to fixate on the quarterback, who was not good, but the team around him, they picked him up. It's like when Steph Curry goes 2 for 17 in a game, and you still win by 5. It's like, yeah, Steph, you didn't have a good one, but your teammates picked you up.
Yeah. Let's sneak in one more call before we get to higher or lower, because Philmo Mike is on the line. What's up, Philmo? What do you got?
Yo. What's poppin'? Hey, Diz, that Brett Favre doc is kind of sick. I ain't gonna lie. Shots funny. But anyway, you know what? I love this team, man. Like, I keep going back to this point. The team is an interesting, fun team to watch. The dynamics, you've never seen this. And that's why we love sports, right? Shout out to Guru with the sports, the little thing he be doing.
Sports, man.
But nah, man. Yeah, sports, man. Like, seriously.
Sports, man.
2022, the Warriors. You never known that was going to come, bruh. Like, Deebo Samuel, his rookie year, when he was playing wide back, they had to create a whole new term. You never know. You feel me? Like, so that's the funnest part. And honestly, man, we may shock the world on some, like, going to the Super Bowl this year. It could be a dream season. I'm not losing hope. Even though I don't agree with Mark Willard 79.95% of the time, I do give him this. You got to let the season play out. You do have to do that, and then you never know what can happen. But with that being said, hindsight is 2020. When you look at season, you're like, man, I hated this thing. Like, we believe. We hated we believe. But then all of a sudden, Don Nelson had a talk with the players after a Chicago game that they should have won. They lost. He said, oh, man, I give up on this team. And then everybody thought it was over. And next thing you know, we believe was created. So, man, don't give up. Just know that sports can be sports, man. And you know, our coaching staff is second to none. Big Fangio, get your ass out the spot. We got the number one coaching staff in the league. Thank you. I know I got to go to break. Don't forget that, yeah, man, I love y'all.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate the call.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Robert Saleh is definitely a big part of that, and he's made a big difference.
And Shanahan has been in his bag all year. They both had a great year, which is why your quarterback can stink and you can still win 20-9.
And I think Shanahan specifically is going to have to be in his bag coming up on Sunday because this is a tough game. You want to get to higher or lower?
Let's do it right here. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
It's higher or lower.
Game show music, please.
There we have it. Today we are playing off of the Warriors' consecutive home sellout streak, which is currently at 566. So I will give Grandy, Cam, and Pasta, our guy in the back, we're going to give you each an item. You have to decide if that number is higher or lower. Grandy, you've done it before. Are you ready to go?
I am absolutely ready, Dibs. Fired up.
Cam, are you ready to join us here on higher or lower?
I'm locked and loaded, baby.
Yeah, and risotto, a.k.a. rice, a.k.a. pasta, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, 10 items. We'll start with Grandy. And again, the number you're working off of is 566. The number of consecutive sellouts currently going by the Warriors tonight will be 567. But we're working off 566. Grandy, we start with you.
Okay.
Career, regular, and postseason wins by Cy Young. Higher or lower than 566?
Cy Young.
He's got an award named after him now.
He does. That's a lot of wins, though. I'm going to go lower, Dibs.
Cam, what do you think?
I'm gonna go lower, too. I'm going to just keep it safe. I'm just going to say it's lower than
Pasta?
That.
I'm going to go a little bit lower. I think I know the number.
What's the number, Pasta?
Is it 511?
That's the regular season.
Uh-oh.
If you add in the postseason, it gets to 513. You guys are all right.
Yes, lower.
And that's the nuance of it. 2 postseason victories. Cy Young made the playoffs once in his 24-year. He only made it once in his career. Everybody gets it right. We start with Grandy. Higher or lower than 566? Regular and postseason receiving yards for J.J. Stokes, his rookie year. Higher or lower than 566, Grandy?
566.
Regular and postseason, J.J. Stokes as a Niner, as a rookie.
I don't feel good about it, but I'm going higher, Dibs.
Cam?
I'm going to go higher, but saying that he barely touches past it.
And Pasta?
I'm also going to go higher on this one.
Yeah, 0 for 3, guys. 541, it was lower.
Dang it.
Cam, you had the right idea. Poor execution. 1 to 1 to 1, we stay with Grandy. Higher or lower than 566. That's how many consecutive sellouts the Warriors are riding, which is bananas in and of itself. Grandy, higher or lower than 566. Number of years since the fall of Constantinople, which signaled the end of the Roman Empire. Higher or lower than 566?
Oh, I have no basis for this. I'll say higher. Higher.
And Cam?
Higher.
And Pasta.
Dibs, what the hell? What is this? I'll go lower. I'll go lower.
This is what we do, Pasta, on higher or lower. This is the curveball. The answer, of course, is higher.
Yes.
The year was 1453.
Of course.
Which was 572 years ago. Down goes Constantinople.
And down goes risotto.
Down goes, and risotto as an Italiano should have known that, but he blocked it out because that's his people. Grandy 2, Cam 2, Pasta 1, we stay with Grandy. Higher or lower than 566. Total number of votes available in the Electoral College. Higher or lower than 566.
Oh, I should know this. I'm pretty sure it's lower.
What's your answer?
I'm going lower.
Cam?
Barely lower, just by a little bit.
And I love the editorial responses. And Pasta?
I think lower.
Yeah, you guys all got it. 538 is the answer. Hence the
website.
Yeah, 538.
That's why I know it.
This one's probably too easy. I gotta go back and edit that for the next time. Grandy 3, Cam 3, Pasta 2. We stay with Grandy. He's in the lead, and this is item number 5. Higher or lower than 566, which is the current number of consecutive sellouts by the Warriors. 566, Grandy. Total number of triples hit last year in the major leagues. Higher or lower than 566?
Triples.
Total number of triples.
In the majors.
All the majors. 30 teams, 162 games. How many three-baggers?
I'm going lower, Dibs.
And Cam?
Knowing all the hitters that we have out there in the league, just slightly a little bit lower.
And Pasta.
I'm going to go higher on this one.
Score one for Pasta. 628 triples.
Dang.
The Giants are among the league leaders in triples. It's Grandy 3, Cam 3, Pasta 3.
Got a tie ball game.
Pasta, you got the last one right, and you tie the lead, so you will go first. Higher or lower than 566, which is the current sellout streak by the Golden State Warriors. Pasta, we start with you. Higher or lower than 566. Career regular season and postseason free throw misses by Stephen Curry. Higher or lower than 566?
That's got to be way lower.
I need an answer, not a self-question.
Lower.
And Grandy?
I think this is a setup. You want us to go lower.
It's a trap!
I'm going to go higher, although I don't like it.
And Cam?
I'm just going to go lower because he was going on a run, making all his free throws and making a high percentage.
Cam making the most of his airtime and getting it right. The answer is lower.
I thought too hard.
489. He's only missed 489 free throws his whole career. Regular and
I'm kicking
postseason.
myself. Dang it.
Pasta 4, Cam 4, Grandy 3. Pasta, you'll start. Cam, you'll go second. Higher or lower than 566? Pasta, you're going to love this one. Total number of career regular season extra base hits for Shohei Ohtani. Higher or lower than 566?
I am going to go lower.
And Cam?
Steven is the baseball expert. I'm going to go lower.
That's kind of the context clues. And Grandy?
I want to go opposite to catch up, but I also think it's lower. I got to stick with lower.
Yeah, guys, it's lower.
Yeah.
Only 517 for Shohei Ohtani.
He'll pass that this coming
He's played
year.
like 7 years. Pasta 5, Cam 5, Grandy 4. We got ourselves a ball game, and we are down to the final 3.
Uh-oh.
The final 3, and Pasta, we start with you. Higher or lower than 566, which is the number of consecutive sellouts by the Warriors. The length in kilometers of the English Channel, Pasta. Higher or lower than 566?
I don't know what that is, but I'll go higher.
The English Channel is a body of water between England and France.
Higher.
And Cam?
Higher.
And Grandy?
On principle, I'll go lower.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game is tied.
Yes,
It is lower. Again, the length would be north to south. The width is only about 20 kilometers at its narrowest.
Yeah.
The length, 560 kilometers. So barely lower than 566.
Almost bang on the number there.
Grandy 5, Cam 5, Pasta 5. We're down to the final 2. There is a tiebreaker available as needed. We start with Grandy.
This is clutch time.
Higher or lower than 566? Total points scored by Rick Barry in the 1975 playoffs.
Ooh.
Higher or lower
than
566?
They swept the finals, and at that point, the first round was only 5-game series. They didn't have a lot of... I'm going to go lower, Dibs.
And Pasta.
I'm also going to go lower.
Oh.
And Cam.
I'm going to swing it and just go higher. I just feel like the game was different back then.
You swing, 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 a chop, chop, chop. The answer is lower.
Yes.
479 points in 17 games.
Yep.
Grandy 6, Pasta 6. Cam is in a must-make situation. This is the finale. Higher or lower than 566? We go Grandy to Pasta to Cam. You guys should write down your answers on this one because it's such a tight game. And we'll go on the honor system that you don't go flip mode squad. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, you got me all in check. Item number 10. Thank you. We start with Grandy. The number of days, higher or lower than 566, the number of days since the last no-hitter thrown by a San Francisco Giant. Higher or lower than 566.
Last no-hitter thrown.
Now, don't rational out too much because they might steal it. Let me know when your answers are written down. Higher or lower than 566. Number of days since the last no-hitter thrown by a Giant. Let me know when your answers have been written. Cam is scratching and scribbling. Risotto I can't see. And Grandy is in full ponder mode. All right, Grandy, we start with you. Higher or lower than 566?
I wrote higher, Dibs.
Okay. Pasta, what did you write?
I'm going to go lower.
And Cam?
Lower.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's lower!
Oh, no!
Pasta wins it 7-6. The answer was 481 days. It was August 2nd, 2024. Congratulations, Steven Risotto. Higher or lower consecutive hours that Risotto's worked here at 95.7 The Game?
Higher.
I'm going to go higher.
Well, are you going to say who threw the no-hitter? It was our friend in Cincinnati, Blake Snell.
Correct. And the tiebreaker, which you'll love, Risotto, and you guys can weigh in, how many no-hitters have the Giants been a part of all time, including the New York Giants, and also no-hitters for and no-hitters against?
Oh, God.
How many of the no-hitters have the Giants been a part of all time?
How many no-hitters have there been all time? Could you give us that?
Roughly, I think 270, something like that. I don't have that number in front of me, but yeah.
I was going to say like 19 or something.
Risotto?
Yeah, probably same thing, 20.
Cam, any thoughts? I know you have thoughts.
Within
that
same region, I'll just throw that there.
Yeah, the answer is 34.
Wow.
They've thrown 18, and they've had 16 thrown against them. So, yeah, just looking at the all-time list of baseball no-hitters, we are sitting at, scroll, 329.
Wow.
Congratulations, Steven Risotto.
Good work.
The winner.
Good work, Steven.
On higher or lower.
Good work.
You guys all did very well. 7-6.
I lost it at the end.
It's tough when you hate to see it.
I remembered Blake Snell. I just thought it was earlier in the year than, August?
Right.
I should have known. He doesn't wake up until August.
Exactly. And August puts us at about a year and 3 months and all the rest. The other one I had in there that I had to delete was career double-doubles by Nikola Vucevic. Career double-doubles.
Wow.
And the answer is 566. So
square on the number.
Square on the number. So I've been tracking that for a couple weeks.
What was that? Oh, you know what that means. It's time to give away the next prize. And the last prize in our Thanksgiving blowout up for grabs right now is a Hello Kitty bobblehead. If you want to win the Hello Kitty bobblehead, be the fifth caller to the contest line right now. That's 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Good luck and thank you for participating. 12 contests, 12 prizes that we have given out today here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for listening and being part of our Thanksgiving blowout. Well done, Dibs. That was a fun higher or lower. I am really upset I did not take advantage of this opportunity to add to my lead over Willard and Lucas.
Yes, and you will be soundly ripped next week when Willard and Lucas both return. A golden opportunity to get another leg up.
Yeah.
But you still are the career leader with 5 wins. So
I'll take it.
Yep, Risotto on the board with 1. Cam leads in sentences per appearance, SPA. Come on in anytime, Cam. Well, Dibs, I'd like to rationalize, if I may, for a few moments about my thought process in this guess.
He's just, testing out his ability to be, an R&B DJ.
And he's locked in, dude.
He's got to get the words out.
I'm hearing footsteps.
I respect it.
Yeah, Willard's hearing footsteps with that deep voice.
No doubt. All right. We got to take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up. Terrence, I see your call. We will get to you when we come back. Plus, we have picks to make. Dibs has picks to make. He has
I got 5 on it.
Picks to make. That's coming up. We'll fade the Dibbers Ultra edition of Fade the Dibbers coming up. Plus, coming up tomorrow, we bring you Chiefs and Cowboys at 1. Mahomes versus Dak as you're eating your Thanksgiving feast. Chiefs and Cowboys, 1 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. And coming up tonight, Warriors host the Rockets at 7. Warriors Live with me. That begins in 20 minutes, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Will wrap things up with Fade the Dibbers and more coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
This game day traffic report being brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We're definitely seeing some slow traffic getting into and out of San Francisco with the Warriors game tonight. Expect those delays toward Mission Bay and beyond. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, and that's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
The holiday rush starts here at your California Ford dealers. The Ford Black Friday Sell-a-thon is on. It's 4 days only of some of our best offers across the entire Ford lineup. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty. The Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. All-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These Black Friday Sell-a-thon savings are here for 4 days only. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the Sell-a-thon and the savings are over December 1st. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Been counting the days, wondering, will they bring it back? Wonder no more. The legendary McRib has returned. We're talking tender, boneless pork, smothered in that unmistakably tasty McRib sauce. It's a flavor experience that never sticks around for long. And why stop at just the sandwich? Make it a meal with any size soft drink for just $1.69. But don't wait. McRib season is short, and once it's gone, it's really gone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a
2025 tax deduction.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard, though. Dibbs and Grandy with you. We've got just a little more than 10 minutes left with you before Dibbs makes way so I can do Warriors Live. That's coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. Warriors and Rockets coming up shortly. With that in mind, I did want to bring back up our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll because, as always, engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game, presented by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler. And today we kept it simple and we asked you, will the Warriors beat the 11-4 Rockets, who are without both Kevin Durant and Steven Adams tonight? Will the Warriors win the game tonight? And as we head over to Twitter, we have almost 150 votes in, Dibbs. 60% of you say yes, the Warriors will win tonight. 40% say no. So yeah, pretty balanced, pretty close, but 60% say yes, the Warriors will beat the Rockets without Kevin Durant tonight.
You were in the yes camp, and I was in the no camp, and I just am not yet at a spot with this team without Kuminga, and you won't have Hawford, and Draymond is probably, I assume that he will play. You still don't have Melton back. I just don't have yet the real deep faith in this team to go ahead and handle their business against Houston.
Yeah, so we will see Warriors Live coming up at the top of the hour. Before we get to Fade the Dibbers with 5 picks on the docket, let's go to Terrence in the Bay, who's been very patient. Terrence, what's up?
Hey, what do you say? You guys rock. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you. You know, you guys keep it 100. You don't sugarcoat it, and you don't protect our prima donna quarterback. You tell it like it is. I love you for that. Because if Pete Franklin was here, he would have flushed him down the toilet on that play game that he did. Thank God. But meanwhile, the next schedules, the next games that we have, we should be able to run the table. It's soft. We should be able to do it. We should be able to run it.
Well, Terrence, the next two for sure you feel pretty good about. Cleveland and then a bye and then the Titans. Those are 2 games that you feel pretty good about winning. After that, it does get a little more difficult, Dibbs, specifically the final couple with the Bears and the Seahawks. But no doubt, these are 2 more games the Niners feel like they should win.
Yeah, Colts, Bears, and Seahawks, right? Is how you'll close it out. And so, you get this one, and then you feel like you can handle the Titans, and then you're sitting there at 10 wins, and you look at the final 3, and you think, all right, you get one more, you're going to be a playoff team for sure. You can get greedy and get them all, and think about maybe winning the division based on what the Rams do. The Rams still have the Seahawks twice, so a lot of football still yet to be played.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it is that time. 5 picks on the docket because Dibbs, along with the rest of us, off tomorrow and off Friday, at least from this show, off Friday. So you have 3 Thursday games to pick. Thanksgiving Day, you have the Niner game to pick, and Sunday Night Football to pick. So we're going to do all of those on Fade the Divers. Once the voiceover stops, you just fade it down, but keep it in the background like you did with the game show music. All right, Dibs, 5 picks to make. I was telling you before we went on the air that you are 30-19. You're actually 31-19 because I didn't count your win on Monday Night Football when you picked the Niners to cover. The Niners won by 11. They covered with relative ease. So you're on a 2-game win streak. You're feeling good about yourself, but you're trying to make it 7 in a row because you have 5 picks to make. We begin with the trio tomorrow. First up, Detroit minus 2.5 versus the Packers.
And it's a tough one because statistically they're very similar, but I think if you look at it from a little bit more of a neutral standpoint, you realize that Detroit's a better team. However, Chicago has 5 come-from-behind victories this year, and that's impressive. Caleb Williams is a lot